At this moment, Leingia seemed to vaguely understand what his second cousin brother had been saying. He looked towards Ling Lan. If it were Ling Lan, Leingia probably would not fight with him over the position of regiment commander. On the stage, Colonel Tenji had already received the name list from both sides. The moment time was up, he announced, the new cadet regiment versus Leitang Mecha clan, second round. First year Leingia against fourth year Song Lianlu. Inside the box, Yun Xiu heard this announcement and his spirits rallied. He quickly turned to yell, Shiao, your younger cousin brother is up now. His opponent is Song Lianlu from our year. Li Shiao, who was resting with his eyes closed on the sofa, abruptly opened his eyes. Seeing Leingia strut confidently onto the stage, his brow furrowed. Song Lianlu is already a Qijin master, Leingia is most probably no match for him. No matter how much he said he looked down on Leingia, Li Shiao could not help but worry for him right then. Yun Xiu had an opposing opinion. Not necessarily. That weak-looking youth earlier managed to defeat the Qijin stage Chia after all. I think this year of freshmen aren't as weak as we think them to be, perhaps your cousin is also already in Qijin. Li Shiao was silent for a moment, and then said faintly, I hope it turns out that way, still, if he loses, I will let him understand the consequences of losing. Since he and his eldest cousin brother could not become the family head of the Li family, he hoped that Leingia, who would become the family head in the end, would be even stronger. Even if he could not get used to the Li family's heartlessness, having been taught all this time to take pride in the Li family, Li Shiao still did not want to see the Li family decline. Seeing that both sides were ready to fight, Colonel Tenji waved his right hand and shouted, begin. Following this sound, the two fighters faced each other from a distance, not attacking right off the bat. Chia's loss had made Song Lianlu become exceedingly cautious. He did not know whether his opponent was strong or weak, so, he was prepared to observe the situation for a bit before making a decision. Meanwhile, Leingia had received instruction from Ling Lan as well before getting onto the stage. Like with Luo Lang, because he had just entered Qijin stage and his Qijin had yet to settle, it was not wise for him to fight head-on with his opponent. Thus, his strategy would still focus on drawing things out. Of course, the situation on the stage would be constantly shifting, so everything would still depend on Leingia's judgment. Although Leingia was an arrogant punk, he was not an impulsive one. His combat intelligence was still pretty good, otherwise he would not have remained securely within the top 5 for 10 years. Therefore, he chose the same path as Song Lianlu. The two of them faced each other from a distance, circling the stage as they looked for a chance to attack. This was distinctly different from Luo Lang and Chia's direct confrontation. The two fighters in this fight circled the stage for a whole 3 minutes without acting. This dull scenario made the spectating students lose their patience, some of them even outright beginning to yawn. Quite a few people began discussing among themselves, wondering how many minutes more they would spend dancing around each other. Right then, the initially still circling Song Lianlu suddenly rocked on the balls of his feet, and then his entire body shot forward like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Leingia, his right fist striking out fiercely at Leingia's left side. Just before, a weakness had suddenly appeared in Leingia's defense. Song Lianlu knew that this could also be a lure, but he also knew that if he did not try and attack now, even if they continued to weave around one another for half a day, he still might not find a better chance to attack. Thus, Song Lianlu decided to make his move. However, as Song Lianlu attacked, he found that the weakness had disappeared. In its place, was Leingia's long ready clawed hands. This was the Li family's ultimate arts, the strongest offensive-defensive measure to handle an opponent's attacks. Seeing this, Ling Lan's brow furrowed, knowing that Leingia was likely to come to grief. This lure and counterattack tactic of Leingia's was actually not wrong, his mistake was in underestimating his opponent's capabilities. If he had used this move against an opponent of equal level, Leingia would absolutely have had the upper hand, but now, things were not so certain. Sure enough, Leingia's grasping hands locked onto the opponent's right fist, but the moment they connected, Leingia felt a strong surge of energy coming from the opponent's fist, almost repelling his grab off in its intensity. Leingia knew that if the other repelled his grab, he would certainly take a heavy blow from the other in return. He would definitely be injured, and may have to declare his loss in advance. He did not want Luo Lang to taunt him. So, gritting his teeth, he tolerated the intense pain radiating up his arm, tenaciously keeping his hold on the other's right fist. Song Lianlu felt that he was about to shake his opponent's palm off, but just as he was about to succeed, the other retained the hold on his right fist and then he felt a pull. He felt the strength of his entire body being pulled to an empty spot, and he careened uncontrollably to crash into the shielded area on the edges of the arena. The shielded area emitted a blinding light, a pattern like the shattering of glass appearing within the light. In the meantime, after drawing the opponent's strength to one side, Leingia's readied right fist struck out immediately towards Song Lianlu's chest. Defense was just a prelude to attacking, the final objective of Leingia's move was here. However, Song Lianlu reacted equally swiftly. His left palm moved to block his chest at the critical moment, forcibly receiving this unexpected attack by Leingia. With a pow, fist met palm, and then, with a loud crack, the two were sent flying backwards. Song Lianlu had to take a whole 3 steps back after landing to find his footing, while Leingia also had to take 3 steps back before standing firmly. From the spectating student's perspective, the two fighters had battled to a draw. Only those with a keen eye had noticed that Leingia's low-hanging left hand was trembling minutely beyond his control. That powerful attack of the opponent he had grabbed hold of previously had clearly damaged Leingia's left hand severely. Wu Jiong and Qi Long could tell, and their expressions paled. Wu Jiong said worriedly, Leingia's left hand is injured. It'll be tough from this point on. Ling Lan said calmly, this match, Leingia was at a disadvantage from the start. That's why winning or losing isn't so important. I just wanted to see how far he could go. Leingia had a fatal weakness: when he knew he was at a disadvantage, that he was no match for his opponent, he would very easily give up on himself. His character lacked some tenacity. This was also why he had lost to Luo Lang so many times all this while, ending up in 5th place, slightly behind Luo Lang in the rankings. This was what Ling Lan was thinking. Since Leingia had sincerely acknowledged her as boss, she was inclined to help Leingia solve this problem. Today was a good opportunity. It was rare for Leingia to have such an intense desire to fight. Suppressing the intense pain coming from his left hand, Leingia looked at the confident Song Lianlu across from him, and his heart sank. That last move had let him know just how wide the gap was between his strength and the opponent's. Under these circumstances, how could he beat the other? Leingia's gaze began to waver with uncertainty. Song Lianlu had similarly sensed the power behind Leingia's attack. Despite his hastiness in blocking it, he had still managed to take it. It looked like the strength of this cocky punk in front of him was indeed weaker than him by a strand. With this, he had some basis for confidence now. His initial caution and tentative approach vanished, to be replaced by a raging barrage of attacks. Facing this sudden attack, Leingia naturally did not choose to take it forcefully. He instantly retreated to evade. It should be said that though Leingia's evasion ability was not as elegant as Luo Lang's, it was still extremely remarkable, nimbly dodging all of Song Lianlu's fierce attacks. Still, even so, Leingia was already disadvantaged, clearly being a passive receptor of Song Lianlu's attacks. Just like that, one attacked fiercely without any reservations, while the other dodged narrowly again and again. Everyone could tell that the loss of the new cadet regiment's representative was just a matter of time. Unless this freshman managed to pull out some ultimate move and have a sudden explosion of strength like the previous freshman, the outcome of this match would not change. Of course, they would not jump to a conclusion so quickly. After all, before the final results were out, anything was possible. Thus, everyone watched the stage intently, waiting for the results to emerge. Either this freshman would be on the defensive right until he gets defeated, or, like in the previous round, he would suddenly explode and launch a counterattack from dire straits. Below the stage, the spectating Wu Jiong and Qi Long's faces were growing darker and darker. They knew that, if things continued like this, Leingia would definitely lose. It was not that they could not accept failure, but they did not want to see Leingia being pummeled continuously in such a frustrating manner. In their minds, even if they lost, they must lose gloriously. Ling Lan frowned. Leingia's old problem had appeared again. The moment he met an opponent he could not beat, he would become unmotivated and defend passively, having no courage at all to risk everything in a last-ditch struggle. Ling Lan began to think back, when had Leingia begun to have this issue? As Ling Lan had not paid much attention to Leingia in the past, by the time she had noticed, this fellow had already had this problem. Of course, Ling Lan was not a saintly matron. She would not go and help this irritating punk the way he was back then even when she noticed. Therefore, this problem had lasted all this while until today. Sensing his boss's confusion, Little Four could not help but roll his eyes. Without saying a word, he pulled out several video clips he had recorded in the early days, projecting them within Ling Lan's mind space. The first video was of Ling Lan's first fight against Leingia. Without even sparing the other a glance, Ling Lan had sent Leingia flying with one punch. At the end of the video, Leingia's disgruntled and resentful gaze was clearly captured within the frame. The second video was Ling Lan's second fight against Leingia. Again, she had not even looked at him, sending him flying with one kick. Leingia's expression at this time was one of dejection, with even a touch of self-doubt. The third video was similarly a fight between Ling Lan and Leingia. Ling Lan once again casually sent Leingia flying with one punch. Leingia's expression here now was somewhat wooden, and a light trace of self-contempt could be read from his lips. The fourth video was still a fight between Ling Lan and Leingia. This time, Ling Lan just happened to be in the period when her killing intent had been the densest. Regardless of how Little Four tried to cover it up, some had still leaked when she had fought, instantly smashing through Leingia's mental defenses. That time, Leingia did not even manage to do anything before being sent flying off the stage by a punch from Ling Lan. Back then, his gaze was filled with terror. From then onwards, whenever Leingia encountered someone stronger than him, he no longer had the courage to try and fight it out. Ling Lan rubbed her forehead wearily. Little Four, you mean that, Leingia's current condition is completely because of me? Little Four nodded firmly. Of course. The first few defeats had already made that fellow's heart become unbelievably weak. That fourth time, was coincidentally when your killing intent was at its worst. His spirit received a terrible blow by that killing intent you leaked, leaving him with an inner demon. Tisk, why is this fellow's heart so d*mn weak? Isn't he very arrogant and proud? Ling Lan was somewhat baffled by this. Qi Long had been constantly losing to her as well, and she did not see any openings open up in that brat's mental state to produce an inner demon. He still fought as roughly as before. How could it be the same? Qi Long respects you, boss. In his heart, boss is not only boss, but also a master. Losing to you is very normal for him. But it's different for Leingia. He has always considered you, boss, as a rival, desiring to beat you so much that he was almost crazed by it. But boss just happened to be too strong and overwhelming. Losing again and again, losing until he had no more confidence, and then his already fragile heart was coincidentally invaded by boss's killing intent, hence leading to this problem. Little Four's explanation made Ling Lan somewhat depressed. She had never thought that Leingia would end up following her in the end, making this problem an issue she had to handle. If she had only known earlier, she would have been more merciful back then. However, it was too late for all that now. She might as well put her energy into thinking about how she could resolve the psychological problem this brat had now. Right then, a powerful sound of fist meeting flesh rang out, pow. On the stage, Song Lianlu had finally grasped a chance to land a heavy punch onto Leingia's left shoulder. Leingia was sent flying to crash heavily onto the stage. He slid several meters, leaving an extremely obvious line on the stage. It was clear to see how powerful the opponent's blow had been. Leingia could not stop himself from throwing up a mouthful of blood. Although his vital points had not been hit directly, the opponent's strength had still been strong enough to cause blast injury to his internal organs. He felt a profound ache in his chest cavity, and even worse, his entire left arm had lost all sensation. Who knew if that last punch had shattered the bones of his shoulder, or if it had damaged his nervous system? Song Lianlu saw the opponent struck down and pleasant surprise flashed through his eyes. Just as he wanted to follow through to determine the outcome, Colonel Tenji suddenly stopped him and indicated for him to stand to one side. Then, Colonel Tenji walked up to Leingia's side and asked, "Do you choose to admit defeat or continue to fight?" When Leingia heard Colonel Tenji's question, a voice rang out in his heart, "Leingia, admit defeat quickly. The opponent's strength is so much higher than yours. You have no way of beating him. There's no point in persisting. You might as well admit defeat and suffer less." Yes, why did he have to hold on so hard and fight? He was weaker than the opponent to begin with, wasn't it normal to lose? Leingia slowly raised his hand, prepared to say the words, "I admit defeat," when a cold voice rang out from behind him, "Leingia, stand up." Leingia turned his head in bewilderment and saw Ling Lan, who had initially been seated below the stage, now standing right by the edge of the arena stage, looking at him with an icy expression. "Leingia, where have the guts you had when you were younger gone to? God *mit, stand up. It's time to let them see what the real cocky Leingia is like." Ling Lan's gaze was clearly frigid, but for some reason Leingia could see the same firm faith in him as before in his gaze. He understands me, and is also willing to believe in me, which was why he had agreed to my request. Leingia did not forget that, before the round, Ling Lan's gaze had been on Qilong, but he had still agreed to his volunteering in the end. Not perfunctorily, but with full faith in him, believing that he would put up a good fight. "No, I cannot let him look down on me." Leingia was shaken. A voice in his heart was raging, "Yes, I'm cocky and arrogant. I was not afraid of anything at the beginning. Even if someone was stronger than me, I would dare to challenge them, admit defeat." When had this phrase appeared in my mouth? That's definitely not me. Leingia abruptly turned his head around. His initially slightly raised right hand changed directions to slam onto the ground and support him as he slowly pushed himself off the ground. In spite of the agony, there was no change in Leingia's face at this moment, as if the wounds on his body did not exist. Seeing Leingia's movements, Ling Lan turned around with satisfaction, returning to her seat. She believed that, this time, Leingia was different now. Leingia stood up straight, and turning to the waiting Colonel Tenji, he said, "I want to continue fighting." A trace of approval flashed through Colonel Tenji's eyes, and he nodded and said, "All right, the match continues." Song Lianlu silently sked. If Colonel Tenji had not stopped him, he could have taken the chance to beat the other until he had no more fight in him. At the heart of it, this punk had been saved by the referee. However, this would be the only time. A subtle smile appeared on the corners of Song Lianlu's lips. This half-crippled punk before him was completely no match for him. Who was the one who yelled earlier? In the Leitang area below the stage, Lin Jidong frowned as he looked at Ling Lan walking back to her seat, and asked the people around him. "I don't know. This person is very unfamiliar." The person beside him looked closely at Ling Lan, and found her face unfamiliar, and so shook his head. As Ling Lan had always stayed within the villa without going out, other than those people from the Doha academies, most of the major factions outside really did not know about her. This person needs to be watched. Lin Jidong was extremely alert. Being able to rekindle a comrade's fighting spirit with just a few words, this person could not be simple. "Yes, Vice Regiment Commander Lin, I will arrange it," answered the person beside him respectfully, silently memorizing Ling Lan's name. "Qilong, Leingia's aura seems to have changed," said Wu Jiong to Qilong excitedly. Leingia's transformation on the stage had also been sensed by Wu Jiong. Qilong let out a sigh of relief as well and replied, "Yes, we don't have to worry about him anymore." He then sighed and added, "Boss Lan is truly Boss Lan, able to change Leingia with just one sentence." These words received Wu Jiong's agreement. He glanced admiringly at the calm and cold-faced Ling Lan by their sides. Only a talent such as Ling Lan, who could discern a person's nature with one look, would be able to unearth the latent talents of everyone in their team, better leading them as they advanced further. On this point, Wu Jiong was really too far away from Ling Lan's level. Once again, Wu Jiong felt the distance between he and Ling Lan keenly. This sort of respect and admiration accumulated bit by bit in Wu Jiong's heart, until it was so substantial that it could not be overturned. He could only continue to willingly chase after the other, until the end of time. The sudden shift in Leingia's aura startled Song Lianlu. His attacking speed slowed reflexively, giving Leingia time to swiftly pull away to face Song Lianlu from a distance once more. Seeing this, a slight smile appeared on Colonel Tang Yu's face. This representative of the new cadet regiment was still not too bad. Although he did not perform well at the start, he had still adapted in the end. Only a child like this was worthy of being Luo Lang's teammate. Colonel Tang Yu's heart had unknowingly begun to lean towards the new cadet regiment. Leingia glared at Song Lianlu. At this moment, he only wanted to rip off a chunk of flesh from the opponent's body somehow, exactly like a savage wolf cub, prepared for its final struggle. Leingia's fierce gaze made Song Lianlu's heart clench. His expression became grim. Even if he was confident in his victory, he did not dare to move recklessly right then. Seeing the opponent suddenly become hesitant and cautious, Leingia's lips curled into a self-mocking smirk. It turned out that when he himself was resolute, the opponent's aura would also shift in response. Many of his previous inexplicable defeats had truly been his own fault. Leingia's self-mocking smile lasted only for a brief moment before he once again reverted to his typical arrogant and haughty demeanor. The appearance of this expression actually made his initially handsome face rather irritating to look at. Apparently changes in mental state would affect one's external appearance. This was also why Leingia had not been very popular in the Central Scout Academy despite being a handsome little fellow. Still, the attention of the spectating students was not on Leingia's annoying face. Instead, their gazes were drawn to an extremely unique motion he made. Leingia's remaining mobile right hand was raised slightly forwards, his fingers molded into a strange form, like a hook but not a hook, like a fist but not a fist. But for some reason, the moment this form appeared, everyone found their attention involuntarily drawn to it. Ah, what move is this? Seeing this atypical stance, inside the box, Shiao could not help but turn to ask his good friend Li Shiyu in surprise. This brat is actually using this move now. Li Shiyu's expression instantly gentled. Earlier, when Leingia was being beaten like a stray dog, his face had been thunderous and unsightly. You know. Shiao stared with starry eyes at Li Shiyu, his face filled with anticipation to hear his best friend's explanation. This cute mo puppy dog look made a small smile appear on Li Shiyu's lips, his mood turning for the better instantly. He said, "This is my family's exclusive killing art. Choosing to use it here, it looks like this fellow is prepared for a final plunge." At this explanation, Shiao turned to look wide-eyed at the screen, excited to see what would happen next. Seeing the opponent's strange actions, without even thinking about it, Song Lianlu knew the other was about to do something major. However, he was not like that moron Chia, only wanting to save face and reacting with brute force. As long as the final victory was his, he did not mind if the process was unsightly, or if it was dull and uninteresting. Thus, Song Lianlu was extremely patient. He chose to continue waiting for this surging aura of Leingia's to pass. He believed that, having been heavily injured, Leingia would not be able to hold out for too long. This rallied strength of his would certainly pass, and that moment would be Song Lianlu's time to attack. The scene once more descended into the ennui of the start. On the stage, the two fighters each staked out a separate corner, where they stood unmoving. Time passed bit by bit, 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. The two fighters who seemed content to face off like this forever made the spectating students restless and they began to chat among themselves. The initially quiet and austere combat hall began to rustle with the noise of discussion. How long are they planning to face off like that? This is too boring. Isn't that freshman already half crippled? Why does that Leitang person have to be so careful? Is it necessary? All these were complaints by the bored people. That new cadet stance is a little cryptic. It's necessary for the Leitang candidate to be cautious. Looks like Leitang's representative can't figure out the depth of the other's move either. But waiting is more advantageous for the Leitang candidate. Even though the fight is more boring this way, this is undeniably the correct way. These were the viewpoints of those who supported the prolonged impasse. The views of the people below the stage were varied. Some scorned Lieu, some supported them, but no one believed that the new cadet regiment had any chance of making a comeback in this match. This was because Leingia was already heavily injured, while Song Lianlu of Lieu was completely unharmed. Furthermore, Song Lianlu was obviously the stronger of the two fighters, so unless there was a major accident, the outcome would not change anymore. Right now, all the audience was waiting for was when Song Lianlu would officially defeat Leingia and clinch the victory. Just when everyone thought that this impasse would continue, Leingia seemed to have run out of stamina and could not hold on any longer. His body swayed slightly. Song Lianlu's gaze brightened, and long prepared, he dashed in, leaping at Leingia. At the moment Leingia had swayed, that immense pressure from that move pressing down on Song Lianlu had collapsed, the threatening sense of danger hanging over his head disappearing completely. Song Lianlu believed that Leingia's broken body could not support the move any longer, so this was definitely the best opportunity for him to attack. Just when Song Lianlu was about to hit the other's body, he saw the pale-faced Leingia suddenly smile at him. This unexpected smile made Song Lianlu's heart clench, but victory was right in front of him, his fist would strike the opponent in the very next second. Based on his strength, he believed that Leingia was no longer able to muster the energy to fight on. Watching from below the stage, when Ling Lan saw this scene, her expression changed abruptly and she stood up quickly. The corners of her lips twitched, but in the end, she only pressed her lips tight in a thin line, expression cold as she waited for the final outcome. Unwilling to give up on this opportunity, despite the unease in his heart, Song Lianlu clenched his teeth and punched his fist forwards tenaciously. He could not simply give up on this chance just because he could not figure out Leingia's strange smile. Instantly, he felt his fist strike a soft fleshy body. Bullseye. Song Lianlu was overjoyed, this meant he had won this match. But before he could even smile in relief and joy, he felt his abdomen hit by a large force. It instantly broke through his defensive layer of internal energy, penetrating into his body. Pfft. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Song Lianlu's mouth. The powerful force had directly injured his internal organs, his entire body was sent stumbling back 7 to 8 steps before he managed to stop. However, right after that, he felt his knees fold and he slumped to sit on the ground. The cause of this phenomenon was the strange and erratic internal energy running amok in his body. It was brutalizing his innards, nerves, and muscles, leaving Song Lianlu with no more strength to remain standing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Leingia had similarly been sent stumbling back several steps by Song Lianlu's attack. He retreated even further than Song Lianlu, only stopping when he reached the edges of the stage. Compared to Song Lianlu's injuries, Leingia was undoubtedly hurt even worse. Mouthfuls of blood were being heaved out uncontrollably from his mouth, but even so, he still smiled as he stared at Song Lianlu, smugly and arrogantly. This brat, actually choosing a mutually destructive outcome. In the second-floor box, Shiao smacked a palm into the wall in a fit of anger, leaving a palm print in it. At one side, Yun Xiu's heart ached once more, it looked like the few credits he had could not be saved anymore. Still, heartache aside, he was even more worried about the condition of Leingia. Shiao, will your cousin be fine after taking that blow? As long as he still breathes, he won't die, said Shiao flatly. Shiao may have sounded indifferent, but he was still worried for that disappointing cousin of his deep inside. After all, that brat had clearly been injured severely and was likely unable to move anymore. It was very probable that he would faint dead away on the stage in the very next second. Leingia had not chosen to dodge that heavy blow by Song Lianlu, using his body to take it forcefully instead. This was full-on direct internal damage. Of course, Shiao also knew well that it was not that Leingia could not dodge, that swaying motion from before, Shiao knew that it had been a lure because the Li family had that particular combination move. However, he had not thought that Leingia would use the method of exchanging injury for injury to counterattack. Although Shiao felt that this was somewhat not worth it, he had to admit that for Leingia to inflict heavy damage on his opponent, this was the only option which had any chance of succeeding. It should be known that if Leingia had chosen to dodge, the opponent would also have had a similar chance of evading Leingia's killer move. This brat has become much more ruthless than before. Not only towards others, but also towards himself. Being able to take such ruthless action, this brat has grown up a little more. It is just unclear whether this growth is good or bad, thought Shiao somewhat dispiritedly. On the stage, Leingia knew he was smiling because he had gravely injured the opponent. The after effects of the Li family killing move would be more than enough to trouble the other considerably. He had avenged himself. Even if he did not win the match, he did not feel disheartened. He believed that his companions would definitely recover this loss. Leingia was in fact already at his limit. He felt his head spinning and his vision blur. These were the symptoms of massive blood loss. He knew he should lie down and receive first aid, but for some reason, he did not want to just lie down like this. He wanted to see Boss Lan's face and observe his expression, but he just did not have the strength left to even turn his head around. What a pity, not being able to see Boss Lan's expression at this time. I wonder if he would be satisfied with my performance today. Leingia thought somewhat bitterly. So he had yearned so much for Boss Lan's acknowledgement. Leingia, today, I'm proud of you. The distinctly cold voice belonging to Ling Lan rang out by Leingia's ears. This voice made Leingia's spirits perk up. He actually managed to turn his head and saw that icy yet domineering face of Boss Lan. Currently, Ling Lan had once again walked over to stand by the edge of the stage. Even though his face was as cold and flat as usual, Leingia could clearly feel the sincerity of his words. That will do. Leingia closed his eyes in satisfaction, a smile on his lips as he toppled backwards. However, someone very quickly caught him. It was the referee of the fights, Colonel Tenji. The moment Colonel Tenji saw Leingia's condition, he knew the other was already completely unconscious, unable to continue fighting. His condition was dangerous as well. Even without using internal energy to probe the other's body, he could tell the other had received extensive internal damage, because blood was still flowing unstoppably from Leingia's mouth even now. Staff, send him to the treatment center immediately. Tenji shouted. 2 uniformed staff members brought a stretcher onto the stage, quickly whisking Leingia away to the treatment center. Seeing this, Ling Lan turned to instruct Qi Long, notify Xiao quickly. Tell him to go with them and keep us updated. Qi Long quickly contacted Xiao, telling him to follow Leingia to the treatment center, and to give them timely reports on Leingia's condition. This combat method of Leingia's which fully displayed his unwillingness to lose even if it would result in an internecine outcome one had moved Qi Long, Jong, and the others. It had also let the members of the new cadet regiment see a whole new side of the arrogant to the point of annoyingly. Leingia. It turned out that detestable second-generation ancestor, who would every so often push them around with his abilities and family background, was as willing as them to put his all into fighting for his companions' freedom and their futures. At this time, even those new cadet regiment members who bore some dislike for Leingia found themselves silently laying down their grudges. Since you treat me with sincerity, then I will also treat you sincerely. We are comrades willing to brave life and death together, advancing hand in hand without ever giving up. Leingia was very quickly carted away, leaving a still relatively conscious Song Lianlu on the field. Tang Yu announced expressionlessly, the second match, 4th-year Song Lianlu of the Leitang Mecha clan wins. Overall, the score is now at 1-1. Tang Yu had just announced the results when Song Lianlu on the other side could not hold on any longer either, collapsing to the ground in a dead faint. Tang Yu could only send someone to cart Song Lianlu to the treatment center as well. It had only been 2 matches, but all 4 fighters involved had had to be admitted into the treatment center. It was clear to see how intense the fights were this time. A cold gleam flashed through Ling Lan's eyes, and the surrounding temperature dropped by several degrees. Qi Long and Jong could not help but shiver. Without having to ask, they knew that Boss Lan was currently very angry, otherwise the temperature would not drop so significantly. Still, they were very happy to see Boss Lan react this way. This meant that Boss Lan was about to go berserk, and the fate of the Leitang contingent could only be even worse than Luo Lang and Leingia's. Qi Long and Jong's anticipatory schadenfreude was, at the heart of it, because Leitang had been too brutal. Their fighters had had no intention of stopping the moment victory was determined to. Otherwise, Luo Lang and Leingia would not have been injured so badly, and Ling Lan would not have become so angry. Following Tang Yu's announcement, the waiting Lin Jidong finally let out a sigh of relief. They had finally won this match. He had not expected the opponent to be this strong, able to fight so fiercely against Lei Tang's representative. Lin Jidong was somewhat regretful, perhaps he should have found out more about the opponents before making arrangements. However, he only wavered for an instant, and then Lin Jidong's eyes became steady again. With the overall score at 1-1, the two sides were again at the starting line. Of the subsequent 3 matches, he only needed to win 2, and Lei Tang would win this wagered fight. Compared to the other side who had already played all their trump cards, he still had 2 of the strongest jokers 3 in his hand. This fight, it was impossible for him to lose. Lin Jidong looked towards the 2 seniors seated beside him watching the fights, and a trace of respect shone in his eyes. With a bowed posture, he softly asked one of them, "Senior Fengming, the next match, I may have to trouble you to fight, to clinch another victory for Lei Tang." These 2 powerhouses were not people he could order around casually, he needed to ask whether they were willing. One of them, the man Lin Jidong had called Senior Fengming, laughed brightly at the question, "Seeing them fight so well, my hands have indeed begun to itch. The next round, I'll fight." His smile as wide as ever, he turned his head to look in the direction of the new cadet regiment area. His gaze was tinged with admiration and approval, it looked like he had a very good impression of the new cadet regiment. In the end, he did not forget to advise, "Jidong, if Lei Tang really wins, inform Xiao Ting that we cannot bully them. We need to cultivate them well. They will definitely become the future supporting pillars of our Lei Tang." Freshly admitted into the military academy, and they were already able to fight on equal terms with older cadets like themselves, he believed that the futures of these youths would perhaps be even better than theirs. Lin Jidong smiled and nodded. "That goes without saying. Otherwise, I would not have arranged this wagered fight." The connotation was that he had set his sights on the other side, which was why he wanted to take them in wholesale. Senior Fengming nodded and said nothing more. Meanwhile, the other strong and good-looking youth beside him said levelly, "The freshmen this year are indeed very strong." "Boss Hua." Senior Fengming turned in bewilderment to stare at his team leader, unsure why the other would say this. 2 Qijin stage masters have already come out. What level is the remaining 3 at? The good-looking youth said with a half-smile and a quirked brow. Senior Fengming began to muse in silence at those words, while Lin Jidong had also been startled into realization. Slack-jawed, he asked, "Boss Hua, you mean, no, they can't all be at Qijin stage?" Lin Jidong shook his head repeatedly in denial, "That's definitely impossible. How could there be so many Qijin stage masters among the freshmen? 2 or 3 would already be stretching the limits, they must be using the principle of Tenji's horse racing. The next one must definitely be their strongest fighter." Hearing this, the good-looking youth only swept a dispassionate gaze at the somewhat panicking Lin Jidong, mentally shaking his head. Although Lin Jidong performed pretty well on all fronts, he was still not from the military strategy specialization after all, unable to truly hold steady during times of crisis. However, this was already Xiao Ting's problem. Since he had already let go, he needed to believe that Xiao Ting could support the whole of Lei Tang. On the other side, Lin Jidong had just submitted the name list when Little Four alerted Ling Lan, saying, "Boss, the other side has sent out Nye Fengming. The second strongest, is it?" Currently, Ling Lan could only send out either Qi Long or Wu Jiong. Comparatively, the public regiment commander Wu Jiong could less afford to lose. Ling Lan's gaze landed decisively on Qi Long. Although Qi Long's physical skills level was higher than Wu Jiong's by 2 levels, he was still no match for the opponent. Still, Ling Lan believed that Qi Long would be able to learn much from this fight. "Qi Long, prepare to fight," Ling Lan ordered. At her words, Wu Jiong's spirits sank as Qi Long shouted excitedly, "Got it, boss." Both of them had had their fighting spirit stoked by the previous 2 matches and wanted to be the third to fight. Unfortunately, Ling Lan had chosen Qi Long in the end. Thus, one dejected, one gleeful, 2 distinctly different expressions appeared just like that before Ling Lan. Facing the endlessly mournful and piteous signals Wu Jiong was emitting, Ling Lan rubbed her brow and said helplessly, "Wu Jiong, you'll get your turn. Don't rush." Ling Lan's words made Wu Jiong's eyes light up, and he instantly tucked away his previously mournful expression as he threw a smug look in Qilong's direction. "You can bloody enjoy yourself in this match first, next round is my turn." Right then, Wu Jiong did not know that Qilong was actually a pitiful cannon fodder Ling Lan had sent off to die. Obtaining the final victory would depend on him and Ling Lan. Tenji received the name lists sent by both sides, and the moment time was up, he announced, Leitang Mecha Clan vs New Cadet Regiment, 3rd round, 5th year Nie Fengming against 1st year Qilong. This announcement caused a commotion to break out below the stage. In particular, those older cadets sported faces full of shock. They had never expected that, for this match, Leitang would actually dig out their previous vice regiment commander. Since he had appeared, then would the previous Leitang regiment commander appear as well? That person was the number 1 within the military academy for physical combat. After both representatives had stepped onto the stage, having obtained confirmation from both sides that they were ready, Colonel Tang Yu coolly declared, "Match start." Following this cry, Nie Fengming made the same decision as Song Lianlu earlier. He wanted to observe the opponent's strength before making a decision, so he did not launch an attack. Instead, he immediately moved into a defensive position, his eyes closely watching the opponent's stance and movements. Nie Fengming thought that his opponent would do the same, but Qilong surprised him. After jumping back and forth several times to stretch and loosen his muscles, Qilong suddenly accelerated and charged forwards, coming up to Nie Fengming in the blink of an eye, lifting a hand to send a fist hurtling straight at the other's face. Qilong's fighting style was not like the typical balanced, simultaneously offensive and defensive, combat of the Chinese Federation. His style was closer to that of the neighboring Caesar Empire, full-force attacks, substituting offense as defense. It could almost be said that defense did not exist for Qilong. Although Ling Lan had always wanted Qilong to learn some defense, after multiple sessions of intense torment, Qilong had walked onto a different path of training. Since he could not defend well, then he might as well not defend at all and focus all of his strength into increasing his body's resistance and ability to take hits for. Within Ling Lan's learning space, this type of training method was named body refining. It was one of the hardest paths to walk, but once it came to fruition, according to Ling Lan, he would have an indestructible body, able to withstand up to 100,000 caddies. 5 of force. Thus, Nie Fengming was destined to have no chance of observing his opponent. A wild barrage of attacks had begun bearing down on him. Nie Fengming weaved left and right, finally dodging this sudden wild attack of Qilong's. He was almost drenched in cold sweat by fear. It was fortunate that he had plenty of battle experience. If someone weaker were in his place, they would certainly have been pummeled silly, falling in bafflement beneath these flurry of wild punches before they could even show what they could do. Nie Fengming gradually got used to this unreasonable and brutish method of attacking. He began to inject some counterattacks in between his initial dodging. The two fighters went back and forth exchanging blows, throwing punches and kicks. The fighting was intense. It was difficult to determine who would win anytime soon. Watching this, Tang Yu's eyebrows quirked and a slight smile emerged on his face. At the beginning, Qilong's disorganized attack made him think that this youth was the weakest representative of the new cadet regiment, perhaps only included to make up the numbers. But now from the looks of it, he had misjudged. His seemingly reckless actions were actually very systematic. Every attack was directed at a tricky spot which would harass the opponent. Even more astounding was the fact that the trajectory of his every attack also shielded all the fatal weaknesses and openings of his own body very well. If the opponent wanted to strike those spots, he would have to choose to battle it out with Qilong with brute force, otherwise his efforts would be futile. Colonel Tang Yu was filled with silent admiration. Who'd have thought that there would be so many highly talented youths among this year's freshmen? This youth especially, had progressed even further than his previous two teammates in the realm of physical skills. It could even be said that, while others were still at the stage of learning through mimicry, he had already begun to seek out and develop a combat style exclusive to himself. Tang Yu's gaze was involuntarily drawn to peer at the area below the stage. There were still 2 more youths, would they be just as outstanding? In the rest area of the Leingia Mecha clan, the expressions of many had turned extremely ugly. Who the heck was this youth? Why could he fight evenly with their previous vice-regiment commander? Lin Jidong could not help but ask Boss Hua beside him, Boss Hua, can you tell what level that youth is at? As Qi Long was the primary attacker right now, with Nie Fengming defending passively, it was hard to tell for now what realm the opponent's physical skills were at. Boss Hua responded dispassionately, it won't be lower than Fengming's by much, otherwise Fengming would not be so passive. However, this is just temporary. No matter how strong someone at the early stages of Qi Jin was, they would not be able to hinder Nie Fengming to this extent, that youth on the field was certain to already be at the middle stages of Qi Jin. The only question was which minor level in the middle stages he was at. Lin Jidong's face paled at these words, and he said with a rasp, middle stage Qi Jin. How can this be? For the past few years, even if the freshmen had great talent, some admitted at the level of Qi Jin, they would still only have just stepped into early stage Qi Jin. Take Zhang Jing'an for example. Looking back throughout the history of the military academy, it was still only that 1 year 20 years ago, when General Ling Xiao had entered the academy, that a student had entered the school already at the middle stage of Qi Jin. It had caused a rather large commotion back then. With a troubled expression, Lin Jidong looked towards that youth engaged in a close fight on the stage with Nie Fengming. Could this be the aberrant Zhang Jing'an had been talking about? With much difficulty, Lin Jidong pressed down the shock in his heart to say resentfully, I just knew it. For the 3rd round they would definitely send out the strongest one in their team. Luckily I had arranged for Senior Fengming to fight. If he had sent out their weakest member here, they would very likely have already lost this match. He had initially thought to easily finish off the other side with a breezy 3-0, yet the score was now already 1-1. However, Lin Jidong still hoped that Leingia could be ahead in points overall, so they would be able to fight from a superior position instead of being pressured to perform with a disadvantage in the count. Hearing this, Boss Hua could not help but glance at the rest area of the new cadet regiment. Was this youth on the stage right now really their strongest fighter? Why had there been a sudden flash of cold air just earlier, which had made fear stir in his heart? Was it an illusion, or was there some powerful instructor from the academy present? Boss Hua could not find an answer, and so could only set aside the concerns in his heart and continue to watch the fight on the stage. Meanwhile, on the side of the new cadet regiment, only Wu Jiong remained by Ling Lan's side. He was clenching his fists, expression nervous as he kept a close watch on the stage. Seeing Qi Long push back the opponent again and again, he could not hold back the joy from his face as he turned to Ling Lan and asked, Boss Lan, don't you think Qi Long has a chance to win this match? Qi Long was fighting so well, and he had always been very strong, he would not disappoint them. Right then, Ling Lan had her arms folded across her chest as she coolly watched the moves exchanged by the fighters on the stage. This was her usual habit, copying the combat moves of the real world and feeding them into the learning space. Besides being able to earn some amount of contribution points this way, she could also obtain the improved and further refined ultimate moves developed by the instructors based on the moves she fed the learning space for free. From Ling Lan's perspective, this could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. To Wu Jiong's question, she replied instantly, the fight has just begun, it is too early to determine. Frankly, Ling Lan could see very clearly that it actually was not impossible for Qi Long to win, but the probability was extremely small. Even though he seemed to be fighting his opponent evenly for now, the fight appearing to be extremely exciting, Ling Lan could clearly sense that the flow of the match was already gradually leaning in favor of Nie Fengming. If Qi Long continued to fight like this, his chances of winning would only keep decreasing. But would Qi Long change his fighting style? No. Thus, Qi Long's loss, Ling Lan could already almost see it. However, it was not completely impossible, all of it would depend on whether Qi Long could achieve a personal breakthrough on the stage. To overpower the strong from a weaker position, the chance lay in securing a breakthrough during the fight, and Qi Long truly had the potential to do so. Ling Lan could not help but recall the time back when they had been 6 years old, during the entrance test of the Central Scout Academy. Qi Long's combat moves had been extremely immature, but he had unexpectedly achieved a personal breakthrough then. Perhaps she could place a little hope on this. The people below the stage were nervous and conflicted, while the two on the stage were getting more and more engrossed in their fight. Qi Long's combat style had always been attack, 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 with no pauses to take stock or defend. He was the type who became more and more berserk as he fought. The more pressure he was under, the harder he fought back. In Ling Lan's words, he was an unkillable Rochi. Therefore, despite Nie Fengming having the upper hand in terms of the flow of the match, in terms of attack, Qi Long seemed to be on a roll. With the exception of people like Ling Lan whose realm was high enough to discern the true face of things, the other people were all watching as if through cloud and mist. Even if Lei Tang was extremely confident in Nie Fengming, they could not help but find their hearts beating erratically at this moment. What's going on? Lin Jidong was flustered. Boss Hua, didn't you say Senior Fengming would take control of the situation? Why isn't there any sign of this even now? Boss Hua's thick eyebrows knitted tightly, and he replied, don't rush, keep watching. The opponent is not weak, but I estimate that he is weaker than Fengming by one minor level. Boss Hua, you've made out the levels. Pleasant surprise bloomed on Lin Jidong's face. As long as the opponent was not stronger than Senior Fengming, he was not afraid. HN. The spots that the opponent has been attacking are all the weak points of Fengming's moves, making it very uncomfortable for Fengming to fight. Boss Hua's eyebrows remained locked together. The opponent seems to know Fengming's combat moves very well, leading Fengming to be countered at every turn. Still, even so, the opponent has no way of taking Fengming down. Based on this point alone, we can tell that the opponent's strength is weaker than Fengming's, otherwise Fengming would be finding it even more difficult to fight. Then, when will Senior Fengming be able to turn the situation around? Lin Jidong's combat realm was too low, so he really could not tell anything much from watching. He could only ask Boss Hua once again. Boss Hua answered, wait patiently for a little longer. It should be soon. He had barely finished saying that when he suddenly smiled and added, there's no need to wait anymore. Fengming is already turning things around now. He should finish off the opponent very quickly. Only at this point did Boss Hua notice the shifting of the flow towards Fengming. The time it took for him to come to this conclusion was obviously behind Ling Lan's. It was clear to see that in terms of vision, Boss Hua was no match for Ling Lan. However, Boss Hua was still astounded enough at the capability of this year's freshman. Thinking back to when they had first entered the academy, there had only been one early-stage Qi Jin combat master, and that had already been enough to send the military academy into rapture, pooling their resources to focus on cultivating that talent. Who could have imagined that this year, Qi Jin stage combat masters were almost like a dime a dozen, popping out one after the other? Was it because Qi Jin masters were now mainstream, or had their year just been too lousy? Could it be that the military academy is about to be turned upside down? For some reason, Boss Hua suddenly had this thought, but he very soon shook it out of his head. In the military academy, the determination of whether one was strong did not depend on physical skills, but on mecha control. Perhaps, 2 years later, they would be able to see if these talented youths were equally aberrant when it came to mecha control. On the stage, as expected, the flow of the match was developing as Ling Lan had predicted. Nie Fengming had become used to Qi Long's berserker-style attack mode, and was slowly turning the situation around. Qi Long's initially fierce attacks gradually toned down, and his attacks even seemed to give off a sense of being forced and restricted. With this, everyone believed that, not too long after, Nie Fengming would certainly be able to defeat his opponent, clinching the victory for this round. However, everyone had been too idealistic. Another 50 to 60 moves passed, and still there was no sign of Qi Long's defeated figure. Even though he was not fighting as freely and wildly as he did at the start, he was still holding on. Another 10 minutes passed, and Qi Long was still holding on. 20 minutes passed, and Qi Long was still holding on. 30 minutes went by, and Qi Long was still holding on. F***CK, that freshman is really an indestructible cockroach. Qi Long's tenacity finally gained him the admiration and respect of some of the older cadets. How was this freshman so tenacious and resistant to damage? Several times, it was obvious that he had been struck by Nie Fengming's fists and legs. Many people thought that Qilong would be injured by this, and that even if he was not hurt, he would still end up shifting his posture and attack stance due to the pain, leading him to lose the ability to use his offense as defense. Of course, once that happened, Nie Fengming would jump on the chance to launch consecutive attacks and bring him down completely. But surprisingly, even after taking several attacks, Qilong seemed not to feel anything. The attack motions of his hands were not at all affected. Instead, Nie Fengming was greatly shocked by Qilong's pain-free reaction, so much so that he forgot to continue attacking. This gave Qilong a breather and he forcefully tided his way through the attack. Damn, does that fellow not have any pain receptors? Many times they saw Nie Fengming's forceful fist strike the other's body. Even the audience watching from below could feel their bodies ache in sympathetic pain, but Qilong remained indifferent, no change at all in his expression. What a monster! Even if his strength was weaker than themselves, meeting such an opponent would cause anyone to have a headache. Frankly, Nie Fengming currently indeed found himself presented with a terrible headache. He even wondered if this youth before him was a robot, just cloaked in a layer of human skin. Looks like this match has turned into a fight of endurance. Now we just need to see who runs out of stamina first. Those who were astute had already figured out that the outcome of the fight would not be determined anytime soon. That body of Qilong's is truly abnormal. Even though he's hit, it looks as if he was only tickled. This match is going to drag on for a while. It would be great if the opponent could be worn down. Wu Jiong stared excitedly at the stage. Every time he saw Qilong fight, he would be unbelievably excited. It could not be helped, Qilong's combat style was just like that, every punch meeting flesh, no flares and dramatics, his pure strength doing all the talking. The opponent is extremely collected. At present, Qilong has no advantage. Ling Lan replied with a frown. Qilong may be acting extremely nonchalant, but she had still seen his face twitch slightly whenever he had been hit. It wasn't that it didn't hurt, Qilong was just suppressing it by force. Great. Each one of this bunch of brats is even more tolerant than the one before. They were all bloody, turning into Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 1 now. She could only hope Qilong's internal injuries were not too severe, otherwise he would not be able to hold up for long. Ling Lan worried in her heart. Ling Lan actually did not mind whether Qilong won or lost. She only hoped that Qilong would be able to find a chance to break through during this match, pushing past his current bottleneck. Mind you, Qilong had been stuck at middle stage Qijin for almost a full year now. Although she had sought Qilong out whenever she had time to spar with him and put him through the ringer, the effects had been insignificant. Perhaps Qilong had already gotten used to her combat methods, for his bottleneck had not budged at all from their sessions. This was also why Ling Lan had chosen to let Qilong clash with the second strongest on the opposing team. Even as Ling Lan plotted to ensure the final victory would be theirs, she also hoped Qilong would be able to benefit from this fight. The opponent is pulling away. Wu Jiong suddenly stood up to shout. At the same time, the development playing out on the stage made Ling Lan's brow crease into a deep furrow. Nie Fengming, who had been fighting close to Qilong all this while, suddenly retreated, distancing himself from Qilong. Qilong had never been a fighter who relied on speed. He was unable to keep up with the opponent's unexpected move, and a considerable distance was put between them. A cold light flashed through Ling Lan's eyes. She knew that Nie Fengming was probably about to unleash some ultimate move. Sure enough, Nie Fengming suddenly crouched low and then sprang up into the air. Airborne, a surge of qi seemed to flow from the soles of his feet into his right arm. With an audible tearing sound, Nie Fengming's right arm bulged, the rippling muscles tore through his school uniform, his sleeves turning into tatters. Pneumatic punch. Nie Fengming shouted, his right hand clenched into a tight fist which was hurtling towards Qilong. Good timing. The fighting spirit in Qilong's eyes flared. Even if he knew he was no match for the opponent, Qilong would never cower. He resolutely threw out his own right fist in response, take my 1-inch punch. Only the third form of 1-inch punch would be able to help him weather this move. Seeing this scene unfold, even someone as calm and composed as Ling Lan could no longer sit still. She stood up abruptly, her expression coldly focused as she waited for the final outcome. The two punches collided with a loud boom. Endless energy surged from the two fists, radiating out from where the fists were connected. This surge of energy shook the entire stage, causing the stage to actually emit groaning noises, creaking as it began to quake. Beneath the feet of the two fighters, the ground suddenly shattered. Of course, this was just virtual 3D imaging, but it made the audience feel as if it were real. It was as if the stage beneath the fighters' feet would really be unable to hold on past the next second and thoroughly collapse. The cracks spread rapidly outwards. The speed and range of those around Nie Fengming were slower and smaller, while those around Qi Long were quicker and larger. This point alone proved that the stacked strength Qi Long was wielding with the aid of the third form of 1-inch punch was still a bracket inferior to the opponent's in terms of internal energy. If not, the feedback force beneath his feet would not be so large one. Both fists stayed connected for several seconds. In the end, the two of them could not withstand the opposing forces and were sent flying back at the same time. With a somersault in the air, Nie Fengming dispersed the reaction force and landed soundly on one corner of the stage. Still, even so, he felt his qi and blood roiling in his chest, a sickly sweet coppery taste at the back of his throat surging to get out. He clenched his teeth and forcefully pushed back this bloody qi. As the second strongest person in Leitang for physical skills combat, he would not allow himself to be visibly injured on the stage. This was his pride. Meanwhile, Qi Long was in a worse state. He had no way of dispersing the energy as casually as Nie Fengming had. He was instantly sent flying, and in the air, he could not stop himself from spewing out a mouthful of blood. Qi Long's body had initially already been injured by the opponent, he had merely been suppressing it by relying on his tough body. However, at this moment, being pressured by this tremendous surge of Qi Jin from the opponent, he could no longer hold back the extent of his injuries. Not only that, this forceful clash had heaped yet more injury on top of his previous injuries, thus resulting in his spewing of blood the moment he was sent flying. Qi Long was not as vain as Nie Fengming. Since he could not do it, he might as well not force it. He allowed his body to slam heavily onto the stage, leaving a dent on the already crumbling stage. Qi Long pressed a hand to his chest as he fell to the ground. By this time, Colonel Tenji had already come up to his side, and he crouched down to ask, "Qi Long, can you still fight?" He did not ask him whether he admitted defeat, instead asking whether he could still fight. This was because the impression Qi Long had made in Colonel Tenji's mind was that he was a youth who absolutely would not admit defeat. Qi Long's lips split into a wide grin as he replied loudly, "Fight. Why wouldn't I fight? As long as I can still move, I'll fight till the end." Even though Qi Long had no dignity to speak of at this moment, his mouth and lips all coated with blood, looking somewhat frightening, his grin and those words and tone filled with conviction moved Colonel Tenji. Qi Long's honest face carried a look of determination and a somewhat silly smile, but it was much purer than those clever people and their schemes. He was someone who devoted his entire body and soul into combat. This kind of person would often climb much higher than those intelligent prodigies, walking further than they ever could. Colonel Tenji felt his initially cold and hardened heart begin to burn, and he shouted out loud, "Good. Then let the fight continue." Tenji abruptly stood up and took 2 steps back to stand in the middle of the stage. This meant that the match was in a temporary timeout. The fight would need his declaration to resume. A trace of gratitude flashed across Qi Long's drooping eyes. He looked to be unbelievably guileless, like such a nice guy, but Han Jijian had always claimed he was in fact very black-bellied. He understood all the things he truly needed to understand. Indeed, that was true. Like right now, Colonel Tenji's actions may not have been explicitly explained, but Qi Long still understood that the other was helping him. Interrupting the fight was extremely advantageous to Qi Long. This gave him a chance to catch his breath and deal somewhat with his injuries. It also gave him the time to settle his chaotic Qi Jin to restore some of his fighting strength. Qi Long did not sit to rest, but slowly climbed off the ground. He could not let Colonel Tenji's good intentions be noticed by anyone else. Colonel Tenji saw Qi Long's slow movements, and a trace of approval flashed through his eyes. Able to use the time he had to recover his strength without any outward signs, this silly little fellow was not truly silly. However, this was even better. There were way too many plots and schemes in this world, even someone as formidable as God-class operator General Ling Xiao had not been able. To avoid being set up and harmed, a little adaptability was never out of place. Although Qi Long had obtained a chance to catch his breath, the time was not very long. In the span of a few breaths, Qi Long had stood up straight again. "Can we start now?" Tang Yu asked Qi Long once again. Seeing Qi Long nod, he then turned to ask the same to Nie Fengming, and seeing Nie Fengming nod as well, he waved his arm and yelled, "The fight continues." During the time when Colonel Tang Yu had paused the match, Lin Jidong had not been able to stop himself from frowning. He said, "Boss Hua, Colonel Tang Yu seems to be intentionally dragging the time." Even though Colonel Tang Yu was the teacher advisor of Lei Tang's regiment commander Qiao Ting. With regards to this wagered battle, Colonel Tang Yu was obviously leaning towards the side of the new cadet regiment. Colonel Tang Yu has a very favorable impression of this batch of new cadets. Looks like the 6-person quota of next year has largely been decided now, Boss Hua sighed. Initially, he had hoped Lei Tang's freshmen would be able to secure 1 or 2 of the slots, but now, it looked like the chances were low. Lin Jidong gaped and said, "You're saying, these freshmen? What do you think? Able to represent the new cadet regiment, these must be their strongest. And these people will undoubtedly be the future students of the Mecha classes. Just the 3 freshmen who have already come out to fight are already enough to please Colonel Tang Yu. I only hope that the next 2 are truly, as you say, the weakest of the new cadet regiment's lineup. That way, our Lei Tang freshmen may still have some hope of becoming Colonel Tang Yu's students." Lin Jidong could see Boss Hua's displeasure, and said in response, "Boss Hua, as long as we win this wagered battle, we will be able to take in the entire new cadet regiment. Then, Colonel Tang Yu will still be the Mecha instructor of Lei Tang." "You're not wrong, but outsiders will never truly put their full effort into serving Lei Tang. I will still rest easier if our own Lei Tang people manage to obtain some slots," said Boss Hua with a solemn tone. People they added in from the outside could be utilized, and utilized well at that, but the full future of Lei Tang could not be entrusted to them. If by any chance the other held some grudge in their hearts and betrayed them from the inside, then it would truly be a tragedy for Lei Tang. Lin Jidong's heart clenched in fright, and he hurried to nod and say, "Boss Hua speaks truly. I will be careful. There is still 1 year's time. By whatever means, I will find a way to let Colonel Tang Yu accept one of Lei Tang's best talents." At that, Boss Hua was finally satisfied. "That'll be fine." Lin Jidong went silent however, beginning to wonder whether his initial thinking had been too simple. As Boss Hua had said, could outsiders really become the future pillars of Lei Tang? On the stage, following Colonel Tang Yu's declaration to begin, Nie Fengming pounced. The opponent looked like he was at the end of his rope. If he did not attack now, was he going to wait until the opponent had recovered even more to fight? Nie Fengming would not let this opportunity go by. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, every punch landed on flesh. Even though Qi Long had gained some time, it had not been enough for the roiling Qi gene in his body to settle back to normal. Therefore, when Nie Fengming attacked, despite wanting to punch back and block, Qi Long found that he actually no longer had the strength to swing his fists. He could only watch helplessly as he was struck. Following these few punches, a great amount of blood once more poured from Qi Long's mouth. It went without question that his internal injuries were worsening. Qi Long did not know how much longer he could hold on for, but he could not resign himself to being defeated just like that. He thought of Luo Lang, who had been willing to take the risk and activate his innate talent for the sake of victory, and he also thought of Leingia who, despite losing, had savagely taken a chunk of the opponent's flesh in recompense too. Qi Long's eyes once again blazed with fire. What his companions could do, he needed to be able to do too. Even if he could not win, he would make the opponent pay a hefty price. Qi Long's mind became sharper and sharper. Even if he did not have any strength left to swing his fists, his eyes were locked tight on the opponent's fists, watching as those fists struck his body again and again. How did it feel like to watch personally as he was tormented by another? Qi Long did not know. All Qi Long knew was that he had not been able to clearly see the opponent's fists at first, but those fists gradually slowed down in his vision, until it seemed as if they were moving in slow motion. Individual still frames in his eyes. From the moment the opponent began circulating his chi, to the channeling of power into his fists, all of it was presented before him. The attack trajectory of the punches were so clear, unlike before when he had to estimate where the opponent would attack from. Now, he could see so clearly just by using his eyes, he could even determine from his vision which part was the point powering the attack just from its trajectory. He knew that as long as his fist hit that spot, not only would he not feel the other's strength, that strength would also backfire on the opponent. But he just *MN couldn't move right now. If he could move, he would be able to hit that spot, and he believed that he would not lose. Qilong was currently extremely frustrated. If he still had the energy, if he could still fight back, at this moment, Qilong found to his pleasant surprise that his hand had moved. However, it could not keep up with the speed he needed, he had no way of reaching that spot with the time it would take his hand to get there. No, he could not give up just like this. Right then, Qilong could no longer feel the intense pain throughout his body. At that moment, there was only one thought in his mind, faster, faster, and even faster, to let his fist reach that spot in the time he needed it to. Ling Lan, who had initially sat down again and was just watching Qilong be abused, was forcefully holding back her desire to step in. When she saw Qilong's fist twitch, her eyes abruptly brightened. However, Ling Lan feared that this was just a subconscious action of Qilong's, and so remained reserved. But when she saw Qilong's speed become increasingly faster, actually exceeding his original top speed in the end, she stood up once more. At this moment, Ling Lan's eyes revealed her pleasant surprise. Could Qilong really be this lucky? Actually breaking through in this sort of hopeless situation? Bam! 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 These were the sounds of punches striking flesh. Nie Fengming's forehead was already coated with layers of sweat tracks. He did not know how many iron fists he had landed on the opponent's body, but other than some muscle spasms right at the start and some minor reactions to the pain, the opponent had actually not displayed any signs of feeling in the following few attacks. Not only that, the pressure the opponent was exerting on him was getting heavier and heavier, he was even beginning to question whether he was actually fighting a human being anymore. Nie Fengming's attacks became increasingly quicker, his fists raining down on Qilong's body like a torrential downpour. The blood flowing from Qilong's lips continued to increase, until he was puking it out by the mouthful. Everyone thought that Qilong no longer had any ability to fight back, that he would only be able to stand there and let Nie Fengming beat him as he liked. Even Colonel Tang Yu could not help but wonder whether he should just announce Qilong's loss, but Qilong's eyes were still shining with determination. It was as if he had never lost his ability to fight, and was only waiting for the opportune chance. Bam! This sound was different from the ones before it. Everyone stared in astonishment at the youth with his blood-soaked grin. Qilong, who seemed as if he had no strength left to lift his fist and block, had actually managed to lift his fist to accurately meet the other's attacking fist. That sound just now was precisely the sound of the meeting of the two fists. Great! Right here and now, even those seniors who did not think well of the new cadets could not help but cheer for Qilong. Such an unkillable cockroach, under such circumstances, which everyone had thought was completely hopeless, he had finally counterattacked. What is this? Nie Fengming's expression finally changed. He began to doubt himself, could it be that his fists had no strength at all behind them? Was this why he was unable to bring down the opponent, finally giving the other a chance to counterattack? Fengming, don't blank out, continue to fight. Boss Hua saw Nie Fengming's expression of confusion, and quickly stood up to shout him out of it. As an outside observer, he could naturally tell that Qilong's internal injuries had already reached a limit. Nie Fengming would only need to add on a few more hits to completely defeat the opponent, no, perhaps just one more hit would do. Nie Fengming quickly regained his senses. With a grit of his teeth, he swung his fists up again and sent them punching out fiercely at this youth before him. Bam! What he struck was still the opponent's fist. The other had not punched any slower than he had, perfectly intercepting his own punch at the point where his strength had not reached its maximum, preventing him from using his full strength. It felt as horrible as being purposefully interrupted just when one was planning to relieve one's bowels. 3. I do not believe you can keep intercepting my fists. Nie Fengming was already heated up from the battle. His fists rained down like a thunderstorm, but every punch was intercepted by Qi Long, each one intercepted at that most uncomfortable spot. Arg! After punching for who knows how many times, Nie Fengming suddenly felt the hot blood roiling in his chest. His mouth opened and a mouthful of blood sprayed out, staining Qi Long's chest. The many accurate blocks had caused his strength to be repressed, forced back into his body since it could not be released. After these multiple stunted attacks, his internal organs could no longer handle the accumulated backflow of energy, finally resulting in internal damage, causing him to no longer be able to hold back from puking blood. What's going on? Why is Nie Fengming throwing up blood too? The opponent didn't even hit him. The spectating people were all dumbfounded. Even some of those combat experts were boggled, with only a few people at a higher realm becoming speculative. Inside the Wuji box, Han Yu, Wei Ji, and the rest, who had initially been happily chatting and joking around, not thinking much of this match, finally found their expressions twisting in shock. Han Yu in particular could not help but exclaim, "What the bloody hell is going on? It can't be that this is a supernatural encounter, right?" The opponent was clearly not as skilled as Nie Fengming, and he had already been pummeled by Nie Fengming till he was half crippled. Even stranger was the fact that Nie Fengming had not been hit whatsoever. How then had he mysteriously gotten injured to the point that he was puking out blood? Li Lanfeng and Zhao Jun shared a glance, Zhao Jun's eyes similarly brimming with confusion. This was because there was no one who could intercept an opponent so many times at the precise spot where the opponent's strength was the weakest. As this bizarre situation had never occurred before, most people just could not conceive of it, and hence were unable to figure things out. Li Lanfeng's eyes remained as calm as before, but inside his heart, he kept thinking that those movements were rather familiar. It was as if somewhere deep in his memory, someone else had done something similar before. When Nie Fengming began throwing up blood, he had no choice but to stop attacking. He leapt back abruptly, pulling away, thinking that Qi Long would follow him, but unexpectedly, Qi Long only stood there, not moving a single step. Instead, Qi Long's eyes were wide as he continued to sport his split-mouthed grin, backdropped by his bloody face. His expression seemed rather stiff and eerie. Nie Fengming swiped at the blood on the corner of his lips, eyes trained on this unbeatable youth before him. No matter how steady and level-headed he was, at this moment, he could not help but become anxious internally. He sorely wished he could strike this detestable youth down with one punch and end this unending sticky candy of a match. Fengming, be patient. Right then, Nie Fengming heard a familiar voice ring out from behind him. Turning to look, he saw that Boswa had already come up to the edge of the stage, and was giving him a quiet reminder. As long as the people by the stage did not climb onto the stage, verbal communication was within allowed parameters during the fights. Thus, Ling Lan's words to Leingia, as well as Boswa's words now to Nie Fengming, were all considered legal actions. Neither side would have any objections. Nie Fengming nodded at Boswa, his initially slightly restless and impatient heart settling down. He turned once more to look at the motionless Qi Long. It was just as Boswa had said, the current Qi Long was not the Qi Long at the beginning of the match. Even though he looked half-crippled, for Nie Fengming to truly defeat the other, he needed to first find a way to avoid the other's perfectly timed interceptions. Nie Fengming took a deep breath and moved. However, the direction he chose to attack in was no longer straight on, but from the side. He was betting that Qi Long's broken body was unable to move. As expected, Qi Long's body did not move, his head did not even twitch. Only one fist again appeared abruptly before his eyes, again aiming for that most uncomfortable spot. So the side doesn't work. Nie Fengming leapt back the moment his fist bumped Qi Long's. He then once again changed directions to get behind Qi Long. This scene made everyone cry out in shock, because they all knew what Nie Fengming was planning. He wanted to attack Qi Long from behind. This action might seem somewhat unsporting, but on the battlefield, there was no such thing as fairness. Only the person who survived would be the winner. However, were things really as he imagined them to be? Just as his foot was about to hit Qilong's back, he suddenly found that a large fist was once more before his eyes, accurately striking the side of his kneecap. There was a crack. This was the sound of a joint being dislocated. Qilong's strength had accurately struck at the most fragile spot on Nie Fengming's leg, finally causing Nie Fengming to grunt involuntarily. Nie Fengming was no ordinary person. Even though his knee had been unexpectedly dislocated by Qilong, he did not yell out. With a stomp of his left leg, he flew backwards to once again stand at his original position. However, now he was using only his left leg as his support. His right leg was dragging on the ground, no longer able to exert any energy. Qilong had in fact not turned around completely. He had only shifted half a step, but this half step had been enough for Qilong to obtain the angle he needed to swing his fist, intercepting the opponent's attack in a timely manner while bringing him the unexpected benefit of wounding the other. Further. With this, the outcome of the match was once more shrouded in mystery. It was possible for either side to win or lose. After all, one person's body was heavily injured, while the other's right knee was dislocated. The scales of the match were once again balanced. At this point, even Boswo from Leingia could not help but frown, because now even he could not tell how this match would turn out. He peered at Qilong, who was still wearing that bloody grin, and felt that that grin of his was really too creepy and unnatural. In his memory, the other had seemed to be like this ever since he had begun using that inscrutable fist to intercept Nie Fengming's attacks. Could it be? Boswo's gaze lit up, and both his eyes locked onto Qilong, tracking him closely. The fight was still ongoing. Even though Nie Fengming's knee was dislocated, this did not prevent him from attacking. Very soon, Qilong and Nie Fengming were once more engaged in combat. This time, Boswo did not spare any of his attention on Nie Fengming. He put his entire focus on Qilong. Whether it was Qilong's smile or gaze or even his reflexive actions, Boswo missed none of it. In the end, his eyes brightened even more. He had discovered what condition Qilong was in right now. Apparently, Qilong was already at his limit. The grin on his face was not a true grin, only there because Qilong just did not have any spare energy to shift the muscles of his face. He had funneled all his remaining energy into his fists. As long as Nie Fengming continued to harass Qilong, and drain all his energy, the other would fall in due time. While Boswo was just figuring out Qilong's condition, Ling Lan, as Qilong's boss, had already begun frowning deeply the moment Nie Fengming had chosen to attack Qilong's back. When Qilong had shifted that half-step to counterattack, the furrow of Ling Lan's brow had deepened even further. That's right, at that point, when no one else had noticed anything, Ling Lan had already discerned that Qilong was already running on fumes. For that half-step, Qilong had had to hold back the agonizing pain all across his body to move with a Herculean effort. Beneath both of Qilong's almost immobile feet were two average-sized puddles. The puddles did not consist of the blood Qilong had spat out from his mouth, but of sweat which had poured from his body when he had pushed through the pain to execute that half-step. Ling Lan closed her eyes in regret, feeling sorry for Qilong. She knew Qilong's personality well. As long as there was a chance of winning, he would not think of losing at all. However, Qilong's breakthrough had still been too late. His internal injuries were too severe, his broken body simply could not support his counterattack. However, this pity Ling Lan felt only lasted for a brief instant. What she prioritized the most was still the improvement Qilong had gained in this match. Trading one defeat for Qilong's breakthrough, Ling Lan felt that this was unbelievably worth it. Fengming, don't be so one-minded. Attack from all angles, shouted Boswo once again. Nie Fengming had the utmost trust in his boss. Thus, hearing his boss's instructions, he did not pause to think about it. With a spring of his left leg, he flew into the air like a large bird of prey. This time, he did not attack Qilong directly, but in accordance with Boswo's instructions, he came up behind Qilong. And then he leapt into the air once more, sending a fist hurtling towards Qilong's lower back. With a bam, the two fists collided forcefully. Although Qilong tried his best to turn around, his battered body would not allow him to abuse it a second time. finally lodging its protest. This time, Qilong only managed to shift a small half-step, even smaller than that of the first time. Although he did manage to turn, it was not a complete turn, so he did not have the time nor the space and angle to disrupt the opponent's attack. In order to protect his body, he could only take this attack by force. This was the first direct Qi-Jin confrontation between Qilong and Nie Fengming since Qilong's breakthrough. The difference was that this attack of Nie Fengming's was of a tentative nature, and so did not contain his full power, so Qilong managed to bear it. The two fists could be seen to push against each other for about 1 to 2 seconds, and then Nie Fengming was sent flying back by the rebound force of the collision. Meanwhile, Qilong's body swayed violently in place, and the blood which had stopped flowing began to trickle from his mouth once again. Still, even so, he did not retreat even half a step. It was not that Qilong did not want to retreat, but once he did, the breath holding him upright would escape. Even under these circumstances, Qilong still did not want to give up, because he did not want to lose to anyone other than Boss. In Qilong's mind, he could only lose to Ling Lan. As expected, Nie Fengming landed on one foot, because his other leg was powerless, and to stabilize himself, he had to take several hops back. Though he looked a little clumsy and disheveled, all this could not stop him from smiling. Due to Boshua's advice, he had found Qilong's fatal weakness. It turned out that Qilong was really already at his limit, and could no longer turn around. Has it still been exposed in the end? Ling Lan sighed. Even though Ling Lan had known that Qilong's weakness would eventually be discovered by the opponent, Ling Lan had still hoped for a lucky fluke in her heart. She had hoped that Qilong would have a chance to defeat the other before he was figured out by the opponent. Since Nie Fengming had discovered Qilong's weakness, he naturally did not prolong the fight. He once again moved to Qilong's back and attacked with a rapid fist. Qilong was still holding on. From the stage, sound after sound of fists colliding could be heard. Following the increase of Nie Fengming's strength, the swaying of Qilong's body became more and more extreme. The blood never stopped flowing from his mouth, instead increasing in volume with time, until it was flowing out like water. Now was the time. Nie Fengming sensed the power levels from Qilong's fists once more, and his eyes instantly shone with a radiant light. The next move would be when the outcome would be decided. With just one more punch, he would defeat Qilong. However, he did not want to end things like this. As the second strongest combat expert within the military academy, this fight with Qilong had greatly hurt his pride. Under the situation where he had the full upper hand, he had actually been inflicted with internal injury in a mysterious way. Moreover, the opponent had even found a chance to dislocate his knee. Nie Fengming felt that this performance of his was a disgrace. If he could not utterly crush the opponent, he would never be able to lift his head before the people of Leingia. A trace of cruelty flashed through Nie Fengming's eyes. He took in a powerful breath, concentrating all the Qi Jin in his body, and shouted, "Pneumatic punch." Bosua stood up abruptly, yelling in shock, "Fengming, stop." On the stage, Tang Yu's expression changed drastically. With a shift, his body sprung into motion, prepared to stop this highly destructive ultimate move of Nie Fengming. If some major casualty occurred in these fights he was refereeing, it would be a great dereliction of duty. There was a thwack, clearly distinct from the dull thumps of fists hitting flesh. This sound was obviously much crisper. Everyone found to their shock that, heaven knows when, another person had appeared on the stage. He stood between Nie Fengming and Qilong, easily holding Nie Fengming's fist with one hand. The fluttering of his sleeve proved that this person had just rushed onto the scene. His fist in the other's palm, Nie Fengming's first feeling was that the other's strength was like a bottomless ocean. When the explosive power contained in his fists charged at the other, it was like a stone dropping into a tranquil sea, with nary a splash nor ripple. It was truly as if his strength had been swallowed whole by the boundless depths of the ocean. This feeling lasted for only a brief instant, and then Nie Fengming perceived the opponent's strength as a large mountain. He was only standing there without counterattacking, but Nie Fengming could not budge an inch. What frightened Nie Fengming even more was the extremely cold air the other was currently emitting. Nie Fengming accidentally made eye contact with the other, and saw endless blood-soaked killing intent. Nie Fengming's spirit and body were both already at their limits to begin with, his mental resistance at its lowest. This surge of bloody killing intent struck deep into his inner mind, inciting endless terror, and his body actually began to tremble uncontrollably. Colonel Tang Yu had finally rushed to Nie Fengming's side by this time, but he was a step too late. When he saw that Nie Fengming's attack had been intercepted by a passing stranger one, he instantly let out a sigh of relief. However, he soon calmed down and was shocked by a realization. He had in fact been the person closest to Nie Fengming, but the other had arrived a step ahead of him. Didn't this prove that the other was stronger than him? Tang Yu stared in stupefied wonder at the other. The person was dressed in the regular green military academy uniform, was neither tall nor short, and his figure was somewhat on the slender side, but without the sense of fragile delicacy Luo Lang exuded. His straight-backed figure seemed to contain boundless energy, otherwise, he would not have been able to stop Nie Fengming's attack so easily without any harm to himself. Most surprising was the fact that though he looked extremely cold-hearted and ruthless, this still could not conceal his young and immature face. That unfamiliar face and that extremely common freshman uniform instantly allowed Colonel Tang Yu to know the other's identity. Tang Yu was not planning to berate the other. After all, Nie Fengming's last attack had indeed been too vicious. As teammates from the same group, wanting to save a comrade was perfectly justified. Tang Yu approved of it. However, before Tang Yu could ask any questions, the students below the stage had already begun to exclaim. "Who is that? How did he suddenly appear on the stage? Yeah, when did he go up?" As the newcomer had moved too fast, many students whose realm was not high enough yet had only managed to see that a person had appeared on the stage out of thin air. They could not see how the other had gotten there, which was why they were so baffled. That person's speed has almost reached the limits of the human body. Those people with adequate vision within the boxes all acknowledged this point, stunned to the depths of their heart. Although they did not know the other's background, without discussing it beforehand, they all mutually noted his appearance, determined to investigate once they went back to find out who he was. Tang Yu's complexion very quickly returned to normal, and he said to the person, "Cadet, thank you very much for your assistance. However, the fight is still in progress. Please leave the stage." "That's unnecessary. This round, we, the new cadet regiment, have lost," announced Ling Lan dispassionately. Tang Yu was taken aback, unsure whether the other could speak on behalf of the new cadet regiment, when from below the stage, the new cadet regiment representative Wu Jong could be heard to call out, "That's right, we, the new cadet regiment, admit defeat for this round." Since the representative of the new cadet regiment had acknowledged the loss, Tang Yu did not raise any questions, instantly declaring, "The third round, 5th year Nie Fengming wins. The overall score is 2-1, Leingia Mecha clan in the lead over the new cadet regiment." Tang Yu had barely finished his announcement when Ling Lan turned to look at the stubbornly upright Qi Long behind her. A surge of sour pain coursed through her heart. Although she had wanted Qi Long to break through, she had never intended for Qi Long to end up in such a terrible state, becoming so gravely injured. If she had not managed to intercept Nie Fengming's blow in time, the force of it would have shattered most of Qi Long's bones. Even if he managed to recover, Qi Long's initially amazingly sturdy body would be downgraded by several levels, perhaps even choking off Qi Long's boundless potential. At this thought, the rage in Ling Lan's heart flared. She hated the other's viciousness, and cursed her own carelessness at taking things for granted. Fortunately, nothing truly regrettable had happened, otherwise she would have regretted it for life. Ling Lan took in a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the burning rage in her heart. She said lightly to Qi Long, "The match is over. You can rest now." The initially standing Qi Long heard this, and as if receiving some command, he collapsed. Tang Yu reacted swiftly, nimbly catching Qi Long and checking on his injuries. His complexion paled slightly, and he yelled out, "Staff, send him to the treatment center, quickly." He had not expected Qi Long's internal injuries to be so severe, and the boy had still fought on for so long, unwilling to fall till the very end. What kind of mental support did this youth have? Tang Yu could not help but think back to the previous fighters, Luo Lang and Leingia. They too were the same, withstanding almost unbearable injuries to execute horrifying counterattacks. he could not help but look at this cold-faced youth before him. Even if the other had not made it clear, he could tell that the true leader of the new cadet regiment was likely him. Very soon, Qi Long had been sent to the treatment center. As his sworn brother, Han Jijian naturally could not sit still any longer. Without waiting for Ling Lan's orders, he took the initiative to accompany Qi Long. At this time, Nie Fengming, who had been lost in the haze of bloodlust, finally overcame his inner demon by relying on his excellent mental fortitude, becoming aware once more. "You've woken up." Ling Lan's expression was still cold and emotionless, but the suppressed rage in her eyes burned brightly once more following Nie Fengming's awakening. "This match is over. Cadet, please let go of the representative." Although Nie Fengming's final pneumatic punch had been somewhat vicious and uncalled for, nothing unsalvageable had happened after all, so Tang Yu was hoping to minimize the fuss. After all, the match involving Nie Fengming was already over, the new cadet regiment would not gain anything from chasing the issue. Hearing Tang Yu's words, Nie Fengming began to struggle, trying to wrest free of Ling Lan's grasp. For some reason, he just felt that this cold youth before him was way too dangerous. His instinctive reaction was to get away from the other. "We admit defeat because our skills are no match for our opponent. However, those who intend to harm my brothers will have to pay the due price." Ling Lan's icy voice reverberated throughout the entire combat hall. This was Ling Lan's declaration to the entire military academy: towards anyone who would harm her brothers, she would not show any mercy. Yes, Ling Lan was truly angry now. She wanted everyone in the military academy to know that she, Ling Lan, was no cowardly limpeg that would willingly shrink away quietly and just take what others dished out too. Her words had barely faded when Ling Lan's hand on the other's fist abruptly lifted, and Nie Fengming was thrown bodily into the air. When he was about 2 meters away from the ground, Nie Fengming felt a cold and powerful hand press on the back of his skull, which then pushed forwards forcefully. This sudden action of Ling Lan's made the expressions of both Tang Yu on the stage and Boss Hua below the stage pale drastically. They thought that Ling Lan was about to commit murder. Without prior agreement, they both leapt at Ling Lan, trying to stop the other's rampage. Tang Yu was only 1 step away from Ling Lan, but he had only just thought of approaching when an invisible surge of Qi Jin stopped him. Meanwhile, Boss Hua was too far away, the duration of that blink of time was not enough for him to get there in time. A loud boom rang out. The entire stage shone with a radiant light and emitted an ear-splitting alarm. The majority of people could not tell what this represented, but as the referee, Tang Yu knew that this meant the force the stage had received was already close to its maximum capacity. If a little bit more force was added, the stage may collapse entirely. At this moment, Tang Yu could no longer maintain his composure. His face was extremely pale. It should be known that the sturdiness of this stage in the combat hall was enough to withstand all damage below domain stage. Since the stage was sounding its warning, could it be that this new cadet was already infinitely close to domain? Or perhaps he had already arrived at that rumored half-step into domain? Only after the light from the stage had faded and the warning alarms had died down, could all the spectating students see the situation on the stage clearly, whereby they were all flabbergasted. Nie Fengming's entire body was laid flat on the stage, his front plastered to the ground. On his face, which was turned slightly to one side, both of his eyes were rolled up so the whites were showing. It could not be determined from appearance whether he was dead or alive. With his body at its center, countless large gaping cracks had spread across the entire stage, causing the stage to seem broken and dilapidated. It really led people to worry whether the 3 people still standing on the stage would collapse the stage entirely if they moved. Boss Hua, who had already rushed onto the stage, saw Nie Fengming's terrible condition, and his eyes turned red. He pointed at Ling Lan angrily and questioned, "Why did you kill him?" Ling Lan flicked her sleeves, as if brushing off some dust, and replied emotionlessly, "Don't worry, he isn't dead." "Not dead?" These words made Boss Hua calm down instantly from his towering rage. He quickly turned to look at Colonel Tang Yu. At this time, Tang Yu had already rushed forwards to check on Nie Fengming. He probed the side of Nie Fengming's neck, and his initially troubled expression eased. Luckily the boy was only severely injured and not dead. Otherwise, even if he had wanted to help the new cadet regiment, things would not have been so easily settled. He's still breathing, but the bones of his entire body have been broken. He must be sent to the treatment center immediately. It looks like Nia Fengming won't be able to recover fully without spending about a year and a half's worth of time. Tang Yu let Boss Hua know Nia Fengming's condition, and then swiftly instructed the staff to send Nia Fengming to the treatment center. Right then, Tang Yu really did not know what to say anymore. In 3 consecutive rounds, all 6 participants were sent to the treatment center. Was this really a combat showdown or was it actually a death match? Never had any wagered fight been so brutal. At the bottom of it, it was all because these freshmen, each and every one of them, were such tough nuts to crack, unwilling to admit defeat. During the new cadet admission assessment, didn't those unholy terrors 3 break these new cadets' proud bones and teach them a good lesson? Colonel Tang Yu could already sense that the pride of this batch of freshmen were extraordinarily robust, not at all like students who had been tormented and shamed. Hearing that Nia Fengming was ultimately fine, Boss Hua finally let out a sigh of relief. He suppressed the rage in his heart as he asked in a measured tone, "Why did you harm our team member without any reason?" "Without any reason? I was only giving him a taste of his own medicine." Ling Lan's cool gaze was locked onto Boss Hua. "Could you not tell what your team member was doing just now? If that move of his had landed, my brother would be in his current condition. Didn't you manage to save him? Since your brother is fine, why would you be so cruel? And if I had not managed to save him?" Ling Lan shot back, "I will not forgive anyone who harms my brothers. No matter how powerful the other's faction is, or how formidable the other is personally." At this point of her speech, Ling Lan's icy gaze swept out to encompass everyone watching the fights. She bit out word by word, "Right here, I want to remind everyone in the military academy, including all the major factions. If anyone dares to trouble my brothers for no reason, or harm them, I will definitely never let it rest. No matter how long it will take, I will make sure they pay for it." Using her spiritual power, Ling Lan made her voice ring out by everyone's ear, including those within the boxes. Quite a few weaker students actually found themselves trembling, their entire bodies feeling cold. Only Li Lanfeng's expression shifted at these words, a subdued spark flashing through his eyes. What familiar energy? Could the other be a kindred type for? Li Lanfeng, who had initially held very little interest in Ling Lan, instantly slotted Ling Lan into his mind. When he found an opportunity later on, he would be prepared to test the other. If they were alike, perhaps there was the possibility of a collaboration. Boss Hua found his breath stifled for a moment by Ling Lan's question, but fury soon followed in response to Ling Lan's arrogant words. In his extreme rage, he laughed and said, "What shameless boasting! A tiny first-year actually daring to threaten us? Where did these first-year students get the gall to do this?" "Oh no, I'm just clarifying our new cadet regiment's principles in dealing with outsiders," responded Ling Lan calmly. "I also believe that, the other groups, including seniors Leingia Mecha clan, will have something similar to this creed as well. We are just doing what we should." Ling Lan was not wrong. As an organization, in order to protect the group and the welfare of its members, there must be some action. For example, the Leingia Mecha clan's method of doing things was even more bossy and tyrannical than what Ling Lan had said. It went to the extent where if an outsider did not want to submit to them, they would be targeted on all fronts. However, this was all established on individual strength, an idea sparked in Boss Hua's mind. He unleashed his full aura and pressed it down on the youth opposite him, and said slowly, "Ambitious, and your words are haughty, but it still remains to be seen whether you have the corresponding level of strength to back them up. Otherwise, it's all hot air, and you will only be laughed at for biting off more than you can chew." Right beside them, Colonel Tang Yu sensed the great force of Boss Hua's aura pressing down, and his expression could not help but shift subtly. He threw a hurried glance at the main target of this force, but found Ling Lan still standing there with his back straight, expression unchanged, and the colonel's expression eased as he let go of his worry. Ling Lan seemed to not feel any of the pressure Boss Hua was silently heaping on her. Airily, she replied, "You can try." Boss Hua was just about to retort to that when Colonel Tang Yu suddenly opened his mouth to interrupt. "The names of the 4th round have yet to be announced, so both of you please leave the stage. Do not affect the continuation of the fights." Boss Hua cast a contemplative glance at Tangyu, and then peered searchingly at Ling Lan for a long moment before sneering and said, I hope we'll have the chance to fight. What you suggested just now is precisely what I intend to do. That said, he did not linger. With a dash, he left the stage, returning to Lei Tang's area. The corners of Ling Lan's lips quirked at these words, revealing a very light trace of mockery. She of course knew what the other was hinting at. It was nothing more than wanting to take revenge for his team member. The two of them were destined to fight in the end anyhow, she would just wait and let things be. Thus, Ling Lan also dashed back to her own territory. Right then, Wu Jiong approached nervously and asked in a low voice, Boss Lan, can we really win? For the first time, some uncertainty actually appeared in Wu Jiong's expression. This greatly surprised Ling Lan. In her mind, Wu Jiong had always been a mentally stable and assured youth who would never lose confidence in himself. What are you trying to say? Ling Lan quirked an eyebrow. Wu Jiong averted his eyes briefly and said, even Qi Long lost, will I be okay? Wu Jiong knew very well that the situation was extremely disadvantageous for the new cadet regiment right now. They needed to win both of the final 2 rounds to win this wagered fight. This meant that, regardless of which match he had to fight, he could not lose. This type of pressure was not easy to bear, and on top of that, he had just seen Qi Long, who was stronger than him by a hair, fighting so hard just to lose in the end anyway. This caused him to begin harboring a tendril of doubt in his own abilities. These words of Wu Jiong's made Ling Lan turn her head abruptly, her bleak gaze shooting straight at Wu Jiong. This gaze pierced Wu Jiong's heart like a sharp blade, causing him to lower his head in shame. He knew that something had gone wrong with his mental state, behaving so disgracefully at this critical juncture, he was really letting Boss Lan down. With a thwack, Ling Lan flicked a forceful finger onto Wu Jiong's forehead, causing Wu Jiong to look up and cover his forehead reflexively, his expression confused. Have you woken up? Asked Ling Lan. Ah. Wu Jiong was gaping in bewilderment, reflexively making a sound in response. It looked like Ling Lan's finger flick had really stunned him silly. After all, he and Ling Lan's relationship was unlike that of Ling Lan with Qi Long and the others of his team, childhood companions who had grown up together, but more of a working relationship. And Ling Lan's action just now was extremely intimate, like the way one would treat a beloved follower. This made Wu Jiong emotional and conflicted at the same time, making him unsure how he should react all of a sudden. Wu Jiong, frankly, your combat talent is not much weaker than Qi Long's, said Ling Lan after Wu Jiong had calmed down slightly. Ah. Once more, Wu Jiong was left stunned by Ling Lan's words. Was Boss Lan trying to console him? Mind you, he had always been suppressed by Qi Long, having never beaten the other even once. It was obvious that his talent was no match for Qi Long's. The reason you can't beat him, is that you are not as simple as Qi Long here, Ling Lan pointed to her own chest. Ling Lan's words confused Wu Jiong, but Ling Lan continued to explain, other than combat, Qi Long's heart has nothing else. But you are different. The things you think about are many, such as your future, and the futures of the members of your team. All these distract your mind from pure combat, which is why you will never catch up to Qi Long in terms of combat. Wu Jiong grinned wryly at these words and replied, Qi Long has you, Boss Lan, to help him. Of course he can focus without any distractions. Ling Lan interrupted him to say, no, remember when I left the academy for 3 years? Without my help, you still did not manage to chase up to Qi Long. Have you never considered the reason for that? Wu Jiong blinked, his expression troubled. For a beat, he could not understand what Ling Lan was saying, but he was after all a clever person. After turning the idea around in his mind for a while, he figured it out, and instantly chuckled bitterly, so that's how it is. It's because Qi Long has Han Jijian, has Luo Lang, has Lin Zhongqing, has Xia Yi. Yes, Qi Long's other strength is his willingness to believe in his companions. He believes his companions will handle the other things well, so he does not have to worry, able to immerse his full heart and soul into the path of martial combat, said Ling Lan, nodding. Qi Long understands his role in the team very well, and has always been working hard to live up to his role. At this point, Ling Lan peered at Wu Jiong and said, on the other hand, you, trusting only Yi Su, have taken on the roles of almost everyone else, you have too much to worry about, so with regards to martial combat, you of course cannot match up to Qi Long. As he listened, Wu Jiong ducked his head in shame. What Ling Lan was saying was precisely the problem with his team. Despite being very strong individually, in comparison with Ling Lan's team, his team members were all clearly much weaker in their role designations. Previously, he had always thought it was because the skills of his team members were no match for Lin Zhongqing, Xie, and the others of Ling Lan's team, but now, from the looks of it, he himself was the problem. But, from another perspective, you should also be proud of yourself. Ling Lan's words took an abrupt turn, causing Wu Jiong to lift his head in surprise, to stare at Ling Lan in disbelief. He had already behaved so terribly, why would Boss Lan still say he should take pride in himself? Even though your attention had been split up among so many things, you still were not left too far behind Qi Long. Isn't that something to take pride in? Ling Lan asked, lifting an eyebrow. These words of Ling Lan made Wu Jiong's heart feel warm instantly, so he really was not that much worse than Qi Long. That is why I believe in your strength, that you will definitely win at the critical moment. Ling Lan finally gave her answer. All of this talk was actually just to eliminate that little speck of self-doubt in Wu Jiong's heart. As the big boss of the regiment, she really did not have it easy. Ling Lan was in fact very bothered inside. When had she also taken on the job of being the spiritual life coach of these children? Leingia was one, and now Wu Jiong was another, but, upon reflection, Leingia's and Wu Jiong's behaviors were more like those of a normal 16-year-old teenager. Qi Long and Luo Lang were the ones who were weird, actually submitting themselves to a round of torment on the field without any reservations. Could it be that because she was not a normal 16-year-old girl, her companions who grew up with her had also become abnormal along with her? At this thought, Ling Lan could not help but feel a bout of remorse. Of course, this feeling only lasted for a very brief moment before being thrown to the back of her mind. In the course of one conversation, Ling Lan achieved her purpose. From his initial uncertain state, Wu Jiong had now become unbelievably confident. This also allowed Ling Lan to relax. After all, no mistakes could be made in these final 2 rounds. Boss, the opponent has submitted their name list. As expected, it's their weakest member, Chang 1 Sierra Leonean Leone. Little 4 finally piped up from within the mind space. This time, Leitang had submitted their name list very late, basically right at the border of the allocated 5 minutes. However, following the submission of the opponent's name list, Little 4 instantly sent Wu Jiong's name over. This was Ling Lan's instruction. She had already told Little 4 that she would be fighting against that strongest Boss Hua, while the weakest Chang Lu would be Wu Jiong's opponent. Thus, when the opponent name list was revealed, Little 4 had sent Wu Jiong's name over without checking in with Ling Lan again. On Colonel Tang Yu's end, to the naked eye, it looked as if the new cadet regiment and the Leitang Mecha clan had submitted their name list at the exact same time. This made the colonel raise his eyebrows, silently impressed at how unruffled the 2 factions were, able to wait till the very last second before submitting their name lists. He could not know that this process involved some flawlessly executed cheating by a miraculous intelligence entity. Leitang Mecha Clan vs. New Cadet Regiment, 4th round. 4th year Chang Lu against 1st year Wu Jiong. Following this announcement, Leitang's Lin Jidong rapped his own head with a fist in frustration. He had initially wondered whether to let Boss Hua go up in this 4th round, but then, he was afraid that that mysterious youth who had crippled Nye Fengming in one blow would also be fighting in this round. After much thought, he decided to send out the weakest Chang Lu to be sacrificed against the opponent's strongest member, but unexpectedly, the opponent was so calm, actually sending out their regiment commander, Wu Jiong. At this moment, Lin Jidong already knew that this Wu Jiong was most likely just the public regiment commander of the new cadet regiment. The one truly in charge of the new cadet regiment should be that mysterious youth, because the pressure the mysterious youth exuded was much heavier than that of Wu Jiong's. This is good. I really want to personally teach that youth a lesson. Boss Hua suddenly spoke up from beside him, causing Lin Jidong to jump. With that, Lin Jidong no longer dared to reveal any more of his frustration, only nodding to show that he understood. However, both their reactions showed that they did not look favorably upon Chong Li's chances in this match. After all, Wu Jiong was the public regiment commander of the new cadet regiment, so he really could not be that weak. The other three who had come out so far were all at Qi Jin stage, so this Wu Jiong must surely be at Qi Jin stage as well. It was just unclear whether he was in the early stages of Qi Jin or the middle stages. Meanwhile, although Chang Lu was also at Qi Jin stage, he was only at the mid-level of early stage Qi Jin. This match would definitely be tough to win. After taking the stage, Wu Jiong and Chang Lu had their guards up. Wu Jiong shouldered the huge pressure of having to win, while Chang Lu hoped to end this battle in his turn and become the great hero of Leiting. In contrast to Lin Jidong's and Boss Hua's uncertainty, Chang Lu was extremely confident of himself as he had already reached mid-level early stage Qi Jin, and believed that Wu Jiong was around the same level as those two new cadets who had come out earlier on, who had just entered first level. Early stage Qi Jin. He was not convinced that there would be new cadets stronger than him, and Qi Long, the one who came out during the third match, was probably the rumored aberrant as he was extremely strong. Chang Lu had overlooked Ling Lan's existence at this moment. He was under the impression that Ling Lan could severely injure Nie Fengming in one strike only because Nie Fengming and Qi Long had been in a situation where both sides had suffered serious injuries, so Nie Fengming had been defenseless. It had to be said that having a huge discrepancy between their strength made one unable to see the actual facts, and Chang Lu was currently in such a state. When Chang Lu saw Wu Jiong doing a high-level military physical defensive hand gesture when he took the stage, he was instantly delighted. There were numerous top-class combat arts in the military academy, one of which was the top-class combat art used by the military. When Chang Lu had advanced into Qi Jin, the physical skill he had selected to match his upgrade was that one. As such, seeing that Wu Jiong was also using that same set of military physical skills, he was overjoyed. When using the same series of physical skill, the higher levels countered the lower levels. With that, Chang Lu was even more convinced that victory was in his grasp. He who was extremely confident did not think of probing his opponent, instead using a powerful finishing blow from the military physical skill right off the bat. Witnessing the situation, Wu Jiong's eyes gleamed. Perhaps the opponent's attack speed was extremely fast and he could not dodge, as Wu Jiong merely braced himself by making a cross with his arms to defend and intercept the opponent's attack. Bang! A loud sound resounded and Wu Jiong was knocked back hard, his feet sliding across the ground, marking it with 2 streaks. Meanwhile, Chang Li's body simply shook before he steadied himself. Solely based on this encounter, it seemed like Wu Jiong's strength was a notch lower compared to his, and Chang Lu was heartened by this. He did not even think it through before he continued attacking, his foot kicking out forcefully. Wu Jiong did not choose to receive the attack but instead dodged it with a slide. This action reaffirmed Chang Li's belief that the other party was weaker, thus not daring to receive his attack directly. Before he went up on stage, Boss Hua had reminded him to exercise caution and thoroughly understand the opponent's strength before making a move. Currently, Chang Lu, whose whole head was filled with grand dreams of being a hero, had tossed Boss Hua's warning to the back of his mind. In addition, burning up with passion, he had long forgotten the need to retain 30% of his strength for defense as he unleashed all of his strength into his attacks against the opponent. He did not notice that, despite the fact that Wu Jiong had been sidestepping from the beginning and seemed like a small boat struggling amidst a surging gale, his face was abnormally calm. Every dodge of his was extremely efficient without being sloppy, and those with keen eyesight could see that. Wu Jiong seemed to have a well-thought-out plan with every dodge and clearly understood his opponent's path of attack. No good, Chang Li's too impulsive, and I'm afraid he's fallen into the opponent's stratagem. Boss Hua, who was seated below and observing the match, furrowed his brow, involuntarily looking towards Ling Lan seated in the new cadet regiment's area with his hands crossed, his expression calm, seemingly having a card up his sleeve. Apparently sensing Boss Hua's line of sight, Ling Lan coldly met his gaze, and then, the corner of her mouth raised slightly, as if saying victory belonged to them. Boss Hua felt stifled. Although he had had a premonition of Chang Lu having a difficult fight, Boss Hua did not wish to lose. You're stronger than your opponent, and as long as you remember to go steady and strike hard without advancing prematurely, we can win this match. Wu Jiong, who was dodging on the stage, suddenly recalled the words Ling Lan had told him before he took the stage, and endless admiration welled up in his heart. After receiving an attack from the opponent, Wu Jiong was aware that the opponent was inferior to him by a notch. Initially, he could have chosen to attack head-on and fight a fierce battle, and defeat his opponent that way, but Wu Jiong did not wish to do so. After 3 consecutive bitter and desperate battles, Wu Jiong wanted to gain a complete and overwhelming victory to prove the might of their new cadet regiment. Therefore, he had revealed weakness on purpose, so that the opponent would have the mistaken impression that his strength was weaker, and abandon defense to focus fully on offense. Of course, there was another reason why Wu Jiong had set this up. He knew the opponent had also learned the top-class military use combat arts. If it had been any other combat move, he would not have done so. After all, deliberately showing weakness might very well lead to shooting oneself in the foot, allowing the opponent to seize the flow of the match and put him in a passive position. Just like during the first battle Luo Lang fought, it was the opponent's mocking that allowed Luo Lang to seize the opportunity and gain upper hand. However, it just so happened that the opponent had learned the top-class military combat move, and who was Wu Jiong? He was a direct descendant of a military elite family, the Wu family, a genuine N-generation military family descendant. In addition, the inherited martial arts in the family was the physical skill used by the military, and when he had advanced in Qi gene levels it had caused a sensation in Wu family because he was the youngest descendant in the family who had advanced. Even the family head was alerted, who then directly instructed him in the Wu family's exclusive secret moves. These combat moves had been researched and tempered through N generations of Wu family masters, assimilating the best traits of the top-class military combat moves while harmonizing them with other top combat moves. It was inevitable to be extremely familiar with various types of military physical skills while learning their family's secret moves, and there were even many moves that specifically countered those of the military physical skill set, including the top-class military combat moves. This was also the reason Wu Jiong had fearlessly devised this plan. He was familiar with the opponent's moves, and even during the first few attacks, killing moves aimed to counter them had directly surfaced in Wu Jiong's mind. However, Wu Jiong believed that the opportune timing had yet to arrive, so he had endured silently until now. But now, Wu Jiong considered that timing to have arrived. The opponent had once again struck out with both fists. This was a military top-class combat move called the Twin Dragon Strike. The scary part of this attack was that as long as both hands were to simultaneously make contact with the opponent's body, a Qi gene loop would appear between the fists, directly destroying the opponent's internal organs, which made this one of the most powerful killing moves of the military top-level combat arts. Yet, there was a fatal weakness in this attack, and that was the user's chest would be completely exposed, and when both fists struck out, the move had to be completely executed without any leeway for retreat. Thus, as long as he pinpointed a weak spot, the opponent would not have time to change moves even if he wanted to save himself. Therefore, Wu Jiong believed that his opportunity had arrived. Wu Jiong suddenly came to a stop and no longer dodging, his hands abruptly came together, while both his arms thrust forwards to place him between Chang Li's fists. With a loud shout, his originally joined hands suddenly separated, while his arms spread open to push out forcefully against the opponent's forearms. Only after both of the opponent's fists had brushed past his body, did Wu Jiong retract his arms and used both fists to strike fiercely at the opponent's chest, Twin Dragon Strike Remake. This was the Wu family's secret move, a revised first-rate combat move of Twin Dragon Strike. This secret move allowed offense and defense in one move, counteracting the weak point of the original Twin Dragon Strike of being unable to defend. Chang Lo received a direct blow from Wu Jiong and crashed heavily to the ground with a thud, sliding out several meters before spitting out a jet of blood. This unexpected scene shocked everyone, because Chang Lo had held the upper hand all along, so they had not expected the situation to suddenly change, for Wu Jiong to actually knock down the opponent with one move. Chang Lo collapsed onto the ground, covering his chest, but was unable to contain the fresh blood in this mouth. He then asked painfully, "Why do you know this move?" Familiar with the military combat art, he naturally understood that the move the opponent had executed was from the same series. Wu Jiong coldly replied, as a student of the military combat arts, you should know which family has the strongest military combat arts. Chang Lo recalled something, and his complexion turned deathly pale. The Wu family. So you're from that Wu family. I am too unlucky. That said, he fainted and was thoroughly unconscious. Wu Jiong had pulled his punches and only injured his heart instead of completely destroying it. Otherwise, Chang Lo would not even have had the opportunity to speak with him. Unlucky? Was it truly just bad luck? A hint of disdain was revealed on Wu Jiong's lips and he felt ashamed for actually losing confidence earlier on. Luckily, Boss Lan had made him realize in time that he was strong enough. At this moment, Colonel Tang Yu had gone up to examine Chang Li's condition, and discovering that the youth's injuries were severe, he hastily called out for staff members to send Chang Lo to the treatment center. Subsequently, he announced the new cadet regiment the victor for this match, bringing the overall score to 2-2, with both teams back at the starting line once again. Everyone's attention was now on the last match. They were all looking forward to whether Boss Hua, the number one in combat arts, would truly appear on stage. Wu Jiong coolly walked off the stage. Out of the 4 matches, he was the only representative who was uninjured. His performance was sufficient to prove that he was absolutely suitable to be the public regiment commander of the new cadet regiment. You've done well. Spotting Wu Jiong walking over, Ling Lan was generous with her praise. A hint of a smile appeared on Wu Jiong's originally stony face at the praise. He recovered his senses very quickly, however, and mentally shook his head. He had not expected to be so happy with just one sentence from Ling Lan. He was even happier than when he had received his father's acknowledgement. This time, Little Four immediately submitted Ling Lan's name without waiting for the opponent to publish their list, as regardless of who came out, Boss was going to fight the last battle anyway. The 5-minute intermission finally elapsed, and Tang Yu loudly announced on the platform, New Cadet Regiment vs. Leitang Mecha Clan, first year Ling Lan against 5th year Huijinyu. Following the announcement, enthusiastic shouts sounded from the audience. Reason being, Huijinyu was the military academy's number 1 in physical skill combat, as well as being the Leitang Mecha Clan's previous leader. His reputation was not inferior to Thunder King Xiao Ting's, and it was only during the 4th year, after passing the position to Xiao Ting, that his prestige had declined. Even so, witnessing Huijinyu actually standing up on the stage, the older students who had been looking forward to seeing him fight could no longer contain their excitement as they cheered loudly. He's really going to fight. Damn, seems like Leitang is determined to win against the new cadet regiment. The various leaders of the major forces sighed. After witnessing Huijinyu emerge on the stage previously, they had had a premonition that he might be fighting. However, they had still held on to a trace of hope, wishing that he would consider his status as the top rank in combat skills and not rashly take the stage. Yet, reality crushed the hopes of the various faction leaders. This indicated that they were unlikely to obtain even the slightest share of this big fish, which was the new cadet regiment. They could not help but secretly sigh in regret. If they had known that the new cadets this year were so outstanding, they would have long taken action instead of watching from the sidelines, allowing Leitang to take possession of this decisive opportunity right now. The various leaders could already envision the future. After Leitang swallowed the entire new cadet regiment, their influence would definitely expand once again. With that, the position of the number 1 faction in the military academy would not be changing in the slightest for several years. Firmly belonging to the Leitang Mecha clan. Not mentioning the agony and regret of various factions, the senior students observing the fight believed that the Leitang Mecha clan would inevitably obtain victory in this last match without any suspense. While everyone was in shock and excitement due to Huijinyu's appearance, the new cadets' reactions caused the surrounding people to raise their eyebrows, to the extent that those senior students believed that the new cadets had limited outlook and experience, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. It turned out that, after beholding Ling Lan, the powerhouse of their hearts, ascending the stage, the new cadets were unable to restrain their excitement as they stood up in succession, raising their arms and shouting, "Boss Lan will certainly win." That's right, in the hearts of every member of the new cadet regiment, especially students from Central Scout Academy, Boss Lan, who had guided them in winning the grand armed melee and taking control of the spacecraft, would never be defeated. This display of the new cadet regiment caused the others to be secretly shocked at the position Boss Lan held in the members' hearts. Previously having considered them to already be in their grasp, Lin Jidong's expression changed subtly upon witnessing this scene as he recalled Boss Hua's warning. He began having misgivings towards Ling Lan while pondering on methods to diminish Ling Lan's prestige among the new cadets after taking in the new cadet regiment. At this moment, no matter how slow-witted the various leaders of each faction were, they were now clear about the devil who had caused Zhang Jingyan to be so apprehensive. In Wuji's cabin, Han Yu's face suddenly darkened after hearing the fanatic shouts from the new cadets. Apparently, the aberrant Zhang Jingyan mentioned should be this person. Besides him, there should be no one else who could achieve this. Han Yu's gaze was shadowed as he looked at that stern, lean youth on the stage, and he felt a complicated emotion silently emerge within him. Thinking back on the time when they themselves had entered the academy, even though they were proud and arrogant, they had had no option but to join the Wuji faction which belonged to their galaxy as they were under pressure from all sides. Even so, as first-year cadets, they had always been ordered about and lectured by the older cadets with seniority, and no one would help them. They could only clamp down their tails and endure the toughest first year, and then work their utmost hardest to increase their strength later on. After that, he had expended great effort to climb up the hierarchy, fighting and scheming, to finally become one of the leaders of Wuji Mecha clan. Han Yu was simply unwilling to recall how much hardship he had endured during that time. He had originally thought that this was an inevitable route every cadet had to walk without exception, as even the formidable Thunder King, Xiao Ting, had walked that same path. Yet against everyone's expectations, the new cadets this year had taken an unprecedented path. To avoid being bullied and enslaved, they had established a faction belonging to them alone that was not weaker than the other influential powers almost immediately after entering the military academy. Then, soon after, they had accepted Lei Tang's challenge in a high-profile manner, causing the new cadets to become the focus of the entire academy. And at present, they were tied against Lei Tang, proving their strength. Despite all this, Han Yu did not believe the new cadets would be the final victors. Still, based on their performance on the stage, the senior members of Lei Tang would certainly refrain from provoking them even if they joined the Lei Tang Mecha clan. It was apt to say that, in the military academy, the strong were respected, and honor was obtained through strength. Wei Ji heard Han Yu's words and quietly sighed. Seems like we've belittled this aberrant. It's no wonder Zhang Jingyan regarded him with importance while simultaneously avoiding him. Since the third contestant from the new cadet regiment was already at mid-level intermediate stage Qi Jin, it was reckoned that Ling Lan should be at mid-level advanced stage Qi Jin at worst. Even he had to look up to this realm as his physical skills had only entered the early stages of Qi Jin. Because they had concentrated on mecha piloting all these years. Wei Ji felt lingering fear just thinking about it. The strength of new cadets this year had exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, he had not provoked them on impulse from the start, as Wuji did not have a solid foundation like Lei Tang. If they were to have fought on the stage, the outcome of the battle would have been hard to say. Zhao Jun heard them, but he was unconvinced. He sneered and said, being good at physical combat doesn't mean he'll also be outstanding as a mecha operator. That dismissive look of his caused Han Yu and Wei Ji to involuntarily purse their lips. However, they were aware that Zhao Jun was a frank and outspoken person, so they did not refute his words. Having heard what was said, Li Lanfeng smiled. Zhao Jun, you shouldn't speak this way. A person who performs well in battles won't be too inferior as a mecha operator. A person with robust physique would often possess a slight advantage in mecha piloting. This was also the reason why the military academy had emphasized training up their physiques, as it was unlikely for the majority of experts to have bad physiques. Humph, that might not be true. Isn't Zhang Jingyan a mecha cripple? When Zhang Jingyan had entered the military academy, he was the only new cadet who reached Qi Jin stage and was top-ranked among the new cadets. Unfortunately, after starting to learn mecha piloting from the second year, the other cadets had caught up with him, and he was currently on the verge of being lost in the vast sea of cadets. His figure was nowhere to be seen in the top 50, and he had become a laughingstock between the upper echelons of the various large factions. If not for the fact that the Doha Central Academy faction that Zhang Jingyan belonged to had a strong foundation, just based on his strength, they might not have been able to maintain the ranking of being the military academy's number 4 faction. Hearing Zhao Jun mention Zhang Jingyan, everyone was silent as this was a fact that could not be refuted. In reality, there were many cases similar to Zhang Jingyan's, of students having powerful physical skills but not excelling in mecha piloting. At this moment, seated in a certain area among the new cadet regiment, Gao Jinyan spoke to a few people seated beside him. Boss Lan is about to appear on stage. You all had better watch attentively. One of the people he was speaking to asked nervously, I heard that the opponent is the top rank in combat skills. No matter how powerful is Boss Lan, he won't be able to win against the opponent, right? Yeah. Although Boss Lan has capability and charisma, Lei Tang is ultimately the number 1 faction. Is it really appropriate to go against them so early? Another person voiced this question. In reality, he was not optimistic about how the new cadet regiment's battle would turn out this time. If Gao Jinyan had not warned him in advance not to try anything, he might have already followed the other team leaders and considered alternative options. Hearing what they had to say, Gao Jinyan sneered. I specially reminded you all because of our relationship. Don't be short-sighted like the others and collude with outsiders when the outcome has yet to be revealed. Furthermore, even if Boss Lan were to lose, I'd still advise you all to follow Boss Lan. Don't foolishly think you would become a true member of Lei Tang after joining them. Gao Jinyan's words caused the others to become wordless and silent. If they truly joined Lei Tang, could Boss Lan keep the new cadet regiment from disbanding? Lei Tang would never allow such a situation to happen, and the first person to be suppressed was most likely to be Boss Lan. Do you think anyone can suppress a person like Boss Lan? Gao Jinyan's question caused everyone to shiver. Would that chilly and domineering Boss Lan acknowledge allegiance to another? Oh my God, please forgive their inability to imagine that. Gao Jinyan sneered, Lei Tang wants to devour the entire new cadet regiment, but that would depend on whether they have the ability. Ever since the spaceship incident, Gao Jinyan had had an inexplicable trust towards Ling Lan. While many hearts wavered, he resolutely believed that Ling Lan would never become a subordinate to another faction. In his heart, no one could become boss of Boss Lan. Besides, would Boss Lan lose? Gao Jinyan concealed this sentence deep in his heart and did not say it out loud. He was not convinced that the Boss Lan who could calmly confront the captain of the spaceship and not be at a disadvantage would lose to a mere academy cadet. Even if that cadet was in their 5th year or was about to enter the military as a combat expert. Compared to the captain who had climbed out from a sea of blood, the force of presence of a cadet was obviously weaker and completely incomparable. These leaders had been roped in by him into the new cadet regiment, and thus, he had to live up to his responsibility towards Boss Lan and prevent the others from betraying him. Perhaps Gao Jinyan's words had proved effective, for a few of the originally hesitant leaders became determined. Regardless of the result, they decided they would follow alongside Boss Lan. In any case, Boss Lan was similar to them, as new cadets of the same enrollment year, it was more likely that he would look after them. Without a doubt, this was a better choice compared to the other factions. Hearing them say that they would not turn traitor, Gao Jinyan immediately relaxed and settled down quietly to watch Boss Lan's match. Currently, he was unaware that Ling Lan already had intentions to seize this chance to clear out those opportunistic cadets who were clearly only trying to benefit from the regiment. Of course, these actions of his were not meaningless, because he settled the hearts of these small team members so they did not betray the new cadet regiment, which led the Central Academy students to truly acknowledge those students who came from the other Doha Scout academies. This built a great foundation for Ling Lan to genuinely become the king of the new cadets, and it could truly be said to be an unintended side benefit. By this time, Ling Lan and Hua Zhenyu had moved on to the elevated stage. The two of them did not make any preparations for battle, merely standing casually on their respective sides. It was as if they were not participating in the final decisive match, but instead taking a stroll. However, as the referee, Colonel Tang Yu nodded mentally in approval at the situation. Although both fighters seemed relaxed, their casual stances were, in fact, without any openings. Tang Yu believed that, as long as there was the slightest sign of movement, they could instantly enter a battle. state. This was the result of assimilating combat into their basic instincts, and it could be seen that their combat realm had already exceeded that of every cadet here. Right then, no matter how unperturbed Tang Yu was, he could not help but shoot a glance at Ling Lan while wondering to himself, where exactly had this aberrant come from. Colonel Tang Yu quickly sorted out his thoughts, and without asking if the two fighters were prepared, he waved his hands and announced loudly, "The match begins." With their capabilities, it did not matter if they were prepared or not, so Tang Yu would not ask unnecessary questions. Following Tang Yu's declaration, silence fell around the stage as everyone's attention became focused on the two combatants. Although Colonel Tang Yu had announced the commencement of the match, Ling Lan and Hu Jinyu seemed not to have heard it, not moving in the slightest. Ling Lan's bearing was grave and stern, her gaze cold with both hands behind her back while she stood to one side. Hu Jinyu's eyes were half-lidded as he quietly stood on the other side with a calm expression, seemingly not minding who his opponent was, as if the confrontation during the third match had not happened. Just like that, one cold and the other calm, they stood without moving as they allowed time to pass. 1 minute elapsed, 2 minutes elapsed, 3 minutes elapsed. Along with the passing of time, some noise could be heard in the combat hall. In particular, some of the older students were baffled as to why Hu Jinyu had not chosen to attack after such a long time. They believed that, as the number one combatant of the military academy, Hu Jinyu could certainly dispose of the opponent with no difficulty, so they were puzzled by his inactivity for such a long period of time. They were unaware that it was not Hu Jinyu who did not want to take action, but rather, he did not have the chance to do so. During these 3 minutes, he had been constantly searching for an opening in the opponent, but regardless of how hard he searched, he couldn't find a window of opportunity. Even though there had been a few faintly discernible chances, they had been rejected by him as they had made him feel an indescribable sense of danger. Hu Jinyu was not a rash person, so he had chosen to continue waiting, and with this wait, the time had exceeded 3 minutes. To not have the slightest opening. Hu Jinyu could not help but smile bitterly. At this moment, he was secretly guarded against Ling Lan, the reason being that an opponent whom he could not find an opening in could not be weak. However, should he continue waiting? Hu Jinyu immediately rejected this thought. According to the opponent's ability, he would not reveal any fatal opening even if he waited. Therefore, Hu Jinyu changed his mind and decided to take the initiative to force an opening. Hence, Hu Jinyu's aura burst out from his body and bore down on Ling Lan like a wave. In reality, whether a combatant had reached late-stage Qi Jin or not would depend on whether he had grasped control over his own aura. That was to say, a combatant of late-stage Qi Jin could release their own aura to oppress the opponent, causing the opponent to be unable to display 100% of their fighting capability. After reaching late-stage Qi Jin, there was no possibility of losing when facing an opponent of weaker strength. Of course, there was another reason Hu Jinyu had activated his oppressive aura, and that was to find out the opponent's true strength, for using his oppressive aura was a good method for probing. Ling Lan and Hu Jinyu were at a deadlock for 3 minutes, each side only executing a few baiting moves during that period. However, Hu Jinyu had not been tempted and Ling Lan could not help but silently acknowledge that the opponent was truly an experienced, expert fighter, able to see through her intentions. That's right, the reason why Ling Lan did not take the initiative was that she could not find an opening in the opponent's defense, and even if she had attacked, it would have been useless as it would be easily dodged. However, she wanted to defeat the opponent in one move and show the might of the new cadet regiment, preventing others from daring to provoke them rashly. Ling Lan wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, and sadly, Hu Jinyu had become the chicken. Although this chicken might be a terrifying fighting chicken, it would not change the initial intention Ling Lan had when she accepted the fight from the start. Of course, based on Ling Lan's strength, she could directly activate her ability and temporarily lock down the opponent's movements for an extremely short time, accomplishing a one-strike defeat. However, as someone who liked to hold back, Ling Lan was unwilling to reveal all her cards, which was why Ling Lan wanted to accomplish this magnificent feat while concealing her strength. Ling Lan had been pondering her next move, when she suddenly sensed the opponent's oppressive aura pressing towards her. Ling Lan's heart thumped, / as expected, he's at peak level late-stage Qi Jin. If it was me 3 years ago, it would definitely have been a hard battle. However, right now, thanks to instructor number 5 borrowing Ling Lan's body, she had been able to directly break through from peak level late stage Qi Jin to optimal peak. In addition, her body had memories of domain, allowing her to get a glimpse of the mystery of domain. Although she was unable to officially advance to domain stage due to various reasons, she had indeed entered the legendary half-step to domain stage. With the ability to activate her domain, although the period of time was absurdly short, this allowed Ling Lan to become an unequaled ultra-expert below the domain stage. The moment the opponent used his oppressive aura, Ling Lan knew his intentions. The corner of her lips curled up slightly, but she revealed a grim expression, and her stance which had been without any opening slowly broke down. A chance. Hua Jianyu's expression brightened and his figure flashed, appearing before Ling Lan in the blink of an eye. Raising his right hand he had prepared beforehand, he immediately thrust out a strong and powerful fist. "It's here, Boss Hua has attacked." The situation on the stage could be seen clearly, and when Hua Jianyu moved, everyone who was awaiting a fight shouted. Nonetheless, both the combatants' fists had already collided against each other on stage by the time the spectators shouted. Good move. Ling Lan had made a fist and faced his attack directly without fear. She had long waited for this attack, and with her strength, she had nothing to fear. In fact, Ling Lan had progressed in this type of powerful and overbearing style which, according to instructor number 9, was not a route a female should take. Unfortunately, the majority of the instructors who instructed her were males, and in particular, the overbearing instructor number 1. Even if number 9 was discontented, she dared not express her objections outright, only choosing instead to instruct Ling Lan in as many techniques that trained her flexibility as she could, hoping Ling Lan would not end up becoming a rough, masculine female brute. Bang, a muffled sound echoed. Ling Lan's and Hua Jianyu's fist accurately counterbalanced each other, and even though the resulting sound seemed as if they had not exerted a great amount of strength, the edge of the elevated stage produced a brilliant light. This indicated that the entire stage had been completely saturated with the Qi Jin released by the both of them, and was infinitely close to its critical point. On the ground surface of the arena, with their position as the center, countless cracks expanded outward. From there, the force both of them endured could be seen. After remaining in a deadlock for several seconds, both of them suddenly sprang apart. Ling Lan retreated 7 to 8 steps before standing firm, and it was the same for Hua Jianyu. Both of them seemed to be evenly matched, but there was still some difference between them. Ling Lan wore a cold expression as before, whereas Hua Jianyu's expression was fluctuating between red then white. And then, a trace of blood could be seen trickling down from the corner of his mouth. This scene caused all the spectators to go into an uproar, and in the Leitang area, everyone's expression changed, especially Lin Jidong's. His face had collapsed entirely on itself into an unsightly expression. How could this be? Not only were the senior cadets who were spectating the match from below the arena in disbelief, even the leaders of various factions in each cabin had reacted in unison as if by a non-existent prior agreement, crying out in surprise, unable to believe the scene they had witnessed. Regardless of how shocked those senior cadets were, the cadets of the new cadet regiment leapt up and cheered upon witnessing this scene. As expected, no one can defeat Boss Lan. Looking at the new cadet regiment clapping in celebration, the people from Leitang seemed somewhat depressed and silent. Many of them could only do their best in comforting themselves that their boss Hua might have underestimated the enemy and did not use his full strength in that attack, and thus the opponent had grasped the opportunity. They could only secretly cheer for their boss Hua, hoping his next move would teach the opponent a lesson and prove boss Hua's strength, diminishing the morale of these new cadets while he was at it. Regardless of what others thought, on the stage, Hua Jianyu was currently astounded. He originally had ample confidence in his strength and believed that even the teachers in the academy might not be stronger than him in terms of physical combat. However, at this moment, a new cadet had caused him to feel inferior. A punch he exerted all his strength to throw had been easily received by the opponent. It was to the extent that during the previous contest between their Qi Jin, he had been at a disadvantage. Could it be that the opponent's realm was higher than his? Hey, do you still want to fight? Ling Lan's chilly voice echoed in Hua Jianyu's ears, causing cold sweat to emerge on his body. He had been so shocked by that last encounter that he had actually forgotten he was currently in a battle. If the opponent had not reminded him and had instead chosen to mount a surprise attack, he might have already fallen victim. If he had been injured as a result, then this battle would truly become hard to fight. Tang Yu looked at Ling Lan in astonishment. That had been a good opportunity for a surprise attack and he had assumed Ling Lan would not have let this chance slip by. But contrary to his expectations, Ling Lan had shaken his opponent out of his stupor. Was he abiding by the martial arts principles of fairness? Tang Yu could not help but furrow his brow, because this was not a desirable mindset on a battlefield. Nevertheless, Tang Yu relaxed his frown very soon and broke into laughter. All in all, Ling Lan was only a new cadet who had just entered the military academy and had never been on a battlefield, so naturally, he did not know that there was no so-called principle of fairness there. Only those who survived were the true victors, and perhaps he would understand the correct way of handling matters after going out on a battlefield. Ling Lan had thought of mounting a surprise attack, but if she were to defeat the opponent this way, the people from Leitang would have believed that she was merely lucky and had not defeated her opponent by true ability. This outcome was not what she wanted, so she had spoken up to alert Huijianyu with good intentions. Are you prepared? I'll be attacking next, Ling Lan spoke seriously. Huijianyu smiled wryly and nodded. Since he had received the opponent's favor of warning him beforehand, he had no choice but to receive the opponent's attack. As the opponent was willing to face him with fair-mindedness, he did not want to be belittled by him. Seeing his reaction, Ling Lan's expression brightened faintly and she continued, "This attack is my strongest killing move. Be prepared." These words caused both Tang Yu and Huijianyu who were on stage to be at a loss. Should they criticize the other's straightforwardness or remind him not to be too frank? Currently, both of them did not expect that Ling Lan's intentions of saying these words were in hopes of Huijianyu not evading her attack. Her seemingly overly frank sentences were actually a trap intended to leave Huijianyu with no room to back off, yet still making him believe it was his own choice. At this moment, Ling Lan could not help but smirk. Her reminder had actually obtained her opponent's appreciation, resulting in the opponent having no choice but to receive her attack head-on. This was absolutely a pleasant surprise that had saved her a lot of trouble. Ling Lan took a deep breath, and took a slight step forward as her right fist punched out softly. This punch looked as light as a feather, but Ling Lan knew she had used 1-inch punch with it. However, the opponent's bearing had made Ling Lan reluctant to be too extreme, so she had only used 3 bands of 1-inch punch. Huijianyu did not let his guard down just because Ling Lan's punch seemed feather-light as he had already suffered a loss from the previous attack, so he was even more cautious this time. In addition, Ling Lan's warning had given him sufficient time for preparation, so instead of considering it as Ling Lan taking the initiative to attack, it would be better called a mutual attack. Reason being, Huijianyu, who had prepared in advance, had chosen to attack to defend and directly used his strongest attack to confront Ling Lan's punch. When experts exchanged blows, they did not require hundreds or even over thousands of blows like those in the lower realms. Very often, 1 or 2 moves could determine the victor. Huijianyu understood this and believed the opponent did too. Therefore, this move of the opponent was definitely not as simple as it seemed and was instead an earth-shaking punch. Huijianyu naturally would not hold back anymore, letting his chi sink into his dantian 1, he shouted, "Ultimate Overlord Punch." Following his shout, Huijianyu's right hand clenched into a fist and moved fiercely to clash against Ling Lan's. This move completely reflected Huijianyu's style, vigorous, bold and powerful. Before his fist met with Ling Lan's, the explosive sound of his punch tearing through the air caused the expressions of the many spectators to change. Even though they were not directly facing this attack, they could feel the terrifying power it contained. Ling Lan's countenance changed faintly and she suddenly increased the strength in her punch from 70 to 90%. Only such a terrifying and overbearing punch was befitting of someone who had the identity of the military academy's #1 combatant. A hint of seriousness emerged in Ling Lan's thoughts as she did not dare to belittle the opponent. With a bang, the 2 powerful fists collided and Ling Lan could sense that the opponent's strength was very solid, and he was absolutely not someone she could defeat by using 1 or 2 bands of 1-inch punch. The moment Huijianyu came into contact with Ling Lan's fist, he felt a force similar to roaring waves transmitted through his fist. Although it was powerful, it was still within the scope he could withstand. However, before he was able to relax, he sensed another new force overlaying on the original attack surging towards him once again. Hua Zhenyu's expression subtly changed as he groaned and frantically circulated his inner qi gene to withstand the immense overlaying force once again. The strong point of this ultimate overlord punch was that, before exceeding his limits, he could resist the opponent's attack no matter how powerful it was. At this moment, Hua Zhenyu rejoiced at his initial decision to use his most powerful move instead of another finishing blow. Otherwise, the sudden addition of this overlaying power would have injured him. However, Hua Zhenyu was only at ease for a few breaths' time, as very soon, he felt another new force emerging, which was once again overlaid on the original force, nearly overcoming him. Could it be that he was about to lose? No. Unwilling to be defeated, Hua Zhenyu looked up to the skies and howled wildly. His eyes were wide open and filled with fury, his face thoroughly red. At the same time, his entire right hand suddenly bulged. With a tearing sound, Hua Zhenyu's right sleeve became torn as pieces of cloth fell onto the ground one by one, revealing a sturdy arm with bulging muscles and veins that swelled up. In order to resist Ling Lan's third band of 1-inch punch, Hua Zhenyu had utilized the extreme limit of his ultimate overlord punch. He sincerely hoped that this was the opponent's last attack, or else he would be meeting his defeat. A light flickered in Ling Lan's eyes and her originally fair complexion flushed red. She let out a grunt and, using the third band of 1-inch punch which was about to disappear as a foundation, another, fourth layer of force emerged out of nowhere. The force behind this attack was too powerful, encompassing the accumulated force of the previous 3 strikes. When Hua Zhenyu sensed the 4th strike incoming, his complexion suddenly paled because the energy in his body was already being used to the extreme limit and he did not have any excess energy to withstand this 4th strike. Several squelching pops rang out, and the skin on Hua Zhenyu's arms suddenly split open like a sieve with countless holes, and the sounds of bones cracking could also be heard as blood spurted out from various sections of his arm. Hua Zhenyu's arm had been crippled because of this 4th strike, but the attack did not stop here. Shortly afterwards, Hua Zhenyu was sent flying into the air as a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out from his mouth with a spitting sound. Seeing this, Ling Lan withdrew her fist and her brows furrowed as the red flush on her face faded and turned pale in an instant. Apparently, she had lacked the capacity for a 4th 1-inch punch but had forcefully executed it anyway and caused a backlash, thus suffering from a slight internal injury. This time around, Ling Lan had learned a lesson, that she should not belittle any opponent when dueling and should go all out regardless of who the opponent was. Otherwise, it would be very easy for the opponent to overturn the match. Since when have I become so conceited and complacent? Ling Lan could not help but scorn herself. Her originally prudent personality had been progressively disappearing ever since she found out that her father Ling Xiao was not dead. This was not an ideal situation. Seems like it was not a good thing to have a solid backing. Ling Lan decided to go on as before and act as if Ling Xiao had been sacrificed, as this would be more beneficial for her growth. On her end, Ling Lan was self-analyzing her own mentality, deciding to rely on herself to continue growing in the future. Meanwhile, Hua Zhenyu had spat out a mouthful of blood in mid-air, allowing him to breathe easier. He then flipped over and landed on the ground, but as his inner qi gene had been depleted completely, he did not manage stand firm after landing and retreated 3 to 4 steps in succession before stabilizing himself. All the cadets watching the match surged to their feet in a stupefied uproar. They had not expected that the powerful boss Hua could not even withstand a punch from the opponent. Everyone felt that their worldview had been overturned, thinking, who the hell was this mysterious young man? To actually be able to defeat the #1 combatant of the military academy when he had just entered the academy? Hua Zhenyu raised his head with great difficulty and looked at the slender young man who had a calm expression as before. If not for his firm will, he most likely would not have been able to remain standing. Seeing Ling Lan retract his right hand, Hua Zhenyu noticed that the opponent's arms appeared to be trembling uncontrollably. It could be seen that the opponent using such a powerful finishing blow was not without any repercussions, and this comforted him a little. At the very least, the opponent was not completely invulnerable. If the opponent had not been injured in the slightest, Hu Zhenyu could not help but smile bitterly on the inside. He believed that his confidence would have been directly shattered by the opponent, and then he would have become doubtful of himself, wondering whether the 5 years of bitter training he had spent had been a mere joke. Even so, his confidence had still suffered a blow and was on the verge of crumbling apart. Hu Zhenyu was aware that in order to build up his confidence once again and forget the traumatic experience the opponent had brought him, he would perhaps have to spend a very long period of time recuperating. At this moment, Colonel Tenji looked towards Hu Zhenyu and asked loudly, "Hu Zhenyu, can you continue fighting?" Perhaps the spectators were unable to clearly tell Hu Zhenyu's condition, but as the closest observer, Colonel Tenji was clear that Hu Zhenyu was already reaching his limits and would not be able to continue battling for long. Having heard what was said, Hu Zhenyu smiled bitterly. He straightforwardly raised his hands and said, "Referee, I admit my loss for this match." His strongest move had been defeated and his body was near to falling apart, so he did not know what he could use to continue fighting. In a serious tone, Ling Lan said, "Many thanks." What Ling Lan said was not a conventional greeting or words just for show. She was genuinely thankful that Hu Zhenyu's full-strength attack had allowed her to realize the problem with her mentality, and this was more important than winning the match. If she had not discovered this and waited until the day she arrived on the battlefield, this sort of mentality could have caused her death no matter how strong she was. Hu Zhenyu's reply did not go against Colonel Tenji's expectations. He looked at Ling Lan as if thinking of something, and announced loudly, "New Cadet Regiment vs. Leingia Mecha Clan, the 5th match, New Cadet Regiment first year Ling Lan wins. The match score is 3-2. The New Cadet Regiment are the final victors of this fight." Following this announcement, all the members of the New Cadet Regiment leapt up and cheered enthusiastically. Evidently, everyone was cheering for Boss Lan as Ling Lan had used this match's victory to establish the New Cadet Regiment's unparalleled position so that no one could contend against them. Wu Jiong, who was seated below, did not feel regret upon hearing the cheers, but instead waved his arms and shouted for joy along with the other members. Multiple past experiences had made him understand that though he might be able to lead an extremely powerful team, he was incapable of making them into a winning team that would triumph in every battle. Reason being, he lacked Ling Lan's boldness and aggressiveness, and even in terms of mentality, he was unable to be like Ling Lan who could always remain unperturbed regardless of any difficulty he encountered. "Huh, we've truly won." Several of the team leaders beside Gao Jinyun revealed dazed, silly smiles after witnessing the result. Even though they had been convinced by Gao Jinyun to continue following Boss Lan, they were nevertheless stunned after witnessing Boss Lan defeat the military academies. Number 1 combatant and emerge victorious in this wagered fight. The shock of this outcome was too huge. Gao Jinyun laughed proudly to his heart's content. "Ha ha ha, I'm sure you're all aware now of Boss Lan's prowess. Leingia wanting to absorb the New Cadet Regiment is a dream as long as Boss Lan is here." One of the leaders took a deep breath and finally calmed down. Then, in admiration, he said, "Leader Gao, you're right. We shall follow you unquestioningly in the future." Currently, these leaders were secretly rejoicing that they had been convinced by Gao Jinyun because of their close relationship with him and had patiently waited for the result. This moment proved they had made the right move. They could not help but feel sorry for those few leaders who had not had the resolve to stay and had sought out alternative options. As Gao Jinyun mentioned, there was only one opportunity, grabbing it meant grabbing it, while missing it meant that you had truly missed the opportunity. "Let's go, we shall go and welcome Boss Lan." Gao Jinyun looked at the members of the New Cadet Regiment rushing forth to the stage and suggested excitedly. "All right." The several leaders answered loudly one by one. At this moment, they indeed wanted to enjoy this hard-earned joyous occasion with everyone in the New Cadet Regiment. This was a victory belonging to them, and represented that the New Cadet Regiment had truly established themselves in the military academy. The New Cadet Regiment's joy was set off in contrast with Leingia's gloomy expressions as they were still in disbelief, unconvinced that Leingia would ultimately lose this battle. Heaven knows how long it had been since Leingia last tasted defeat. However, the battle this time had given them a taste of it and this feeling was absolutely unpleasant. Lin Jidong looked at the elevated stage, which was almost totally surrounded by the New Cadet Regiment, with an unsightly expression. He knew that the ensuing period of time belonged to the victor's celebration and there was no longer any place for Leingia to stay. In any case, he did not wish remain and continue to see Leingia losing face. Another matter which he had to consider thoroughly was how to give Regiment Commander Shiao an explanation. The defeat this time would definitely deal an unprecedented blow on Leingia's prestige, as the opponent they had lost to were the new cadets who had just enrolled in the military academy. Lin Jidong could already imagine the Thunder King's rocketing fury and his body could not help but tremble. Soon after, Lin Jidong calmed down and gnashed his teeth in frustration as he said, "Let's go." Following his words, the members of the Leingia Mecha clan who felt ashamed to continue staying here soon left the battle hall. Of course, while they were leaving, they heard numerous cadets making loud booing sounds, among them the cadets from the new cadet regiment and also cadets from other factions. Also among them were supporters who were fond of Leingia but were currently disappointed in them. Many senior cadets of the various influential factions were incapable of accepting the fact that Leingia had lost to the new cadet regiment. Their feelings were directly reflected in their booing. The deeper the love, the more profound the hate when love turns into hate. This sort of feeling was present within them, and no matter what, Leingia losing this match had indeed disappointed many cadets. Before Lin Jidong left the battle stadium, he could not help but turn around and look at the stern, young man standing in the middle of the elevated stage accepting the new cadet regiment members' enthusiastic cheers. His dignified appearance resembled that of a general returning in victory, and even more like a king who had opened up a new territory and was enjoying the supportive cheers of his subjects. Actually, Lin Jidong had misunderstood. Ling Lan's default was an ice-cold expression, T/C, Lieu yep, it's her trademark face by now. She would still maintain this look even when being cursed at. In short, Ling Lan's cool and aloof expression in this situation was indeed extremely aggravating. Don't be too complacent. Leingia will definitely return this grudge. Lin Jidong's expression was chilly as he sniffed one last time before he turned and left this combat hall that had embarrassed him so. As the members of the new cadet regiment rushed towards the elevated stage, Huajianyu, as one of the participants of the fight, left the stage in loneliness. Other than a few of his team members, no one paid any attention to his actions as the former king of combat. At present, everyone's attention was gathered on Ling Lan, who was in the middle of the elevated stage. He was the leading role in this battle, and the newly emerged king of combat in the military academy. Of course, Huajianyu saw the people from Leingia leaving with their tail between their legs and also heard the sounds of booing which had spread throughout the battle stadium. Sadness shrouded his heart. It was his lack of strength that caused this result. At this moment, one of his team members saw his state and hastily said, "Boss Hua, let's head to the treatment center. Your injuries are very severe." Hearing the other's words, Huajianyu gently patted his own right arm which had gone totally numb and said indifferently, "It's just a small injury and is of no importance. Unfortunately, I've lost and caused Leingia to lose this wagered fight." "How is this a small injury?" "Boss Hua, you still have to participate in the division assessments in a month's time." That team member was anxious, as this was related to Boss Hua's future growth. "That's right, Boss Hua, you had best head to the treatment center for treatment," the other team members urged. Huajianyu no longer refused. He headed towards the treatment center with a few team members. On the way, one of the team members spoke with dissatisfaction. "Boss Hua, those leaders of the current Leingia are going too far, to think that not even one came to see you. If we had known earlier, Boss Hua shouldn't have agreed to participate in this fight." "Forget it, in any case, I am still Leingia's former leader and I can't reject a request of theirs when they come looking for me." Huajianyu smiled bitterly. Even if he had passed Leingia to Qiaoting, he was still unable to reject them when Leingia was in need of help. Merely, it's unfortunate for Nie Fengming as he will definitely have to be absent for the examination a month later. He had always been anxiously longing to enlist for the 23rd Division, said another team member with regret on his face. According to the news sent over by the team members who had accompanied him to the treatment center, Nie Fengming had to receive treatment for 10 months before he could completely recover. That was to say, he would definitely miss this year's examination. Huajianyu went silent for a moment before saying with a heavy heart, "I've let down Fengming." No, it was Ling Lan. His attack was too ruthless. one of the members spoke as his face revealed hatred. The few of them had formed a small mecha team in the military academy and had grown up together during these 5 years, and had long become brothers of different surnames with bonds no inferior to biological brothers. With Nie Fengming's current situation, they could not help but hate Ling Lan, who had heavily injured him. "Rest assured, I will not forget about this grudge," said Hu Zhenyu coldly. Even though they were aware that Nie Fengming was partly to blame for receiving such a serious injury, but in terms of feelings, Hu Zhenyu was unable to accept his own brother landing in such a miserable condition. Regarding how they treated their brothers and comrades, Hu Zhenyu's and Ling Lan's mentality were more or less the same. Even if the fault was on their side, they were intolerant of outsiders taking actions. "I've decided to apply for enlistment to the 23rd Division in a month's time and wait for Nie Fengming's return. Inevitably, there will be a day when we'll run into Ling Lan, and at that time, it'll be time for us to pay back what we received today." Hu Zhenyu revealed his decision and caused the team members around him to be astonished. They knew that Boss Hua's original target was the 1st Division, as his idol was the Federation's first marshal, while the 23 RD Division's commander Ling Xiao was Nie Fengming's idol. This was also the reason Nie Fengming had chosen to enter the 23 RD Division's enlistment examination. "Since Boss Hua is going to enter the 23rd Division examination, I shall follow him too. I'll enter the 23rd Division too." "Me too." The other team members, who were originally hesitant whether to follow Boss Hua or enter the division of their own idols, no longer had any apprehensions due to Boss Hua changing his mind, and so declared their determination to follow his lead. Hu Zhenyu did not speak but merely smiled. This was the only thing he could do for Nie Fengming, by setting a foundation for him before he entered the division. Once he joined them, their small team would once again gather and fight together to obtain the highest achievements. Following that, they would then find Ling Lan and return their bitter hatred of today. Currently within the cabin, after Liu witnessed the result and saw the new cadets rushing towards the arena all at once, he turned towards Yun Xiao and said, "Let's go." Upon hearing that, Yun Xiao was in shock as he said, "What? We're leaving right now?" The number of cadets leaving the arena was the highest right now, and in previous times, Liu would usually wait for an hour and a half for the majority of the crowd to leave before he left. However, why was he anxious to leave this time? "I have to head to the treatment center and look at that foolish little brother of mine, to see if he's still able to move," explained Liu. "Ah, so you were the type who would show love and respect as what good brothers should." Yun Xiao did not believe the explanation Liu gave in the slightest. Liu immediately shot a glare at Yun Xiao. Of course he would show love and respect as what good brothers would, but that was reserved for his older cousin. Seeing Liu's stern gaze, Yun Xiao hastily raised his hands in surrender, indicating that he would not say anything else, and obediently follow Liu to leave the cabin. In Wuji's cabin, Zhao Jun yawned, and to those beside him he asked, "The fight has ended, are you all intending to stay here?" Han Yu's expression was somewhat gloomy as he said, "I want to watch the replay. You can leave first if you're not interested." The new cadet regiment was unexpectedly strong and caused Han Yu to feel threatened. In particular, the majority of the cadets in the new cadet regiment belonged to the Central Scout Academy's faction, and so he could not help but be concerned whether they would join the Doha faction. At the same time, Wei Ji nodded and said, "Would also like to watch the replay. All of you can do as you wish." Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng stealthily exchanged a glance before Zhao Jun spoke up to say, "I'm not interested. We'll talk about it after they become expert mecha operators." "Lanfeng, what about you, are you leaving together or would you like to stay?" Li Lanfeng shrugged his shoulders in a relaxed manner. "It's as what you said, after they become an expert in mecha piloting during their second year, perhaps I will be interested. To invest effort in thinking about them right now is somewhat not worth it." Hearing his words, Zhao Jun smiled. "In that case, let's leave together." Li Lanfeng stood and replied, "All right, let's leave together." He then said to Han Yu and Wei Ji, "It's fine to attach some importance to them, but the Thunder King will certainly be the number one person who wishes to dispose of the new cadet regiment." His words implied that it was too early for Wuji to be apprehensive towards the new cadet regiment. It would be more suitable after the new cadet regiment had weathered Thunder King Xiaoting's fury. Han Yu and Wei Ji smiled in response, and only after Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng left did Han Yu put away his smile as he snorted coldly. Does he truly think he's Wu Ji's strategist? Li Lanfeng's attitude of being superior in all aspects caused Han Yu to be increasingly discontented with him. Unknowingly, he started disliking Li Lanfeng more and more, but in the past, he had definitely felt that Li Lanfeng was a good person. However, why does he seem so pretentious right now? Wei Ji replied unenthusiastically, there's nothing to be done. 2 years ago, we had indeed relied on many of his schemes, so although he isn't our official strategist, everyone in Wu Ji considers him as one. After speaking, Wei Ji could not help but look towards Han Yu. I don't know why you do not see eye to eye with Li Lanfeng. I feel that he doesn't have huge ambitions and has been diligent regarding Wu Ji's affairs. Han Yu furrowed his brows. Actually, it was from last year that I started to always feel that something's slightly off with Li Lanfeng. Right now, the more I see him, the more I feel that there's a problem with him. Don't you feel that his smile is very fake? Wei Ji smiled bitterly and shook his head. He truly did not see anything wrong with Li Lanfeng. If not for Han Yu being extremely discontented with Li Lanfeng, he really did not wish to fall out with the other. After all, the relationship between the four of them had been very good in the past. Han Yu looked towards Zhou Ye and Wang Hui. What do you think? Wang Hui followed Wei Ji in shaking his head, expressing that he could not identify what wrong there was with Li Lanfeng. Zhou Ye was silent for a moment, before saying measuredly, Senior Li's smile is indeed very warm and genial, but I become nervous whenever he smiles. Maybe it's because it's my first time interacting with Senior Li, so I'm unused to him. Zhou Ye's expression seemed somewhat conflicted. Before Zhou Ye had finished speaking, Han Yu was already clapping his hands together and saying, see. Zhou Ye feels the same way I do. These words made Zhou Ye smile wryly. Actually, he himself could not say why he was nervous around Li Lanfeng, but it was definitely not like Han Yu was saying, that Li Lanfeng's smile was very fake. Li Lanfeng was obviously a kind and gentle senior. Why was Regiment Commander Han Yu so against the other? Of course, no matter how doubtful Zhou Ye was, he would not say anything, because the antagonism and strife within the upper ranks usually did not have much reason to it. Oftentimes, just for the sake of an extra share of power, one party would push another party into hell. While this current situation was just a blatant dislike so far. However, Zhou Ye did not mind this situation. Han Yu's behavior was in large part helping him clear out a path to become Wu Ji's military advisor. It should be known that within Wu Ji, Li Lanfeng was the publicly acknowledged strategist of the Mecha clan, holding extremely high esteem among its members. Without Han Yu's help, relying on himself, he might have to wait until Li Lanfeng graduates and leaves the academy before he would be able to take on the role of advisor. As an ambitious person, Zhou Ye did not want to dawdle within the military academy for 2 to 3 years. He yearned to ascend the skies in one step, craving the chance to display his full abilities, and desired the respect and admiration of the clan members. And so, Zhou Ye kept his silence, as if tacitly agreeing with Han Yu that he too felt something off about Li Lanfeng. Having left the Wu Ji box, Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng did not know what was happening inside the box. They walked till the end of the hallway, where they happened to bump into the Li Shiu and Yun Xiao who had also departed from their box. When the four met, they were all startled. A trace of confusion appeared silently on Li Shiu's handsome face. This masked youth before his eyes, who was radiating such a warm and gentle aura, seemed somewhat familiar. Li Lanfeng was the quickest to regain his bearings. He smiled and gave the other side a cadet's salute, and then said, Li Shiu, Dux of the Military Medical Research Specialization, I've heard such great things about you. Hello, have I met you somewhere before? Li Shiu's brow creased and he could not help but ask. Well, no, but I've seen you before, said Li Lanfeng with a smile. Oh. When? Li Shiu pursued the question. His memory had always been good, this person across from him had such a strange sense of familiarity. He just could not believe that he really had not met him before. Smilingly, Li Lanfeng was about to answer when Zhao Jun beside him asked with a quirked brow, Lanfeng, so this is the so-called direct descendant of your Li family? That genius Li Shiyu you mentioned. Li Shiyu jolted at these words, blurting out, "You're a Li family descendant too?" Li Lanfeng nodded and said, "Yes, but I'm just a branch descendant. However, I was previously lucky enough to be in the same school as young Master Mulan. It's just that young Master Mulan dropped out later due to illness, and I've not seen him since then. I wonder how young Master Mulan is now." "Is he well?" asked Li Lanfeng with a face filled with concern. Hearing this, Li Shiyu's mood dipped. Cousin brother Mulan's body is indeed not well. However, very quickly, Li Shiyu rallied and said confidently, "However, I believe cousin brother Mulan will definitely get better." A strange light flashed through Li Lanfeng's eyes, and he nodded and said, "Yes, young Master Mulan will definitely get better." Li Lanfeng's words put Li Shiyu in a good mood instantly. Within the Li family clan, this was the first time he had heard another Li family member willing to believe that his eldest cousin brother would recover. This made Li Shiyu extremely grateful, naturally feeling a sense of kinship with Li Lanfeng. "You're going back?" Li Lanfeng continued to ask. Before Li Shiyu could respond, Yun Xiu had piped up from beside him, "We're going to go see Shiyu's younger brother too, that Leingia who fought second for the new cadet regiment." A trace of surprise rose on Li Lanfeng's face. "So young Master Shiyu is also planning to go see young Master Leingia. I was just prepared to go check on young Master Leingia's condition myself. Why don't we go together?" Zhao Jun cast a thoughtful glance at Li Lanfeng. Mind you, when they had stepped out of the box, the other had not mentioned anything of the sort. However, he had always respected Li Lanfeng's decisions, so he quietly played along. Li Shiyu hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. Based off the other's goodwill towards his eldest cousin brother alone, he could not refuse the other three. Just like that, the four of them hurried to the treatment center. The moment they entered its doors, they could see that the large hall had been split into two factions, each staking out one corner, dutifully ignoring the other. These people were very easy to tell apart. One side was all dressed in a green freshman uniform, so it was obvious they were first years. Meanwhile, on the other side, there was green and also blue, but the age difference clearly marked them as upper year students. It went without saying that these two factions were respectively the people from the new cadet regiment and the Lieu Mecha clan. The moment Li Shiyu's group of four stepped into the treatment center, they drew the gazes of everyone inside. After all, three of them were dressed in the blue uniform of the elite, while Li Shiyu was even dressed in the white uniform of a dux. This color would draw attention no matter where he went. However, the first years of the new cadet regiment very quickly averted their eyes. The age of the four newcomers clearly marked them as seniors. The members of the new cadet regiment did not think that these people were here for them. After all, they did not know such impressive seniors, so these people could only be from the Lieu Mecha clan. On the other hand, those from the Lieu Mecha clan were in a state of confusion. Several sharp-eyed people had noticed Li Lanfeng and Zhao Jun, who they knew were from the Wuji faction. Moreover, Li Shiyu was also an influential figure within the school. The Lieu Mecha clan may dare to offend everyone and anyone, but they would never dare to offend any student from the military medical research specialization. This was because, in future, those people were very likely to be the ones responsible for their lives. No one wanted to gamble with their lives. The treatment center fell under the jurisdiction of the Military Medical Research Department. Seeing the ducks of the department in charge of them personally here at the scene, the staff were instantly nervous. One of the leaders of the staff in the treatment center came forwards to ask, "Duxley, may I know what instructions you have for visiting us at this time? Please don't let there have been any mistakes in the treatment plan submitted by the treatment center." A layer of sweat formed on the forehead of the team leader. If that was truly the case, that meant that they might very likely lose their jobs here at the military academy, be dismissed from service, and be sent back to their homes. Mind you, in the Federation, the social status and treatment of military personnel were of the highest caliber. The workers really did not want to lose the honor of being a soldier. I heard that in this wagered fight, many people were injured, and the injuries were very serious, so I specially came over to take a look. Li Shiyu's words let the team leader of the treatment center instantly release a sigh of relief. "Can you give me an overview of the patient's current conditions?" Li Shiyu continued. The team leader of the treatment center quickly said, "Yes, Duxley, please come this way." He led Liu over to the healing pods of one of the upper years, and then continued to say, "This student's condition is especially severe. The bones of his entire body display different degrees of breakage, but strangely enough, such wide-scale traumatic impact did not deal any fatal injury to the inner organs. It's clear to see that the one who did this has extremely precise control on his application of strength. When we first saw it, we were all extremely stunned and awed by it. Even though the opponent had shown mercy, not dealing any fatal injury, for this patient to fully recover in less than 10 months is impossible." The team leader peeked carefully at Liu, then said softly, "Unless we take out the special medicinal agents the military medical research specialization has developed, then perhaps the time could be shortened." Liu merely nodded but said nothing. He naturally knew how the other had been injured, that youth had brought it all on himself. Thus, he had no interest whatsoever in helping him. Besides, the other was also the adversary of his younger cousin's party. Regardless of how much he looked down on that jerk of a cousin of his, he would not allow others to bully a member of their Li family. The team leader saw Liu keeping silent, and sighed softly, but said nothing further. After all, the special medicinal agents of the military medical research department were extremely precious. He had only brought it up earlier to try his luck. If Liu had truly been moved to help, then it would have been a blessing upon this patient. The team leader then led Liu's group of 4 to another healing pod. This healing pod held a first year. The surrounding youths saw them approach and all revealed stern and nervous expressions as they stared at them, as if on guard against any sign of intended harm to their companion. Seeing this, Li Lanfeng nodded mentally. This new cadet regiment was more united than he had imagined. It looks like they really could not be underestimated. The team leader pointed at the healing pod and said to Liu, "This is a first-year student. Multiple wound sites on his internal organs and meridians. It can be said that he was pretty much half dead, but his body's regenerative ability is extraordinarily strong. In tandem with the recovery agents here, he should be back to normal in 3 months." Liu approached and took a look, and found that the one lying in the healing pod was that tenacious youth who had fought after Leingia. That brutal match had stirred even him. He had initially thought that the youth's wounds would take at least half a year to heal, but surprisingly, he would be okay after just 3 months. It looked like this youth's physical constitution was truly exceptional. The team leader then pointed at the healing pod next to this one and said, "That one is also a first-year student. His injuries are also very severe. His left scapula 4 is shattered. He won't be recovered till 2 or 3 months later." Liu walked closer to see, and as expected, it was Leingia. He was lying in the healing pod with a tortured expression of pain, and Liu could hear some vague moaning coming from him. In contrast, the other first-year student beside him who was injured much worse was able to tolerate the pain stoically without any change in his expression. Liu was instantly in a bad mood. He sniffed coldly and said, "Just a minor injury and you're behaving so disgracefully. You're really losing the face of the Li family." Leingia heard a familiar voice coming from outside the healing pod and forced his eyes open, only to become instantly wide-eyed with shock. He stared at Liu. Hells, why was his second elder cousin brother 5 here? Back when Liu had gone against his grandfather's orders, choosing to give up on his identity as inheritor, even though Leingia did not know the full story, he had heard a thing or two about it. Still, he just could not figure out why this incomprehensible second elder cousin brother of his would appear within the military academy, and wearing the white uniform he admired so much to boot. This meant that Liu was definitely the dux of one of the specializations, and this was no easy feat. Even the proud Leingia had already given up on his goal of becoming dux, because Leingia knew that the dux of their year's mecha specialization would be none other than boss Ling Lan. Leingia was still secretly wondering what the heck was going on when Liu said to the staff member monitoring Leingia's healing pod, "Help me open up this healing pod." This. The staff member looked dubiously at his team leader, not daring to obey immediately. Even though Liu was the dux of the military medical research specialization, thus being like half a leader to them, this matter was related to the treatment of a student, so the staff member did not dare to move recklessly. Seeing this, the team leader hurried to explain, Duxley, this student is currently undergoing treatment. If we interrupt the process now, it might affect the final recovery time. At these words, Shiao raised his right hand and turned on his communicator to carefully enter some information, then said, don't worry. I've already requested to take on Leingia's treatment from the military academy. Very soon, you all should receive the transfer procedure request here. As the dux of the military medical research specialization, Shiao had the right to request primary responsibility over the care of any patient. Of course, the military academy would still hold responsibility over the two students. The administration would keep track of the entire treatment process, circumventing any possible harm that could occur to either of the involved parties. Either side that committed any fault would be strictly punished by the military academy. Hearing Shiao's explanation, the team leader relaxed. Very quickly, the team leader received the transfer order, and so instructed the staff member to stop the treatment process of the healing pod and open the pod. This out-of-the-ordinary event drew the concern of the other first years waiting in the treatment center. They all gathered close, and upon seeing the healing pod suddenly being opened, their expressions changed. One of the students was Xiao, who had accompanied Leingia here for treatment under Ling Lan's orders. Enraged, he asked, what do you all think you're doing? Don't you know that interrupting treatment will affect his recovery? The team leader rushed to explain, this student will be transferred to the Military Medical Research Center for treatment. You all can relax. The treatment and medicinal agents there are several times better than those we have here. Not only will his injuries not be affected, he might even be able to recover even earlier. Xiao peered dubiously at Shiao and the others. Would these people who were obviously seniors be so kind and benevolent? Xiao could not be blamed for overthinking things. After all, they had just had a confrontation with the seniors of Leingia. According to the update they had received from a member who had rushed over from the arena, Boss Lan had just defeated the top fighter of Leingia, officially winning the wagered fight. It could not be excluded that the people of Leingia might turn to anger from their shame, and take the opportunity to do something underhanded while they still had not received direct orders from those in the upper ranks. Seeing this, Li Lanfeng smiled and explained, we're from the Wuji Mecha clan, and this is Duxley from the Military Medical Research Specialization. If you understand how our military academy is run, you'll know that the Military Medical Research Specialization is never involved in the conflicts among the various factions. As military doctors were the holy ones who treated the sick and healed the wounded, they needed to treat all patients objectively without any bias. Thus, whether it was within the military academy or within the actual military doctors were absolutely not allowed to be involved in any conflicts among the various factions. This was because once a military doctor was involved, they could not guarantee that their heart would remain pure. Especially on the battlefield, if a doctor hesitated or wavered due to their patient being from a different faction, it could result in a death. And this was something the military could not condone. From the start, Xiao was a news-gatherer, a busybody. He knew what the senior across him had said was not wrong. If the other was really from the military doctor specialization, he could certainly relax, for the other would definitely not do anything bad to Leingia. As such, he acquiesced, but he still kept a close watch on Shiao and his group. The moment he detected anything odd, he would make sure to prevent them at first notice from harming Leingia. At this time, Xiao was still rather simple and naive, not knowing that military doctors were people too. They experienced the full gamut of emotions just like any other person, and especially towards those particular people whom they loved and hated in equal measure, even if they would treat them dutifully, they would still find all manner of ways to torment the other. And despite how these torments were actually also beneficial to the patient, it went without question that there was not a single patient who would be willing to accept such treatment if they had been given a choice. As the healing pod was completely opened, the healing fluid inside the pod was suctioned out at the same time. Very soon, Leingia's body was revealed, and several seconds later, the uniform he was wearing was blown dry. It was as if he had never been immersed in healing fluid. At this moment, Leingia finally found the chance to speak. He asked, second elder cousin brother, why are you here? Humph, why can't I be here? Shiao harumphed coldly. Facing Leingia, He did not have the same patience he had when dealing with his eldest cousin brother. He found this brat here annoying no matter how he looked at him. Leingia was instantly left speechless. He found that he was indeed a great idiot for asking this question. Li Shiyu being here, dressed in the uniform of a dux no less, naturally meant he was a student of this military academy. And being able to be a student of the first men's military academy, of course meant he had passed the admissions tests. Could his brain have been injured when he had been struck previously? Fine, that was a stupid question. I should ask, what are you doing here? Are you here to laugh at me? Leingia stared unhappily at Li Shiyu. His relationship with his second elder cousin brother was not very good. He would not be so self-deluded to think that his cousin was here to be chummy with him. At least you are self-aware, wise enough to know you're a joke. Yes, I'm here to lecture you. Performing so terribly on the stage, you've really disgraced our Li family, scolded Li Shiyu, disappointed. Even though Li Shiyu had rejected the position of Li family inheritor, this did not mean he did not acknowledge that he was of the Li family. Thus, seeing Leingia perform so badly, he was extremely dissatisfied. Leingia rolled his eyes at these words. How could he have forgotten that his cousin brother had an inherently venomous tongue? Whenever they met, his cousin brother would critique him till it seemed as if he were worthless. Of course, he had not wanted to just take it, constantly looking for a way to fight back. But unfortunately, the other was older than him by quite a few years, and relied on his advantage of the extra years of strength and knowledge of combat skills to suppress Leingia. Thus, he had failed many times in his attempts to object, never having found a chance to turn the tables till now. Originally, 4 years ago was a very good chance for him to turn the tables, but Li Shiyu had unfortunately become at odds with grandfather because he had rejected the position of inheritor, subsequently moving out of the Li family mansion. This caused Leingia to no longer have the chance to meet the other to attempt bringing his revolt to the final stages. Li Shiyu paid no mind to whether Leingia would be disgruntled by his words, instead continuing to instruct, later, follow me to the Military Medical Research Center. After this, your injuries will be my responsibility. That's not necessary. Since I can be healed here too, why should I go there, retorted Leingia haughtily. He did not want to owe this annoying second elder cousin brother anything, and would rather suffer a little more here. At these words, Li Shiyu's face darkened and he leaned in close, bending over to pat Leingia's still immobile face within the healing pod, and said lowly, my taking over your treatment, is already a fact. So, just give up. Li Shiyu's dark face made the warning bells in Leingia's heart blare loudly. Could it be that his cousin brother was shifting his venom from his tongue to his hands too instead? He struggled desperately, trying to speak. Right then, an icy voice suddenly rang out from the main doors of the treatment center. Despite the size of the treatment center and how many people there were inside, this voice seemed to ring out by everyone's ears, clear and coherent. I would like to know, what in the world is going on? From the doorway, this question signaled the entrance of a coldly dashing youth radiating a cold aura as he slowly walked into the treatment center. For some reason, the moment he entered the treatment center, the entire center's temperature seemed to drop by several degrees. Some people even felt an invisible pressure descend upon them. The initially somewhat raucous noise was abruptly silenced, and everyone's eyes were drawn and held by this youth. It turned out that Ling Lan, who had won the arena fight, had arrived, and behind her were quite a few of the team leaders of the new cadet regiment. Leingia's initially grumpy expression instantly brightened when he heard this voice. He turned his head to look over and shouted out, Boss Lan. This behavior of Leingia's made Li Shiyu's face change minutely, and the gaze of Li Lanfeng, who had been observing Leingia all this while, flashed briefly. Li Lanfeng lifted his head to look in Ling Lan's direction, and his gaze became extremely solemn. Leingia. Li Shiyu could not hold back an angry bellow. His voice was raised quite a few decibels. It was clear to see how much rage was contained behind it. Li Shiyu was extremely dissatisfied with how easily Leingia had acknowledged another as his boss, and was also sad on behalf of his eldest cousin brother. This was because he felt that only Li Mulan should be the boss of them Li family brothers. And Leingia, this great big dumbass, had actually given this honorable title of their eldest cousin brother to someone else, this was something he could not forgive. Li Shiyu's furious roar did not cow Leingia, who instead had an expression filled with stubborn recalcitrance on his face. Leingia was exactly like this. He was someone who, if he does not acknowledge you, no matter how much you pressure him, he would still refuse to submit. However, if you could gain his heartfelt deference, one cold glance would be enough to freeze him in his place. Right now, this personality of Leingia's was out in full force, which just made Li Shiyu's rage flare even higher. If it could be said that meeting his eldest cousin brother made Li Shiyu want to draw close instinctively, wanting to protect the other, then meeting Leingia was completely the other way round. All of Li Shiyu's initial praiseworthy good temperament would completely disappear, only leaving behind roars of anger and a venomous tongue. Not once could they coexist peacefully. Li Shiyu and Leingia glared at each other. On one side, Li Lanfeng's expression shifted minutely, but just as he was about to intervene and mediate, a glacial voice rang out extremely close to him, "Why isn't my party member being treated? Can you explain this?" Apparently, Ling Lan had already arrived by the healing pod of Leingia, and was speaking directly to the staff member in charge of treating Leingia. Perhaps because she had just come straight from combat, there was still a trace of killing intent on Ling Lan's body. This intimidating aura actually made the staff member break out in cold sweat all across his forehead, unable to reply for a moment. Ling Lan quirked an eyebrow, her freezing gaze driving a bolt of chill into the staff member's heart. He quickly replied, "I'm sorry, he's been transferred to the Military Medical Research Center." Transferred to the Military Medical Research Center. Ling Lan's brow furrowed, unsure what this meant. Xie dashed up to her side and explained the entire chain of events to Ling Lan. Ling Lan nodded as she listened, finally getting the picture. Once Xie was done speaking, he retreated. Only then did Ling Lan turn her attention to Li Shiyu's group of 4, and Li Shiyu's group instantly felt a wave of invisible pressure crashing onto them. Li Lanfeng's gaze began to flicker once more, because he had sensed a familiar energy, perhaps the other was really like him. This was the very first time he had ever sensed the presence of kin, his heart could not help but pound for several beats. Li Lanfeng's control over his emotions was undoubtedly excellent, in the blink of an eye he had regained his composure. He continued to observe coldly, keeping quiet, but mentally made a note to try and find out more about the other, to aid his future plans. Ling Lan swept her gaze contemplatively over the 4 youths, and her gaze finally landed on Li Shiyu. Xie had mentioned very clearly that this Dux was the one who had pushed this decision through, so she said to him, "Are you the one who requested to transfer my man into the Military Medical Research Center?" In spite of his displeasure, Li Shiyu's good upbringing still made him nod in response, indicating that Ling Lan was right. At that, Ling Lan raised an eyebrow and said, "I recall that, a request like that still requires the agreement of the patient being treated." After finding out about the situation, Little 4 had instantly looked up all the related regulations on transferal of treatment cases. Thus, Ling Lan was now extremely clear on all the rules and procedures associated with the process. There were plenty of loopholes for her to play with. Li Shiyu's expression darkened, but he still replied, "I'm the Dux of the Military Medical Research Specialization. As long as any patient is within the treatment center, I have the right to designate them as my patient without requiring the other's approval." That said, he did not forget to throw a fierce glare in Leingia's direction. The moment Li Shiyu said this, the senior year students all nodded in agreement, while the first-year freshmen stared at one another, uncertain whether the military academy really had this rule. Leingia was rather bewildered by Li Shiyu's glare. When and how had he offended his second elder cousin brother now? Initially already irritated, he became even more disgruntled. His rage rose higher, but he still held back, only expressing it by returning an equally scathing glare to indicate his displeasure. Although every time Leingia encountered Li Shiyu, they were like primed firecrackers, ready to explode at the slightest provocation, over these many years, Leingia actually knew that his cousin brother would never hurt him. Otherwise, having the full upper hand over him all these many years, Li Shiyu would not have just mocked and taunted and snarked at him with words. From the time they were little till now, there had been plenty of chances for Li Shiyu to be ruthless and do away with him completely. This was also why Leingia had not rebutted his cousin's words, merely glaring back. he did not want to put Li Shiyu on the spot one. Furthermore, Leingia is my younger cousin. As his elder cousin, giving a hand to treat him is an obligation. I can ensure that he fully recovers in almost half the time. Of course, this was based on the prerequisite that Leingia had to endure through the intense agony of his body being modified and improved by the medical agents. Leingia would probably remember the experience for the rest of his life. A subtle smile appeared on Li Shiyu's lips. These words of Li Shiyu moved all of the first-year students, even those members who had still been wary of Li Shiyu cast away their doubts at this time. Leingia himself was convinced, but just as he was about to say he was willing, an ice-cold gaze swept over to look at him, instantly freezing him in place, along with those words which were already at the tip of his tongue. How terrifying! Compared to Boss Lan's cold gaze, his elder cousin's glares were really all too harmless. Leingia swallowed the acceptance he had been about to utter, hurriedly ducking his head and pretending that he did not know anything. Leingia resolutely chose Boss Lan's side. Offending his elder cousin would just cause him to be cut by the other's venomous tongue a few times, or at most resulting in some minor scrapes, but if he made Boss Lan unhappy. Leingia shuddered internally. He still remembered not too long ago in the combat hall, he had seen Qilong in a terrible state, crawling and staggering out with the last of his strength from a combat room. Qilong's opponent that day had been Boss Lan. Out of curiosity over Qilong's sorry state, Leingia had asked Xiao, who was on friendly terms with everyone in the regiment, about it. Xiao had told him then that Qilong had accidentally offended Boss Lan, so Boss Lan had decided to spar with Qilong for a week too. And sure enough, for that entire week, Qilong had crawled out so pitifully from the combat room every single day. Leingia absolutely did not want to become the second Qilong, so he was determined to follow Boss Lan's lead. Obtaining Leingia's cooperation, Ling Lan retracted her gaze in satisfaction. She, who had originally had a relatively so-so impression of Li Shiyu, was now looking at Li Shiyu with sparkling eyes, just like a starving fox setting its eyes on a piece of premium-grade marbled meat. No, an extremely good collaboration partner. With regards to the three people who had been heavily injured in the arena fights, Ling Lan was extremely distressed by it. This was because she knew very well that missing too many of the physical conditioning classes would affect their final physical conditioning results. If the three of them could not pass the assessment in the end due to their injuries here, even if this allowed the new cadet regiment to establish their foothold within the military academy, Ling Lan felt that it was rather not worth it. This was also why she had rushed over here to the treatment center after accepting a simple round of congratulations from the members of the new cadet regiment. She wanted to know the conditions of the three and their final recovery prognosis 3. Along the way, having discovered the treatment estimations, Little Four had told her the time needed for the three boys to recover. Luo Lang would require 1 month, Leingia 2.5 months, while Qilong would need a whole 3 months. Undoubtedly, the treatment time for all three of them were extremely long. This would be very disadvantageous to them in the following physical conditioning courses. Although Ling Lan had tried asking Little Four to find a solution, Little Four's answer was that there was no way. This made Ling Lan extremely unhappy. Therefore, the moment she had entered the treatment center to find some seniors facing off against Leingia and the others, Ling Lan's mood had become even worse, causing the cold air around her to become even colder by several degrees. But her luck was unexpectedly great. Here she was worrying about her three followers' conditions, when someone had voluntarily walked up to her front door to offer a solution. Even in her overwhelming joy, Ling Lan had begun to work the little abacus inside her mind calculating how best to use the other to obtain the best benefits for her followers. Ling Lan held this strange stare on Li Shiyu for a few seconds. Under this creepy gaze, the initially calm and composed Li Shiyu actually found cold sweat breaking out along his back, as if he had stepped into some sort of trap. The corner of Ling Lan's lips quirked up, and she suddenly opened her mouth to say, "Unfortunately, he already has a clan." Subsequently, Ling Lan, who had initially been 5 paces away, was suddenly right by Li Shiyu. She pressed down on Li Shiyu's shoulder with one hand and leaned in close to say softly by his ear, "Regarding the procedures and regulations on transferal of treatment, I know no less than you." Li Shiyu's expression changed, but before he could say anything, Ling Lan was already back in her original position, just as if she had never moved at all. This scene caused everyone in the treatment center to be stupefied, also causing the eyes of Li Lanfeng, who had been standing next to Li Shiu, to narrow. Leingia, are you willing to go with me? Li Shiu swiftly regained his composure, and turned his head to ask Leingia. Now the key was Leingia's answer. If Leingia agrees, there would be no problem. Leingia had long made up his mind. Hearing Li Shiu's question, he responded without even having to think, I'll listen to whatever Boss Lan decides. Have you forgotten that you are a Li family descendant? Leingia's reply made Li Shiu livid once more. When had this arrogant and annoying brat become so submissive? No, he is still a descendant of your Li family, but he is also one of my clan members, Ling Lan interrupted to say, you know very well that I have the right to decide everything for him. You. Li Shiu was instantly left at a loss for words, because Ling Lan was right. Once a student joined a clan, that student would no longer be solely representing himself. Instead, he now represented the clan as well, which also meant that there were some things that Leingia could no longer decide for himself. Li Lanfeng quickly stepped in to defuse the awkward scene. Actually, everyone here is just trying to do the best for young Master Leingia. Regiment Commander Ling, young Master Shiyu is the dux of the Military Medical Research Specialization. Speaking reasonably, only young Master Shiyu has the right to use the best medicinal agents to treat young Master Leingia. Thus, letting young Master Shiyu take charge of treatment, young Master Leingia has everything to gain and nothing to lose. Li Lanfeng did not wish for the two sides to fall out and become adversaries. If possible, he still wanted to collaborate with Ling Lan. Moreover, he too was worried about Leingia's injuries, and he also really did not want to hurt Li Shiyu's compassionate heart filled with brotherly love. I know. However, I still have two clan members who are very gravely injured. I wonder if Duxley would be willing to lend a hand. Ling Lan did not want to draw things out with the other either, and so directly put forward her request. You think ultra-effective medical agents are that easy to obtain? Li Shiyu's expression was very dark. If Leingia were not my younger cousin, I would never have offered. What a good big brother. Ling Lan lifted an eyebrow and glanced at Li Shiyu, a half-smile on her face, as if she had seen through Li Shiyu's inner thoughts. This made Li Shiyu feel somewhat flustered instantly, somewhat unsure whether he had misconstrued what the other intended. What if I want you to treat all three of them no matter what? Are you threatening me? Li Shiyu's eyes narrowed, a faint air of danger beginning to emanate from his body. The military medical students belonged to the neutral factions within the military academy, no individual or faction dared to offend them. After all, no one could tell whether they would ever be injured and fall into the other's hands. No one would play a fool with their life. If you want to think so, you can, responded Ling Lan evenly, this would depend on how much you, as a good elder brother, are willing to do for your younger brother. Li Shiyu clenched his teeth so hard he almost shattered them. Who could have known that the boss Leingia had acknowledged would be so shameless, actually using Leingia as a bargaining chip to threaten him? He said resentfully to Leingia, this is the boss you want to follow? One who, for the sake of others, would be willing to sacrifice you. Leingia's complexion shifted slightly, but very quickly returned to normal. He said, they are my brothers too. For brothers, a little sacrifice is worth it. Besides, it's not like I can't be healed. It'll just take a little longer, just as if you had never appeared. The connotation of these words was that he would just pretend that Li Shiyu had never showed up, that he was willing to either share the blessing or suffer together with his brothers. These words moved the people of the new cadet regiment. Han Jijian, Lin Zhongqing, Xie Yi, and the others all began to look at Leingia with new eyes. Frankly, Leingia's reputation within the new cadet regiment had never been very good. After all, his character was already deeply rooted, his arrogant tone and haughty manner were rather irritating. But now, they were seeing Leingia in a new light. Apparently, that annoying and arrogant punk was not a selfish person, he was in fact willing to sacrifice himself for his brothers. All this had just been hidden below that pompous appearance, unknown by others. Hearing Leingia's reply, Li Shiyu was so angry that he almost blurted out 5, you can bloody go live and die as you like. I don't want to treat you anymore. However, his eldest cousin brother Li Mulan's words surfaced within his mind. He had said before that Leingia was not a bad person at heart, only being steered towards the wrong tracks by some people within the Li family. If possible, his eldest cousin brother still hoped that Li Shiu could help Leingia out, pulling him back onto the right path. And now, this situation was proving his eldest cousin brother right. Someone who was willing to sacrifice himself for his brothers, how bad could his heart really be? Perhaps this was an opportunity. If he could improve his relationship with Leingia through this matter, perhaps he would be able to accomplish what his eldest cousin brother had wished for. Still, just thinking about this forced by one get-two free deal, Li Shiu felt depressed. Just as he had mentioned previously, those ultra-effective medical agents were not things you could just pick up randomly. Even if he was the Dux, requesting special restricted medical agents for 3 people was still a considerable challenge, requiring him to pull some strings. Honestly speaking, he did not really want to use up those connections at this time, because this was a safety line he had been keeping in reserve for his eldest cousin brother. Of course, if you can heal them completely within a short period of time, we, the new cadet regiment, including myself, will owe you one. You can call on this favor any time you like. Ling Lan was not purely pushing for Li Shiu's help with threats, at the same time, she was also offering the price she was willing to pay. She did not want Leingia to really lose this opportunity for enhanced treatment. Of course, your request must be something we the new cadet regiment is able to fulfill. New cadet regiment? A thought flashed through Li Shiu's mind, but he soon sneered and said, "Do you really think you can guarantee the new cadet regiment will continue to exist?" Ling Lan replied calmly, "There will be no problems for at least 2 years' time. You can choose for us to repay this favor within these 2 years. Of course, if the new cadet regiment no longer exists by the time you submit your request, Ling Lan's promise still stands. You can come find me." For the sake of the future of these followers of hers, Ling Lan felt that paying this price was worth it. Li Shiu fell silent, contemplating whether this deal would be worth it. Right then, Li Lanfeng spoke up, "Young Master Shiu, I believe young Master Mulan would also agree that you should treat young Master Leingia and his friends." Li Lanfeng sighed softly, his gaze a little unfocused, and as if speaking to himself, but also as if reminding Li Shiu, he said, "You should know, this has always been something young Master Mulan admires." Li Shiu's heart throbbed, and holding back that surge of sour ache in his heart, he said loudly, "All right, I agree." That said, he pushed forth 2 more requests for transferal of treatment on his communicator. Several seconds later, the notifications for approval came through once more. Seeing that her goal had been achieved, the tension in Ling Lan's heart eased and she breathed a silent sigh of relief. Very quickly, the staff members had used stretchers to send the 3 patients to the Military Medical Research Center. Li Shiu and Yun Xiu bade hurried goodbyes and left as well. After all, the injuries of the 3 were all rather severe, they needed to hurry back to the Military Medical Research Center and carry out their new treatment plans. While the treatment center was bustling with activity, Ling Lan led her posse to depart, and as she left, she coincidentally passed by Li Lanfeng's side. Ling Lan swept a disinterested glance at Li Lanfeng, and then they brushed by each other and went their separate ways. This was Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng's first meeting. There was no conversation, no interaction between the both of them. Li Lanfeng might perhaps have retained a deep impression of Ling Lan, considering the possibility of a collaboration, but Ling Lan only felt that this man was pretty decent, helping her out by speaking in her favor at that critical moment, that was all. Meanwhile, on the distant planet Southcrest, where the headquarters of the 23rd Division was stationed, there were currently over 100 different things still waiting to be done. Lacking high-ranking officers within his division, the commander of the 23rd Division, Ling Xiao, not only had to fight and haggle with the other army division commanders to appropriate talent from their forces, he also had to work hard to smooth over those messes his own daughter was making, such as that ship takeover incident. Speaking of that day, Ling Xiao had been in a video conference meeting with several commanders of the other divisions. The agenda of the meeting was naturally to request support from the brother divisions in the form of high-ranking officers. Of course, these few commanders were all part of the first marshal's faction. Thus, they were willing to help support the establishment of an allied division within the same faction. However, Ling Xiao's appetite was truly too much. All the candidates he chose were among the most exceptional officers within their divisions. This made the commanders somewhat unhappy, but they could not reject outright, and thus began these wrangling and fruitless negotiations. In reality, this was just Ling Xiao testing the waters by throwing out an exorbitant price. He was actually waiting for the other side to bargain with him and provide a more reasonable counteroffer one. Only this way would he be able to know what the baselines of the other commanders were. Of course, in order to obtain more talented people, Ling Xiao had already set his mind to grind it out with them. Mind you, to swiftly establish a mature army division, large numbers of excellent military officers were absolutely indispensable to form the backbone of the division. Once the skeleton structure was built up, filling it up with flesh and blood would be a much easier task. This was just the first step. Ling Xiao had also sent out transfer requests for some of the still surviving members of his original team in the 7th Division. Whether it would succeed would still depend on whether the current commander of the 7th Division was willing to let them go, as well as whether those old subordinates of his would be willing to relocate here to work under him again. However, just as the meeting had been going along swimmingly, a notification had popped up on Ling Xiao's communicator. After bending his head to glance at it, the initially smiling Ling Xiao had suddenly become serious, and the muscles of his face had even seemed a little stiff, as if he had received some great shock. Ling Xiao suppressed his emotions, extremely apologetic as he set a new appointment to meet with the various commanders again later on, and then he hurriedly ended the teleconference. This behavior of Ling Xiao's made the commanders feel somewhat uneasy, all of them wondering whether Ling Xiao had encountered some difficulty, had they went overboard in their bargaining, pushing the price down too low, thus making Ling Xiao sad too. After all, Ling Xiao was still a young man who had just turned 40 years old. Ahem, compared to those typical commanders who were at least 60 to 70 years old, he was indeed rather young. They reckoned Ling Xiao must be finding it tough. The 23rd Division sounded great in name, giving the impression that it was a regular army division, fully equipped with the various troops and facilities associated with the running of a proper division, but it was actually just an empty husk right now. The division was lacking in both manpower and equipment. Everything depended on Ling Xiao himself to gather resources and seek out good staff. Those of the other military factions were all watching coldly from the sidelines, just waiting for Ling Xiao to fail. If they of the same faction did not help out, who else would come forward to help Ling Xiao? With that thought, what mental imbalance they originally still had settled down. It was actually just giving up a few more military officers after all. Ling Xiao's request was still quite reasonable. If each division transferred 1 or 2 exceptional officers from each troop type over, it actually would not affect the various army divisions much. Even though those officers were indeed quite outstanding, there were still a lot of other outstanding officers within their ranks. They would not miss 1 or 2. The commanders discussed things over in private, and ultimately decided it was better to give Ling Xiao a little face. If Ling Xiao did well, they would be well off too. Thus, when Ling Xiao reopened negotiations with them once more, the commanders had become extremely generous. Basically, whatever Ling Xiao wanted, as long as it was not too unreasonable, they would agree. This made Ling Xiao exceedingly shocked and pleased. After all, every additional competent officer was a boon to the division. This meant that he would be able to train up even more excellent troops in-house, so the 23rd Division would be able to become battle-ready as swiftly as possible. However, in reality, those commanders were all mistaken. Ling Xiao had not encountered any great trouble, nor had he become depressed over their haggling behavior. The reason Ling Xiao's face had become so grim was because he had been petrified by the news about his daughter. The fact that the first men's military academy had an entrance exam was known to him. After all, he too had lived through it. He had not told Ling Lan about it because he wanted to see how Ling Lan would react. You could consider this a test a father was setting for his daughter 3. At most, Ling Xiao had thought that Ling Lan would lead her team to observe the proceedings coldly from the sidelines. That was what he had chosen to do when he had gone through the test in the past. Ling Xiao believed that based on the capabilities of his daughter and those companions of hers, Obtaining the respect of the examiner soldiers would be no problem, but he would never have imagined that his daughter would be so wildly audacious that she would actually band the students on the ship together to assume control of the ship. And even more unexpectedly, she had actually bloody succeeded. Seeing this news, Ling Xiao chose to end his conference as soon as he could, and then ran off to laugh unreservedly at the heavens. At this moment, he could no longer maintain his trademark composed smile. He was no longer that always smiling national idol Ling Xiao, the elegant and dashing General Ling Xiao, he was only a crazed dad taking pride in his daughter. This was his daughter. God *mit, this was his daughter. Well, alright, that was all Ling Xiao could think about. He was so proud of his baby daughter, as expected of a child of his, daring to do things even he had not dared to do. However, after his wild bout of laughter, Ling Xiao began to frown and fret. This lass was still smart enough to know that some of the things she did had been a little overboard, and could cause the soldiers who were testing them to be punished. Thus, knowing that she had made a mess, his daughter had sent word to her old man to help settle things for her. According to Ling Lan, having held the empty title of father for 16 years, it was about time for him to do something to live up to it. What an unfilial daughter! Although Ling Xiao was muttering about how unfilial Ling Lan was on the surface, he was actually very pleased in his heart, because this was the first time Ling Lan had personally asked him for help to clean up her mess. Even though her tone was not that wonderful, Ling Xiao knew that this was Ling Lan taking the first step. She was actively trying to accept him as a father. Understanding the deeper meaning behind this news from Ling Lan, Ling Xiao was instantly filled with motivation. He immediately passed on the task of recruiting and stealing talent over to his assistant, and then eagerly went off to clean up the mess his daughter had made. He first used his rank as general to brush aside the punishment order for the ship's captain, and then he requested a transfer order from military headquarters to bring in the spaceship and its entire crew, including the captain, into the 23rd Division. And after that, he immediately contacted the principal of the military academy to seal off all the results of the entrance exams this time, keeping it unannounced. Ling Xiao knew very well that once it was publicized, Ling Lan's exceptional performance would draw the attention of military headquarters, including that of the various major army divisions. This was something he absolutely would not allow. Having done all this, Ling Xiao was still somewhat uneasy. After all, far away here at planet Southcrest 4, it was very difficult for him to be on top of the latest news from the First Academy 5. Therefore, he decided to personally go and check up on Ling Lan, only after he ensured there was no danger to his daughter would he be able to continue working on establishing the 23rd Division without worry. The reason why this sort of idea would occur to Ling Xiao was that not long after this, the 5th-year senior cadets would be facing their first round of application assessments for enlistment into the various army divisions, and their 23rd Division would join this assessment system of the military academies for the first time. As one of the army divisions which would be accepting cadets, he, as the commander, would have to dispatch an assessment team to assess those students who applied for enlistment to the 23rd Division. Thus, Ling Xiao decided that this time, he would lead the team personally, though of course the assessment tasks would be delegated to his subordinate officers. His main mission would be to go check on and care for that peerlessly adorable baby girl of his. Ling Lan. Adorable. Only a 24 filial exemplar's dad would consider a daughter with as much cool ruthless dominant swag as Ling Lan to be a peerlessly adorable girl. It can only be said that when it came to Ling Lan, Ling Xiao's judgment just could not be trusted. Concerning this order by General Ling Xiao, the high-ranking military officers already in place were extremely puzzled. As the commander, the highest-ranking leader within the division, personally leading a team to oversee an exceedingly minor assessment was definitely beneath him. Although the First Men's Military Academy was a place to revere in the eyes of the students from the other military academies, for the various army divisions, no matter how talented the students of the First Men's Military Academy were, they still would not draw too much of the division's attention. The several assessments conducted every year were just a routine job to the divisions, not given any special emphasis. Of course, if an unmatched prodigy were to appear, the various divisions would most certainly change their lackadaisical attitude, sending out their highly capable men to lead their teams to try and snatch the student from the other divisions. If this had been the case, General Ling Xiao's decision to personally lead a team would still have some degree of reason to it. But this year, there had been no news of any exceptionally outstanding character within the First Men's Military Academy. As such, this trip of General Ling Xiao was truly not worth it in the soldiers' eyes. The general might as well remain in the base camp and continue negotiating with the other commanders for talent, he would probably gain more for his time that way. However, these men were all people who had been transferred over from various other divisions, they were not close confidants of General Ling Xiao. And so, though they might have objections towards this unexpected decision of General Ling Xiao, not many dared to say anything. And even those who wanted to object found themselves unable to say anything when faced with that warm and kindly smiling face of General Ling Xiao, cough, 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 saying no to that smiling face really required courage and determination. In the end, there was naturally no one who actually raised any objections. Ling Xiao extremely easily became the leader of the assessment team. This made Ling Xiao rejoice secretly. It looked like having no close confidants within the division actually had its good points. Of course, Ling Xiao was still rational. He knew that using his commander's status to participate in the assessment was extremely inappropriate. Thus, he concealed his name and changed his surname, and rummaged up his past Major General uniform for the trip. This made the officers of the 23rd Division let out a great sigh of relief. Although it was still rather ostentatious for a major general to lead an assessment team, at least it was not too illogical. This would not humiliate the 23rd Division too much. When Lan Luofeng found out about Ling Xiao's decision, she was both happy and sad. Happy that Ling Xiao could go to the First Men's Military Academy to visit their daughter Ling Lan personally and see how she was doing, but privately sad that her daughter could not regain her true female identity. Instead needing to stay at the First Men's Military Academy and impersonate a man, hanging out with all those men for at least another 4 years. Having her emotions stirred up by all this, Ling Xiao was once again struck by tragedy. That night, he was once again chased out of the bedroom, forced to stay in his study for the entire night. Of course, Ling Xiao put it nicely by claiming he had work to do, but everyone here knows exactly what was going on. In the end, when the time came for Ling Xiao to go, Lan Luofeng decisively made Ling Xiao bring along several boxes worth of stuff, instructing Ling Xiao to make sure to hand them over to Ling Lan no matter what. As for how he could do that, that was not a problem Lan Luofeng had to worry about. Ling Xiao was incapable of denying Lan Luofeng's requests, so amidst bitter chuckles, he brought all of the boxes onto the military ship. Thus, there was now one more thing Ling Xiao had to worry about, and that was how he could deliver so many things to Ling Lan without drawing any attention. Right then, Ling Lan had no clue that her old man was actually abusing his authority to hide his identity and come to the military academy to conduct assessments. At the moment, Ling Lan's wrath had been incited by a sudden incident. Due to Li Shiyu's intervention, Luo Lang, who originally would have needed at least 1 month to recover, was already spiritedly running about just after 10 days. Still, Ling Lan was worried, so she conducted a thorough examination of Luo Lang's body and discovered that he was indeed fully recovered without any remnant problems. Even more shocking to Ling Lan was the fact that Luo Lang's physical constitution was actually much improved from its original baseline. This made Ling Lan curious about Li Shiyu, wondering how he had managed to repair Luo Lang's body so well. Perhaps, Li Shiyu was someone she could collaborate with. Ling Lan was extremely pleased with Li Shiyu's treatment methods. In order to ensure the lives and safety of her team, tying down a skillful military doctor was necessary too. Ling Lan decisively stretched her greedy hands out towards Li Shiyu. At this moment, Li Shiyu, who was at the treatment center researching Leingia's and Qi Long's physical data, suddenly sneezed violently. This made the instructor beside him very worried. Was his beloved disciple being tired out too much lately, causing his immune system to be weakened? His instructor's concern made Li Shiyu somewhat uncertain himself, so he quickly ran a full-body exam on himself. The results showed that all his body levels were above average standards, indicating that he was very healthy. This made Li Shiyu extremely puzzled. Why had he sneezed all of a sudden? As the dux of the military medical research specialization, he took every signal from his body very seriously. However, since the exam said he was fine, being extremely busy, he very quickly cast this strange sneeze to back of his mind, once again immersing himself into the new treatment plans he had developed. He looked towards the two within the healing pods, mentally cackling in his heart. He would definitely let these two fellows have a good taste of the power of the gene agent S modification. At this time, he could not help but regret that Luo Lang had recovered too quickly. He had not expected Luo Lang to react differently to the gene agent S modification. This surprised him immensely. It was unfortunate that Luo Lang's wounds were not that serious, so one tube of the gene agent S modification had healed him for the most part, giving Liu no chance to use a second tube on him, thus causing him to lose one experimental subject. Liu was on one side feeling sorry, while Luo Lang, on the other, was seeing the great benefits of that one tube of gene agent S modification. Those training tasks which Luo Lang had been barely enduring before could actually now be completed without him breaking a sweat. This let the various instructors in charge of physical conditioning set aside their worries. They had been afraid that Luo Lang would not be able to keep up after missing 10 days of classes, affecting his final results in the end. Unexpectedly, after going through the arena fight, not only had Luo Lang's physical skills realm stabilized, his body constitution seemed to be much better than before. The instructors were thrilled by this. Qi Long still had not recovered enough to return. Han Jijian and Lin Zhongqing were in different specializations, while boss Ling Lan had already received an exemption for the physical condition assessments and so did not attend physical training courses. Thus, over these past few days, Luo Lang was basically going to class and leaving class with Xie. On this day, Xie and Luo Lang were just about to return together to the dormitories when Luo Lang was abruptly called out by a student on some matter. Initially, Luo Lang had wanted to ask Xie to wait, but then, he suddenly received a notification from the treatment center, telling him to hurry to the Military Medical Research Center for a follow-up examination. Luo Lang found it a little strange. Back when he had recovered, Liu had said with a constipated expression that, "You can leave now, don't come here anymore." Why then would Liu call him back now for a follow-up? Luo Lang wondered about this for a moment, but still decided to go once. Regardless of whether there was a follow-up, he would be able to find out what was going on by going there. Thus, he said goodbye to Xie and left on his own. Luo Lang came to the closest hover car stop near him and boarded a car. The military academy was just like a city of its own. Relying on one's two legs to get to the center would take 1 to 2 hours, so Luo Lang naturally chose the convenience of public transportation. The hover car brought him all the way to the gates of the Military Medical Research Center. He had just disembarked when a blue-uniformed senior rushed forward to greet him, asking, "Luo Lang, right?" Luo Lang nodded and said, "Yes, that's me. Duxley asked me to take you straight to the examination center. Please come with me." The senior indicated for Luo Lang to follow him. Luo Lang did not think much of it, following the blue-uniformed senior for a distance, where they then saw a hover car parked not too far from them. The senior explained, "The examination center is rather far. To save time, we'll take a hover car there." During the final stages of his treatment, Luo Lang had also been to the examination center before. Thus, he knew that it was indeed quite a distance away, and so got into the car without any objection. The two of them split up to sit in the front and back row, with the senior seated in front. After the senior keyed in their destination into the hover car's AI, the hover car swiftly raced off. However, very soon, Luo Lang noticed something strange. The scenery passing outside the window was extremely unfamiliar, not at all like the route he had taken to the examination center previously. Luo Lang's heart clenched and he asked, "This road doesn't seem to be going to the examination center. Before going to the examination center, I need to go to the dormitories first to collect an examination study report," said the blue-uniformed senior, turning his head back to smile apologetically. "This report has to be submitted to the examination center today. I had originally planned to send it along with you, but I unexpectedly forgot to bring it with me when I left earlier. I'm sorry for making you accompany me for this extra trip, but don't worry, your scheduled examination time is half an hour later. My living quarters isn't far. We'll be able to rush back in time." Hearing this, Luo Lang replied, "So that's how it is. I understand." Though he said that, Luo Lang had already sensed something fishy about the situation. He began thinking back on the notification he had received earlier and this person who had come out to greet him. It was all actually quite puzzling. If he truly needed to have a follow-up examination, why would it be a staff member from the treatment center who contacted him? Mind you, in order to track their recovery, Lieu had taken down the contact numbers of all three of them, so Lieu could have just sent the message to him personally. Moreover, if he was supposed to go to the examination center from the start, why didn't they ask him to go there directly? Why had they asked him to come to the Military Medical Research Center first? The more Luo Lang thought about it, the more suspicious things seemed, so he said, "Why don't we do this, Senior? You go to your dorm to retrieve your report, while I'll head to the examination center first. Maybe Duxley has some instructions, so it would be better for me to get there earlier. There should be another hover car stop in front. You can just let me down there." The senior turned his head and said with a smile, "It's fine. Duxley is not at the examination center. This is just a routine examination. Once the report is out, it just needs to be sent to him." With that, Luo Lang could already confirm that the other was definitely not sent by Lieu. This was likely a ploy by some person or faction against him. He sifted carefully through his memories of this period of time since entering the academy. He had always trailed Qilong, desperately working towards completing his physical training. He had no memory of offending anyone, so this scheme should not be directed at him personally. Could it be that there was some other faction who wanted to target their new cadet regiment, thus wanting to take him as a hostage to threaten Boss Lan? How could Luo Lang allow himself to be taken just like this? With that thought, he suddenly pointed towards the front, his complexion paling dramatically as he shouted, "Senior, what's that?" The blue-uniformed senior quickly turned his head around to look, but saw nothing there. In his bewilderment, he suddenly felt a pain at the back of his head, his sight grew dark, and he fell over unconscious. With a flip of his body, Luo Lang was at the front seat. He pulled out the information the other had keyed in earlier, trying to change their destination, but found that it had already been locked in by the other, with no way of changing it. Of course, this was just a measure which would work against regular cadets like Luo Lang who were not in the hacker specialization. A competent hacker would still be able to crack this relatively basic lock, but unfortunately, Luo Lang did not have the skills on this front. He could only watch helplessly as the hover car flew towards the destination the other had set, unbelievably frustrated. Luo Lang understood that to stop the travel route was impossible, unless he used violent means to destroy the hover car, but, extremely rationally, he rejected this idea, because the hover car was flying rapidly at an altitude of over 100 meters. The moment it was broken, he would plummet along with the car. At this height, no matter how confident Luo Lang was, he could not guarantee he would be able to land safely. If things did not work out, he might once again be gravely injured. Luo Lang really did not want to end up in Liu's hands again. Although the other truly had superior skills in treatment, his methods of tormenting others were also extremely masterful. Most importantly, for your own good, was putting it nicely, you really had no way of resisting, and would even have to grudgingly thank him for the torment after the fact. Besides that, Luo Lang also really wanted to know who the opponent was. An unknown enemy was most often the most fearsome and troublesome type. If he could find out some information on the opponent, it would undoubtedly be a great help to the new cadet regiment. More importantly, Luo Lang was also afraid that if he escaped this time, the opponent might turn their sights on the other members of the new cadet regiment. Other than Ling Lan, Qilong, and Wu Jiong, Luo Lang's strength was obviously a bracket higher compared to the other members, and so his chances of escaping were also much better than any other member. For these reasons, Luo Lang decided to brave the tiger's den to probe the opponent's identity. Having made his decision, Luo Lang no longer concerned himself with the hover car. He tied up the unconscious blue-uniformed senior by his side using the other's belt, the binding method naturally being the one Ling Lan had taught them, and then dumped the other in the back seat. Then, he stared straight ahead with a grim expression, silently trying to memorize the path of the hover car. The hover car moved very swiftly. In less than 20 minutes, the hover car began to slow down from its initial rapid speed. Luo Lang readied his guard, because he knew he was about to arrive at the destination the opponent had set, the enemy was upon him. Although the journey had taken less than 20 minutes, with the hover car's speed, they were likely to have already traveled over several hundred kilometers, already very far away from the military medical research center. The surroundings were extremely unfamiliar to Luo Lang. Towering mountains and dense forest were all around them. Besides the wailing cry of some unknown beast, the surroundings were so silent that it was rather unnerving. Luo Lang used the optical supercomputer of the hover car to zoom in on the environment, and found that other than mountains and trees, there was only more mountains and trees, no sign of human presence whatsoever. Luo Lang's brow began to furrow tightly. He had originally thought that the hover car would bring them directly to the opponent's main camp, or perhaps a temporary outpost. Unexpectedly, he had been brought to such a bleak and remote area. This left Luo Lang at somewhat of a loss. The hover car was slowing down more and more, even as its height was slowly descending. In the end, the hover car maneuvered into a narrow gorge, and after passing through it, Luo Lang was greeted by the sight of an average-sized patch of grass. It was lush and verdant, with countless small blooms of myriad colors dotting this sheet of green, giving observers a sense of extraordinary beauty. At the edge of the grassy patch was a sea of trees. Luo Lang could hear the sound of a babbling brook coming out from the trees, causing everything to seem that much more beautiful and harmonious. This made Luo Lang's initially high-strung vigilance ease a little, but only for a split second. Luo Lang very quickly had his guard up high once more, no longer lingering in his appreciation for that patch of lovely grass. Instead, he paid close attention to the movements of the hover car beneath him. The hover car slowly moved onto the grass patch and began to descend until it had landed fully. After that, the hover car emitted a mechanical voice, "You have reached your destination. Please disembark." Following this announcement, the car doors swung open. Luo Lang did not choose to get off, instead turning on the AI again, trying to see if he could enter a new address. In this extremely foreign place, Luo Lang's first move was to try to implement a plan B. He wanted to set it so the hover car would automatically return from this place back to the dormitories after waiting for 10 minutes. But very quickly, Luo Lang found that he had failed. The other had already thought of this possibility, and had programmed the AI to shut off on its own the moment the hover car arrived at its destination, switching into park mode. It would not accept any new instructions from Luo Lang, so Luo Lang really had no choice but to remain. Seeing this, Luo Lang could not help but be chilled by the opponent's attention to detail. It should be known that the hover cars of the military academy would never turn off their engines. They were powered by photonic energy, whether it was sunlight or starlight, all of it would give the hover cars power. Therefore, the hover cars could theoretically continue driving on forever, unless some other mechanical issue occurred or their AI programming malfunctioned. Luo Lang knew that this situation now meant that the opponent must have a high-level hacker on their side, one capable of modifying the operating system of the hover car's AI, thus forcing the car to power down automatically when it arrived at its destination. This arrangement of the enemy forced Luo Lang to stay, because there was nothing at all around here. No village houses, no stores, no hover car stops. In other words, once someone came here, other than taking the hover car which had originally brought them here back, they would not be able to summon a new hover car over to pick them up, unless they used their communicators to request assistance from the academy mainframe. Luo Lang was almost certain that his communicator would be unable to contact the outside world by now. The opponent had planned things so thoroughly, so it was unlikely they would have missed such a large hole in their plan. Sure enough, when he peeked down at his communicator was displaying an alert saying, "Signal disrupted, device out of contact." Who knew how long his device had been flashing that alert? Luo Lang's attention had just been elsewhere, which was why he had not noticed till now. Luo Lang knew that a tough fight was sure to follow. The opponent had set such an elaborate trap to draw him here, they would not just want to meet him for a chat. He sighed silently, getting off the hover car with his sense on high alert, stepping foot on this lovely patch of grass. With his back to the hover car, he swept his gaze over the perimeter on all three sides before him. Seeing no one, he was frowning in puzzlement when he suddenly heard the sound of a hover car coming from behind him. Luo Lang snapped his head around and saw 3 hover cars flying swiftly towards him. In the end, the 3 cars circled around to surround him before they slowly descended to land. Soon, 7 or 8 people had disembarked from the 3 hover cars. The person in the lead was dressed in a pressed white uniform, and he was smiling as he looked at Luo Lang. His figure was tall and stately, his face extraordinarily handsome. He definitely possessed the figure and appearance that Luo Lang dreamed of having, but his sparkling, flirty eyes disturbed Luo Lang. Those eyes just did not seem to fit the other's overall appearance somehow, resulting in a huge deduction in the overall sense of perfection. The other youths were all dressed in blue uniforms. They looked to be about 20 years old, definitely senior cadets of the military academy. It was just hard to tell which year exactly they were from. They stood around almost randomly, but still keeping Luo Lang completely within their circle. Luo Lang stared warily at the group. This behavior of the other side let him know that these people were most definitely the ones who had tricked him here. The two sides stared at each other silently for 2 to 3 minutes, neither side saying a word. Luo Lang clenched his teeth. From the looks of it, the opponent was not planning to speak up first. Thus, he decided to take the initiative. Looking towards the obvious leader of this group, the white uniformed youth, who must be a dux of who knows what specialization, he asked coldly, "Was it you who set up this trap to bring me here?" The white-clothed youth laughed and clapped his hands. "Bingo! How clever! Bringing me here, what business do you have with me? I think, I have never seen you before, so I should not have offended you somehow," Luo Lang said. The white-clothed youth laughed again and said, "Of course not. Actually, I just wanted to become friends with you." Luo Lang scoffed at these words, "Become friends? Using this kind of despicable method?" The white-clothed youth frowned, and said sullenly, "Could it be that Yongguang too didn't tell you that I wanted to discuss something with you? Using a text message to trick me into going to the Military Medical Research Center, then using the excuse of an examination at the examination center to trick me onto a hover car and bringing me here by force. What do you think?" Hearing all this, the white-clothed youth said exasperatedly, "Yongguang misunderstood my intentions. I just said that I especially admired your performance during the arena fight, actually being able to achieve an upset, defeating a stronger opponent. This deserves my respect. I most admire your type of resilient and tenacious spirit. So, I told him that if I had a chance, I'd like to get to know you, maybe become friends or something." At this point, the white-clothed youth began muttering to himself, "Yongguang clearly said that he could help me do that, how did things turn out this way?" So saying, he abruptly raised his head and asked Luo Lang, "Where's Yongguang? Let me ask him what exactly is going on. I had clearly asked him to invite you here. This place is my favorite spot. I thought you might like it too, which is why I arranged to meet you here." The white-clothed youth's expression was earnest, as if the truth was just as he said. With that explanation, Luo Lang began to doubt whether things were really like that. Was it this Yongguang who had made a mistake? However, Boss Lan's cautionary words very quickly rang out in his mind. When you are still uncertain whether an other is a friend or foe, you need to guard against the other as if they were an enemy. Luo Lang's heart clenched, cold sweat breaking out along his back. Without knowing it, he had slowly been letting down his guard. He abruptly stared penetratingly at the seemingly earnest face of that white-clothed youth, and said coldly, "No need. He is my hostage now. Why don't you tell me what you intend?" Luo Lang's wary gaze made the lips of the white-clothed youth twitch, his gaze quickly becoming bleak as he said, "I really had no bad intentions." That said, he bowed his head somewhat mournfully. "If you have no bad intentions, then help me unlock the settings of the hover car." "It's getting late, I should go back now," responded Luo Lang coldly. No matter what the other said, he was determined not to believe it. Who would do such a bizarre thing as this just to make friends? It was suspicious, however he looked at it. Resigned, the white-clothed youth said, "Okay. I really don't know how things turned out this way. All of this was done by Yongguang. You need to wake Yongguang up, he should be able to resolve this." Luo Lang peered intently at the white-clothed youth for a long moment. Then, without shifting his line of sight, his hand reached into the back seat of the hover car behind him, and smacked that person called Yongguang awake. Yongguang moaned and opened his eyes. Waking to find himself all tied up, his face paled, but just as he was about to shout, he noticed his companion standing right outside the car. Joy bloomed on his face as he cried out, "Elder brother save me." The white-clothed youth saw this and his face turned stony as he barked, "Yongguang, I ask you. Didn't I say I wanted to become friends with Luo Lang? Asking you to help me invite him out for a meeting, why did you make such a mess of it?" Yongguang's gaze flickered. He looked towards Luo Lang, then looked back at the white-clothed youth, and after some thought, he said, "Honestly, I had wanted to invite Luo Lang out properly, but the companion by his side was very wary and cautious. Every time I tried to approach, that person would stop me. Even though I said I had no bad intentions, only wanting to get to know him, the other just would not believe me. In the end, I had no choice but to do things this way. I was originally thinking to explain the situation after we arrived at the destination, but I unexpectedly angered Luo Lang, who knocked me unconscious along the way." At this point, Yongguang bowed his head dejectedly and apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, Luo Lang, for misleading you. All of this was really just your idea." Despite the other's explanation, he did not manage to make Luo Lang relax his guard. Luo Lang's right hand was still gripping the other's neck securely. At any strange movement, he would be able to finish off the other instantly. This action of his was also a silent warning to the other people there to not move recklessly, for he had a hostage in hand. In response to Luo Lang's question, Yongguang said, "Yes, I'm from the hacker specialization, so I could only use a hacker's method to invite you out." Yongguang was rather proud of his own methods, but very quickly deflated again. "I was originally just thinking of using the military medical research center system to send you a message, but that system is just too hard to crack. In the end, I could only use the treatment center system. Luckily you did not suspect anything." Yongguang's words explained why he had received the message from the treatment center. This rather convinced Luo Lang of the veracity of his words. However, he also began chiding himself internally. It was just as Boss Lan had said, he was all a fighter's brawn and courage, without a strategist's mind. He had not noticed such a simple and obvious flaw. If not for the fact that the subsequent events had been too out of the ordinary, he might not have noticed right up till the very end. Luo Lang made a decision then and there that he would definitely go find Han Jijian when he had a chance for some remedial lessons. Even if he could not become someone as astute as Han Jijian, he just could not let an opponent use such a simple scheme to lure him out. This was too disgraceful. He could already foresee the teasing he would receive from his companions when he returned. "That hover car is also your doing?" Luo Lang continued to ask. Yongguang's downtrodden demeanor was swept away in an instant. Beaming with pride, he said, "Of course. All this is just a piece of cake too." With regards to his own specialization, he was still very confident in his abilities. The others' reactions chipped away a little more of Luo Lang's skepticism. As if aware that the ice on Luo Lang's face was thawing, the white-clothed youth immediately spoke up to say, "You see, Luo Lang, I really had no bad intentions. I just felt that we would click, so I wanted to get to know you." Saying this, there was actually a trace of hurt on the youth's face. Seeing this, Luo Lang's heart could not help but soften, but Ling Lan's stern expression once more floated to the surface of his mind. That cold gaze of his pierced Luo Lang's inner heart, causing his heart to clench once more, causing him to once again harden his somewhat softening heart. When the white-uniformed youth saw mental clarity reassert itself in Luo Lang's eyes once more, he could not help but jerk back, his initially wounded expression stiffening for just a moment. Ling Lan, who was currently in the Mecha world performing a mission, suddenly stopped moving, causing Little Four to ask in confusion, "Boss, what's wrong?" "My spiritual power has been stirred." Ling Lan answered with a frown. "What happened?" Little Four was very shocked. He had not sensed any people with specter abilities near them in the virtual world. It was impossible for anyone to have attacked Boss. Could it be something from the virtual world? Ling Lan asked Little Four. When it came to the virtual world, Little Four knew better than she did. "No, there are no specters within 100 square li of us. Unless this world has another entity like me around, but even so, it should not be able to escape my sensors," replied Little Four with confidence. Ling Lan's brow scrunched up even tighter. If it did not come from the virtual world, then where had this attack come from? Right then, Ling Lan had already forgotten that, back during the grand armed melee, in order to protect Qilong and the others, she had unleashed several strands of her spiritual power, lodging them within the minds of her team members. Back then, Ling Lan had been afraid they would get too caught up in fighting that they might make a wrong decision during a critical moment. Thus, she had left these spiritual power strands in their minds to jolt them into awareness again at those critical moments. Originally, she was supposed to take those strands back once the grand armed melee ended. However, by virtue of the chain of events that had followed, her being targeted for an assassination, being seriously injured and unconscious and leaving for home, and then when she woke up, she was immediately taken in by Mu Shuiqing as a disciple to train in divine command. She had forgotten to seek out her companions to reclaim those spiritual power reserves of hers. With the passage of time, these spiritual power strands had been absorbed by her companions' spiritual power, becoming part of them. However, there was an unintended benefit. Whenever her companions were attacked by a spiritual power user, Ling Lan would sense it. At present though, Ling Lan did not know about this, which was why she was extremely puzzled over the source of this attack. I need to log off. Something just doesn't feel right. Ling Lan decided to listen to her gut, immediately logging off from the virtual world. Inside the villa of Ling Lan's team, one room on the third floor was specially used for the login pods to the virtual world. The moment Xiao returned to the team home, he immediately ran to the third floor. As long as it was not during meal time, Boss Lan, Luo Lang, and the others would be in the virtual world, and Xiao needed to find Boss Lan before Luo Lang heard of this matter to discuss how they could advise Luo Lang to accept the mission set by the military academy this time. It turned out that 10 days later would be the first assessment for the 5th-year seniors who applied to the various army divisions for enlistment. It could be said that this would certainly affect the futures of those students, as well as affect the reputation of the First Men's Military Academy. This was because those students who passed this first assessment would obtain the best resources the divisions had to offer and gain the best cultivation, and be deployed to the best troop for their development. In comparison, the assessments after that would not provide such great treatment anymore. This was why all the military academies would put their all into doing their best for this first assessment. The assessment teams sent by the various army divisions would not only come to the First Men's Military Academy, but would also set up station at several other military academies. Those locations would gather all the enlistment hopefuls from the other military academies for assessment. The competition could be said to be extremely fierce. Thus, every year, the military academies placed the greatest importance on this very first assessment. It should be known that, in the past, the students of the First Men's Military Academy would dominate half the passing group. This was why the First Men's Military Academy had always reigned supreme over the other military academies. The First Men's Military Academy naturally hoped to continue extending their reign of good repute, hence placing a high standard on all aspects of the assessment team's visit. The school hoped to have everything as perfect as possible, so it could leave a good impression on all the assessment officers of the various army divisions, in hopes that the officers would be merciful during the assessment of their students. Meanwhile, the most essential piece was the welcoming reception. As the First Men's Military Academy consisted entirely of manly men, the school could not do as other co-ed military academies did, sending out beautiful ladies to receive the officers. This time, they received news that their sworn rivals, the Federal Co-ed Military Academy, had sent out the so-called loveliest female squad to welcome the officers. This made the top ranks of the First Men's Military Academy extremely agitated. If they still sent out some rough and hairy boys to welcome the officers this time, with this stark contrast, would the examiners be irritated? Thinking that this could affect their cadets' results, their hearts were burning with desperation, as they racked their brains to think of a counterplan 3. Heaven knows who suggested it, but someone mentioned that there were some among the boys who were graceful and beautiful too, such as the first-year Luo Lang. Due to his participation in the wagered fight, quite a few people knew of Luo Lang now. Even the top ranks of the school administration had caught wind of him. The administrators latched onto this suggestion like their lives depended on it, swiftly settling on seeking out some of the more refined and gentle-looking youths to handle this matter. In the end, after some study, everyone decided that the first-year freshmen were still the most suited for this job. The freshmen were innocent, not as slick as the older cadets, so if they really ended up making any faux pas, on account of their young ages, those officers would likely be able to overlook it. Finally, this matter was handed over to the new cadet regiment to execute. Who asked Luo Lang to be a member of the new cadet regiment? Moreover, the new cadet regiment was the only organization the freshmen of this year would acknowledge. Who else would the administrators seek out if not them? Shiao had been called out by a student for precisely this reason. Their first-year homeroom teacher had asked that student to pass on the word, calling Shiao to the homeroom teacher's office. Ever since Qilong and Leingia had been injured, Shiao had temporarily taken their place to become Wu Jiong's assistant, helping Wu Jiong to handle the matters of the new cadet regiment, which was why the teacher would seek out Shiao. The moment Shiao arrived at the homeroom teacher's office, he saw Wu Jiong there as well, giving him a hint that this was likely regarding the new cadet regiment. Reality proved that Shiao was right. The homeroom teacher plainly told them the intentions of the top ranks of the military academy, tasking the new cadet regiment with the job of receiving the examiners. Additionally, he kept subtly and pointedly bringing up how excellent Luo Lang was, strongly suggesting that it would be most appropriate for him to lead the welcoming committee. Wu Jiong and Shiao could only smile wryly. The homeroom teacher's words had let them understand clearly what the top file of the military academy was after. They had set their hopes on the lovely androgynous face of Luo Lang. However, Luo Lang had always hated others judging him by that feminine face of his. The two of them really had no idea what Luo Lang would do when he found out about the administrator's plan. Would he go berserk and flip the principal's desk in anger? After that meeting, the two of them discussed things over, and felt that Boss Lan was likely the only person who could handle Luo Lang for this. Thus, Shiao had rushed back to the villa and straight up to the third floor to find Ling Lan. Shiao had just stepped into the login pod room when he saw Boss Lan's exclusive login pod swing open. Ling Lan sat up primly, prepared to climb out of the login pod. Seeing this, Shiao said happily, "Boss Lan, I was just looking for you to discuss something." That said, Shiao shuffled over to lift up Ling Lan's towel from the counter and passed it to Ling Lan. "What's up?" Ling Lan smoothly accepted Xiao's offering of her towel, and began walking as she asked. She was moving towards the restroom to one side, prepared to wash up. Xiao quickly hurried over and said, "It's like this." He explained the task the military academy had set for the new cadet regiment to Ling Lan. The top rank of the academy has set their sights on Luo Lang, wanting Luo Lang to be in charge of the reception team. The intention being that those going to welcome the examiners should be those who are more on the graceful and slender side. The hand Ling Lan was using to wipe her face with her towel paused for a beat, then swiped roughly once more as she said with a cold chuckle, "That bunch of top ranks must have something wrong with their brains. The assessment officers of the divisions are here to see brave and skillful warriors, not this superficial nonsense." Xiao nodded emphatically, "Right. Wu Jiong and I felt right then that something was off, but before we could refuse, the instructor had implied that this was a mission the new cadet regiment must carry out." Unable to refuse, asked Ling Lan, her eyebrows locking up. She really disliked this mission. Luo Lang would likely be extremely resistant to this mission as well. If we could refuse, we would have pushed it off a long time ago. The instructor said that, as long as we complete this mission, the school will guarantee that within 1 year, no other faction will bother us. Xiao shared the benefit the school was promising as well, though this was of course still a type of threat. Faking generosity by piggybacking others. They know very well that Leitang will help us settle everything in these 2 years. Actually just promising this, what great planning, commented Ling Lan with a cold huff. She threw her towel into the wash basin and strode out of the washroom. Xiao hurriedly rushed forward to clean the towel in the wash basin a little, wringing it dry and hanging it back in its place, as he replied, "Right? But with the school's promise, some factions might make less underhanded moves behind the scenes. Leitang would only help them resolve the conflicts on the surface, so the new cadet regiment would still have to handle any maneuvers behind the scenes themselves." In this half a month after the wagered fight, there had indeed been no disturbances on the surface, but behind the scenes, the regiment members had still received taunting and bullying to a certain extent. It was just that the perpetrators seemed to have no clear connection to any of the factions, seeming to be acting purely on personal grudges. But Wu Jiong and Xie knew very well that things were not that simple. Simply staying on top of all these miscellaneous trivial matters had given them a lot of stress. Thus, this vow of the military academy was still rather attractive for the new cadet regiment. If our new cadet regiment is given a stable year's time, allowing the regiment members to successfully complete their final exams, in the second year, we will no longer have to be afraid, added Wu Jiong. This kind of backstage harassment might not bother the top ranks of the new cadet regiment much, but they were still extremely detrimental to the lower-ranking members. Mind you, the first year was the most critical physical conditioning phase, which was of the utmost importance to every freshman. If they did not have a secure environment to complete these physical training courses, it might affect their final assessment results. This was why Wu Jiong and Xie had agreed to the mission in the end. For the sakes of their regiment members, it was necessary for them to suffer some things. Ling Lan walked over to sit on a sofa at one side. As she listened to Xie, she could not help but knock on the arms of the sofa, thinking for a long while before saying, "Looks like, Luo Lang will have to take one for the team." This statement sealed Luo Lang's tragic fate for the near future. At these words, Xie's expression eased. He took a seat on the sofa beside Ling Lan's and sighed, "He'll just have to. For the sake of our new cadet regiment's future." That said, he added obsequiously, "Of course, this matter still requires you, Boss Lan, to act. Luo Lang listens to you best." Ling Lan threw a cold glance at him in response, frightening Xie so much that he quickly ducked his head, afraid to make eye contact. Frankly, they had only called on Boss Lan to act because they had no other choice. That punk Luo Lang may look as soft and gentle as water, but he was actually a firecracker, liable to explode with a tiny spark. If they tried passing on the news themselves, they might only manage to touch on the subject. Before they managed to elaborate and clarify the whole mission, Luo Lang might already have flipped the table in anger. However, Boss Lan was different. Luo Lang adored Boss Lan, and listened well to Boss Lan's words. If it came from Boss Lan, regardless of how unhappy Luo Lang was with the news, he would still obey docilely and complete the mission perfectly. This was why Wu Jiong and Xie would seek out Ling Lan for help. At the heart of it, whether it was those of Ling Lan's team or those of the new cadet regiment, they all had a kind of unquestionable trust in Ling Lan. In their minds, as long as a task was taken on by Boss Lan, any challenge would no longer be challenging. What blind confidence they had in Ling Lan. Seeing Xie's cowed expression, Ling Lan turned her gaze aside and said dispassionately, "Only this once." Ling Lan did not wish for them to develop the habit of relying on her. There would come a day when they would go their separate ways and fight on their own. At these words, Xie finally smiled. With Boss Lan's promise, this matter was sure to go off without a hitch. He decided that he would inform Wu Jiong right after this, and ask him to select some of the more genteel-looking freshmen with refined manners, to cooperate with Luo Lang in completing this mission. At this moment, Ling Lan was also mentally considering what to do. She did not want to be a tyrant boss, assigning missions to her followers by force without caring what they thought. She wanted to ask Luo Lang's opinion. If Luo Lang was at all reluctant, she decided that she would go forth together with Luo Lang to complete this welcoming mission. Ling Lan knew very well that if she too was in the welcoming committee, Luo Lang would definitely have no more mental resistance to the mission, and would instead follow her enthusiastically. Besides, as a girl, Ling Lan did not feel there was anything disgraceful about accepting this mission one. Ling Lan would make this decision because she felt that she herself matched the conditions the top ranks of the academy had set for the welcoming committee. With the union of her parents' strengths, when she looked into a mirror, even she could not help but be enchanted by her own lovely face. Indeed, Ling Lan was pretty good-looking, and her slender frame had none of the bulky muscularity of the typical male. By all accounts, she indeed fit the criteria very well, but she had forgotten her own millennium-long unmelting ice block of a face, as well as her piercing gaze which chilled others to the bone. Just standing there, she exuded a boundless air of domination. How then could she possess the gentle and accommodating air the upper ranks of the military academy requested? It had to be said that Ling Lan was actually quite tragic, having such a lovely face, but no one dared to even look straight at her. The domineering air coming from her body completely overshadowed her unbelievably beautiful face. At first glance, all everyone could think was that this person was really cool, really strong, really dominant. Forever unrelated to the phrases beautiful, pretty, or adorable. After thinking about it, Ling Lan decided to first discuss things over with Luo Lang to see what the other thought. So, she asked Xie, "Where's Luo Lang? Why didn't he come back together with you?" Xie was taken aback. "Luo Lang told me he would leave first. Did he not come back here?" He quickly stood up and ran to Luo Lang's login pod to take a look. There really was no one inside. Xie instantly frowned and said, "This fellow, where has he gone?" Ling Lan also frowned. Luo Lang typically would not run around needlessly. Could it be that something had popped up? Ling Lan rapped on the arm of the sofa once more and said, "Tell me the situation when you last saw Luo Lang." Xie carefully recalled the scene for a moment, then replied, "I had originally asked Luo Lang to wait for me, because the homeroom teacher passed a message for me to meet him at his office." Luo Lang had said yes at first, but then, soon after, he said he had something to do and asked to leave. First. Since I did not know what the homeroom teacher wanted, or how long it would take, I agreed. After saying goodbye to him, I went to the homeroom teacher, while Luo Lang left the training field. Initially agreeing to wait for you, but then saying that he had something to do and leaving, this means that within that brief window of time, there was a change in Luo Lang's state of mind, Ling Lan analyzed. Yes, I wonder if Luo Lang suddenly recalled something, or did something happen within that period of time to change his mind? Xie mused. Suddenly thinking of something, his face paled and he said, "Could he have been tricked away by that person?" Ling Lan's face darkened. "What's this?" Xie quickly told Ling Lan all about the senior who had been constantly trying to find a way to approach Luo Lang over the past few days. Back then, he had already found the other rather fishy, which was why he had actively stopped him. However, the other's intentions were extremely concealed, so all he had were speculations, hence he had not spoken to Luo Lang of it. At this point, Xie was filled with regret. He should have warned Luo Lang earlier to be careful. Luo Lang is not that foolish. A stranger would not be able to trick him away so easily. There must be some reason which he could not refuse. Ling Lan did not think Luo Lang was that gullible. Even if Luo Lang was indeed all dumb innards behind an intelligent face too, he still did not lack basic judgment. Wait here for a moment. I'll log on to the virtual network to see if I can find any useful information. Ling Lan decided to depend on Little Four for this, lying back down into the virtual login pod. She was prepared to let Little Four use the virtual network to look up the various surveillance stations in the military academy, to see where Luo Lang had gone. Xie nodded, settling down quietly onto the sofa. No matter how anxious he was, he did not make any sound. He knew what Ling Lan was heading into the virtual world to do. Their entire team knew that Boss Lan was most likely also a very high-level hacker. Perhaps Boss would be able to find some clue within the virtual world. Meanwhile, Luo Lang, who was facing off against a crowd, had not let down his guard due to the warning jolt he had received from Ling Lan's spiritual power. After listening to what the white-clothed youth had to say, he contemplated silently for a moment before replying, "I really want to believe what you're saying, but I cannot under these circumstances. If what you say is true, then unseal the hover car and let me go home." The white-clothed youth responded sadly, "Luo Lang, is it really impossible for us to become friends?" At these words, Luo Lang laughed. This laugh was unbelievably lovely and charming, causing the white-clothed youth's gaze to darken briefly, becoming deep and unfathomable, but his loss of composure only lasted for a split second. Not thinking too much about this, Luo Lang missed this swift change. Luo Lang said amidst his laughter, "If you really want to be friends with me, come find me openly. I will not reject someone who sincerely wants to become friends." The white-clothed youth instantly broke out into a smile, making his face incomparably sunny and bright. This caused Luo Lang's impression of him to rise by several notches once more. Still, even so, his vigilance was not reduced, that cold and piercing gaze of Ling Lan's made him fear to relax. Yup, I'll let Yongguang unseal the hover car then. I'll come find you tomorrow, is that okay? Said the white-clothed youth with his sunny smile, his tone extremely earnest and sincere. Perhaps he was too earnest, for no matter how one looked, he exuded an air of silliness. Luo Lang only continued to smile politely without saying a word, waiting for the other to fulfill his promise. Yongguang heard what the white-clothed youth said, and could not help but smile bitterly and say, being all tied up like this, how can I unseal anything? At least untie my hands. He turned his head to look at Luo Lang and said, since elder brother she has already said this, why don't you untie my hands so I can help you unseal the hover car? The white-clothed youth's gaze settled on Luo Lang's body once more, filled with anticipation. Luo Lang hesitated briefly, he saw the 3 other hover cars not too far off and an idea sparked. No need to unseal this one. Aren't there 3 perfectly fine cars over there? If you don't mind, let one of them take me back. The white-clothed youth nodded at this and said, don't mind, of course I don't mind. You can choose whichever of the 3 hover cars you like. Luo Lang smiled, but did not point out which car he wanted. He carefully lifted Yongguang, using him as a hostage to block his body, carefully retreating. When he was not too far away from the 3 hover cars, he jumped backwards abruptly, leaping to the side of one of the hover cars. Pulling the door open, he continued to keep Yongguang as a shield before him as he slowly retreated into the car. Luo Lang sat down, and seeing the other side still standing where they were without moving a single step, he could not help but relax. It looked like they truly had no ill intent, his tightly clenched hand loosened. Right then, Yongguang, who had been docilely cooperative all this while, sensed the weakening of the grip around his neck. With a forceful twist of his body, he wrested free of Luo Lang's grasp, throwing himself bodily towards the ground. Luo Lang was greatly startled, but just as he was about to lean out of the car to reach out for the other, he suddenly heard an extremely soft mechanical click. At the same time, a beam of silver light flashed right in front of his eyes. Luo Lang felt an unprecedented sense of danger coming right at him, and the muscles of his entire body tensed up. Many years of battle experience ensured he did not panic. With a sweep of his right leg, he kicked out at Yongguang who was about to hit the floor, sending him flying into the air. Meanwhile, he used the rebound force of this kick to glide swiftly deeper into the hover car, trying to dodge that threatening silver light. Quicker than words could say, despite Luo Lang's nimble reflexes, he still did not manage to overcome the speed of the silver light. Luo Lang did not manage to dodge cleanly. The silver beam grazed Luo Lang's right shoulder, drawing a streak of blood, which swiftly dyed Luo Lang's green uniform red. Luo Lang ignored the wound on his arm. As he had glided into the hover car, he had hooked the car door with his right leg, shutting it, and Luo Lang then quickly pressed down the lock button from the inside, sealing the car. Other than the person inside, anyone outside who wanted to open the car would need to use brute force now. After doing all this, Luo Lang calmly activated the AI of the hover car. Right now, he prayed that he would be able to successfully activate the hover car and escape from this place before the opponent managed to destroy the hover car. By now, no matter how dumb Luo Lang was, he still knew he had fallen into the opponent's trap. That white-clothed youth had been lying through his teeth, and was certainly not as pure and earnest as he had portrayed himself to be. Luo Lang secretly hated himself for being taken in so easily by the opponent, actually beginning to like the other. That was why he had become distracted at the end, wasting all his efforts thus far, getting injured by the other's underhanded methods. Luo Lang decided to remember this bloody lesson. Next time, he definitely would not make such an idiotic mistake ever again. Outside the hover car, a youth dressed in a blue uniform, mostly shielded from view by the white-clothed youth, lowered his hands in frustration. In his hands was an extremely exquisite, well-crafted, pocket-sized crossbow, and that streak of silver light had been a pocket-sized bolt fired from the crossbow. He pulled back the crossbow, frowning as he said, "Elder brother Shi, what do we do now?" Who could have expected that Luo Lang would be able to react so quickly even when he had attacked so abruptly, actually managing to dodge? The white-uniformed youth glared brutally at the tightly locked hover car, and sniffed coldly. "What else can we do? Smash it." I don't believe he can escape my grasp. He was standing at the fore, so he had seen very clearly. When the bolt had brushed by Luo Lang, some blood had been drawn, so the bolt must have injured Luo Lang. He believed that, based on the compound on the bolt, as long as the other was wounded, it would be enough to force the other to stay. Yes, brother Shi. Receiving their instructions, the others began to move swiftly. They all ran towards the other two hover cars, taking out the metal bats they had prepared from within the cars. The military academy kept a close watch on firearms, forbidding students from using those highly volatile and damaging weapons outside of their classes. Thus, students would always use this type of metal bats in their personal scuffles. Seated inside the hover car, Luo Lang watched nervously as the AI booted up. He could already sense those people outside surrounding this hover car. Very soon, the clanging sounds of impact rang out from all sides of the hover car. Luo Lang knew the opponent was trying to break the hover car by force, trying to keep him behind. Time was tight. Luo Lang was so nervous his forehead was sweating. His eyes were locked onto the screen of the optical supercomputer. With all his attention focused on the screen, he neglected the trace of numbness that had appeared in his own right arm. When the supercomputer finally displayed the notification to enter his intended destination, Luo Lang was overjoyed. As long as he managed to enter the address, he would be able to get the hover car to bring him away from this place. He was just about to lift his hand to key in the information when he found that he could not move his right arm. His heart clenched in fear, but before he could investigate why, he felt his vision blur, his head becoming groggy and heavy. Not good. Ultra-effective anesthetics. Luo Lang naturally knew what was behind this. It went without question that that silver bolt which had injured him must have had ultra-effective anesthetics smeared on it, otherwise he would not have presented with its effects so quickly. Luo Lang unhesitatingly bit down on the tip of his tongue. Riding this violent jolt of pain, he collected his quickly dissipating consciousness. He had to key in the address he needed to get to in these final moments of awareness. His right arm was already completely numb, so Luo Lang gritted his teeth, using momentous effort to raise his limp and weak left hand. He began to key in the address of his dorm, and then pressed the button to confirm. When he saw the AI display the following message, destination, XXXXX, please press yes to confirm, press NO to cancel, Luo Lang used almost all his strength to press down firmly on the yes button, and then he fainted dead away. In the virtual world, Little 4 was displaying every digital footprint Luo Lang had left after leaving the training hall one by one before Ling Lan. 1609, Luo Lang received a message from the treatment center. Contents as below. Cadet Luo Lang, please present yourself at the Medical Treatment Research Center this afternoon at 1700 hours for a final follow-up examination. Main service counter of the treatment center. 1615, Luo Lang rode a hover car to the Medical Research Center. 1652, Luo Lang appeared at the entrance of the Medical Research Center and met up with someone in a blue uniform. 1658, Luo Lang went off with the blue-clothed person in a hover car. Search for destination in progress. At this point, Ling Lan's eyebrows were tightly knitted. Which goes to say that we still can't find where Luo Lang is now. The hover car has been modified by a hacker. The destination keyed into it has not been recorded into the mainframe databank. For me to find out now, I need to find that hover car which Luo Lang took from all the surveillance footage. This is a little harder and will take more time. With regards to professional questions, Little 4's answers were meticulous. Alright, Little 4, take your time. Although Ling Lan was rather anxious, she did not want to show it and give Little 4 too much pressure. Not too long after, Little 4 chimed in again. Lieu Yongguang, third-year elite student from the hacker specialization. Little 4 had discovered the identity of that blue-uniformed person with Luo Lang. Is he involved with any faction or group? Asked Ling Lan spiritedly. According to the data in the mainframe, he had joined the Tenji Mecha clan. Little 4 very quickly gave her an answer. The military academy mainframe which all hackers found so difficult to penetrate was just like his personal backyard in Little 4's eyes. He could come and go as he pleased, and the information inside it was as if part of his home, free for him to take as he willed. Tenji. Ling Lan's brow furrowed at these words. Ever since Leitang Mecha clan had lost in the wagered fight, the various factions had toned down significantly. They were afraid they would accidentally offend Leitang, giving Leitang some excuse to vent their anger on them instead. If this matter was really initiated by Tenji, why had they chosen to act during this sensitive period? Could they be trying to take advantage of the instability to knock down Leitang and become the #1 faction themselves? Or was this perhaps a setup by some other faction, trying to pit the new cadet regiment against Tenji? So that faction could then benefit as the external third party as the two clashed and weakened each other. There were countless suppositions in Ling Lan's mind. Although she could not be sure whether Tenji was the real culprit, she would not let the other go, so she asked, Little 4, without affecting the search for Luo Lang, can you take control of all the surveillance equipment inside the Tenji headquarters? Little 4 replied without skipping a beat, piece of cake. Leave it to me. He had barely finished speaking when an additional window had appeared before Ling Lan's eyes. There was a garden, a living room, other rooms, and also various passages and corridors. Ling Lan knew that this was most likely the inside of the Tenji Mecha clan headquarters. As expected, when it came to any surveillance equipment being used in this era, Little 4 really had no difficulty at all infiltrating it. Not every faction had a headquarters, only the organizations which ranked within the top 4 of the school ranking had this honor. The military academy would allocate official venues of different sizes to the groups according to their ranking to become their headquarters. Therefore, every year, the various factions would be embroiled in a brutal competition in order to win one of these 4 spots on the ranking. The Tenji Mecha clan was the second major faction within the military academy, so the headquarters given to them was considerably huge. All the safety and security measures were done up extremely well, and from the video feed, Ling Lan could even see some patrols passing by every so often. However, Ling Lan was only perusing it cursorily. Her main priority was still in waiting for Little 4 to come up with his final tracking results. Time passed bit by bit. Not too long after, Han Jijian and Lin Zhongqin too had ended their physical training classes and returned. When they heard the news, Han Jijian asked Xiaoyi to contact Wu Jiong. They waited patiently in the living room, waiting for Ling Lan to exit from the virtual world. As the skies grew darker and darker, they began to become a little restless. Boss Lan had not logged off after so long. Did this mean that he had not found anything useful in the virtual world? Xiaoyi was the first to lose his patience. After all, Luo Lang had last been with him. If he had only been more alert back then and cautioned Luo Lang, perhaps this kind of thing would not have happened. Filled with remorse, he suggested whether they should mobilize the new cadet regiment, sending everyone out to look for Luo Lang together. Wu Jiong was rather stirred by the suggestion. After all, he felt unsettled just sitting here doing nothing. Han Jijian was unexpectedly cool-headed, immediately shooting down the two's plan. Han Jijian believed that taking reckless action while the circumstances were still unclear would just scare off the villains before they could go after them, and may even make the situation worse. If the opponent became wary and transferred Luo Lang to an even more concealed area, it would make it even harder for them to find him. If this allowed the opponent to successfully hide Luo Lang away for a month's time, even if they managed to find Luo Lang eventually, Luo Lang's future would already be ruined by the opponent. Rather than that, they might as well wait patiently for Boss Lan to emerge before making a decision. The final exams of the military academy every year were extremely stringent. Skipping classes without reason for an entire month would cause a cadet to lose their study right. Many factions would use some underhanded means to steal talent for themselves. Kidnapping was one of those methods, but it was used very, very rarely. After all, monitoring them all from above was the surveillance team of the military academy, which kept watch on all the factions and organizations on record within the school. Other than those who were confident they could carry it off flawlessly, the typical faction would not choose to use this method. The new cadet regiment group seated here already had an inkling that Luo Lang had most likely been kidnapped. They just did not know whether it was a personal act, or if some faction or group was behind it. This matter caused the mood of the new cadet regiment group here to be a little low. Originally, they had all been the elite princes of the Central Scout Academy, growing up smoothly without much hardship along the way. Under Ling Lan's lead, they had not met many obstacles. and though they had been forced into a wagered fight the moment they had entered the military academy, even when everyone had not thought well of their chances, they had prevailed. They had managed to turn the tables around and defeat the Leingia Mecha clan. It could not be denied that they had begun to become proud, their confidence going off the charts, thinking that there were no factions which could prevent the new cadet regiment from rising to prominence. However, it was right at this time that Luo Lang had mysteriously gone missing from right beneath their noses. This was like a basin of cold water pouring down on them, causing them to understand that the waters of the military academy were still deeper than they realized. It was still much too early for them to strut around with their tails cocked up high. Thump! 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 From upstairs, there came the rhythmic, hard sounds of boots striding across the ground, steady and powerful, causing the initially somewhat flustered hearts of those people seated below to settle down. Almost simultaneously, they all stood up and turned their heads to look. A familiar figure was walking down the stairs. Their gazes lit up instantly, the embers of hope flickering in their eyes. Ling Lan walked down the stairs with an ice-cold expression. Seeing the lot of them, she instructed, "Wu Jiong, you all wait here. Pretend nothing has happened." Even though Ling Lan's tone was as dispassionate as usual, everyone there could sense the indistinct killing intent radiating from Ling Lan's body, a surge of chilly air penetrating straight into their hearts. Boss Lan was pissed. Everyone understood tacitly what this meant. Wu Jiong blinked blankly, but quickly figured things out and said, "Understood, Boss Lan." Han Jijian frowned, a trace of worry flashing through his eyes, and asked, "Boss Lan, you plan to act independently?" "Yes, I have already found Luo Lang's trail, but that location is unsuitable for group activity. Going alone, it'll be easier for me to rescue Luo Lang," explained Ling Lan. "Who's the opponent?" Xie suddenly spoke up to ask, his eyes brimming with fiery anger. "The Tenji Mecha clan." Ling Lan bit out each word by word. Her suppressed rage exploded as she uttered these 4 words, and her right hand reflexively slammed down onto the handrail of the staircase. There was a snap, and the solid wooden railing was actually broken into 2 pieces by Ling Lan's angry palm. Han Jijian's expression could not help but pale drastically at the sight. "Boss Lan, has Luo Lang been harmed?" Following this question, all the expressions of the others changed greatly as well. Several pairs of furious eyes stared at Ling Lan, hoping he would tell them the answer. Ling Lan gritted her teeth and said, "Not yet for now. But this does not guarantee that it won't happen later. Thus, I have to hurry over as soon as possible." Ling Lan glanced at Wu Jiong, Han Jijian and the others, and ordered, "Wu Jiong, Jijian, I leave this place to you two. No matter what happens, you two must hold the fort. Remember, our new cadet regiment knows nothing, and no one has gone out. As for Luo Lang, he has only gone to the medical research center for an examination." After leaving her instructions, Ling Lan rapidly departed the villa without a backwards glance, very quickly disappearing into the night. Wu Jiong retracted his gaze, turning his head to ask Han Jijian, "Say, what do you think Boss Lan is planning to do?" Han Jijian indicated for the rest to return to the main hall to sit on the sofa, asking Lin Zhongqing to bring over a pack of cards for them to while away the time, then replied, "Tragedy is about to befall the Tenji Mecha clan." Huh. Wu Jiong had only guessed that Ling Lan was planning to execute a solo rescue, so he could not understand why Ling Lan did not want to let others know that it was the Tenji Mecha clan who had abducted Luo Lang. Han Jijian merely shook his head, not planning to enlighten Wu Jiong. This made Wu Jiong restless, impatience and annoyance stirring in his heart, causing him to play his cards in a distracted manner. Xie was in fact similarly uncertain, but he knew his place and so did not think too hard on the matter. Thus, he was not as unsettled as Wu Jiong. In the end, it was still Lin Zhongqing who could not bear to see Wu Jiong's sorry state, and could not help but hint, if no one knows that Luo Lang was abducted by the Tenji Mecha clan, then there will also be no way to prove that the one who wiped out the Tenji headquarters today is our Boss Lan. Wu Jiong's eyes lit up. So that's how it is. However, he very quickly became despondent, pointing out the flaw in the logic, but there are surveillance equipment in every area of the military academy. Han Jijian smirked coldly, and how much of Boss Lan's methods do you know? If Boss Lan wants you to do this, then you do this. This won't be a mistake. Wu Jiong suddenly recalled their time on the spaceship. Boss Lan had successfully taken control of the surveillance equipment before then. His gaze brightened once more and he shouted, "I've got it." This cry drew the cold glares of the other three there with him. Han Jijian, in particular, looked at him disdainfully as he mocked, "If you understand, then be quiet about it. Do you want to draw everyone here and negate Boss Lan's alibi?" Wu Jiong did not become angry even though he had been mocked by Han Jijian. Since his doubts had been answered, he could now play his cards with an easy mind. Meanwhile, the moment Ling Lan exited the doorway, she asked Little Four within the mind space, "Tenji headquarters, which way is it?" Little Four showed a map to her instantly, with an arrow marking Ling Lan's current location and a red flag marking the position of their target. The information was clear with just one glance. He also spoke up to say, "I suggest you first take a hover car ride, and then choose a stop near them to get off. This way, you can save some strength and internal energy." Little Four knew what Ling Lan was going to do on this trip, so he wanted to help Ling Lan reduce the drain on her energy. After all, destroying a headquarters was a laborious task, they should save whatever energy they could. While they could, Ling Lan decided to listen to Little Four's advice. With just one step, she had traveled over 100 meters away, arriving at the closest hover car stop to her living quarters in 2 steps. Then, she waited for a hover car to arrive. Even if she would use her chi gene sparingly for now, time was still of the essence. She did not hope to see Luo Lang being tormented at this final juncture. The hover car arrived quickly, and Ling Lan darted into it like a spirit. Before Ling Lan could key in anything, Little Four had taken the initiative to choose a stop about 1 kilometer away for Ling Lan, concealing his command from the system at the same time. In the mainframe of the military academy, this hover car Ling Lan was riding was still an empty car floating around the school. Furthermore, the moment when Ling Lan had gotten into the car and the period later when she got out would also be altered on the surveillance records. Of course, Little Four's tampering was perfect, no one would ever notice any trace of modification. Just like that, with no witnesses or material proof, Ling Lan left her own villa. In one of the rooms within Tenji headquarters, the white-uniformed youth suppressed the intense pain coming from his body, and swallowed the ultra-effective medication his subordinate had brought for him. "Brother Shi, are you alright?" A blue-uniformed person asked worriedly. "I bloody didn't expect that Luo Lang to have such powerful spiritual power, able to resist my ability," hissed the white-clothed youth sullenly. "Not only that," he lashed back, "wounding me." The other had clearly lowered his guard and believed his words. Why had he regained mental clarity at the final moment? It was then that he had been injured. If he had not held back from showing any signs of pain, the other might have seen through his act immediately. And also perhaps because he had forced himself to tolerate that rebound force in silence, the injury he had received was 30% worse than it would have been originally. "Wait till I've healed completely. I'll definitely torment that fellow properly." A savage expression emerged on the white-clothed youth's face, utterly ruining his originally rather charming face, leaving behind only ugliness beyond measure. "Congratulations, Brother Shi. Not only have you obtained a beauty, you have also obtained a physical skills prodigy, adding yet another great helper for our Tenji Mecha clan," Liu Yongguang congratulated at one side fawningly. This improved the white-clothed youth's mood greatly, the viciousness in his face fading considerably, morphing him back into a handsome, lively and sunny youth. "You performed well this time. Later, go to the contribution department and collect a second-tier resource. I'll give you my warrant in a bit." His mood greatly improved, the white-clothed youth began to reward his underling who had performed well. "Thank you, Brother Shi." "Thank you, Brother Shi," said Liu Yongguang with pleasant surprise. He had initially thought he would be lucky to get a third-tier resource, but Brother Shi was unexpectedly so generous this time. A blue-clothed youth by Liu Yongguang's side felt that this was not very appropriate, and was just about to speak up about it when a companion standing beside him tugged on his arm, signaling him to stay silent. The lord before them now was an obstinate and conceited person. He was not the just and righteous Lord Regiment commander of theirs who was currently in closed-door meditation 1. After basking in a round of flattery by Liu Yongguang, the white-clothed youth abruptly thought of something and asked nervously, "You've eliminated all signs, right? You're sure no one will be able to trace us back here?" Liu Yongguang replied proudly, "Don't worry, brother Shi, I've handled everything. Even if the number one hacker, Lin Jidong, gets involved, he won't be able to trace us anytime soon." That said, he laughed and said, "That new cadet regiment has also shot themselves in the foot. After offending Lei Taying, you think Lin Jidong will help them? Definitely not, and as for the others, I believe no one will be able to crack my methods." Hearing these words of Liu Yongguang, the white-uniformed youth relaxed instantly and began to laugh. His doubts were gone. Now, as long as he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to train that beauty well, so that the other would submit to him, body and soul, in the end. The white-clothed youth was so confident because his spiritual mutation was a type of magical hypnotism. He could easily obtain the favor of others with it. If he wanted the other to love him wholeheartedly, as long as he had enough time, he would succeed. Just like with his previous lovers. This was exactly how he had reeled them in, and even until now, they still thought they had been willing to. At the Tenji Mecha clan headquarters, a shadowy figure dropped stealthily into the flower garden. At this particular time, this landing spot was precisely the blind spot of all the patrols and sentries. With just one step, Ling Lan slipped into the corridor of the garden. By this time, Little Four had long cooperatively manipulated the surveillance feed of the corridor. In the monitoring room, the monitoring staff could only see images from several seconds ago. Ling Lan's speed was ghost-like, leaving only a streak of shadowed light as she passed through the dim lighting of the corridor. Crossing the corridor, she arrived at the foot of the main building. She did not choose to enter the hall, instead dashing over to a blind spot by a wall. Then, Ling Lan's hands could be seen to fly swiftly, aiming for the irregular spots on the wall, using them as makeshift handholds to pull her entire body up, crawling up the wall like a lizard in the blink of an eye to reach the fourth floor. At this moment, Luo Lang was stowed within one of the bedrooms on the fourth floor. She needed to rescue Luo Lang first before she considered anything else. Moreover, Little Four had already given her a view of the entire headquarters beforehand. Therefore, she knew that the fourth floor, which was where she was climbing to now, had a room with an unlocked window. She would be able to open it and enter from there, and there was coincidentally no one inside at the moment. This was undoubtedly a good opportunity which could shorten the time Ling Lan needed to infiltrate the base. Ling Lan came to that window, and lightly pushed it open. In the silent depths of the night, even the lightest creak would be striking. Ling Lan was extremely calm. Without any hesitation in her movements, she opened the window just wide enough for her body and slipped into the room. Right outside the room was the main corridor. Little Four was already displaying the image of the corridor outside for Ling Lan, notifying her of the closest patrol. They were still a distance away, so Ling Lan did not hesitate to open the door, just as if she were still in her own villa. She walked out blatantly into the corridor, without any bit of the sort of wariness and care one should have when breaking and entering into someone else's home. Ling Lan had faith in Little Four's judgment, and Ling Lan did not have the time to spare anyway, because Little Four had told Ling Lan that someone with nefarious intentions against Luo Lang was already heading towards the bedroom Luo Lang was in. She needed to hurry. After traveling for a distance, Little Four suddenly warned her that there were two patrollers approaching from around the corner. With a fleeting step, Ling Lan was at the corner. Several nimble steps up the wall later, she had climbed up to the crossbeam, and laid herself flat over it. If someone came up from behind Ling Lan's figure would be clearly exposed to the eye, but from the opposing direction, Ling Lan's body was entirely obscured by the crossbeam. It would be impossible for the incoming patrollers to discover her presence behind the beam. Perhaps the patrollers too did not expect that the impregnable headquarters one in their eyes would actually be infiltrated by an enemy, who had already gotten to the fourth floor. Mind you, security was strict on all floors below this one, so any intruder would typically not be able to get past the second inch floor. Thus, they were somewhat slack, casually breezing past the crossbeam, never once considering to even lift their heads to look up too. Ling Lan waited for the two men to pass below her, then quietly dropped back down to the ground. In order to eliminate any latent problems, her palms whipped down like knives, chopping onto the napes of the two men. The two men toppled as the chops landed, and Ling Lan grabbed hold of a man with each hand. She then dragged them to the next equally empty room and tossed them into it. These were all just small fry, so Ling Lan did not intend to be too harsh on them. In the internal energy she had used during the hand chops, she had only included a little bit of her innate talent's special power. If the other did not manage to clear out that bit of special power, their progress would be greatly impeded. This was Ling Lan's punishment for their role as accomplices to the villain 3. After tossing them into the room, the remaining matters would be Little Four's responsibility. Little Four would lock the doors, and just as when they had been on the spaceship, before the morn of the next day, the men's communicators would be non-functional. Before Ling Lan had completely vented her rage, Little Four would ensure the men had no chance of contacting the outside world. After settling the two men, Ling Lan swiftly hastened towards her destination. Along the way, with Little Four's advanced warnings, in order to avoid detection by the enemy, Ling Lan employed sneak attacks to bring down all enemies in her path before they could notice her. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, as Little Four had used a constant loop of false images to replace the video feed, those patrollers taken down by Ling Lan still appeared to be patrolling along their designated routes, again and again. The white-uniformed youth finally felt the pain in his head leave him, his spiritual power recovering to his normal levels. He walked out excitedly from the infirmary in the base, prepared to properly enjoy the spoils of victory he had gained today. Thinking of that beauty finally capitulating to pleasure under his body, his heart felt hot. It was as if he had not felt this excited in a long time. The white-uniformed youth was the Dux of the Starship Command Specialization, named Shermingi 4. He was one of the vice regiment commanders of the Tenji Mecha clan. Technically, he was unqualified to take on a vice regiment commander role based on his abilities, but he just so happened to have a batch of faithfully loyal subordinates, one of whom was even the best mecha expert in the clan beneath the regiment commander. Due to that subordinate's emphatic support, Shermingi had become a vice regiment commander of Tenji last year. Since shouldering the role of vice regiment commander, Shermingi had used the resources of the Tenji Mecha clan quite often to seek out information on all the fair-faced youths in the various specializations. Of course, he was cunning about it. Those with substantial family backgrounds, he would not dare to touch. He typically went after those from common stock, or those students without very significant backgrounds. One after another over the past year, there had already been 5 or 6 youths who had fallen into his wicked hands. And now, these victims had all become team members in his fold, holding him in extraordinary love and admiration, loyal to a fault. It was also precisely for this reason that Shermingi's fondness for men had not yet been exposed. Adept at deception, he used his trump card to gather a great deal of good favor among the regular cadets, setting himself up as a sunny, righteous, and honest person. He was the consummate good student in the instructor's eyes, the Dux who the students respected, the just vice regiment commander of the Tenji Mecha clan. Moreover, Shermingi knew very well where the secret of his success laid. Apart from himself, no one else knew that his spiritual mutation was hypnotism. No one other than his closest confidants knew he liked men. On the outside, he buried this proclivity of his deeply. Even though all types of gorgeous young men were gathered by his side, due to his own handsome appearance, he fit in well enough that no one had ever thought anything of it. As a vice regiment commander, Shermingi had a personal lounge within headquarters, at the end of the 4th floor. Even though it was just a small bedroom of about 20 square meters, it was furnished lavishly, with the entire floor covered in shag carpeting. When one opened the door and entered the room, the first thing one would see would be a grand old-fashioned wooden armchair directly facing the doorway. However, this armchair was very strange, taller than regular chairs by 30 to 40 centimeters, almost at the height of a standard table. Who knows whether it was truly meant for sitting on or was just a decoration. Behind the armchair was a thick cloth curtain, hiding the scene deeper into the room from view. Shermingi cast a careful glance out the doorway, confirming that there was indeed no one there before softly shutting the door behind him. After that, he deadbolt the door and set a protective passcode, assuring that other than himself, no one else would be able to enter his room. That done, he stepped past the armchair and parted the curtain. Inside, there was only a single circular waterbed, with chains as thick as one's thumb draping down from it on all sides, culminating in a strange aesthetic. Additionally, on the ceiling, a flat and sparkling mirror was embedded, clearly reflecting everything on the bed. A youth in a green uniform was lying on the bed. On his delicate face, his eyebrows were knitted, his eyes closed tightly. It looked like he was deeply unconscious, but perhaps because there was some discomfort affecting his body, for his complexion was pale, causing him to look even more pitiful and fragile. The sight of him almost caused Shermingi to be consumed by the flames of lust. He wished desperately that he could morph into a ravenous wolf and gobble up this delectable youth instantly. This lovely youth on the bed was precisely the one Ling Lan had spent so much time and effort to find, Lieu. Besides the large bed, there was nothing else that could be seen within the room. The walls on all four sides were covered by thick, floor-length curtains. Shermingi gulped, slowly walking over to sit on the edge of the bed. He gently stroked that exquisite face of Lieu, so enchanted that he almost did not want to stop. His fingers slid down slowly from Lieu's face to his neck, and then slowly unfastened the buttons on Lieu's uniform. He tugged open the top of the uniform forcefully, revealing the white shirt inside it, along with a faint trace of soft white skin. Right then, Shermingi could hold back no longer. He ripped apart the white shirt impatiently, and with a tearing sound, the rest of the buttons were sent flying, and Lieu's lovely body was exposed just like that before Shermingi. The two pretty pink nubs on Lieu's chest almost made Shermingi salivate. Exquisite, truly exquisite. Who would have expected such an exquisite beauty to appear in the first men's military academy? All those I have sampled before were just trash, exclaimed Shermingi, his fingers trailing down Lieu's chest. He reveled in the sensation he was receiving from his hand, feeling how smooth and warm the other's skin was, how supple. Perhaps these touches made Lieu uncomfortable, for his brow creased even more noticeably. However, the effects of the anesthetic were too strong. He still laid there unmoving. Shermingi had initially planned to properly savor the other, but seeing the other unresponsive like a dead fish, he felt somewhat dissatisfied. After some thought, he tugged over a chain hanging by the head of the bed, and looped it around Lieu's left hand, securing it. Next, he pulled yet another chain from the other side and secured Lieu's right hand as well. Then, he pressed a button at the head of the bed, and the curtain on his left-hand side was pulled aside to reveal a cabinet. Inside the cabinet were countless sex toys, and even some SM equipment 5, and there was of course several high-tech safes installed within it as well. Shermingi pressed a finger onto the screen on one of the safes, and the initially dark screen lit up to display a numbered keypad. Shermingi deftly keyed in a string of numbers, and with a dull click, the door of the safe sprang open. There was a considerable number of medical agents inside it, as well as several one-use syringes. Shermingi removed 2 tubes of agent from the safe, and then took out a one-use syringe set. He filled the syringe with one of the agents, walked over to Lieu, and injected its contents into Lieu's arm. This was closely followed by the next tube of agent, which he also injected into Lieu's arm. After doing all this, Shermingi discarded the one-use syringe set into the rubbish bin. He then shut the safe, returned to the bed, and pressed another button. The curtains drew close once more, restoring the room to its original state. Very quickly, Lieu moaned and opened his eyes, and saw the white uniformed youth beaming at him. Lieu's expression changed drastically, for he knew now that he had not managed to escape in the end, and had been abducted by the other. He struggled, then heard the clinking noises coming from above his head. Looking up, Lieu saw his hands bound in metal chains, and as the anesthetic had not worn off completely yet, he still felt weak and powerless. Who are you? Which organization are you from? Why did you capture me? Lieu quickly calmed himself down and spoke up to ask. His voice was rather hoarse and weak. In Shermingi's ears, it naturally had a particular flavor of enticement. Shermingi, 4th-year Dux of the Starship Command Specialization, and Vice Regiment Commander of the Tenji Mecha clan. And as for why I captured you? Shermingi smiled and reached out to stroke a hand over Lieu's face, expression besotted as he said, that's because I like you. Lieu tried to evade Shermingi's fingers in revulsion, but was unsuccessful. And then Shermingi's words registered, causing him to freeze for a moment, but he quickly understood and yelled in rage, let go of me, you pervert. A pervert, is it? If I must become a pervert to like you, I will willingly succumb to this depravity. Shermingi's face shifted to reveal a bitter smile. This expression startled Luo Lang, but logic quickly reasserted itself as he scolded, of course you're a pervert, or else how could you do something like abduction? Shermingi's body jerked back as he pressed a hand to his forehead. He closed his eyes to rest his mind for a beat before opening them again. Right then, his initial seemingly earnest smile was nowhere to be seen, there was only darkness and a trace of ruthlessness left on his face. Still not working? Who could have expected that your spiritual power is this strong, actually repelling me once more, reflecting damage back at me? Looks like, I need to first let you taste the all-consuming pleasure of the body before you'll be willing to submit to me. That said, he began to take off his clothes. Luo Lang's irises contracted, and his pearl-white teeth bit down harshly on his own lips. He was trying to use pain to chase away the effects of the anesthetic, desperately circulating the qi gene in his body, hoping that he would be able to recover. Enough qi gene for a final suicide attack. Yes. Luo Lang was prepared to die with his enemy in his attempt, he would not suffer this humiliation. Within the yawning emptiness in his body, Luo Lang suddenly sensed the presence of internal energy again. Pleasant surprise flashed through Luo Lang's eyes, but very quickly, his expression changed once more, the initial paleness of his face being replaced by a rosy flush. Huh, you're feeling it now, right? This is some ultra-potent aphrodisiac. It will make you beg me to give it to you again and again, turning you into a complete slut. Shermingi began laughing gleefully at the sight. He was just about to rip off the clothes on the lower half of Luo Lang's body when a frigid aura enveloped the entire room. How dare you! A glacial voice rang out by Shermingi's ear, instantly dousing Shermingi's blazing fires of lust with a deluge of ice-cold water, cooling him down rapidly. Meanwhile, on the bed, Luo Lang, who had been planning to kill himself along with his captor, had relieved joy shining from his eyes. His line of sight had coincidentally shifted to look up at the mirror on the ceiling, and from its reflection, he could see a stony and stately figure standing at the curtain by the door. It was Ling Lan. Boss! Luo Lang cried out emotionally. His eyes turned red uncontrollably, as his heart full of rage, sorrow and despair instantly melted into a pool of tender emotions. So this was boss, his boss that deserved his loyalty and trust. He had come at this most critical moment to save him. Shermingi whipped his head around in shock, and seeing that familiar figure before his eyes, his expression shifted as he called out, Ling Lan. It's you. He reflexively looked towards the area behind Ling Lan. He had clearly set a passcode. Didn't Liu Yongguang say before that no one would be able to crack the lock, and would only be able to break down the door by force to enter? How then had the other snuck in without a sound? Without him sensing anything at all? You've made me angry, you have to pay the price for your transgressions. Ling Lan's face was a sheet of ice, for she had seen Luo Lang's current state. The killing intent in her heart waxed thicker. The blood-soaked killing intent concealed deep within her body, all this while abruptly exploded out into the room, instantly dominating the entire space. Qi Long, Luo Lang and the other little companions who had grown up alongside Ling Lan held special places in Ling Lan's heart. Ling Lan took care of them like her own younger brothers. In fact, in Ling Lan's heart, they were even like sons to her. The emotions she invested in them were beyond the norm. Ling Lan's killing intent was extremely dense now, but she controlled it skillfully, not allowing any bit to leak out of the room. As the main target of the killing intent, Shermingi instantly felt himself plunged into a crimson world. Countless knives of light and swords of shadow hurtled towards him. He felt himself being pierced by these countless phantom blades, but also felt his limbs being sliced off bit by bit, his gut dissected, and his heart torn out, but he could not die. He watched helplessly as his body, his innards, were finally reduced to a puddle of bloody water, which then vanished without leaving a trace. This was not only physical agony, it was also a spiritual torment. There was a moment where he even wanted to end his life by biting his tongue off, unwilling to bear this endless suffering any longer. In reality, he had really bitten his tongue. However, perhaps because he did not have enough strength, or perhaps he did not really want to die in his subconscious mind, for although he had bitten his tongue, he had only wounded it and not severed it completely. Still, this allowed him to stumble onto an escape by chance. The intense pain shook him out of the illusion of hellish torment, to return to reality. However, even so, the power which had crashed onto him from the start had still caused internal injury to Shermingi. The moment he regained awareness, a lance of blood spurted from his mouth, and his entire body wavered on his feet. At this time, Shermingi could already tell that he was no match at all for Ling Lan. He had some understanding with regards to force of presence. He knew that it was one of the abilities one gained in the late stages of Qi Jin. He had studied it and formed it himself. It would push a crushing pressure onto the intended target, effectively subduing them. He had never before encountered such a formidable embodiment of presence, however. Its power was not only presented on a physical plane, but also on a spiritual one. If he had not stumbled onto a way out of its effect by chance, he might have been trapped in its endless torments until he died. Shermingi knew that he had misstepped this time. Who knew that the seemingly easily bullyable Luo Lang actually had such a powerful boss behind him? Shermingi did not want to die, so he decided to use his last resort. "Boss Ling, I think this is a misunderstanding." Shermingi tolerated the pain in his mouth, forcing a stiff smile onto his lips. Ling Lan quirked a brow at these words. Oh. She had sensed a strange tendril of spiritual power trying to invade her spiritual domain. This should be a type of spiritual attack, but it was not one Ling Lan was familiar with. It did not cause any discomfort, and seemed exceedingly harmless. Of course, Ling Lan would not permit any strange spiritual power to just invade into her spiritual domain. With a swift spiritual shake, she crushed this cord of spiritual power. Sure enough, the moment Ling Lan destroyed this cord of spiritual power, Shermingi's body jerked, his already pale face becoming even paler, losing all trace of blood. She even saw the other's eyebrows lock tightly together, the muscles on his face spasming. It looked like the rebound force had been extremely powerful, the other had not been able to bear it without reacting. "Little Four, what spiritual power is this?" Ling Lan was curious, so she asked Little Four within the mind space. Little Four immediately answered, "This is a type of mid-level awakened innate talent, mesmerize." Sensing Ling Lan's confusion, he explained, "It's actually what you call hypnotism in your world. With this ability, a person can beguile another to change how they view them." Little Four silently wiped off the cold sweat from his forehead. Luckily, he still had 9 instructors to be his solid backup, otherwise he would not have been able to elaborate anything on this kind of mysterious awakened innate talent. Ling Lan's initially tepid face became frigid once more. This type of ability in the hands of such a scumbag, how many innocent people had suffered at his hands? In an instant, Ling Lan decided to rid the other of this innate talent. Shermingi found that his hypnotism had backfired on him, and felt a surge of despair. He knew now that the other was most likely someone with a mental spiritual mutation, able to defend against this ability of his, just like Luo Lang. He was not content to just give up and be captured, so when he saw Ling Lan appear to be thinking about something, he leapt forwards with a spring of his right foot, pouncing towards Luo Lang on the bed, planning to grab Luo Lang to use as a hostage. As long as Luo Lang was in his hands and the opponent became afraid to act, it would give him the chance to sound the alarm in Tenji's headquarters and he would be able to live. Yes, he did not want to die, because he had seen the boundless killing intent within the opponent's eyes. "You're asking for it." Seeing Shermingi try to grab Luo Lang in a final desperate bid for survival, Ling Lan growled furiously. Following this sound, Shermingi's darting body crashed onto the ground. A powerful spiritual charge had been sent straight at his brain. He only felt his brain being struck harshly, and then there was a soft splat, as if his brain had split open, and he fell unconscious. Ling Lan's figure shifted and she was instantly by Luo Lang's side. She asked, "Luo Lang, how do you feel?" "I'm okay, boss. I just feel weak." Despite the red flush suffusing Luo Lang's face, the aphrodisiac in his body already beginning to show effect, because it was still in the early stages, he could still bear it. He was extremely ashamed about how he had been captured so easily, finally even needing to trouble Boss Lan to come save him. Anesthetic? Ling Lan scanned Luo Lang's body, and found that the anesthetic had already mostly run its course. As long as they waited patiently, Luo Lang would return to normal, but there was still another extremely strange agent within Luo Lang's body. What is this? Ling Lan was rather puzzled. Boss, Luo Lang has been dosed with an aphrodisiac. Little Four had described Luo Lang's condition to the instructors of the learning space. When he had told instructor number 9, she had kicked him right out of her space, while instructor number 5 had only reacted with a sleazy and lecherous smile. Fortunately, instructor number 4 had taken pity on him and secretly told him the answer, but, what was this thing called an aphrodisiac? Little Four decided to rifle through his databases to find out. What? Aphrodisiac? The veins on Ling Lan's head popped out in anger. She swept a freezing gaze at the unconscious Shermingi lying on the ground, and unhesitatingly lifted a foot to stomp heavily on the other's unprotected back. She ground her heel mercilessly into his back for a moment, and the cracking sounds of bones breaking could be heard. Shermingi's backbone had been pulverized by Ling Lan 7. Is there an antidote? Little Four, search the scene. Ling Lan ordered as she broke the chains holding down the wounded Luo Lang. Little Four saw many buttons at the head of the bed and so infiltrated into the system. Very soon, he had found that safe of Shermingi's which contained so many agents. Opening it, he discovered that aside from the antidote for the anesthetic, the other agents were all myriad types of arousal-enhancing agents, which were collectively known as aphrodisiacs. Little Four had already found the description of aphrodisiacs in his database. With a troubled expression, he said in the mind space, "Boss, it seems like there are no antidotes for aphrodisiacs. The only antidote is to find him a woman, but this whole academy is all boys, you are the only girl." Seeing Ling Lan sweep a fierce glare in his direction, Little Four quickly ducked his head and muttered at his fingers, "Of course, if that's really out of the question, it's also fine to find a man for him." According to the database, there were cases where men helped men to clear out the aphrodisiac, although, Little Four really did not understand why the antidote had to involve males and females. The innocent Little Four still did not really understand what was meant by the carnal pleasures of love. "You can just stop giving those rotten ideas of yours," huffed Ling Lan in exasperation. Right then, Luo Lang struggled to sit up, and tolerating the discomfort of his body, he said to Ling Lan, "Boss, I'm fine." Luo Lang did not want to hold his boss back at this dangerous moment. Ling Lan threw a glance at Luo Lang's trembling legs. In this state, could he really follow her to charge out of Tenji headquarters? Ling Lan did not think Luo Lang could really do it. Perhaps sensing Ling Lan's distrust, Luo Lang bit gently at his lower lip, face determined as he said, "Boss, believe me, I can do it." He, Luo Lang, would not lose to anesthetic, and he also would not lose to this ridiculous aphrodisiac. Luo Lang's determination made Ling Lan sigh internally. Although Luo Lang looked like the most delicate one among all her companions, the stubbornness and aggression in his bones were no less than Qi Long's. It could be said that the other members of the team were a bracket weaker than him in this respect. Ling Lan believed that if she really permitted Luo Lang to follow behind her, even if he pushed himself till he was littered with injuries, Luo Lang would still stubbornly keep pace behind her as long as he remained conscious. What a little fellow who tugged at one's heartstrings. Ling Lan could only nod and say, "Understood." Ling Lan's reply made a smile bloom on Luo Lang's face. Boss was still willing to believe in him. Right at that moment, Ling Lan darted forwards, and before Luo Lang could react, she had already pinched the back of Luo Lang's neck forcefully. With a trace of incomprehension in his eyes, Luo Lang fell unconscious. Ling Lan's left arm reached out and tugged, pulling Luo Lang easily into her embrace. Her lips parted to say softly, "Silly little fellow, isn't it much more convenient if I carry you? 1 inch. Ah. Boss, you actually gave away your first virgin hug to this brat Luo Lang." Little Four went utterly berserk at this sight. I mean, this was Boss Lan's first hug. He had originally said it so that he, Little Four, would be the one to receive it. Why had this brat taken it away now? At this moment, filled with envy, jealousy, hate, Little Four was unbelievably resentful at how backward the technology of this world was, actually lacking any physical constructs which an intelligent bioentity could inhabit and use. Otherwise, he would long have taken Boss's first hug for himself. Shut your mouth. My first hug has long ago been given to Mum. Little Four's words rendered Ling Lan somewhat speechless. Wasn't her mum the first to hug her right after she was born? It should be, right? Ling Lan was a little uncertain. It doesn't count for the same gender. It must be for the opposite sex. The opposite sex, you hear me? And also, it must be you, boss, who initiates the hug. Little Four objected stubbornly, insisting that Mummy Lan's hugs did not count. Then, it still would not be Luo Lang. My first hug has already been taken by Dad, Ling Lan calmly revealed the truth to Little Four. The thing he was obsessing over had long been given out long ago. Little Four was stunned. How come I didn't know about this? At that time, you were already completely bowled over by Dad, you could see nothing else but him, said Ling Lan disdainfully. Every time Little Four saw Ling Xiao, he would become a crazy fan, with not one whit of the level-headedness so-called intelligent bioentities should have. Ling Lan once again confirmed that this Little Four was definitely a factory reject. Ling Lan even suspected that Little Four had only been able to appear in the primitive Earth of her previous life because the person who had created Little Four had not been able to accept this flawed product. Based on the out of sight, out of mind mantra, had that person thrown Little Four into a primitive dimension for him to live and die as fate decreed? Ling Lan felt that this hypothesis was very reasonable. When Little Four sensed Ling Lan's thoughts, he was sent spiraling into a tantrum. He vehemently objected to this preposterous theory, insisting that he, Little Four, was a special intelligence entity that was truly one of a kind among the celestial and mortal realm. He hoped that Ling Lan would properly cherish him, this omnipotent follower. Of course, Ling Lan had already gotten used to this behavior of Little Four's. When she was younger, she would still end up resorting to domestic violence out of sheer aggravation, but now, she had become extremely indifferent to it, calm and unruffled in the face of it. Ling Lan felt that Little Four deserved a lot of credit for her slackface Fu-Tu being so strong, without his antics day after day, year after year, helping her to train up her heart and tolerance, she would not have been able to maintain it so well. Just like this, under Little Four's raging frenzy, Ling Lan hefted Luo Lang over her shoulder. As she left, she did not forget to stomp mightily several times over Shermingi's body. Ling Lan was not purely venting her rage, these few stomps carried her unique qi gene. It could be said that without some peerless expert's help in driving out this energy from the other's body, even if Shermingi's shattered bones were treated and healed, he would not be able to stand up again. When Ling Lan left Shermingi's room, Little Four subsided from his initial frenzied state into extreme calmness. Eyes bright, he asked, "Boss, can I act now?" They had planned things this way from the start. After they had rescued Luo Lang, all the surveillance equipment within Tianji's headquarters, along with the exclusive mainframe belonging to Tianji headquarters, would be open game for Little Four. He could play with them however he liked, though of course, the condition being that whatever he did would not be traced back to the new cadet regiment. Yup, and don't forget to find out who were those involved in Luo Lang's kidnapping. Ling Lan's lips quirked up slightly, her eyes endlessly cold. Luo Lang's abduction never happened. You know what to do. Kill them all. Little Four was thrilled by these words. Ling Lan had always forbidden him from acting overtly in the virtual world. He had actually felt very constrained. Mind you, his greatest talents laid in the virtual world, where he could determine whether everyone lived or died. No, there's no need for that. Those scum are not worthy for my Little Four to commit this crime. You only need to crush their spiritual selves and that'll do. Ling Lan said to Little Four within the mind space as she stroked his head tenderly, though the words she spouted were exceedingly vicious. Little Four might not understand yet, but at times, living was a fate worse than death. Got it, boss, leave it to me. Little Four cast down these words and then went off to complete his task and kill some people. Ling Lan stared at the spot in the mind space where Little Four had disappeared. Her emotions were a complicated jumble. She did not know whether this decision of hers was too cruel. After all, destroying another's spiritual self was equal to turning the other into an idiot. Shermingi's brain space had been crushed by her, so it was confirmed that he would be a handicapped idiot when he woke up again. She did not regret this, even thinking that leaving him with his life was already a mercy. However, those other people she had set little for after were only accomplices. Other than participating in Luo Lang's abduction, they had not done too many bad things. At this time, Ling Lan could feel Luo Lang's body on her shoulder becoming hotter and hotter, and that trace of compassion and hesitance in her heart vanished. Indeed, those people might have only been accomplices, but if not for them, would Shermingi alone have been able to capture Luo Lang? If Luo Lang was destroyed by this. At this thought, Ling Lan could not stop herself from slamming a fist into a wall. Her hidden energy flowed from her hand into the wall, spreading out into the surrounding area, creating countless cracks inside the wall. As Ling Lan's strength was released in an extremely skillful manner, there was not a trace of the internal damage on the surface of the wall. The coldness in Ling Lan's eyes grew thicker. She decided she would be true to her heart. She could not bear the outcome of losing Luo Lang, and so could not find it within herself to forgive those people. Therefore, they needed to pay the price for this current situation. Those who harmed her brothers, she would make them pay the price in blood. If not, how could she face those comrades of hers who trusted her and loved her? For this reason, even if her hands became stained with blood and sin, she was willing to sully them. Right then, in the initially quiet monitoring room of Tenji headquarters, a shocked cry rang out suddenly. What happened? Why is my screen here black? The staff on duty within headquarters discovered the strange state of his monitoring channel, and instantly leapt up in shock. Me too over here. The screen's black too. Another monitor shouted as well. I can't see anything here now either. The monitoring room was instantly in a state of panic. Don't panic, check the mainframe system immediately, ordered the on-duty leader calmly. Following this order, everyone in the room began to move. They all attempted their own methods to try and connect with the mainframe system, but found to their dismay that nothing worked. They just could not contact the mainframe system. It was as if the mainframe had been sealed off. Leader, I have no response here. One team member shouted out, his face drenched with sweat. Me too, over here, there's no way in. Another team member lowered his hands in frustration. No matter how many times he tried to connect to the mainframe, the signals he sent were like rocks sinking into the ocean. Not good, it's a hacker attack. Cut all connections with the mainframe. Activate the secondary AI system. The leader seemed to come to some conclusion, his face paling drastically. He hurriedly instructed his team members to cut off all headquarters terminal connections with the mainframe, which had been invaded. After that, he would be able to activate the secondary AI to take over all the surveillance systems and safety measures within headquarters. Yes, leader. The leader's orders rallied the team members' spirits. It was true that they had not run out of options yet, they still had the backup secondary AI system. As long as they could hold out for the duration of time needed for it to activate, they would be able to guarantee that Tenji headquarters remained properly safeguarded. However, after they had manually cut off the mainframe's electrical supply and activated the secondary AI, they found that the situation remained unchanged. All of the equipment were still in a frozen state, unable to be used. Leader, what now? One of the team members looked to be younger than the rest, and he actually began to sob uncontrollably. If any great incident occurred while their systems were incapacitated, the consequences of failure would be too much for all of them to bear. Relying on us alone will not be enough. Quickly, go gather all the hacker members in the clan and get them to come here to the monitoring room. At this time, the team leader could no longer remain calm. Sweat poured from his forehead, dripping off it like rain. Yes, leader. The team members quickly turned on their respective communicators, thinking to contact the hackers in their Tenji Mecha clan. However, they soon found that their communicators were all dead. The communicators cannot make external contact. This realization made the faces of all the team members change drastically. They, who had initially already calmed down after receiving their leader's orders, began to panic and lose control of themselves again, completely at a loss on what they should do. This was not something any ordinary hacker could do, mind you, taking control of a student's personal communicator was not that simple. The hacker would need to break through the defenses of the S-tier mainframe of the military academy and obtain all its administrative rights, only then would they be able to control the communicators of the cadets. Could it be that the one attacking Tenji headquarters was a god-class hacker? How could this be? The team leader jumped up in fright at his team member's words. He began examining his communicator in disbelief, and found that it was truly as his team members had said, his communicator was completely unresponsive. No. This type of ability, even if it were the #1 hacker of our school, Lei Tang's Lin Jidong, he would not be able to do this. Could it be that this attack is from the outside? The team leader's face went dark at this thought. No matter how powerful an attack was from inside the school, it was still just inside the school, there would be no real harm to the military academy's mainframe. However, if the attack was an external one, their school would be in danger. He said anxiously, "You all continue trying to log into the mainframe, I'll go find the instructors." Such a formidable hacker attack, only the instructors would have the power to save them. That said, the team leader rushed out of the monitoring room, prepared to go find the instructors of the hacker specialization and report what was happening here. If his guess was right, this attack was very likely a sinister plot of an outside faction targeted at the military academy. There. Tenji was just unluckily the spot they chose to infiltrate from. Meanwhile, at this time, with Luo Lang over her shoulder, Ling Lan was swiftly making her way across the 4th floor corridors. Every 20 to 30 meters, Ling Lan would smack a palm at the wall. This action seemed extremely casual, and did not appear from the outside to cause any damage to the wall. However, Ling Lan herself knew that the spots where she had chosen to hit were all the main structural points of support of this building. When she had come, she and Little Four had already discussed beforehand that Little Four would be in charge of destroying all the surveillance facilities here, while she would demolish the entire building. She wanted the Tenji Mecha clan to fall from their perch in the clouds into a pit of dust and ashes. Once they were no longer the lofty second faction of the school, they would no longer have the wherewithal to commit any more dirty criminal acts. Besides, Little Four had already given Ling Lan the blueprints of this building before she had even entered it. On the map, he had even thoughtfully provided several spots which were most appropriate for Ling Lan to attack. After finishing with the 4th floor, Ling Lan immediately chose to go downstairs. After ambushing several patrolmen in the stairwell who were slacking off with a cigarette break, she successfully came to the 2nd floor, and then continued with her demolition work. Right then, Little Four suddenly began to shout excitedly, "Boss, I found Lieu Yongguang." After Little Four had destroyed the mainframe of the Tenji headquarters and all the surveillance equipment, he had begun searching for those people who had helped Shermingi abduct Luo Lang, and very quickly, he had found that the biggest culprit was Lieu Yongguang. If he had not used the treatment center to send a fake message to Luo Lang would not have gone there, and what happened next would never have happened. "Destroy him," Ling Lan replied clinically. Having decided on her personal code of honor, Ling Lan's way of acting became even more cold and resolute. "Roger that, boss," answered Little Four excitedly. He could finally show off his amazing skills to his boss. The initially cute steamed bun face of Little Four stretched as he opened his mouth wide. 2 sharp fangs began to grow out from within it, and the area around his marble-round eyes began to turn bruised and mottled as his face became paler and paler, in stark contrast to his lips which were as vibrantly crimson as fresh blood. Thwack! A strong finger flick sent Little Four's gruesome head bending back. Face dark, Ling Lan said, "What the hell are you doing? Who are you trying to scare with this demonic appearance?" Little Four appearing with such a demonic aura without any warning. No matter how composed Ling Lan was, she could not help a shudder from coursing through her heart. Since she was a kid, she had never liked watching horror films. Little Four was flicked back to his original form by Ling Lan. Seeing Ling Lan's angry expression, Little Four quickly covered his head with his arms and scurried away, went off to carry out his task of killing people. Right then, Li Lanfeng, who was in the military academy's virtual world revising his training courses, suddenly felt an extremely familiar yet horrifying energy explode within the virtual world. His spectre energy was blaring violent warnings at him, and had automatically activated itself to form a powerful defensive shield. This is spectre energy. How is this possible? Li Lanfeng stared in the direction of where the explosion originated from, his face filled with disbelief. He knew very well that this energy had come from within the military academy, otherwise he would not have sensed it so acutely. This energy was something only spectres could sense. Could it be that there was another spectre hidden within the military academy? An extremely cold and unfeeling face emerged in Li Lanfeng's mind. Could it be him? Only he had given Li Lanfeng the vibe that he could be kin, but Li Lanfeng just could not be sure. This explosion of energy, did it prove Ling Lan was also a spectre like him? Could that person be his companion? At this thought, Li Lanfeng's heart pounded, so hard that it almost seemed as if it would leap out of his throat. His heart, which had been so lonely all this time, could not help but yearn for this, just like when he had encountered that rabbit 7 years ago. Liu Yongguang, who was in the virtual world searching for information, was currently ecstatic. He had obtained the second-tier warrant of Vice Regiment Commander Sherwan as he had wanted. To get this, he had done quite a number of questionable things, but the rewards were bountiful. Liu Yongguang felt that it was very worth it. Heaven destroys those who do not look out for themselves, after all. This second-tier warrant entitled him to withdraw a second-tier resource from the Tenji contribution department. The types of second-tier resource were abundant. In order to avoid wastage, he had decided to first do some research in the virtual world, so that he would be able to make the best choice and select a resource most appropriate for himself. Just as he was reading all the materials he had gathered with relish, he suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of danger rise within his heart. Before he could react, he felt a tremendous force steamrolling over his body. Liu Yongguang felt his consciousness fading, his vision becoming blurry and unfocused, and then everything turned completely black as he finally became fully unconscious. If there had been anyone by Liu Yongguang's side, they would have found that Liu Yongguang's body in the virtual world was slowly disappearing. This was distinctly different from the typical log-off process, where a person would turn into a flash of white light and disappear swiftly from the virtual world. Instead, this was a slow process. His body was disintegrating slowly, becoming countless small particles which drifted into the air, finally becoming a slight breeze within the virtual world to disappear without a trace. Meanwhile, Liu Yongguang's real body, lying in a virtual world login device, never ever opened his eyes again. He had become a vegetable. Little Four hated how the other had abetted evil for his own greed, and thus had not shown any mercy. He had crushed the other's awareness completely, not even giving him the chance to live as a simpleton. As for the other people involved, Little Four still obeyed Ling Lan's directive. He only destroyed part of their brain region, leaving that last thread of awareness. In other words, they would still wake up, but they could only live the rest of their lives as dullards. When Ling Lan was about to finish her sabotage of the second floor, Little Four returned to Ling Lan's mind space after completing his tasks. "Boss, all done," said Little Four smugly, his hand raised in a victory sign. However, he was still rather regretful that his boss had not been there to witness his great prowess in the virtual world. Little Four secretly decided that if there was a chance in future, he would definitely make sure. Boss got to see how he killed and tormented those scumbags in the virtual world with her own eyes. He would let Boss truly understand the meaning behind his status of god of the virtual world. Alright, now it's my turn. In the blink of an eye, Ling Lan returned to the central area of the second floor. She raised one hand and shouted, "Domain, activate." 2-inch. A half step to domain was enough to allow her to activate her domain for a few seconds. Although it might be ineffective in neutralizing opponents due to how briefly it could be used, it was more than enough to demolish this building which had already been structurally weakened by her. Right then, the entire space about 10 meters around Ling Lan had become her domain, and then Ling Lan could be heard to roar, explode. Violent explosions answered her cry, beginning from the domain area furthest from Ling Lan. Since the person controlling the domain was Ling Lan, in order to guarantee Luo Lang's safety, Ling Lan had chosen the safest sequence of explosion. Following the activation of the first explosion, Ling Lan's figure was like a streak of light, passing by the corridors of the second floor in a flash. At the end of the corridor was a window, right before she would crash into it, Ling Lan's readied palm pushed out forcefully, sending a surge of invisible energy at it, shattering the glass panes of the window into smithereens. And at the moment Ling Lan broke the glass, she leapt down from the second floor with Luo Lang. With a soft touch of her feet on a branch outside, she flew off in a sprint, leaving the Tenji headquarters without a sound, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Meanwhile, violent explosions began to rock Tenji headquarters. Several minutes later, the entire Tenji building could no longer withstand the destructive power of the explosions, collapsing in on itself, and the people on duty inside could be seen rushing out amidst horrified wails and howls. Of course, this did not account for those who did not manage to escape in time. Those people were trapped within the ruins, but with the abilities of any student of the First Academy, even if they were trapped under rubble, they would not die. Ling Lan's use of the immense power of half-step into domain to blow up the entire building startled several old beasts who had been laying dormant within the school all this time. They charged over to the scene as soon as they could, hiding in the shadows, trying to sense the remaining energy signature to try and see which tough customer had done this. Actually a domain stage. This energy signature is very unfamiliar. I have never seen it before. Hells, how did a foreign domain stage master make their way randomly into the military academy? When they confirmed the energy signature was unfamiliar, they could not help but look at one another, all of them equally shocked. They, who had always taken pride in the fact that the military academy's defenses were no weaker than that of the Federation's military headquarters, felt deeply burned by this scene before their eyes. Looks like, the other has already left. After closely investigating the scene, they did not sense any presence of the domain master remaining in the area. These few old beasts were filled with worry, unsure whether this domain master was still within the school planning his next act of destruction. What bothered them even more was, for what reason had the other come to the military academy to do such a thing? Also, were the defensive capabilities of the military academy really as foolproof as they had imagined? If it were, then how in the world had this domain master gotten in? They just could not figure it out, and so one of them said, "Let us return and discuss this with the principal." This suggestion was agreed upon by all those present. They might not be overly clear on what was going on in the academy, but the principal of the school should know better. Perhaps he would be able to give them an answer. They left as quietly as they had come. No one else at the scene even knew that some supreme strong masters had been there to investigate the scene. The emergency assistance system of the military academy was extremely efficient. It had not even been 5 minutes since the building had collapsed when the first batch of relief workers had rushed to the scene, beginning to rescue the students trapped within the rubble. Right then, Ling Lan, who was already far from the scene, was sitting with Luo Lang in a hover car, swiftly flying towards the destination that Little Four had set. At the very moment those old beasts had appeared, that was when Ling Lan had gotten into the hover car and left. If she had been later by just 1 second, she might have been caught by those old beasts. No matter how composed she was normally, Ling Lan could not help but feel cold sweat running down her back at this time. It was unexpected that this seemingly laid-back academy actually had so many powerful masters holding the fort. Luckily, she had escaped swiftly enough with Little Four's spot-on assistance. Any bit of error, and she would have become a turtle in a jar too. Of course, Ling Lan had already taken precautions against this right from the start. She was well aware that there would definitely be some super strong masters holding the fort inside the military academy. Even the Central Scout Academy already had a few domain masters in-house, not to mention the First Men's Military Academy 3. Thus, Ling Lan had made arrangements beforehand, choosing to begin running the moment the first explosion was set off. Reality proved that her decision was correct. Escaping by the skin of their teeth, Little Four breathed out a great gust of relief. With some remnant fear, he patted his little chest and said, "Gosh, boss, that was too close. I can't believe we really managed to escape right under the noses of those domain masters. It's all thanks to you, Little Four, for finding the best escape path, as well as getting a hover car here in time." Ling Lan could not help but pat the hover car they were riding, filled with admiration at Little Four's accurate calculation ability. Even if she had run at full strength, without Little Four's flawless coordination in getting this hover car here to cover them, she would not have been able to escape from the other side's powerful sensory range. She would certainly have left some energy vibrations of her own on the road she traveled, and they would have been the evidence which would expose her. Praised by Ling Lan, Little Four joyfully clapped his hands to his face and wriggled his bum, taking a good long while to calm down again. Then, he thought of those patrolmen who had been knocked unconscious by his boss, and could not help but ask worriedly, "Boss, will there be any problems with those people you knocked unconscious?" It was not that Little Four cared whether they lived or died. As an intelligent bioentity, he had no feelings for. Little Four was just worried that his boss would be burdened by guilt if anything really happened to them. "They're fine. The supports of those areas where I stashed them, I did not sabotage. Even though the building collapsed, those few rooms will be all right," replied Ling Lan evenly. Although she had destroyed the entire Tenji building in revenge, she would not let these uninvolved people die in the process. She was someone who clearly discriminated between justice and mercy. "Boss, you're really awesome. Actually planning so thoroughly." Little Four resolutely began sucking up, fully slipping into the role of a brown-nosing lackey, fanning Ling Lan's mood even higher. It should be mentioned that, the moment Ling Lan succeeded in destroying Tianji's headquarters, her mood had already become all kinds of amazing. In the meantime, those supreme masters of the school had already had a round of discussion with the principal, but still had not received a satisfactory answer. Very soon, another piece of news arrived, according to the info they had gleaned from those members of the monitoring team of the Tenji Mecha clan. Before the building collapsed, it was suspected that their Tenji headquarters had been hacked by an Imperial-level hacker. As more and more people were rescued out, a number of clan members were found trapped in the wreckage who had had parts of their brains ravaged, leaving them as mentally handicapped people. Among them, one member who was from the hacker specialization was gravely injured. He was reduced to a vegetable instantly. The Military Medical Research Center determined that there was no possibility of him ever waking up again. The discovery of these people made the masters speculate, in this incident, had there been a fearsome specter involved as well? 3 people with exceptional skills in their respective realms appearing at the same time at the military academy. This possibility caused chills to run through those masters. Where in the world had these people come from? Which faction were they affiliated with? With their capabilities, they could have taken down the mainframe of the military academy if they wanted. Why had they chosen to strike out at a group of a small faction within the school? For a time, all sorts of conspiracy theories ran rampant among the upper ranks of the military academy. There were even some who cast suspicion on the other military academies. They speculated that the other schools were trying to affect their first academy's results in the Great Assessment this time, and so had purposefully created this disruption. Those schools must have been trying to make the students panic and lose all mind to prepare for the exams, thus affecting the final test results and causing the first academy to lose their secure spot at the top. These speculations received quite a significant degree of agreement from those of the upper ranks, leading them to spread their investigation out far and wide, indirectly helping Ling Lan out. Of course, there were still other possibilities being considered by the upper ranks of the administration, but no one even thought to consider the involvement of any cadets. In truth, there was indeed no one who would even suggest the possibility, for anyone who voiced this possibility would most probably be laughed out of the room. "Oh please, what do you take a domain master for? And what of an Imperial-level hacker? How could a mere academy cadet become such a horrific existence? If they really were at that level, would they still need to come study at the military academy? They would have long been snatched away by the various army divisions. As for the Spectre, that was even more unimaginable. Mind you, anyone who possessed this kind of horrifying ability would have already been taken in as the secret weapon of the federal military since birth. How could they be hiding within the ranks of cadets in the academy? It had to be said that the upper ranks of the military academy were taking things a little for granted. Sometimes, the truth just really happened to be those things that seemed completely preposterous and impossible. In order to settle the collapse of the building this time and allow the students to prepare for the upcoming exams without any worries, the administration suppressed the entire incident. They also gave a plausible explanation to those members of the Tenji Mecha clan who had reported the attack by the Imperial-level hacker. They said that their investigations showed that this series of errors had occurred because the military academy mainframe had malfunctioned. As for why the Tenji building collapsed, they used the excuse of the building being too old, paired with a lack of proper maintenance. Although this building had been built about 100 years or so ago, it should be known that the current passing standard of a building was at least 500 years. Using this kind of excuse, did it mean this building was constructed with tofu pulp? Regardless of whether the cadets believed it or not, or had any complaints, the military academy stuck with their answer. The incident of the Tenji building collapse was quelled just like that. Subsequently, the Tenji Mecha clan suffered a great decline due to this incident. For a very long period of time, they did not recover. Meanwhile, the 3rd rank Wuji Mecha clan and the 4th rank Doha Central Mecha clan took advantage of the situation to challenge the Tenji Mecha clan to a mecha clan wagered fight, in order to fight for their ranking. Lacking capable fighters, and with their morale low, the Tenji Mecha clan lost both battles, aggrieved. They slid down from their position as 2nd faction straight to the 4th faction, becoming the laughingstock of the military academy for a stint. Under these circumstances, the Tenji Mecha clan's regiment commander could only swallow this humiliation with silent resentment. It was a shame that he did not know that the main culprit of Tenji's downfall was Ling Lan of the new cadet regiment. If he knew, he would most certainly have used all his strength for revenge. It should be said that Ling Lan's operation this time was very perfect. She had finished off every single person who had participated in Luo Lang's abduction, but the Tenji Mecha clan had no clue that the source of all their woes was Luo Lang. She had kept Luo Lang out of this incident perfectly. All of Ling Lan's detailed planning was to protect Luo Lang. Even though Luo Lang had not suffered any significant damage, she did not wish for her beloved younger brother to be the sideshow of the military academy and be gossiped about. This would place an unneeded burden on Luo Lang's spirit. Reality proved that Ling Lan's worries were not unfounded. After Shermingi's innate talent had been destroyed by Ling Lan, those lovers of his who had been enthralled began to regain their clarity of mind. When they recalled everything they had done, they were exceedingly appalled and regretful, as well as filled with a burning hatred for Shermingi. If they had all been level-headed people with high tolerance and resilience, perhaps this matter would have blown over in silence. However, as luck would have it, there was a student with an extremely fragile soul among the group of victims. He could not take the humiliation, thinking that his life had been utterly ruined. That night, carrying an army knife he had created himself, he slipped into the treatment center when the staff members were unguarded. He then dragged out Shermingi from his healing pod and rapidly slashed and hacked at him till he died before committing suicide. By the time a staff member found them, it was already too late. This incident raised a great uproar within the military academy, until the investigation team of the school found that student's suicide note and will in his dorm, thus revealing the truth of the matter. Subsequently, the spiritual mutation research instructor in the military academy specially looked up Shermingi's spiritual mutation ability, and found that Shermingi had the ability of Hypnosis 5. Only now did everyone see the true colors of Shermingi. Because of this incident, the reputation of the Tenji Mecha clan dropped once again. Many members stated that they could not accept that one of their clan's vice-regiment commanders was a person like that, and chose to quit the Mecha clan. This was yet another nail in the coffin of the Tenji Mecha clan. Of course, there were also some residual effects from these events. Among those ex-subordinates of Shermingi, those of them who were good-looking were all labeled as Brokeback 6, causing them to receive all kinds of strange looks within the academy. Other than one extremely tough and resilient cadet who managed to bear it all to graduate successfully, the others all found various reasons to drop out and leave the school. It could be said that these excellent youths with their bright futures had all had their futures ruined by Shermingi. On the other hand, due to Ling Lan's conscientious planning, Luo Lang was not caught up in any of this. When Luo Lang regained his awareness, he was extremely grateful, and vowed silently to himself that he would repay Ling Lan's many instances of great kindness by dedicating his future to Boss Lan. Of course, all of this would occur only after Luo Lang was aware again. Right now, Ling Lan's great mood from demolishing Tenji's building was abruptly dampened, because she found that in the back seat of the hover car, Luo Lang's condition was deteriorating. Despite being unconscious, Luo Lang's entire face was becoming redder and redder, as his breathing became more and more labored, and his body began to spasm. This meant that the aphrodisiac in Luo Lang's body was already in full swing. This caused the typically composed Ling Lan to be at a loss, unsure what she should do. Would dousing Luo Lang with cold water help? Having the barest knowledge of aphrodisiacs, Ling Lan could only be clueless one. Little Four could sense his boss's helplessness, and so quickly rushed off into the learning space to request assistance. Very soon, he returned to say happily, "Boss, instructor number 1 is looking for you." Ling Lan's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly instructed, "Little Four, take care of the hover car and Luo Lang." Before she was even done speaking, a black vortex had appeared before her eyes, about to swallow her whole. F***ck, again. Ling Lan's attention strayed for a split second, and she was pulled right into the learning space by instructor number 1. This was instructor number 1's personal space. It was forever shaded by cloudy skies, a plateau shrouded in clouds at the peak of the tallest mountain. As usual, instructor number 1 was sitting on the plateau in solitude, resting his eyes as he meditated. Ling Lan appeared out of thin air behind instructor number 1. Seeing instructor number 1's figure, Ling Lan called out respectfully, "Instructor number 1, greetings." Only then did instructor number 1 open his eyes and say dispassionately, "So you've come." Ling Lan could not help but grumble internally, how much faker could these words be? Instructor number 1 was the one who pulled her in here. Was it possible for instructor number 1 to not know when she was coming? "I heard Little Four say that one of your friends has been dosed with aphrodisiac." Number 1 spared no mind to Ling Lan's opinion, asking her about the situation without beating around the bush. "Yes, instructor number 1, can this aphrodisiac be cured?" Hearing what he had to say, Ling Lan's eyes lit up. Right, why had she forgotten to come ask the instructors in the learning space? Little Four's mind was still the quickest, thinking of this. Ling Lan firmly gave Little Four a mental thumbs up. "Aphrodisiacs have no antidote," replied instructor number 1 calmly. Ling Lan's gaze dimmed at these words. Could she only watch as Luo Lang suffered? "However, that doesn't mean there is no solution," instructor number 1 continued to say. This caused Ling Lan's initially low spirits to perk up once more. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at instructor number 1, hoping that instructor number 1 would be able to tell her a good plan. "Your companion's name is Luo Lang, right?" Instructor number 1 did not seem to notice Ling Lan's impatience, actually beginning to stray from the topic. Ling Lan quickly replied, "Yes, instructor number 1. What method exactly can we use to resolve the aphrodisiac in Luo Lang's body?" "Please," the flames were already lapping at their brows. "Instructor number 1, could you just be efficient and give a direct answer?" Instructor number 1's cold gaze swept over to stare at her, freezing Ling Lan's anxious impatience instantly, and her mind cleared. "Calm down yet?" huffed instructor number 1 coldly, somewhat dissatisfied over Ling Lan's loss of composure. "Sorry, instructor number 1, I lost control of my emotions." Realizing her lapse, Ling Lan quickly bowed her head and admitted her fault. Being concerned for a companion is not wrong, but remember, no matter when, you must keep calm. Otherwise, not only will you be unable to help your friend, you might even make things worse for them. Instructor number 1 could understand Ling Lan's current anxious state of mind, but he could not condone it. On the battlefield, once one lost their composure, not only would they destroy themselves, they would also drag their brother-in-arms down with them. This was unacceptable. Understood. Ling Lan nodded. At this moment, her gaze was no longer lost and panicked, there was only cool rationality and determination in her eyes. Instructor number 1's icy stare was fixed on Ling Lan for several seconds. Under this stare heaped with pressure, Ling Lan did not retreat, staring right back at instructor number 1 with a steady gaze. "Remember what you've said today." Instructor number 1 retracted his gaze in satisfaction, before continuing to say, "You've forgotten that no matter how long you spend in the learning space, only a second would have passed outside. It won't delay you from saving your friend." Ling Lan bowed her head in shame, she had indeed forgotten about this. It was just as instructor number 1 had said, she had lost her mental balance, her calm, and her judgment. This kind of weak display was indeed worthy of a scolding. "I remember that, Luo Lang is the one who activated the innate talent alter ego, and has still not found a way to control it." Instructor number 1 saw that Ling Lan was already reflecting deeply on her mistake, and so continued with their previous topic. At this time, Ling Lan had already centered herself and was back to normal. She responded calmly, "Yes, Instructor number 1. This was also a problem that had been bothering her. She wanted to help Luo Lang, but really did not know where to start. It should be known that Luo Lang's innate talent was an excellent one, but it was just unfortunately out of control. It was like a double-edged sword, even as it cut the enemy, it would also cut its user. This was also why Ling Lan had always restricted Luo Lang from activating his innate talent before this. An unstable innate talent would not be acknowledged by either the military academy or the army divisions. That is indeed a very good innate talent. At this point, Instructor number 1 glanced reflexively at Ling Lan, silently awed by how beloved Ling Lan was by the heavens. Even the companions by her side had awakened such powerful innate talents. If you want your companion to fully master this innate talent, this aphrodisiac incident is actually a great opportunity. Ling Lan's gaze brightened at these words, but remembering the instructor's previous counsel, she took in a deep breath and suppressed the emotional surge she felt, merely asking calmly, "May I request Instructor number 1 to clarify?" Instructor number 1 nodded silently. This reaction of Ling Lan pleased him greatly. Thus, he did not make things difficult for Ling Lan any longer, directly stating the solution: find an enclosed space and let Luo Lang activate his innate talent. Within his innate talent, there should be one transcendent cold personality. As long as this personality can be brought to the surface, the aphrodisiac issue will be resolved. Extremely frigid. Ling Lan was rather perplexed. How could this particular personality nullify the aphrodisiac? In fact, this will let him cut off all the 7 emotions and 6 desires too, leaving him in an extremely cold and rational mode. As long as he can stay in this personality until the aphrodisiac has run its course, your companion will have safely overcome this hurdle, replied Instructor number 1. Will there be any latent issues? Ling Lan asked after some thought. She did not wish for Luo Lang to have any remnant problems from this method. No, but in the process of activating the personality, you need to make sure that your companion retains his rationality. If the wrong personality is activated, you will need to beat it back so that another personality can be activated. And this point will require your strength to enforce. Based on your capabilities at a half step to domain, you should have no problems, explained number 1. Remember, you must keep him conscious. If it's not an aware personality, you must beat it back, until your companion manages to master how to activate his personalities while retaining his awareness. Understood, Instructor number 1. Is there anything else I should watch out for? If there is nothing, I would like to return now and resolve this as soon as possible, said Ling Lan with a grim expression. Right now, her mind was most concerned over the problem of Luo Lang and the aphrodisiac. Go. Once you are done helping your companion, come back and seek me out. Instructor number 1 waved his hand, and Ling Lan was sent out of the learning space. The dim space once again subsided into silence. Instructor number 1 sighed, his gaze complex, before once more closing his eyes. Several seconds later, a tear suddenly appeared 3 meters behind Instructor number 1. A ravishingly beautiful woman in a uniform walked out of the tear. It was Instructor number 4. Glumly, she whined, "Big brother, why won't you let me teach her about sex? This is obviously a great chance. Not only can she help clear the poison from her companion, she can also learn what is meant by the weaponry of women. Now is still not the time. Ling Lan's dominance Tao is gradually entering an optimum state. We cannot cause her heart to waver," said number 1 coldly. "Besides, Ling Lan doesn't have any need for this type of weaponry 3. You are only asked to always be prepared, just in case she cannot regain her female nature in the future." At this point in his speech, Instructor number 1's forehead was tightly creased. Even though Ling Lan's progress on her dominance Tao was astounding, in direct contrast, the gentle grace unique to women had slowly faded away. Could this be the price of walking the dominance Tao? That would be such a shame. Ling Lan has such great qualities, said Instructor number 4 with a forlorn gaze. The supple flexibility of Ling Lan's body was truly marvelous. This was closely tied to number 9's efforts in cultivating her It would allow Ling Lan to require only half the effort for double the effect when learning the arts of feminine wiles. She was an absolute high-quality jade. It was such a pity she had no place in her life right now for these arts to come into play. If Ling Lan had not proven successful on the other fronts, I would not stop you. But reality shows that her future will be brighter if she continues to walk the dominance Tao. Instructor number 1's tone held steely conviction. Ling Lan was undoubtedly his most prized successor, there was no other. Since you, number 1, have said so, what can I do? But, when Ling Lan is done with her dominance Tao, you won't be able to stop me anymore from teaching Ling Lan the arts of female seduction. Number 4 cast these words down sulkily and then returned to her own space. She had just known her debut was not going to be so early. She still had so many years to wait. She dearly wished Ling Lan could grow up quicker. It would be best if she could arrive at that age where her heart would flower into the spring of love. At that time, that bloody big brother could no longer prevent her from teaching Ling Lan the methods of women. Seeing number 4 vanish from his space, instructor number 1 took in a deep breath, calming down his ruffled emotions. Truly amazing, actually stealthily performing the art of allure right in front of his face without displaying any signs. If his will had not been strong enough, he might really have found it difficult to resist. Instructor number 1 thought about how Ling Lan would also possess this type of allure skill in the future, and combine it with her current cold domineering swag aura. Number 1's brow creased tightly once more. Alright, so he just could not imagine what that result would be like, but somehow it did not seem that it would turn out that lovely. Forget it, let's worry about it when we come to it. Instructor number 1 was unexpectedly displaying some AQ mentality because he too could not bear to refuse instructor number 4 and her passion for teaching so many times. In future, Ling Lan would just have to bear with it. Without knowing it, Ling Lan had been sold out by the instructor number 1 she deeply revered. Even someone as cold and unyielding as instructor number 1 had no choice but to give way a little when faced with the extraordinary charm and allure of instructor number 4. Sure enough, Ling Lan was back in the hover car after only a second on the clock. Little 4 said joyfully, "Boss, you're back. Have you found a solution?" Ling Lan nodded and said, "Yes, little 4. Change destinations immediately. Head for the combat hall." To find an enclosed space, the only option was the private combat rooms at the combat hall. She did not forget to caution, little 4, do not leave any sign that we're going there. "Yes, boss." With that, the hover car silently changed directions and began flying rapidly towards the combat hall. The hover car stopped not too far from the combat hall, and Ling Lan carried Luo Lang stealthily out of the car. Due to little 4's intervention, this hover car had registered as an empty car on the academy mainframe all this while, going around the campus on its designated route. Just like that, Ling Lan snuck Luo Lang into the combat hall without anyone the wiser. Little 4 had long found an empty private combat room, so Ling Lan dashed straight into the room with Luo Lang over her shoulder and little 4 instantly sealed the doors shut behind them. Of course, on the records of the optical supercomputer of the combat hall, the private room they were in was still listed as unoccupied. However, little 4 used some concealment methods to hide the room from being displayed among the other empty rooms. In other words, regardless of which list one looked in, occupied or unoccupied rooms, they would be unable to find this private room Ling Lan and Luo Lang were in. Similarly, no one would notice one missing room among all the other 100 or so rooms, so this eliminated any chance of Ling Lan and Luo Lang being discovered. Knowing that little 4 had handled all the precautionary measures, Ling Lan set Luo Lang on the ground and reached out a hand to pat Luo Lang awake. "Boss, I feel terrible." The moment Luo Lang woke up, he could feel his body burning up. He panted torturously, forcefully suppressing the need surging from deep within his body. Yes, he needed comfort and relief, he wanted to take the person before him into his arms, but this person was his most beloved and revered boss Lan. Even if Luo Lang's whole being was screaming at him with want, he held himself back from pouncing at boss Lan. Having impure thoughts about boss Lan was an insult to his boss, Luo Lang felt. Of course, another reason was that Luo Lang believed pouncing forwards would be useless anyway, boss Lan would surely smack him dead with one slap. Seeing that Luo Lang could still maintain some rationality even now, Ling Lan's heart eased. She had been most afraid that Luo Lang would have lost his mind completely to the drug at this point, and so be unable to activate his innate talent. Ling Lan did not dare to delay, she quickly told the plan to Luo Lang. Luo Lang's gaze brightened at her words. If he could solve his lack of control over his innate talent from this incident, his suffering would not have been in vain. So he said, "Do it. Boss, if I really lose my mind, hit me till I wake up." A trace of ruthlessness appeared in Luo Lang's eyes. He had always been willing to be harsh on himself. Even if his entire body became littered with wounds, he still wanted to complete this mission. How could he, Luo Lang, lose to such a trifle as this aphrodisiac? Okay. Ling Lan nodded solemnly in response. This moment did not permit her to be soft-hearted. Luo Lang pushed aside Ling Lan's hand which had reached out to help him up, climbing to his feet on his own waveringly. In order to hold back the roaring carnal urges within his body, his glossy red lips had been bitten through in several spots. Blood welled up from the wounds to flow downwards, falling onto smooth ivory skin to pool at the hollow of his neck, strangely beautiful in its own right. However, all of Ling Lan's and Luo Lang's attention was currently focused on receiving Luo Lang's personalities. Neither noticed the odd beauty of the scene. Innate talent, activate. Luo Lang used the remnants of his rational mind to activate his innate talent. Ling Lan saw the shaking figure of Luo Lang go still all of a sudden, and then a wild presence poured out from Luo Lang's body. This aura made Ling Lan frown slightly, a trace of disappointment in her eyes, because this was not the personality Ling Lan and Luo Lang were hoping for. However, Ling Lan's disappointment came and went in a flash. Luo Lang's innate talent was unstable, activating it for a specific personality was like drawing the lottery. If they had gotten it right in one go, now that would truly be miraculous. Luo Lang slowly raised his head. His initially clear eyes were now bloodshot. There was no longer any trace of Luo Lang's primary identity, only endless savagery and blatant bestial desire remained in his gaze. He slowly opened his mouth wide, slipping out his tongue to lick at his bloody lips. This appearance clearly smacked of greed, but paired with Luo Lang's exquisitely beautiful face, the action actually gave Ling Lan a sense of flirtatious seduction. F***ck. Ling Lan could not help but curse internally. Who the heck was the real woman here? The truly male Luo Lang doing such an erotic act, not only did it not cause revulsion in others, it even came off as extraordinarily mesmerizing. At this moment, Ling Lan was hit hard by jealousy. Ah! Though Luo Lang's small face was currently as red as a plum, brimming with seductive allure, the sound coming from his throat was the cry of a wild beast. That's right. This time, Luo Lang had awakened a bestial personality. It had no so-called rationality to speak of, only retaining the most basic bestial instincts. Luo Lang in this identity did not recognize any boss Lan, he only wanted to eliminate this prey before him that made him feel threatened. Thus, he lunged forwards without hesitation, both hands reaching out savagely at what he felt were the fatal points of the other. Just as Ling Lan was about to activate her domain and control Luo Lang, Ling Lan recalled Instructor No. 1's reminder. She needed to beat back these uncontrollable personalities of Luo Lang's. Beat back. Alright, she would just do it with her fists then. Ling Lan resolutely raised her fists and punched out fiercely, striking Luo Lang's thin and lanky body full on. Luo Lang was sent reeling back with a thabam, his entire body crashing heavily to the ground. The activation of the bestial personality has greatly increased the strength of Luo Lang's body. It's at least 3 times tougher than before. In the past, this level of power would have sent Luo Lang flying, but now, it is only enough to strike him down. Ling Lan looked at Luo Lang struggling up from the ground, and mentally began cataloging the benefits this activated personality brought to Luo Lang. Also, the endurance of his body has also increased by quite a bit. This punch of mine did not injure him. Luo Lang had already climbed up by this time, his lips curled in a growl in response to the pain of that last hit, and then he leapt forwards once more. His speed and strength clearly showed that he was not at all affected by that first attack. It could even be said that the minor pain had made this personality of Luo Lang's even fiercer now. Then, let's add on 3 times the strength. I don't believe I can't bring you down. Ling Lan instantly increased the power behind her fists, once again sending a fist at Luo Lang and sending him flying. Yes, the horrific strength behind her fists this time had sent Luo Lang flying the moment the hit landed. Luo Lang was seen to crash into a wall and then slide down it to slam into the ground. Howl! Pained cries spilled from Luo Lang's throat. This force had made him feel intense pain. Struggling, he tried to climb to his feet once more, his crimson eyes glaring at Ling Lan before him, filled with brute ferocity and killing intent. The intense pain had caused Luo Lang's bestial instinct to become utterly berserk. Still not submitting? Then I'll hit you till you submit one. Ling Lan sniffed coldly and charged forwards with a clenched fist. Before Luo Lang could get up, she pressed Luo Lang into the ground and began pummeling him. Seeing this scene, Little Four's pair of little legs could not help but tremble violently. Boo hoo hoo, boss is really too savage. He is so scary too. This unending set of combination punches made the savage light in Luo Lang's eyes fade, his crimson eyes actually revealing a trace of meekness, as if begging for mercy. Ling Lan paused with her fists held high, harumphed coldly, and said, "Do you submit?" "Whoa." A vaguely stubborn cry escaped Luo Lang's mouth. Ling Lan's eyebrow quirked, and she punched down once more, forcefully. Ho! Luo Lang's bestial personality finally gave up and begged for mercy. This cry was unlike the one before, it carried an undertone of fawning. An idea sparked in Ling Lan's mind. She stopped her punches and ordered, "Let the primary identity out to talk to me. And don't you dare slip away. Otherwise, every single time you come out, I'll beat you." Ling Lan's warning snuffed out all thoughts the bestial personality had of running away. He howled several more times pleading for mercy, and very soon one of Luo Lang's eyes changed noticeably. The originally wild red of that eye gradually cleared up. "Ugh, it hurts. Boss, I'm back." Sure enough, Luo Lang's primary identity had returned. Seeing this, Ling Lan sighed in relief, then said, "Your other bestial personality should still be here. Try and control him a bit." That clear eye of Luo Lang's revealed pleasant surprise, while the other crimson eye narrowed, as if planning to resist. Ling Lan raised her fist without hesitation and punched right at that crimson eye. Ouch! Luo Lang sucked in a cold breath. Ling Lan had not held back for this punch. The intense pain of it made both of Luo Lang's personalities moan in pain. "I've said before, don't try to run. Actually daring to disobey my order." Ling Lan glared fiercely at that black and panda-eyed crimson eye. Her icy gaze made the bestial personality no longer dare to rebel, obediently signifying its submission. "Luo Lang, this is a good chance. Control it quickly," Ling Lan quickly instructed Luo Lang. How could Luo Lang not understand at this point? Ling Lan was helping him to subdue this bestial personality. Without even thinking about it, within his spiritual realm, Luo Lang's primary identity charged without hesitation at the bestial personality beside him. The bestial personality instinctively tried to fight back but was paralyzed by an invisible force. It turned out that Ling Lan knew the bestial personality was hiding within that one red eye of Luo Lang's, and so she had released a bolt of spiritual power to press down on Luo Lang's crimson eye. Of course, fearing that she would harm Luo Lang's primary identity, she had not dared to use a spiritual charge. Unexpectedly, this move of Ling Lan's had unintentionally helped Luo Lang out, allowing him to successfully take control of this bestial personality. The two personalities fought and tussled within Luo Lang's brain. Due to the pressure from Ling Lan's spiritual power as well as the deep-seated fear the bestial personality now had over Ling Lan's previous pummeling, it was fearful that it would be beaten even worse if it defeated the primary identity. The bestial personality's fighting spirit was obviously weaker than the primary identity's. Under this panicked anxiety, its resistance grew weaker and weaker. In the end, the primary identity subdued it completely, making it fully submissive to the primary identity. Just like that, Luo Lang was fortunate enough to conquer his first secondary personality, Bestial Instinct 3. Before he could share this joyful news with Ling Lan, regaining full control of his body, that burning desire within his body rolled over him once more, and this time it was even stronger than it had been at the start. If his body had not just been pummeled so hard by Ling Lan, his entire body's skin and muscles aching all over, he would not have been able to retain any bit of rationality. In a pained tone, Luo Lang said, "Boss, I've subdued him, but I don't think I can bear any more." "Hurry and activate your innate talent again." Ling Lan's expression changed drastically at his condition, and she quickly urged him to continue with the plan. "Yes, boss." Luo Lang decisively withdrew the bestial instinct personality and activated a different personality with his innate talent. Once a personality had been conquered, as long as the primary identity did not want it to emerge, then the personality would definitely not emerge. Following the emergence of Luo Lang's new personality, a wave of blood-tinged killing intent swept down on Ling Lan. Ling Lan was extremely familiar with this killing intent. It was the bloody intent accumulated after killing over hundreds of thousands of people. Could it be that the personality that Luo Lang had activated this time was a killing Dao personality? Sure enough, when Luo Lang lifted his head to look up with half-lidded eyes, a sharp and cold bolt of killing intent shot towards Ling Lan. At the same time, Luo Lang's hands shifted into an attack stance. It was the one-inch punch that Luo Lang was so proficient in. Looks like the rational ones are harder to deal with than those irrational ones. Observing Luo Lang's current stance, which appeared to be without any notable weaknesses, Ling Lan could feel that things were now a little troublesome. This personality was giving Ling Lan a vague sense of pressure. *mit, no wonder instructor number 1 had said that she would be able to subdue these personalities with her strength at half-step to domain. If she did not have those 10 seconds or so of domain ability, up against this killing Dao personality, even if she was already at the optimal peak of Qi Jin, she would still have to expend quite a considerable amount of effort to defeat him. As expected, when a follower was too powerful, the pressure upon a boss was great. Heaven knows what other personalities Luo Lang possessed, in particular, that transcendent cold personality mentioned by instructor number 1, was very likely not an easy one to get along with either. At this thought, Ling Lan felt her teeth begin to ache inexplicably. It really wasn't easy for her to be a boss. Ling Lan's somewhat emotional musings made her initially seamless aura ease a little. Anyhow, the killing Dao personality felt that his chance had arrived. And so, Luo Lang could be seen dashing forwards like an arrow to arrive before Ling Lan's face, his long-prepared one-inch punch striking out at Ling Lan from the most uncomfortable angle for her. This angle made it extremely hard for Ling Lan to block. If she chose to dodge, the killing Dao Luo Lang would gain the upper hand. Then, even someone as powerful as Ling Lan would have a very hard time snatching back the flow of the fight anytime soon unless she immediately brought her domain into play. Just as the killing Dao Luo Lang thought he had succeeded at his ploy, an extremely bizarre scene occurred. Ling Lan's waist twisted abruptly, evading this killing move of Luo Lang's with an extremely exaggerated snake-like flexible move. Her supple and flexible body, which made instructor number 4 salivate, had completely displayed its prowess here. Ling Lan, who was brimming with masculine strength, had still kept the physical flexibility and suppleness unique to women under instructor number 9's careful tutelage. She had even learned how to utilize this suppleness to its maximum effect. Having avoided Luo Lang's killing move, Ling Lan charged forwards to meet Luo Lang, sweeping out both her elbows to attack the other's chest. Luo Lang reacted swiftly. The moment his blow met air, he knew that things were bad for him. He rapidly retreated, but he still was not quicker than Ling Lan's attack. A bam rang out. Ling Lan's elbows had struck Luo Lang's chest, pushing him back several paces. As a vital point had been hit directly, even though Ling Lan had already held back on her power, it was still enough to injure Luo Lang. A trickle of blood flowed out from the corner of Luo Lang's lips. Killing Dao personality. I'm someone who has fought my way out of the killing Dao. Trying to beat me with the killing Dao? In your dreams. A cold smirk graced Ling Lan's lips. Perhaps the other powerful personalities would cause Ling Lan to hesitate and harbor reservations, but the killing Dao personality was not among their ranks. Ling Lan, who could be considered an old hat at the killing Dao, naturally knew everything there was to know about the killing Dao. Not to mention that the killing intent emanating from Luo Lang's body right now was truly no match for the killing intent hidden deep within Ling Lan's body. In other words, Luo Lang's killing Dao personality was still rather immature right now. Perhaps after Luo Lang has been through several battlefields and killed a few more people, perhaps then this killing Dao personality would be much more developed. Let me show you what a real killing Dao is like. An idea tumbled through Ling Lan's mind, and the blood-soaked killing intent deep within her body poured out in a torrent. The sheer thickness of it caused the temperature of the sealed room to plummet, also causing the expression of the killing Dao personality opposite her to shift slightly, a trace of unconcealable greed revealed in its eyes. As the killing Dao personality was nourished by bloody killing intent, even as Ling Lan's substantial blood-soaked killing intent frightened it, it was also deeply attracted by it. Uncontrollably, it began to absorb Ling Lan's bloody killing intent, its expression carrying a trace of intoxication. Right then, even if he knew very well that consuming this blood-soaked killing intent might put him under the control of the other, the killing Dao personality just could not resist in the face of this temptation. Seeing this, Ling Lan's brow quirked, she had caught on to the weakness of the killing Dao personality. The corner of her lips tilted up, and she abruptly retracted all the blood-soaked killing intent she had released. The killing Dao personality who had been blissfully absorbing the blood-soaked killing intent suddenly found that the killing intent was gone and could not help but blink blankly. After realizing what had happened, he turned a dejected gaze upon Ling Lan, a type of speechless complaint contained within it. That look actually reminded Ling Lan of those adorable puppies in the photos she had seen in her previous life. It was the look when those puppies had had their favorite toy snatched away, unbelievably no matter how you looked at it for. Suppressing the laughter in her heart, Ling Lan stared coldly at the killing Dao personality. Her entire demeanor screamed, "I'm not going to give it to you. What can you do about it?" Motivation to kill flashed across the killing Dao personality's eyes. He really wanted to kill the other, snatch the other's bewitching blood-soaked killing intent for himself, and absorb it completely. But very quickly, he calmed down. Just based on the other's blood-soaked killing intent, which was 100 times more potent than his own, as well as the other's previous bizarre evasion skills and efficient attack, he was still no match for him right now, much less talk of killing the other. Still, that thick and beguiling blood-soaked killing intent, he could not simply give up on it just like that. The killing Dao personality looked at Ling Lan with a complicated gaze, and finally opened his mouth to speak, unexpectedly, "You are like me. And stronger than me." A trace of yearning flashed through the killing Dao personality's eyes. "Do you want to advance?" asked Ling Lan with a quirked brow. "Yes," replied the killing Dao personality resolutely. If he could just continue to absorb that killing intent, he would definitely become much stronger. "If you're willing to submit to your primary identity, I'll allow you to fight with me once a week." Ling Lan offered her conditions. The killing Dao personality's eyes revealed a trace of disdain. He felt that his primary identity was just too weak, not at all worthy of commanding them, the secondary personalities. A weak primary and strong secondaries, this was the true reason why Luo Lang was unable to control his alter egos. "Are you unwilling? Then I will make it so your primary identity never ever activates his innate talent." A smirk hung on Ling Lan's lips. "Let you train your so-called killing Dao on your own forever in that spiritual realm inside him. Perhaps you can also become strong that way," said Ling Lan sarcastically. Hells, these secondary personalities actually dared to look down on their primary identity. Did they not consider that they still needed the primary identity to activate his innate talent? What a bunch of simple-minded fools. Ling Lan's words made the killing Dao personality's complexion pale. This was something he was truly afraid of. Although a large part of why they, the alter egos, were unwilling to submit to the primary identity was because the primary identity was too weak, at the same time, they were also very afraid that once the primary identity took control and had a choice, some of the more unsavory personalities would no longer have a chance to come out. Thus, they collectively decided not to submit to the primary identity, choosing instead to fight for that 1 out of several tens or so chances 5-inch of coming out when the primary identity activated his innate talent. Think carefully about it. A chance every week to get some fresh air, or to be trapped forever in the spiritual realm. Any smart person would know the right choice. Ling Lan was extremely calm. Right now, she had the initiative and power, so she was not afraid that the other would disagree. Since the alter ego wanted to become stronger, and it also knew that she, who was proficient with the killing Dao, was an extremely great rival, the killing Dao personality must know that it would require sparring with her to obtain experience in the killing Dao. Furthermore, she still had an ultimate move up her sleeve. That killing intent of hers was excellent nourishment for the killing Dao personality. If the other was willing to accept her conditions, she would not mind feeding it once a week as well. After all, she could always gain more blood-soaked killing intent from the learning space, so she did not mind wasting this little bit of its six. Seeing the gaze of the killing Dao personality begin to waver, Ling Lan decided to up the ante. She offered up her ultimate killing move. Also, every week, if you behave well, I can give you some of my blood-soaked killing intent. The killing Dao personality's eyes sparkled. You're speaking honestly. Of course. A gentleman never goes back on his word. Once a promise has been made, even a team of 4 horses cannot take it back 7, stated Ling Lan proudly, her chin lifted high. Would she, Ling Lan, lie to her own follower? Deal, replied the killing Dao personality firmly. That final lure was too much for him, and besides, being able to get some fresh air once a week, it was worth it even if he had to submit to the primary identity. Then let your primary identity out now, said Ling Lan. Very soon, Luo Lang's primary identity had emerged once again. This time, due to the killing Dao personality's willing cooperation, it was extremely easy for Luo Lang to take control. It only took several seconds to succeed. The moment Luo Lang took back his body, he could feel the fearsome power of the aphrodisiac. This time, he did not need Ling Lan to remind him. With the final bit of his rationality, he immediately activated the next alter ego. Just like that, Luo Lang activated his innate talent again and again, channeling his alter egos, while again and again, Ling Lan beat them into submission, tempted them with benefits, tricked them. Anything, as long as she could get these secondary personalities to agree to submit to their primary identity. Ling Lan could be said to have used up her bag of tricks. Again and again she redefined the baseline of her ethics, leading Ling Lan to silently sigh at how she really was not a good person. Just like that, heaven knows how many alter egos she had helped Luo Lang conquer. Ling Lan was feeling rather numb by now. Faint traces of sunlight had begun to peek out from within the dark sky. It was getting ever closer to dawn. Observing from the side, Little Four could not help but become anxious. This was because, even with Little Four's help, it would be extremely difficult to sneak back to their living quarters without any trace during broad daylight. Little Four did not know whether he should manipulate things to create the illusion that Boss and Luo Lang had left the villa early this morning to come train in the combat hall. Alright, there was still that final bit of time. Little Four decided to wait a little longer in patience. If daylight truly broke, then he would ask his boss whether he should carry out his plan. In the meantime, Luo Lang had activated yet another new personality. The emergence of the personality brought along a surge of ice-cold air, causing the temperature within the private room to drop noticeably. The arrival of this chill made Ling Lan's spirits rally. Could it be that the transcendent cold personality she had been waiting for all this while had finally appeared? Luo Lang's cold and unfeeling gaze swept over, and when he saw Ling Lan, his brow furrowed and he said, "So it's you." Ling Lan was taken aback. She had met this personality before. She abruptly recalled that this personality had appeared before not too long ago on the stage during the wagered fight with Leitang. He had been extreme in his cold rationality, paying the price of his own arm to perfectly ensnare the opponent, achieving an upset by defeating his stronger opponent from a weaker position. Undoubtedly, this was a personality who could be extremely cruel to himself for the sake of victory. Severing one's 7 emotions and 6 desires, only allowing oneself to retain endlessly cold rationality, and taking everything into consideration without qualms that could lead to victory, you should be that transcendent cold personality. Ling Lan believed that the other was certainly the target she had been seeking. As expected, a tough opponent. That's right. It's unexpected that you actually know all those details about me. Not simple at all, no wonder the primary identity is willing to recognize you as boss, responded the transcendent cold personality dispassionately. Of course, a hint of contempt could still be discerned from his tone. I've been looking for you for a long time, said Ling Lan coldly. I think you should already be aware of the current condition of this body. Seeking me out just for this? The transcendent cold personality figured out why he had been brought out and could not help but scorn, this kind of little problem, and he already can't take it? That's too disgraceful. Due to the effects of the aphrodisiac, even though Luo Lang's face had been punched till it was black and blue, it was still flushed an eye-catching rosy pink. However, his eyes now were clear, as if not at all affected by the chaotic desire within his body. Sure enough, the transcendent cold personality possessed the ability to detach himself from all 7 emotions and 6 desires, and was thus able to be so serene in the face of disaster. However, Ling Lan was beginning to get a vague sense that something was not right. She began to think back on how when each personality had appeared, those personalities had not lost control due to the aphrodisiac, they had not lost their minds and behaved wildly. Even when that mindless bestial instinct personality had appeared, what he had displayed had only been the basic instinct of a wild beast and nothing else. Could it be that as long as another personality took charge, the effects of the aphrodisiac would actually be contained? In that case, why would Luo Lang suffer the ravaging of the aphrodisiac every time after he conquered those personalities? Ling Lan was rather perplexed. All these doubts merely flashed through her mind. Ling Lan did not have the time to ruminate on them. Now, the most important thing was still helping Luo Lang to conquer this transcendent cold personality so that Luo Lang could fully overcome the effects of the aphrodisiac. Ling Lan did not think that the aphrodisiac of this future world would be so strong, lasting over the course of an entire night. Every time they had switched alter egos, she had seen Luo Lang's agonized expression of force tolerance in between. This made Ling Lan rather worried about Luo Lang's body. She wondered whether it was too much for him and had harmed the very foundations of his body. She hoped that it was truly as instructor number 1 had said, that there would be no negative after effects. Ling Lan suppressed the worry in her heart and began to negotiate with the transcendent cold personality. Speak. What would make you willing to submit to the primary identity? It would be best if they could avoid a fight. Whenever Ling Lan encountered a rational personality that could communicate, she would not resort to violence right away, instead going into negotiation mode first. Ling Lan herself was afraid that Luo Lang's body would not be able to withstand all this pummeling. Submit? He's not worthy enough yet, Transcendent Cold responded icily. Yet? Which means that it's possible in the future. Does this mean that you actually think well of him? Asked Ling Lan with a quirked brow. He is our primary identity. Once he has become stronger than us, we will naturally submit to him, Transcendent Cold replied evenly. This was the truth. Luo Lang's innate talent was out of his control only because the primary identity was too weak, so the secondary personalities could not be blamed for running wild. Why don't you all try submitting now? This is actually beneficial for you all as well, suggested Ling Lan. Transcendent Cold shook his head bleakly and refused, saying, we have our pride. We only submit to the strong. If the primary identity never finds a way to be stronger than us, he will forever be unable to control us. This is the price he must pay. There are no shortcuts. Is that so? Ling Lan shot back with a half-smile. The reality before them now proved that shortcuts did exist, they just had not been discovered yet before this. Ling Lan's rebuttal made Transcendent Cold's breath choke. He fell silent for several seconds before opening his mouth to say, of course, it's not really that they don't exist. If there is a boss who gains the willing acknowledgement of all of the secondary personalities, we can listen to that. Bosses orders and recognize the primary identity as our main host. The Transcendent Cold personality stared coolly at Ling Lan and continued, it seems that you have discovered this shortcut. Those subdued secondary personalities were most likely conquered by the primary identity in this way. If you defeat me, I too will be willing to submit to you. At that time, you can ask me to submit to the primary identity. I will be willing to obey. So that's how it is. Only now did Ling Lan truly understand. Instructor number 1 had suggested this method, not for her to seek out the Transcendent Cold personality, but for her to subdue each and every one of these alter egos to help Luo Lang gain complete control. Who knows how many alter egos are left? Do I have to keep fighting till the last one to end this? Ling Lan muttered to herself, chuckling wryly internally. If luck would have it, she might just have to spend days here. This was truly an onerous task. That's why she had said that being a boss was not so easy. No need. As long as you defeat me, the other secondary personalities will acknowledge you too. Because I am the strongest one among all the alter egos. Transcendent Cold heard Ling Lan's mutters, and replied. Even though his tone was exceedingly cool and level, Ling Lan could still hear the pride and confidence of Transcendent Cold from his words. That aside, Transcendent Cold's words had also explained why Instructor Number 1 had said that she must seek out the Transcendent Cold personality. It looked like Luo Lang did not need him specifically to overcome the crisis of the aphrodisiac, rather, Ling Lan needed to defeat the other so Luo Lang could truly master his innate talent. This so-called chance was just Instructor Number 1's excuse to get her to act. No wonder as time passed, Luo Lang's resistance to the aphrodisiac had seemed to get stronger and stronger. Unlike at the start when he had almost lost his reason, he had always been able to successfully activate his innate talent, holding on till the emergence of the next alter ego. In fact, as he had been fighting, the aphrodisiac was already being diffused. It was as the Transcendent Cold personality had said at the start, the aphrodisiac within Luo Lang's body was just a trivial matter, because the drug was already nearing its end, and the effects were no longer that strong. At this thought, the tension in Ling Lan's heart eased. Since the aphrodisiac was no longer an issue, as long as she defeated this personality before her now and completed the task of letting Luo Lang freely control his innate talent, she would have achieved a rousing success. Fine. Let me try then and see how strong exactly is this Transcendent Cold personality. Ling Lan calmly stretched out her right hand, signaling for the Transcendent Cold personality to make his move. This was the stance a superior used against an inferior. With regards to this, the Transcendent Cold personality did not feel offended or underestimated. This was because the moment he came out, he had sensed the horrifying strength hidden deeply within Ling Lan's body. He knew very well that this person before his eyes was not that opponent he had met that first time he had emerged. This opponent was much stronger, but that did not mean that he had no chance of winning. A mocking smile appeared on the lips of the Transcendent Cold personality. With a spring of his feet, his figure suddenly disappeared, and in the next second, his fist had arrived before Ling Lan's face. This speed of his had clearly broken past Luo Lang's original speed, hitting Luo Lang's physical limits. Good! Ling Lan yelled out in approval. Her head tilted to one side, evading the punch, and her palm struck back without any hesitation, aiming for the only opening in this attack of Luo Lang's, the only fatal weakness, his chest. Ling Lan thought that Transcendent Cold would choose to evade, because if this palm strike landed, based on the strength differential between Luo Lang and her, Luo Lang was certain to be heavily injured. Someone proficient in combat would not be so idiotic as to welcome death. However, Transcendent Cold's actions shocked Ling Lan, the other did not dodge, charging forwards fearlessly instead. F***ck, a lunatic. Ling Lan had not expected the other's actions, and since the other was charging forwards intentionally, Ling Lan's palm made contact with Luo Lang's chest in the blink of an eye. There was already no time to change moves, Ling Lan could only pull back the powerful internal energy behind her palm. Thus, despite striking Luo Lang's chest, as there was no internal energy behind it, her palm did not harm Luo Lang. But right then, there was a sudden twist. Luo Lang's other long-readied fist with 3 layers of 1-inch punch struck out in a diagonal attack at Ling Lan's lower side. Stuck in the tail end of her move, Ling Lan had no possibility of evading. Still, who was Ling Lan? The reflexes of one at the optimal peak of Qi Jin was incomparable to that of one at early-stage Qi Jin. Ling Lan's other hand swept down into a block and the two forces collided. Powerful forces erupted between the two of them. A boom of collision, and the two were thrown back uncontrollably. They each stumbled back several paces before finding their footing again. Even Ling Lan, due to insufficient preparation and a hasty block, now felt heated blood roiling in her chest, a surge of copper-sweet stench pushing at the back of her throat. It should be said that the heartless scheming of Transcendent Cold, in tandem with the 3 layers of 1-inch punch he used, had given Ling Lan a bitter taste of trouble. Actually daring to use Luo Lang's life to trap me. Ling Lan's eyes turned bleak and cold, freezing air beginning to emit from her body. At this moment, Ling Lan's wrath had been piqued. She found that this transcendent cold personality before her was truly without all 7 emotions and 6 desires, only retaining endless cold rationality. For the sake of victory, he had even factored Ling Lan's brotherly affection for Luo Lang into his calculations. From the start, he had known that his attack would be fruitless, but he also knew that Ling Lan cared for his body very much and would not really want to hurt him, and this was his chance. Frankly, he had almost succeeded. However, Ling Lan was just too strong. Despite falling into his trap, she had still managed to withstand his attack by relying on her own superior strength. "If your heart had not had any reluctance, my plan would not have succeeded," said the transcendent cold personality, "hence, this is not my fault." At these words, Ling Lan almost spewed out a mouthful of blood. So she was the only one to blame for taking this hit. But thinking about it, what the transcendent cold personality was saying was not wrong either. If she had not been reluctant to harm Luo Lang, the other would not have been able to trap her. How bloody despicable. "Are you not at all worried I would just go through with it for real and kill you?" asked Ling Lan sullenly. "If that happened, then it would be my mistake. Death would be well deserved." The transcendent cold personality's expression was indifferent. In his mind, if his carefully thought-out plan had not succeeded, death would be a proper price to pay. There was nothing to argue about there. Facing this emotionless transcendent cold personality who only knew how to scheme, unafraid of death and impervious to flattery and petty tricks, Ling Lan felt somewhat like her hands were tied. Hells, this personality was just too troublesome to handle. Did she really have to fight with lethal means? It had to be said that the transcendent cold personality had indeed latched onto Ling Lan's vital point. Ling Lan could not bear to harm Luo Lang, even though Luo Lang currently looked rather battered, his entire face a swathe of black and blue, his body swollen red and bruised with no patch of unmarked skin. All of these injuries were only skin deep. Luo Lang would only need to lie in a healing pod for 1 to 2 hours, and he would be back to normal. However, if Ling Lan had really been ruthless and injured Luo Lang grievously, Luo Lang may just have to return to the military medical research center and would not have been able to be discharged for 10 days to half a month, and this was why Ling Lan was now caught in a dilemma. "Boss, dawn is breaking. Should I create an illusion of you and Luo Lang coming out from the villa this morning to come spar at the combat hall?" Right then, Little Four, who could delay no longer, piped up with an alert within Ling Lan's mind space. An idea sparked in Ling Lan's mind at these words. Yes, by creating this illusion, she would have a reason to send Luo Lang back to the military medical research center to trouble Li Shiu again. She could say that, as they had fought, Luo Lang's old wounds had flared up again. As his primary physician, Li Shiu would need to take responsibility for this. At this thought, Ling Lan's lips could not help but curve up into a slight smile. Since she now had a way to resolve Luo Lang's injuries, then there was no reason for her to be merciful and hold back. Ling Lan clasped her hands together tightly, her fingers emitting the sounds of cracking joints. This action made Transcendent Cold's gaze shift, because he had sensed that his initial plans were likely to be useless now. Still, could the other really bear to be vicious? If that was the case, then, for the primary identity to have acknowledged such a person as boss, wasn't he too bad at judging character and also too pitiful? Before the transcendent cold personality could ascertain Ling Lan's true thoughts, Ling Lan leapt forwards. This time, she was prepared to initiate attack. A fist was sent flying straight at Luo Lang's face. The force behind the punch was fierce and domineering. Even before it could touch him, the transcendent cold personality could already feel the horrific power contained in the fist. His countenance shifted, and with a quick slide step, he dodged this attack of Ling Lan's. There was a loud boom as Ling Lan's fist struck the floor of the private room. The ground instantly split apart under the tremendous force. In fact, the private room was built with high-tech ultra-durable materials, capable of withstanding attacks of Qi Jin below domain stage. The effect being displayed right now was also a product of the technology. After 10 seconds, the ground would be restored to normal. Seeing this great crevasse appear on the private room's floor, the transcendent cold personality confirmed that this person across from him was now truly determined to be ruthless. At this moment, he could not help but scorn his own primary identity once more, thinking that his primary identity really had bad judgment. His boss must not care much for him at all, otherwise, how could he have switched over to become so vicious so easily? Damn *T, what a failure of a primary identity. Since he could no longer count on the other's mercy, the transcendent cold personality abandoned his original plans without any hesitation, beginning to look for other openings to exploit. Meanwhile, the two of them could be seen darting around each other, one attacking one evading, actually fighting on pretty even ground. It had to be said that Transcendent Cold was the strongest among all the alter egos because he utilized Luo Lang's physical body to its maximum ability, whether it was in terms of speed or power, he had pushed it to the limit. For Ling Lan to defeat the other, it was likely impossible within a short period of time. This was because the other was calculating the best evasion path for himself under his body's constraints. Transcendent Cold's formidable calculation ability had allowed him to escape by a hair's breadth several times already. Looks like it's impossible without using domain, thought Ling Lan. Frankly, with Ling Lan's capabilities, it was not impossible to take the other down if she went all out physically. However, she did not dare to use all her strength at optimal peak Qi Jin, much less the threefold version of one-inch punch. This greatly restricted Ling Lan's attack range, which was why Transcendent Cold could escape so many times. The strength Ling Lan was currently using was carefully calculated so that even if she hit Luo Lang would only be heavily injured, but no great tragedy would occur. If she added an extra share of strength, she was afraid she might accidentally snuff out Luo Lang's little life. Right then, the Transcendent Cold personality was finding that even if he schemed a lot, it was futile against Ling Lan who was several times stronger than him. Once strength reached a certain degree, all schemes would become useless. The Transcendent Cold personality experienced the emotion called hopelessness for the first time, however, it was not in his character to admit defeat just like that. So, he decided to trade injury for injury. This was an extremely helpless kind of ploy. If he was not at his wit's end, he would not resort to this willingly. Both fighters intended to bring this fight to a close. When Ling Lan attacked again this time, the Transcendent Cold personality did not dodge. He immediately raised his right fist and with a loud bellow, the fourth form of one-inch punch was executed without hesitation. Seeing this, rage flickered in Ling Lan's eyes. Without any hesitation whatsoever, she yelled out, "Domain, activate." In the private room, a super mini domain appeared, instantly wrapping around Luo Lang's entire body. In the midst of performing the fourth form of one-inch punch, Luo Lang was frozen in that stance just like that, suspended in the air, immobile. The smaller the domain, the longer Ling Lan could maintain it. Of course, even with the smallest domain, Ling Lan could only hold it for no more than 1 minute. As for this tiny domain, Ling Lan could hold it for approximately 40 seconds. Although it was not very long, it was more than enough to subdue the Transcendent Cold personality. D***it. Ling Lan roared, her fist hurtling over to strike the immobile Luo Lang squarely. At the instant her fist struck, Ling Lan dismissed the domain holding Luo Lang secure. Still, the Transcendent Cold personality no longer had any way of dodging her attack. The fist landed squarely and Luo Lang's entire person was sent flying to crash heavily against the wall of the private room and then bounce off it to crumple to the ground. A heaving sound, and Luo Lang was spewing out several mouthfuls of blood on the ground. Ling Lan had not held back in this strike, her finely calculated internal energy had been borne by Luo Lang in its entirety. It was unsurprising that Luo Lang had received severe damage. Do you know? I really hate you right now. With Luo Lang's current abilities, using the fourth form of one-inch punch will cause the Qi Jin in his body to run rampant. An unlucky chance could cause his combat realm 1 to fall. The first time, on the arena stage during the wagered fight, you did not want to lose to an outsider and used it. Even though you paid the price of your right arm, I tolerated it, but now, just because you did not want to lose to me, you chose to use this type of move that would deal 100 damage to the opponent but deal 1000 damage to yourself too. Are you a god *mn bloody idiot? What transcendent cold? You are just a freakin' brainless blockhead. Calm and level-headed my ass. Ling Lan, who was extremely incensed by the other's actions, had a stony expression on her face as she grabbed the transcendent cold personality off the ground and began rapping him smartly on the head with her fists, berating him fiercely all the way. This attitude of Ling Lan's made the transcendent cold personality instantly descend into a confused stupor. Perhaps, in his world, this type of fire-breathing dragon behavior was completely incomprehensible. Wasn't he the one who had gotten injured? Why was the opponent so enraged? Perhaps he had been tricked from the start, perhaps the other's affection for his primary identity was in fact sincere, and the other had not been utterly merciless. Taking stock of his own injuries, Transcendent Cold believed his judgment was accurate. He should have been dejected by the discovery, because he had actually been fooled by the opponent and had lost his chance to win. But for some reason, his heart actually felt lighter, as if this was how things should be. Transcendent Cold's stunned gaze had never shifted from Ling Lan's face. Fuming, Ling Lan did not have any patience to speak of. With an angry glare, she said, "What are you looking at? Do you god *mn submit or not?" Transcendent Cold let his silence speak for him. He was already having his head wrapped while he was in the other's hold, how could he not submit? Seeing Transcendent Cold's cooperative attitude, Ling Lan's mood improved. She patted Luo Lang gruffly on the head and said, "If you had just done so from the start, wouldn't things have been better?" Perhaps noticing the Transcendent Cold personality's dejected expression, Ling Lan added, "Also, I'm your boss. What's there to be discouraged about in losing to your boss? How pathetic." He was pathetic. Well, at least he's still better than the primary identity, right? The Transcendent Cold personality could not help but scrunch his brow. He was unwilling to accept this critique. But the primary identity being so weak, won't boss look down on him? Subconsciously, the Transcendent Cold personality had actually begun to worry about the place his primary identity held in their boss's heart. "Why don't you let the primary identity out now?" Ling Lan sent another fist flying to beat away Transcendent Cold's gloomy emotions. Transcendent Cold did not want to suffer any more of boss's fists, so he could only obediently let the primary identity out. "Boss, you've settled yet another personality?" The moment Luo Lang came out, he asked happily. Gathering one personality after another under his control, Luo Lang could feel himself becoming stronger. His innate talent was also beginning to feel increasingly easier to wield. "Yes, congratulations on escaping from your abyss of misery." Seeing Luo Lang appear, Ling Lan's initial wrathful expression calmed into cool stoicism once more, and her tone was as indifferent as it ever was. Luo Lang, as the primary identity, did not sense anything out of the ordinary, but the Transcendent Cold personality on the other side could sense the subtle change in Ling Lan's aura. It was still cold, her voice just as cool, but compared to when she had been fighting with him, her aura was actually considerably warmer. So apparently even this icy attitude of their boss would change when interacting with the different personalities. For the first time, the Transcendent Cold personality felt the emotion called jealousy. He actually began to feel envious of his primary identity, who was able to receive boss's care and affection. Luo Lang was a clever babe. Hearing Ling Lan's words, he instantly reacted with joy. "You found the Transcendent Cold personality? Hn. Go subdue it quickly. Your aphrodisiac is also mostly settled," said Ling Lan calmly. "Don't try to resist. A gentleman should never go back on his word." Ling Lan's tone shifted abruptly, becoming extraordinarily frigid. Transcendent Cold knew that these words were directed at him. He was just another personality in the same body, but the treatment he received was so different. This tone now and that tone earlier were so obviously worlds apart. Transcendent Cold thought to himself dejectedly. Luo Lang could not know Transcendent Cold's thoughts. Heeding Boss Lan's words, he pounced at the Transcendent Cold personality beside him. The moment he touched the other, the primary identity could sense how powerful the other was. There were no openings for him to attack, so he could only stare at the other helplessly. What an idiot. Transcendent Cold saw this pathetic display of the primary identity, and barked reproachfully. Still, he did not plan to go back on his promise with Ling Lan. Thus, he could only suppress his spiritual power as much as he could, squeezing it down smaller and smaller, until the point where the primary identity could overpower him. The two personalities began to merge. The transcendent Cold personality was experiencing everything the primary identity had been through, including those experiences as the other grew up in his bonds with those companions of his. D*mit, the primary identity was really too bloody weak. If he had been the primary identity, the prized seat of boss's first follower would definitely belong to him and not that simple-minded Qi-Long. Transcendent Cold thought moodily to himself. This time, the process of subduing the transcendent Cold personality took much longer than with the other personalities. Day was upon them, and the combat hall was beginning to become crowded. Some were there to enter closed-door meditation and seek out insight, while others were there to practice their combat arts. All the students selected their own private rooms and went off to do their respective things. There were also those students who had no classes today, who did not want to log on to the Mecha world, who had come to the combat hall looking for a spar or two. Finally, Luo Lang's tightly shut eyes opened. A gleam of cold light came and went, and then Luo Lang could be seen to laugh and say, "Boss, it's done. How does your body feel?" That is, the aphrodisiac. This was what Ling Lan was most concerned about. It doesn't feel that strong anymore. After subduing the transcendent Cold personality, the effects have eased greatly. As expected, the transcendent Cold personality is the sure kill move against aphrodisiacs, reported Luo Lang excitedly in his cluelessness. At his side, Ling Lan's cold face could not help but quiver slightly. Fine, she was a bad person. She absolutely would not tell Luo Lang the truth, that, in fact, all his injuries this night were actually unnecessary. "How are your injuries?" Ling Lan asked, scratching the bridge of her nose, still feeling somewhat guilty. Luo Lang chuckled wryly, "Not very good. I'm injured pretty badly. Looks like I'll have to go to the treatment center for another round of treatment." "It's better to go to the Military Medical Research Center," said Ling Lan. The smile on Luo Lang's face stiffened, as if thinking of something. Ling Lan raised a brow and asked, "Recalling that scumbag? Afraid now?" Luo Lang shook his head and said, "No, that scumbag has been handled by boss. What do I have to be afraid of?" That said, a hint of coldness appeared on his face. I believe that he must be wishing he were dead right now. Luo Lang had full faith in Ling Lan, believing that his boss would not let the other off so easily. Even though his boss might not have taken that pervert's life to minimize the outcry from this incident, his boss would definitely have used some other method to destroy the other, such as crushing the other's future. This kind of revenge method was also something he approved of. Hating a person did not mean the other person had to die, destroying that which he prized most, now that was satisfying. Don't worry. He will spend the rest of his life in a daze. No one knows you had been abducted. You only made a visit to the Military Medical Research Center, that's all. Ling Lan conveyed Shermingi's final outcome in a few short phrases, also telling Luo Lang that this incident would end here. There would be no continuation. "Thank you, boss." Luo Lang smiled brightly at these words. Despite the mottled bruises on his face, this smile lit up his lovely features, still making others feel that his smile was very beautiful. "It's pretty late. We should hurry to the Military Medical Research Center. The earlier you're treated, the earlier you'll be back on your feet." Ling Lan indicated for Little Four to open the room door, prepared to take Luo Lang to the Military Medical Research Center. Luo Lang's smile stiffened and he said with a grimace, "Boss, can we not go there?" "Why?" Ling Lan asked curiously. Luo Lang's body could not help but shudder a little, a trace of fear on his face as he said hesitatingly, "The medical agent Shiao uses on us causes too much suffering." He then proceeded to tell Ling Lan every single one of the effects the medical agent produced in their bodies. Ling Lan's eyes flickered in surprise, and even Little Four within the mind space was gaping in shock. That medical agent Luo Lang was describing, why did it sound so much like an enhanced version of gene agents? Could it be that Li Shiyu had used a medical agent with a similar makeup to gene agents? Ling Lan rubbed her jaw, her expression thoughtful. This would explain why Luo Lang's body had had a significant elevation in baseline. It would appear that Li Shiyu was much more capable than she had imagined. Little 4, tell me. Letting that Li Shiyu become the exclusive army doctor of our team, don't you think that's a good idea? She could not let such a capable military doctor get away. A clear curve adorned Ling Lan's lips. Taken in combination with her calculative gaze, little 4 could not help but shiver and say hurriedly, yes, Li Shiyu is pretty good. Boss is wise. After all, he did not even know Li Shiyu that well, so why should he care how things would turn out for him if he fell into his boss's hands? He only needed to keep his boss happy and that would do. Little 4 decisively pushed Li Shiyu into the fire pit. Having resolved the issue of the team's military doctor 1, Ling Lan carted Luo Lang off to the Military Medical Research Center in a great mood. The moment they arrived at the doorway, they bumped into someone. Ling Lan glanced nonchalantly at the other, and her first thought was that the other seemed somewhat familiar. Of course, Ling Lan did not take it to heart. She was just about to brush by and enter the doors when that person greeted her on his own with a smile, "Morning, Junior Ling Lan." Ling Lan had no choice but to stop. Even though Ling Lan appeared very aloof on the surface, her entire body emanating a cold air, and her demeanor seemingly extremely unapproachable, she was actually a very polite and courteous good child. Generally, anyone who greeted her in a friendly manner would not be spurned by Ling Lan. "Morning, Senior." Ling Lan responded lightly. "Ho ho, looks like Junior does not recognize me. I'm Li Lanfeng of the 4th year Mecha piloting special class. Last time, after your arena battle, we met at the treatment center." Hearing Ling Lan's response, Li Lanfeng could tell the other did not know who he was. Thus, he introduced himself good-naturedly, also reminding the other when they had met. Ling Lan finally recalled who this person before her was. Back then at the treatment center, he was the one who had spurred Li Shiyu with one phrase into taking over the treatment of her 3 brothers. At this thought, Ling Lan nodded and said, "So it's Senior Li, hello. Why has Junior come here today?" Li Lanfeng asked curiously. His gaze swept over to see Luo Lang, whose terrible condition was prefaced by swollen eyes and a bruised nose, and instantly cried out, "Why is this Junior in such a terrible condition?" He peered closely at the injured person for a long while then cried out again, "Isn't this Junior Luo Lang? Hadn't you already recovered a few days ago and had been discharged?" Luo Lang laughed awkwardly, and Ling Lan helped him to reply, "Today, we went out early to the combat hall for a spar, and found some minor problem with Luo Lang's body. So we're here to see Duxley to figure things out. I was just about to go see young Master Shiyu myself." "Let's go together," suggested Li Lanfeng, sensing Ling Lan's anxiety. And so the 3 of them strode together into the Military Medical Research Center to seek out Li Shiyu. At this time, Li Shiyu was in the process of checking the data charting the stats of Qilong and Leingia from the night before. Seeing the numbers improve day by day, he let out an internal sigh of relief. It looked like the gene agent S modification did indeed have a significant effect in increasing one's physical constitution. Even with regards to wound recovery, it had strengthened that by several folds. Another 10 more days or so, and Qilong and Leingia would probably be fully healed, ready to go back and continue attending physical training. Thus, he was in high spirits when he suddenly heard someone call out to him from behind, "Young Master Shiyu, hello." Li Shiyu turned his head and saw that it was Li Lanfeng. He could not help but smile and say, "Lanfeng, so you've come." During this period of time, Li Lanfeng would pop by to visit him whenever he had the time. This had caused the relationship between the two to become extremely close. However, Li Shiyu's good mood came to a screeching halt when he saw the person standing next to Li Lanfeng. "What are you here for?" Li Shiyu rolled his eyes at Ling Lan, his entire face darkening instantly. He was still bearing a grudge over the incident of Ling Lan threatening him. Ling Lan seemed oblivious to Li Shiyu's displeasure, saying calmly, "I've come here, to return Luo Lang to you." This statement caused Luo Lang, who was standing behind her, to blink blankly, extremely bewildered at why his boss Lan would say such a thing. "Return?" What do you mean? Li Shiyu was similarly taken aback, staring at Ling Lan uncomprehendingly. His old injuries have flared up again. Who should I look for if not you? The corners of Ling Lan's lips quirked. Her cold gaze settled firmly on him, and that gaze was so sharp that Li Shiyu's heart skipped a beat or two. Luo Lang secretly wiped away the cold sweat which had sprung out from his forehead at these words. Boss, you're truly too black-bellied, actually daring to blame these injuries on Duxley. Li Shiyu composed himself, then rebutted fiercely, how can this be? When he left, all his numbers were clearly as good as they could ever be. But, he was really injured. Ling Lan pointed at Luo Lang, signaling for Li Shiyu to go and examine him. Li Shiyu stepped forward and felt Luo Lang's pulse. His expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly felt Luo Lang's chest, checking on his internal injuries, and then turned to glare furiously at Ling Lan. Why were you so vicious? Ling Lan calmly tugged on her own sleeves to straighten them and replied coolly, you think I would be so vicious while sparring with my own brother? Then where did these internal injuries of his come from? Are you saying that someone else assaulted Luo Lang? Li Shiyu asked angrily, pointing at Luo Lang's chest. Well, of course there was no assault. Early this morning, Luo Lang and I went to spar for a bit in a combat room. We only exchanged a few moves and this was the result, Ling Lan replied calmly, I only used the strength level Luo Lang was used to from before, but when I hit Luo Lang, he actually became so injured. This made me suspect that Luo Lang's body may not have been fully recovered to begin with, and you actually discharged him too. Before he was discharged, I checked to make sure all of his stats were within normal standards before letting him go. Hearing Ling Lan questioning his professionalism, Li Shiyu glared at her. This was something he could not accept. I believe you, but I don't trust these machines. Ling Lan thumped a treatment device by her side. Some injuries may have always been hiding within a patient's body, but those diagnostic devices may never find them. For example, Major General Bob of the Caesar Empire had similarly been declared completely healed by the best hospital, but half a year later, an old wound reared up again, and in the end he could not be saved despite emergency care. Or like with Governor Thera of the Iron Alliance, who, also due to misdiagnosis, missed the best window of time for treatment and so had to retire prematurely. Even in our federation, this type of misdiagnosis is not few in number. Do you need me to list out the examples? Li Shiyu, do you think you can say confidently and unreservedly that these examination devices are truly, completely foolproof? Ling Lan queried forcefully as she read out the name list of misdiagnosis cases that Little Four had compiled. This caused Li Shiyu's face to flush and pale erratically, but he just could not find any words to rebut the other because everything Ling Lan had said was fact. Even his instructors would never dare to give an absolute guarantee. But, the accuracy of the machines is as high as 99.97%. Li Shiyu protested weakly. Although there was indeed the chance for misdiagnosis, the odds of it happening were just too low to consider. So, there is still a 0.03% chance of error. Can you guarantee that Luo Lang does not fall into this category? Ling Lan abruptly interrupted Li Shiyu, eyes trained intently on the other as she asked this question. Li Shiyu's mouth flapped open and closed, but he found that he could say nothing definite. Even though he believed deep down that he had not misdiagnosed Luo Lang, when it came to medicine, there was indeed no way to guarantee 100% safety. I heard that, a truly exceptional military doctor is able to determine on his own whether a person has fully recovered, before matching his personal judgment with the output of the diagnostic machines. This basically eliminates all possibility of a misdiagnosis. I would like to ask. Duxley, are you already at this level? Ling Lan was unrelenting, chasing Li Shiyu with another question. Li Shiyu could only continue to remain silent, because his medical skills were indeed still not yet at that level. Typically, military doctors who achieved that stage were those who had been practicing for up to 20 years and more. Only accumulated medical experience could allow them to do so. If you cannot do that, then how can you argue with me that Luo Lang's injuries are not a relapse of his old injuries? Asked Ling Lan with a raised brow. Boss, you're so despicable. Little Four and Luo Lang saw Li Shiyu being questioned so harshly by their boss that he was completely flummoxed, and they could only shake their heads mutely and sigh. So easily and casually shunting responsibility to the other, without having to owe the other anything to boot, once more, it was proven why only Boss Lon could be their boss. Sure enough, Boss Lon was stronger than them on all fronts. Even in terms of despicableness, this was so. Li Shiyu's chest heaved up and down, making Ling Lan rather worried about whether he would pass out from anger. She could not help but begin reflecting on whether she had taken things too far. And you only know this now? 1 inch. Fine. Consider this occasion my fault and just let Luo Lang return for treatment. Li Shiyu finally managed to suppress his anger and replied through clenched teeth. He glared fiercely at Luo Lang, causing Luo Lang to feel a chill penetrate straight to his very bones. Seeing that stormy expression of Li Shiyu's, Luo Lang turned a pitiful look on his boss, pleading, could he not be treated by Li Shiyu again? Ling Lan pretended to see nothing, but she was cheering for Luo Lang inside her heart. In order to become even stronger, oh Luo Lang, why don't you just endure this suffering for a while? Ling Lan believed that leaving Luo Lang at the Military Medical Research Center would definitely yield excellent results. After resolving the issue of Luo Lang, Ling Lan cheerfully left the Military Medical Research Center. Seeing this, Li Lanfeng quickly said goodbye to Li Shiyu and left as well. He had borne witness to all of Ling Lan's cutting questions earlier and knew that Li Shiyu must be in a terrible mood. Right now. He was not going to stay and chance earning any spillover hate value. Li Lanfeng had not forgotten that he had entered together with Ling Lan. If Li Shiyu thought he was Ling Lan's companion, then it would be a tragedy too. Besides, he had some things he wanted to say to Ling Lan, so leaving now would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And so, Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng left the Military Medical Research Center together. After walking for a distance, Ling Lan halted abruptly. Lifting a brow, she turned to Li Lanfeng who had been trailing behind her all this while and asked, can I help you? Li Lanfeng smiled and nodded. Taking a step forward, he drew closer to Ling Lan, causing Ling Lan to frown slightly. This was because she did not like strangers to get too close to her, but Li Lanfeng's following words made her forget all of this. Luo Lang's injuries have something to do with the Tenji incident, right? Li Lanfeng said under his breath so only the 2 of them could hear. Ling Lan shot a cool look at Li Lanfeng and asked in return, the matter of Tenji. I heard their headquarters collapsed. The Academy administration is investigating now, there's no official report yet. Pray tell how Senior Li came to this idea. Could it be that you have some insider information? Can you tell this junior and clear my confusion? Shermingi has become a vegetable. Li Lanfeng commented with a half-smile, other people may not know where his predilections lay, but I know very well. It's such a coincidence that Luo Lang's appearance is exactly the type that Shermingi favors. I've also found out that Luo Lang had visited the Military Medical Research Center once yesterday afternoon. But I asked young Master Shiyu and he knew nothing of it. Ling Lan's expression did not change at all at his words. As calm as usual, she replied, Seniorly, baseless conjecture will only lead people to the wrong conclusion. If you want to know why Luo Lang went to the Military Medical Research Center yesterday afternoon, I can give you an explanation. Ling Lan paused for a beat then continued, in fact, since the beginning of yesterday afternoon, Luo Lang had felt something off about his body. So, after finishing the day's physical training courses, he hurried off to the Military Medical Research Center, thinking to find Duxley. However, our new cadet regiment suddenly received a mission from the administration of the military academy, and this mission was directly assigned by the upper ranks to Luo Lang by name. That's why we called Luo Lang to return, and this is also why Luo Lang had rushed back without seeing Duxley. On this end, Ling Lan was composedly spinning a believable tale for Li Lanfeng, while inside the mind space, the flustered little four was hurriedly modifying information on the mainframe according to Ling Lan's words. Who'd have thought that even after she had wiped the slate so clean, this Li Lanfeng before her now had actually still managed to pick at a corner. As expected of those within the military academy, this seemingly harmless, genial, gentlemanlike Li Lanfeng actually possessed such formidable deductive abilities, quite frightening when he began to scheme. It was lucky that the other had not been more patient, coming to her immediately with just this bit of suspicion, thus giving her the chance to fill in all the gaps. Otherwise, if he had continued to investigate stealthily just like this, he might really find something incriminating. At that thought, Ling Lan could not help but feel some delayed fear, becoming rather apprehensive towards Li Lanfeng. Once Little Four returned to confirm that he had settled everything, Ling Lan continued to say, all of this should be recorded within the school mainframe. I believe that Senior Li has many talents in your camp, so you should be able to find the relevant records. Ling Lan's words made Li Lanfeng's heart clench. Had he truly made a mistake? Just as Li Lanfeng was wavering in shocked indecision, Ling Lan advised him with a half-smile, that's why, Senior Li, we need to learn how to fully understand the truth first before coming to conclusions. Otherwise, it's very likely that we will bring unwanted trouble to ourselves and others. I believe Senior Li agrees with me, right? Ling Lan's words were vaguely threatening, but Li Lanfeng did not mind at all, instead smiling to say, I was just afraid that this matter really had something to do with Junior Ling Lan and your friends. You all have just offended Lei Tang, and now if you all offend Tenji as well, life will really become very difficult for you all in the military academy. But since this matter has nothing to do with you juniors, then I can stop worrying. Li Lanfeng's words made Ling Lan's brow furrow lightly. What was the intention of Li Lanfeng telling her all this? Was he really just being nice? Li Lanfeng did not care what Ling Lan thought, directly bidding farewell to her. Before he departed, he left one last statement behind which could be taken as an expression of concern, or which may perhaps have some deeper meaning. He said, Junior, your spiritual mutation is very powerful, but try to use as little of it as you can. You cannot be certain that there is no one else at this military academy with a spiritual mutation similar to yours. Be careful in all things. That subtle smile Li Lanfeng directed at her before he left raised warning flags in Ling Lan's mind. What in the world had Li Lanfeng discovered? In her bewilderment, Ling Lan turned to Little Four to ask what he thought, but Little Four's answer only made Ling Lan even more confused. Little Four said that this Li Lanfeng overall gave him a sense of familiarity, but Li Lanfeng was keeping everything under a tight lid. The slight trace of aura he exuded seemed like someone they knew, but it was also somewhat foreign as well. Little Four just could not tell who he was like right then. Perhaps if they interacted with him a few more times, Little Four would be able to find something more useful. Alright, since Little Four also had no good answers, Ling Lan could only push Li Lanfeng to the back of her mind for the moment. Besides, Li Lanfeng did not seem to have any bad intentions right now anyway, so Ling Lan decided not to waste too much effort thinking about him, because she now needed to begin working on the mission the new cadet regiment had accepted. Although Luo Lang had returned to the Military Medical Research Center to continue treatment, the selection of the honor guard to welcome the examiners still had to proceed. Ling Lan brought Wu Jiong and Xiao along, and they began selection activities among the new cadet regiment. Over the course of a few days, they finally rounded up a full team of members who fit the criteria the school administration wanted. Subsequently, Ling Lan's team took charge of the training of this reception team. Those ceremonial tasks, such as lining up and welcoming procedures, were all handled by Wu Jiong, who was from a military elite family. Meanwhile, Ling Lan hung back till the end, where she then unleashed her horrifying force of presence upon them, letting these members accustom themselves to the feeling. Ling Lan believed that these examiners would certainly consist of battle-hardened soldier kings, so they would definitely carry a thick air of killing intent about them. If the members of the reception team could not get used to this type of oppressive killing intent, then no matter how perfect their preparations in lining up and welcoming the others were, the moment the members met the examiners, they would still be scared spineless by them and become unable to move. That would be too disgraceful for their new cadet regiment. Ling Lan's words received everyone's agreement. In particular, Wu Jiong was deeply moved. No wonder every time he saw his father or his grandfather, he would be so afraid that he found himself stilling in fright. One look was enough to almost send him slumping to the ground in fear. This was probably the endless killing intent they had cultivated from their experiences on the battlefield affecting his mind and spirit. On Ling Lan's end, training for the reception was going on like a raging fire, while Luo Lang continued to endure the unbearably torturous treatment procedure under Li Shiu. With regards to Luo Lang's return, Qi Long and Leingia were filled with extreme schadenfreude. Frankly, when Luo Lang had left this abyss of misery so early, getting away from the research center, the two of them had been rather disgruntled. Think about it, they had all been injured within the same trench 3, so what right did Luo Lang have to escape so quickly while they had to continue staying here and suffer? Of course their feelings would be imbalanced. Thus, when they found out that Luo Lang had returned, all their discontentment was cleared away. It could only be said that these two were the absolute worst of good friends. Another 10 days went by, and Luo Lang finally recovered fully. Once again, he was discharged by Li Shiu. Of course, before he was discharged this time, Li Shiu ran countless examinations on him, even asking his instructor for a second opinion, because he was now extremely afraid that Ling Lan would continue extorting him. However, in the eyes of Li Shiu's instructor, this action was so commendable that he was touched. Look at this beloved disciple of his. How cautious and meticulous he was. As a military doctor, this was the correct attitude to have, being responsible for one's own patient till the very end. And so the instructor's satisfaction levels towards Li Shiu once again reached an all-time high, which was an unexpected boon for Li Shiu. Who knows how Li Shiu would feel about this when he finds out? Should he hate Ling Lan or be grateful to her for creating such a beautiful misunderstanding? Being discharged along with Luo Lang were Qi Long and Leingia. Qi Long, in particular, had recovered astoundingly quickly. Although his injuries had been the worst among the three of them, his physical constitution was the best and his body's ability to absorb the medical agents was also very strong. Thus, the three of them coincidentally ended up recovering altogether to be discharged at the same time. When the three of them stepped out of the military medical research center, they were so moved that they instantly hid their faces and cried. *mit, they were finally free of that hell. Even the typically upbeat and fearless Qi Long had been thoroughly traumatized by Li Shiu's fearsome treatment methods, while Leingia found fear growing within his heart. From this point on, he had an unshakable psychological apprehension towards his cousin brother. In future, this would cause him to not dare to disobey Li Shiu's orders at a critical moment. 4-inch. It had to be said that Li Shiu had indeed achieved his objectives through this move. He had established a brotherly bond with Leingia, making them able to watch out for one another in the end. And though this bond was somewhat counter to his original imaginings, at the bottom of it, Leingia would still listen to him now. 5. The moment Luo Lang came out, he was whisked away by Wu Jiong to join the reception team. Initially, Luo Lang did not want to participate, but when he found out boss Ling Lan was also part of the team, all his protestations died on his lips. Think about it. The boss was already doing it, how could the follower hide? Not only that, Leingia, who had just escaped the abyss of misery with him, was also snatched up by Ling Lan to join. Even though he really wanted to object, when Ling Lan swept a glacial stare upon him, Leingia could only rub his nose and obediently accept his fate. Leingia believed that boss Ling Lan was still 100 times more brutal than his own second elder cousin brother. Just like that, after training for approximately 3 days, it was finally their time to debut. Ling Lan led a bunch of handsome youths with stately physiques to the only main road connecting the military academy to the outside world. There, they arranged themselves into a long line, whereafter they stood tall and unmoving. Dressed in the white and blue ceremonial military uniform specially designed by the school, these youths appeared extraordinarily heroic with maximum visual impact, a real treat for the eyes of any observers. The administrators of the school who came to supervise were extremely satisfied by this. Of course, this was just the first step. Whether these youths were just pretty on the surface, or were true gems, would still depend on their upcoming performance. The assessment teams from the various army divisions arrived one after the other to the first men's military academy. When they saw the reception team standing there in welcome, they were all startled. When had the first men's military academy begun doing such a thing as well? Salute! Ling Lan cried out, and all the members of the reception team lifted their heads and executed a cadet salute almost simultaneously. The coordinated dance of their white gloves, along with their stern and serious faces, caused the initially indifferent attitudes of those from the assessment team to shift, becoming serious and proper in turn. They reflexively lifted their hands to return a salute, before solemnly walking past the reception team towards the inner grounds of the school. As every assessment team walked by the reception team, though their attitudes were extremely solemn, it could not be denied that there was a trace of approval in their eyes. It looked like the performance of the reception team had indeed pleased them. Seeing this, the administrators of the school could not help but be secretly gleeful, certain that their decision back then was not wrong. These new cadets were surprisingly capable. Doing things this way fully displayed the masculine force and daring of the first men's military academy. Taking the members' handsome appearances and their youthful manners into consideration as well, even the most stubborn and bitter soldier could not help but find their mood lifted by such a sight. All the assessment teams were to arrive over the course of 3 days. The teams included the 23 permanent army divisions and 10 or so other independent armies. It could not be considered a lot, but it was not very little either. Every single assessment team that passed by was greeted by the reception team as if they were facing a great enemy, with all of their strength. Perhaps the military academy's pretty boy strategy had succeeded, for after the assessment teams arrived at the school, their attitudes did indeed seem much better than before during the previous years. This made the administrators of the school let out a great sigh of relief. It looked like they had done the right thing. Ling Lan snorted derisively at how the military academy relaxed just like that. She did not believe that the assessment teams would show any mercy just because they now had a good impression of the school. When it was necessary to be ruthless, they definitely would not falter and show mercy. This was the base nature of a competent soldier. It could only be said that the school administrators had been away from the army for too long. They had already forgotten some things. However, Ling Lan would not go remind these administrators. After all, the cadets just needed to complete the task set by the military academy and that would be enough. As for the final outcome, that had nothing to do with the new cadets at all, Ling Lan was perfectly happy to be a carefree bystander. However, Ling Lan's composure only lasted for the first 2 days. On the 3rd day, when the representatives of the 23rd Division appeared, Ling Lan's composed face finally faltered. The 23rd Division was one of the new permanent army divisions of the Federation. When it had appeared on the name list of assessment teams, it had drawn the collective attention of all the instructors at the academy. Of course, it being the division of her own dad, no matter how cool Ling Lan acted, she could not help but speculate who her dad had sent to take charge of the assessment this time. She naturally wished that a fair and unbiased team leader would be sent so that the 23rd Division could leave an excellent impression with the 1st Men's Military Academy. However, when she saw one man stepping down from the special train from the spaceport, her initially unmoved ice block face finally cracked, giving a violent twitch. That man who was intentionally pulling his army cap down with a large face mask covering half his face, even though he was dressed in a major general uniform, pretending to be aloof, how could this familiar presence fool her eyes? Ling Lan clenched her teeth internally. Bloody hell, why is my idiot dad here? What in the world is he planning? Ah, it's Daddy. In the mind space, Little Four's eyes were spilling over with red hearts, squealing joyfully as he stared at Ling Xiao fanatically. He was instantly sent flying with a kick from Ling Lan. You bloody keep quiet. Boo-hoo-hoo, boss, I haven't seen Daddy in so long. Why aren't we saying hi to Daddy? Little Four quickly scrambled back, crying as he hugged Ling Lan's leg, strongly requesting to go reunite with their daddy. It's obvious from a glance that this idiot dad is here undercover. How can I go greet him? Ling Lan stared speechlessly at that man who thought he was disguised so well, really unsure what she could say anymore. Luckily, the people by his side were intentionally blocking off the other's line of sight, and Ling Xiao himself was keeping a low profile, so his identity was not exposed. When the 23rd Division assessment team passed before Ling Lan, Ling Xiao abruptly stopped. His eyes, the only part of him exposed, were clearly smiling as he asked, both stance and ceremony are pretty good. Are you all freshmen? Was he intentionally making conversation? Ling Lan mentally rolled her eyes dramatically at her dad, but as composed as usual on the surface, she saluted and replied, yes, sir. Ling Xiao turned to look at the accompanying administrators beside Ling Lan and said with a laugh, not bad. Having such flair even as freshmen. It looks like the 1st Men's Military Academy lives up to its name. Ling Xiao's intention was absolutely to praise his own daughter, nothing at all to do with the First Men's Military Academy. However, the administrators registered his words differently. Almost everyone felt that this was the representative of the 23rd Division expressing appreciation for the military academy, and this instantly injected joy onto their faces. It was wonderful. But of course they still acted humble on the surface, repeatedly saying not at all, not at all. Mind you, even though the previous other divisions had reacted favorably towards the welcoming team, they had not said anything outright, maintaining the unassailable dignity of an army division all the way. It was unexpected that the leader of the 23 RD Division's team was so friendly. This made the 23 RD Division's impression rise by several notches more in the administrator's eyes. At the same time, they were awed at how General Ling Xiao was truly General Ling Xiao, even a subordinate of his was so nice, causing others to feel as if visited by a balmy spring breeze. They began to plan, since the 23rd Division thought so well of the First Men's Military Academy, could it be that they would take in more cadets from the school this time? At that thought, the administrators' hearts heated up with excitement. They all prepared to return and pass on the word to all the instructors, telling them to encourage the students to apply for enlistment to the 23rd Division as much as possible. This fondness the administrators had for the 23rd Division would continue on indefinitely after this. In future, every year, they would not forget to remind the instructors to encourage their students to choose enlistment with the 23rd Division as much as they could. This was Ling Xiao's personal charisma. He would always breed a favorable impression in others' hearts, and they would then choose to follow him without even knowing it. Wow, Daddy's awesome. Witnessing this scene, Little Four once again turned into a crazed fan, staring adoringly at Ling Xiao with his face cupped in his hands. At this moment, Little Four looked nothing like an intelligence entity one. Ling Lan stared up at the sky, speechless. She just knew that whenever Little Four met Ling Xiao, his systems would shut down and his higher functions would stop working. It looked like if she wanted to preserve Little Four's reliability, she would need to keep him away from Ling Xiao. This youth is pretty good. While we're here at the military academy, is it possible to ask this student to accompany us and take us around the school, so that we can better understand things? Ling Xiao requested from the administrators smilingly as he pointed at Ling Lan. The administrators naturally clamored to agree. Didn't this mean that the 23 RD Division's interest in the school was that much greater? This was a good thing. They must support this. This move of Ling Xiao's instantly threw Ling Lan's plans out the window too, causing Ling Lan to silently gnash her teeth. It looked like Little Four would be unable to help her for a long time after this. Just like that, within the First Men's Military Academy, the first meeting between the Ling Xiao and Ling Lan father-daughter pair went by so unremarkably without drawing anyone's attention. Oh, no, well that was not quite true. After the representative of the 23rd Division assessment team had walked a distance away, Luo Lang, who had been standing right beside Ling Lan, asked her softly with a face filled with confusion, "Boss Lan, you know that person?" Ling Lan quirked a brow, answering with just a look, as if asking why Luo Lang was asking this question. "I felt your aura become a little unsteady earlier," said Luo Lang uncertainly. Ever since subduing all his secondary personalities, Luo Lang's sixth sense had become extremely sensitive. He was now able to pick up the emotions of those he cared about, like how Ling Lan had obviously felt a little troubled earlier. "Tell you when we get back," Ling Lan replied lowly. Since her dad was here, she believed that her old man absolutely would not leave quietly without a trace. He would definitely cause some trouble. Moreover, she too wanted to let her dad meet these companions by her side. She wanted to tell her father that these companions were her most treasured brothers and that she hoped Ling Xiao would value them highly as well. At this time, Ling Lan still had not realized that her current actions were just like that of a child on the cusp of growing up seeking a parent's approval. Luo Lang nodded his head at her reply and said nothing more. This was because the welcoming ceremony had not ended yet. There were still a few more assessment teams from both the divisions and the independent armies about to arrive. 3 days were enough to make even these youths with excellent physical constitutions feel thoroughly wrung out. When the administrators finally declared the end of their task, the youths all cheered wildly, extremely grateful that they had finally left this abyss of misery behind. Truth be told, even though the whole thing seemed to only be a few simple movements, standing at attention, lining up, and saluting, the mental pressure the youths were under belied their casual demeanors. These soldiers who were here for the assessment were all battle-hardened soldier kings from various battlefields. An oppressive cloud of killing intent hung around them, constantly challenging the psychological resilience of these youths at every turn. Facing these strong and formidable examiner soldiers, the youths had been able to perform their duties so perfectly, composed and assured, unusually calm and undisturbed, all because of Ling Lan's daily bombardment with her own aura. This allowed the youths to become used to this type of killing intent within the shortest period of time possible. In the end, they had persevered and completed their mission flawlessly. At the same time, they had also left an extremely favorable impression with those assessment team representatives. This established solid foundations for their future development, no matter which army division they went to. As long as they mentioned being part of this year's reception team, those officers would view them with different eyes. It went without question that their future development would definitely not be too bad. It was worth mentioning that those excellent youths had still been frightened badly by that Major General of the 23rd Division. The moment the other had appeared, they had sensed the horrifying force of presence emanating from that Major General's body. It was almost enough to crumble their composure instantly. If the other had not stopped to speak with Ling Lan, thus dissipating this pressure, they might not have been able to hold up for long. This also made them secretly admire the 23rd Division even more, as expected of General Ling Zhao's man. Compared to the other divisions, the 23 RD Division's representative was clearly much more impressive. This caused these youths to revere the 23rd Division greatly. For years later quite a number of students would choose the 23rd Division as their enlistment goal. This was certainly a beautiful misunderstanding. Just think, if the full force of Ling Lan's presence at optimal peak of Qi Jin was unleashed, it would naturally exceed the pressure exerted by a regular officer. Besides that, the visiting officers were afraid to put too much pressure on the students, so they had all tamped down on their force of presence. Thus, these students had the false impression that the 23rd Division was much stronger compared to the other teams. Furthermore, Ling Xiao was a god-class operator. Even if he was fully suppressing his presence, when the gap between the realms of two parties was too wide, mere proximity would be enough for the weaker party to feel a tremendous pressure. This was also why those students had felt the pressure so keenly. However, when Ling Xiao had spoken with his daughter, his mood had become joyful, which had subconsciously relaxed his defensive aura, thus reducing that pressure by a significant amount. In fact, it was precisely this kind of moment that would be a prime opportunity to assassinate Ling Xiao. It had to be said that Ling Xiao's only two weaknesses were Lan Luofeng and Ling Lan. Thus, it wasn't that those other representatives were not strong. The father-daughter duo of Ling Xiao and Ling Lan were just too strong, which was why such a wondrous misunderstanding was created. After bidding farewell to the other team members, Ling Lan led Luo Lang back to their villa. Before Ling Lan could tell Luo Lang the truth, however, Ling Lan received a notification from the school administrators. The message said that there were representatives from the 23rd Division on their way to her villa for a tour. At the end of the message, the administrators did not forget to remind Ling Lan to try and find chances to extol the virtues of the school. If the academy did well, then everyone would be even better off. Ling Lan hung up the call with a frigid expression on her face, while the news made Han Jijian and the others exchange looks. The assessment teams had nothing to do with them freshmen, so why did this person from the 23rd Division want to come find them? Right then, they were a little blind, having forgotten for the moment that the commander of the 23rd Division was Ling Lan's dad, Ling Xiao. Alright, since Ling Lan had never spoken much about Ling Xiao in front of them, as time went by, they had almost completely neglected the fact that Ling Xiao was Ling Lan's father. This was a classic example of missing something in plain sight. It could only be said that, in their minds, Ling Lan was formidable enough in her own right to make them forget about Ling Xiao's existence. Hells, what other tricks is that idiot father planning? A grumpy Ling Lan could only wait in the living room for her dad to arrive, her expression frosty. Seeing Boss Lan shrouded in cold air, everyone knew that Ling Lan was in a bad mood. By now, Luo Lang could already confirm that his boss most definitely knew that Major General back there. Among those coming to the villa, other than the representative from the school administration, there were only 3 people from the 23rd Division. The leader was Ling Xiao, while the other two trailed behind him silently. When Ling Xiao stepped into the hall of the villa, the other two men automatically chose two strategic positions and planted themselves there. Seeing this, Ling Lan knew that these two must be her dad's personal bodyguards because of the positions they had chosen. One was at the window. The range of sight at the window was vast, allowing him to have a firm grasp of the situation outside. Meanwhile, the other was standing at a position that would be almost overlooked by all the people in the hall, but where all the people would be clearly captured by his gaze. In other words, any strange movements by the people within the hall would be seen by him. One obvious, one unassuming, one outward-facing, one internal, their cooperation was impeccable. Ling Xiao nodded at Ling Lan's group of 6 with a smile. Under the administrator's arrangement, he sat on a sofa in the hall and began chatting amicably with Ling Lan's group, getting a rough idea of their situation. Then, he conversed for a bit with the administrator, and finally, by his request, the representative from the administration had no choice but to leave reluctantly. Of course, when he left, the administrator did not forget to throw a pointed glance in Ling Lan's direction. Once the administrator was gone, there was only Ling Lan's team left in the villa and Ling Xiao's group of 3. Only then did Ling Xiao drop his scholarly gentleman demeanor, shaking out his arms as he leaned back into the sofa and grumbled, "Speaking with them is really so tiring." The way he was behaving, loose and relaxed like he was in his own home, made the corners of the eyes of his 2 bodyguards twitch subtly. In their minds, they were probably howling, "Sir, please maintain some bit of the decorum and dignity a general should have." Of course, this behavior also made Qi Long and the others stare at one another, uncertain what they should do. If this were a proper conversation, they might still know what they could say, but this type of situation was beyond their expectations, so they really had no clue how to react anymore. Unanimously, they all turned to look at their boss Ling Lan. Ling Lan had his arms folded across his chest as he stared coldly at the other. All right, boss was definitely in a bad mood. They had better keep their distance. Surreptitiously, Han Jijian, Xie, and Lin Zhongqing retreated several steps back in unison. Han Jijian was a staunch brother, not forgetting to tug on Qi Long's arm to alert this rather insensitive fellow. Qi Long stared in confusion as the 3 put some distance between themselves and Boss Lan, but then he checked his boss's aura. Fine, he may be a bit insensitive, but his animal instinct let him understand that Han Jijian and the others were acting appropriately. And so, he followed suit instantly to retreat, and holding true to the ideology of helping a comrade who had suffered with him before, he did not forget to alert Luo Lang while he was at it. Just like this, Luo Lang also realized the danger and retreated silently. These actions only took several seconds to complete. If one was not paying attention, the 5 of them would seem to have dashed back at about the same time. Perhaps the cold air around Ling Lan was rather aggressive. It took a while, but Ling Xiao finally discovered that his daughter did not seem to welcome his arrival. He quickly stood up and said with an awkward smile, "Cadet, has our visit troubled you?" "What do you think?" "Sir Major General," responded Ling Lan coolly. She could already predict that her initially peaceful and tranquil cadet life would definitely be destroyed by her old man. Truth be told, Ling Lan's cadet life had never been tranquil from the start. Could this be considered Ling Lan willfully trumping up a charge to condemn Ling Xiao? 2-inch. Ling Lan's retort caused Lin Zhongqing and Xie to suck in a cold breath. Was it really okay to use this kind of hostile attitude when interacting with a major general from the 23rd Division? Only Han Jijian seemed to have an inkling spark through his mind, but it went by so quickly that he could not grab hold of it. This made him crinkle his brow and descend into thought. Those 2 bodyguards of Ling Xiao also frowned at the same time. Ling Lan's manner made them extremely angry. As Ling Xiao's personal bodyguards, they would not permit anyone to show any disrespect to their senior officer, especially since this senior officer was also the one they revered the most. The only one who was still as cheerful as ever was Ling Xiao. He did not mind Ling Lan's attitude in the least. In short, no matter what expression or motions his daughter did, in this father's eyes, they were all perfect and wonderful. "See, this is my daughter. Her proud bones would absolutely never break just from a show of greater power. As expected of a progeny of mine, Ling Xiao's." In the eyes of this 24 filial exemplar's dad, his own child was absolutely faultless. If by any chance there was any fault, then it still must be the fault of other people. Thus, an internally gleeful Ling Xiao walked towards Ling Lan, all smiles as he opened his arms wide and said, "In short, for this duration of time at the academy, I'll be troubling you." Ling Xiao moved forwards, planning to use a passionate hug to convey how proud he was right now, as well as give an outlet for his full birth of fatherly love. This passionate action of Ling Xiao's made the complexions of Ling Lan's team of 5 pale. Having already retreated a distance away previously, they once again took several steps back right now in unison, putting even more distance between them and Ling Lan. They knew very well that their boss really hated any physical contact with strangers. Even with them, unless absolutely necessary, he would not come close and touch them, much less this type of passionate embrace. Han Jijian could not help but peek at Boss Lan, who was emitting a steady flow of cold air, standing stiffly right ahead of them. He hoped his boss would be able to just tolerate this hug this time. After all, the other was a major general of the 23rd Division. If they offended the other. Wait, something was not right. Wasn't the 23rd Division Ling Lan's father's division? Han Jijian's brain finally seemed to figure something out. He turned his head to stare gobsmacked at that obviously affectionate Major General, and a notion sparked through his mind. Reality proved that Ling Lan would not resign herself to things she disliked. She abruptly raised a fist and plowed it straight into the offending person's abdomen. Bam, and Ling Lan sent her dad reeling back into the sofa with one punch. This extremely blatant attack made the 2 men by Ling Xiao's side blanch dramatically. They had planned to intercept the attack, but they had been frozen in place by a tremendous force of presence at that instant. Bewildered, they stared at their senior officer, not even daring to struggle. This was because they were well aware who was the source of this force of presence. It was precisely their leader, General Ling Xiao. Looking at Ling Xiao playing up how pitiful he was by laying on the sofa cradling his stomach with a pained expression, Ling Lan blew on her own fists lightly and then asked coldly, "What are you doing here?" "I missed you," said Ling Xiao, his gaze sad and pleading. Despite appearances, he was actually extremely glad in his heart, because this behavior of Ling Lan's proved that his daughter had already recognized him even with his disguise. As expected of his daughter, what keen and discerning eyes, able to see the truth with just one glance. "You actually abandoned the 23rd Division so irresponsibly to come here? Is that how a commander should act?" Ling Lan's ice-block face finally cracked as she bellowed in a deep voice. Why had she thought that Ling Xiao was a responsible and good man worthy of trust? Sure enough, the idealized image in her heart was having a serious mismatch with reality. Ling Lan felt that she had been duped. This bellow stupefied Qi Long and the others. They stared in shock at that Major General sitting on the sofa cradling his stomach, his eyes the only thing exposed on his face. So he was the gentle-mannered and refreshing like a spring breeze national idol, General Ling Xiao. Only Han Jijian let out a soft sigh, thinking, so it is him. I missed my son, so what's wrong with coming to visit him? Since his charade had been exposed by his daughter, Ling Xiao no longer tried to pretend. He sat up properly on the sofa and tugged down that rather stifling mask, declaring why he had come with bold righteousness. Beneath the mask was, as expected, that handsome face which the entire Federation was crazy about. On it was Ling Xiao's trademark smile, still as likable and respectable as ever. Ling Xiao's words made his 2 bodyguards stare in shock at Ling Lan. Although they had always known General Ling Xiao had a child, they had not known the particulars, much less that he was studying at the 1st Men's Military Academy. No wonder the general had randomly decided to come here this time, he was probably here to see his child. Realization flashed through the 2 bodyguards' eyes, and they turned unanimously to stare somewhere else, showing that they were unconcerned with their senior officer's private matters. But clearly, their ears were perked up high, deep inside, they were still very curious about how General Ling Xiao interacted with his son. These straightforward words of Ling Xiao, filled with fatherly love, left Ling Lan somewhat uncertain on how to react. Mind you, when they had first met, Ling Xiao's demeanor had been extremely reserved. It should be said that, having been absent for the 16 years of Ling Lan's life when she had been growing up, Ling Xiao was completely clueless about how he should express his fatherly love. Equally flustered, both Ling Lan and Ling Xiao had been trying to adapt to their new roles, trying to accept each other's existence. Unexpectedly, after this time apart, seeing Ling Xiao again, her father had actually changed his original warm but reserved manner completely, becoming extremely aggressive in his approach. I am your father, so you must accept me. But this type of Ling Xiao was something Ling Lan was not ready for, so she actually did not know what to do anymore. She couldn't very well say coyly back that she did not need her dad to miss her, right? This type of flirtatious conversation was really inappropriate between them. Therefore, Ling Lan could only react with silence. You've been gone for so long, we all miss you a lot. Also, your mom has been worried these days whether you're adapting well to life in the military academy, so when she found out about this opportunity, she asked me to come and see. Ling Xiao saw Ling Lan staying silent and felt that something was up, so after once more expressing how much he had missed his daughter, he decisively pushed the blame one onto his wife. Before outsiders, ahem, he still had to maintain his dignity as a general somehow. Ling Lan peered coldly at him, then replied evenly, tell Mum that I'm fine on all fronts here. And also, if you are missing your son, I recommend, Father, that you go back and discuss things over with Mum. Based on the current situation, the both of you could just birth another one. At that time, you won't have the free time for your mind to stray anymore. That's a matter for later. Ling Xiao could only chuckle awkwardly at this reply of Ling Lan's, which gave him no face, but he did not dare to say anything in return. Who asked him to owe his own daughter so much as a dad? The fact remained that it was all his fault, putting aside his disappearance for 16 years, why did he have to make such a huge blunder right after he returned? Actually sending his own daughter right into the great wolves' den of the first men's military academy. Every time he thought of this, Ling Xiao could not help but stamp his feet and pound his chest, unbelievably frustrated and annoyed. Although Ling Xiao had received a blow from Ling Lan, his extraordinarily strong heart was completely fine. He continued to carry out his plan with determination. Yes, before he had to leave the military academy, he intended to capture the heart of his daughter and let her call him Daddy with full sincerity, not this cold and emotionless address she was using now. Just imagining his daughter coyly and adorably calling him Daddy, he felt ardor and zeal coursing through his blood. Right then, Ling Xiao had conveniently ignored reality. Would Ling Lan, with her typically cold domineering unruly swag, really morph into a delicate and cute persona and address someone coyly? Clearly, Ling Xiao's imaginings would absolutely never become reality. Before Ling Lan, even Ling Xiao had to back off sometimes. His initially warm smile filled with boundless sunshine even seemed a little awkward now, but it was precisely this conciliatory and compromising display of fatherly love which caused a multitude of feelings to well up in the hearts of Qi Long and the others. Some of them were even looking at their boss with admiration and reverence, as expected of their boss Lan. Even in the face of General Ling Xiao, he could be so collected and domineering. Relating the relationship between Ling Xiao and Ling Lan to their relationships with their own fathers, all of them felt like crying. Why was Boss Lan's father, General Ling Xiao, so good-tempered, so warm and nice, and so tolerant? When they thought about their own dads back home with angry slanted brows and full of criticism, they began to wonder whether they had been wild children randomly picked up from somewhere. 2-inch. It had to be said that Ling Xiao's method of expressing his fatherly love had hurt the souls of these children. As a result, after reflecting on this pain, Ling Lan's band of little companions all decided that when they returned home, they would raise their flags and fight for independence, beginning their prolonged revolutionary life. This would also cause their fathers to stab knives at Ling Xiao's image in the dark depths of the night when no one else was around. Against this move of Ling Xiao's, even the composed Ling Lan was helpless and relented. How could Ling Lan have known that this national idol, this supreme elite of the Federation, would actually be this thick-skinned? Ling Lan, who had always not been good at expressing herself, could only rub her nose at this time, keeping her silence once again. She couldn't very well heartlessly chase away her dad who had traveled all this way to visit her. At the heart of it, this behavior of Ling Xiao's had still moved Ling Lan considerably. Right then, she truly felt like she was a wild and unruly daughter being spoilt and pampered by her father. Who was Ling Xiao? He immediately sensed the softening of his daughter's heart and was instantly overjoyed, convinced that he had done the right thing. Honestly, regarding how Ling Lan had always been unwilling to accept him as her daddy, Ling Xiao had been very anxious despite feeling resigned to it. After saying goodbye to Ling Lan previously, he had constantly been thinking how he could resolve this distance between Ling Lan and him. Ling Xiao had never been a father before, so suddenly having a daughter emerge out of nowhere made him exceedingly flustered, unsure how to communicate with her. Although Ling Xiao did not know what to do, he was someone who was willing to learn. Thus, even while he was working on establishing the 23rd Division, he had not forgotten to purchase lots of reading materials about parent and child relationships from the virtual network. Outside work, whenever he had the free time, he would hide away in his study and pore over these books. Diligently, trying hard to seek a solution to his problem. After reading through countless books, he finally felt it was time to progress to the next stage. Thus, he had decisively grabbed the chance to come down here to the military academy and rushed over excitedly, prepared to sweep away this issue that had been plaguing him for so long in one concerted attempt. In short, he would definitely become the most perfect daddy in his daughter's eyes. Therefore, the moment they met, he had followed the instructions of the books. Fatherly love should not be hidden. It must be explicitly expressed, otherwise your child will not feel it and think you do not love him. Only by letting your child feel your love will he accept you, and only then can you establish a close relationship with your child. Of course, when Ling Xiao read those books, he was absolutely ignoring that line of extremely small print at the bottom of the covers. This book is only suitable for use on babies aged 0 to 3. Ling Xiao felt as if he had gained something, which made him even more convinced of the efficacy of the book's guidance. All smiles, he looked towards the few youths standing behind Ling Lan and said kindly, "You all must be Ling Lan's good friends. It's a pleasure meeting you all for the first time. And also, thank you all for taking care of Ling Lan all this while." Ling Xiao's friendly manner flustered Qi Long and the others. Overwhelmed by this unexpected show of favor, they quickly replied, "Not at all, General Ling." Fine, having gotten used to the stern authoritative image of their own fathers, Ling Xiao's attitude of treating them like equals was undoubtedly a shock to them. Of course, at the same time, their expressions were dreamy. Even though they had long known that Ling Xiao was Ling Lan's father, they had never met him before. In their minds, Ling Xiao was still that national idol far away out of reach, their lifelong goal in their studies. And now, they had finally encountered their idol in the flesh in such close quarters. "You all are my son Ling Lan's good friends. Just call me Uncle Ling," said Ling Xiao with a wide smile. When Ling Lan heard this, the frost on her face thawed a little. Ling Xiao yelled a great big yes in his heart. Sure enough, to be a qualified dad, one must treat the little companions who played with one's child with a good attitude. This would make the child feel that they were respected, and they would just love you more and become even closer with you. "Yes, Uncle Ling." They looked at that face of Ling Xiao's which was so youthful it could almost pass off as their own elder brother's, and once more compared it to the grizzled faces of their dads adorned with white sideburns, and were instantly tearing up inside. This cry of "Uncle" was truly quite difficult for them. But they were well aware that these words of Ling Xiao meant that he had acknowledged them, accepting them as Ling Lan's confidants. Watching Ling Xiao conversing with Qi Long and the others with full sincerity, his attitude warm and an easy smile on his face, Ling Lan stared up into the sky, utterly speechless. Ling Lan knew her dad's charisma was boundless, but this was truly too much. With just a simple exchange of words, he had completely taken Qi Long and the other four in under his spell. Seeing their faces filled with idolization and adoration, Qi Long and the others might have already forgotten that they still had their boss by their side. This made Ling Lan feel a little wistful. As expected, she was still no match for her dad. Even more frightening was the fact that, in the mind space, Little Four had been screaming his adoration non-stop ever since Ling Xiao had arrived. He was making so much noise that her head hurt. Not only that, he was even complaining that Ling Lan was not giving him a chance to talk with Ling Xiao. His various antics expressing his gloom and sadness almost made Ling Lan resort to domestic violence once more. Luckily for Little Four, after being tempered by Instructor No. 5's countless perverse training torments, Ling Lan still managed to restrain herself before she went berserk. Still, right after, Little Four was heartlessly thrown by Ling Lan into a small dark room, and the world was instantly peaceful and quiet again. Ling Lan felt refreshed and at ease down to her very soul. However, Ling Lan's good mood soon turned sour again. This was because she could hear Qi Long and the others telling Ling Xiao everything that had happened ever since they had entered the military academy without any reservations. They told him how they had been pressed by the seniors since joining the school, forced to accept a wagered fight with Leingia, and how 3 members of the new cadet regiment had been injured heavily in the subsequent arena, requiring Boss Lan to use his mighty fist to settle the issue, etc. etc. Fine, telling him all this, so be it, but unexpectedly, that brat Luo Lang actually told Ling Xiao all about the incident with Tenji with a grieved expression on his face. When Ling Xiao heard that there were actually evil and manipulative students within the school that liked the same gender, his initially warm and genial smile finally cracked. With a boom, the livid Ling Xiao slapped a powerful palm down onto the only tea table 4 in the living room of Ling Lan's villa, pulverizing it into dust. Bastard, how dare he! Ling Xiao roared. His force of presence whipped free for an instant, and all the lights in the hall shattered with consecutive pops, plunging the entire villa into darkness. Apparently, his daughter, who was as lovely as flowers and jade, was still in so much danger even though she was disguised as a boy. Staring out into the pitch blackness before her, Ling Lan could no longer keep calm. Through gritted teeth, she said, "Dear father, are you planning to demolish our living quarters? And then let us sleep on the streets?" Ling Zhao's anger, which had been about to explode, deflated rapidly under this question of Ling Lan's, scattering to the winds. The entire hall was eerily silent for a few seconds, and then Ling Xiao could be heard to say carefully, "This. I really could not control it. I'm sorry, son, I'll take care next time." Next time? There would still be a next time. Ling Lan felt her head start to ache. She had known that her dad coming here would definitely not be calm and peaceful, but it still should not be to the extent of breaking her house down, right? In a very bad mood, Ling Lan's entire body was giving out endless cold air, dropping the temperature of the room instantly by several degrees, making the others in the room shiver involuntarily in the dark. Ling Xiao naturally knew that this was a sign that his daughter was truly enraged now, and so he could only ask hesitantly, "Then, what should we do?" "What to do? Of course we'll need to fix it. And also, father, do you expect me to fix it personally?" Ling Lan stretched out a porcelain hand with a cold expression, waving it in front of her dad's face. Ling Xiao naturally could not bear for his beloved daughter to do this kind of rough work, and so he said quickly, I'll fix it. Taking care of one's daughter was the solemn duty of a dad, not to mention that this accident was his fault anyway, he could not shirk the responsibility. "Sir, let us handle it," his bodyguards quickly stepped up to volunteer. If they let General Ling Xiao do such menial things himself, they could forget going back and just kill themselves here and now for the crime of doing so. Then I'll leave this to you both. Thank you for the trouble." Ling Xiao knew that if he insisted on doing it himself, these 2 bodyguards would definitely disembowel themselves and use their deaths to pay for the crime. In order to save 2 lives, he could only let them help him. "We'll help too." Although the 2 men who had volunteered were bodyguards, the insignia on their shoulders clearly marked them as majors. How could Qi Long and the others just sit around and watch the 2 majors repair their things? They quickly leapt up to lend a hand. In the face of the students' eagerness, the 2 bodyguards naturally would not refuse. Just like that, the few of them begun to clean up the mess Ling Xiao had made. In fact, the villa had its own self-automated sweeper and cleaning device, but unfortunately, Ling Xiao's burst of power had also destroyed those things as well. Thus, the group could only do things manually unless they sought out someone from the administration to come solve this, but that would be even more troublesome. Once everyone had begun busying themselves with their respective tasks, all of them leaving the hall, Ling Xiao turned to look at Ling Lan and said, "Do you want me to do anything, son?" Even though Ling Xiao really wanted to call his child, darling daughter, as level-headed and rational as he was, he would never commit such a base mistake and bring possible trouble to his daughter. "What can you do?" asked Ling Lan with a quirked brow. "They'll probably apply for enlistment, right?" Even if I cannot influence the other divisions, for the 23rd Division at least, I have the ability to refuse them, said Ling Xiao with a smile on the corners of his lips, still appearing as kindly and gentlemanly as ever. It was as if what he was saying had not one whit of personal motive leading to his abuse of power. Ling Lan decisively shook her head and said, "No need." "Why?" Ling Xiao was shocked by her response. He was sure his daughter must be angry at those who bullied her, and he truly wanted to help his daughter vent some of her anger. "This is between us students. There is no need to escalate things," said Ling Lan evenly. "Besides, even if they manage to qualify for the 23rd Division and become my rivals in the future, I'm not afraid of them now, and I won't be afraid of them in future either." Ling Lan stated all this with conviction, the confidence on her brow moving Ling Xiao greatly. "Boo-hoo-hoo, my daughter is just too amazing, she is just too aspirational." Inside Ling Xiao's mental landscape, his 24 filial exemplars dad mode was officially activated. He was all kinds of emotional inside, weeping freely and copiously. However, on the surface, he was as composed as usual. After a brief silence, he nodded and said, "That's how my son should be like. If they really apply for enlistment to the 23rd Division and pass, I'll take them all in, and as for the grudge between you and them." Ling Xiao's eyes gleamed brightly, "I'll let you handle it personally." As if not sensing the sudden spike in the pressure coming from Ling Xiao's body, Ling Lan continued to stand tall and replied steadily, "What I have said, I will do." Ling Lan's behavior made Ling Xiao both proud and sad at the same time. He was proud that his daughter was so independent and strong, but also sad over all the hardship his daughter had had to suffer to support the entire Ling family for these past 16 years. If he had not disappeared for those whole 16 years, how could Ling Lan have turned out like this? Believing that she had to handle everything herself. At this thought, Ling Xiao was filled with regret. In a low voice, he said, "I'm sorry, these past years have been hard on you." What these words were referring to, both Ling Xiao and Ling Lan understood very well without needing any further explanation. Ling Lan's heart throbbed, a complicated emotion stealing over her heart. For a moment, she did not know what to say, and the silence stretched out between father and daughter. Finally, Ling Lan raised her jaw and replied proudly, "I do not feel wronged. I feel that, this shall be one of the most colorful parts of my life. I am glad that I could experience all of that." Yes, if she had not impersonated a man, would she have made friends with this bunch of steadfast companions and become their boss, working hard and growing up together? At most, she would only have been able to become a girl much like Luo Chao or Han Shuya One, chatting about the things girls liked to chat about, fantasizing what their future husbands would look like too, but was that sort of life really what she wanted? Ling Lan mentally shook her head. She had already gotten used to her current thrilling roller coaster life with its dramatic ups and downs. A tranquil life would probably feel strange to her now. At the very least, she just could not imagine becoming that kind of sweet and delicate girl like Luo Chao. Becoming a tomboy like Han Shuya was perhaps a more likely possibility. At this thought, she began to miss those two girls, wondering how they were doing at the Federal Co-ed Military Starship Navigation Academy. "Alright, Ling Lan, you must remember what you've said today. I, Ling Xiao, am proud of you." A trace of emotion brushed across Ling Xiao's eyes. With a daughter like this, how fortunate was he? If he could, he would laugh wildly up into the skies, to better express the full swell of his happiness. "Father, I will not disappoint you." Ling Lan reeled back her nostalgic thoughts, speaking to Ling Xiao with a serious expression. Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction, but his heart was weeping. "Daughter, if you switch that, father, into, daddy, I'll be even happier." Right at that moment, the villa's hall was abruptly lit up. It turned out that Qilong and the others had finished repairing a small part of the light sources. The greatest contributor was Lin Zhongqing. He lived up to his role as the team's logistician, repairing all those devices at soonest notice. After that, under the intense repair work of these reactivated devices over the course of 10 minutes in the dark, Ling Lan's entire villa was once again restored to the light. Of course, not everything was as good as it had been previously, but at the very least, the lights were back on. And that was a good thing. Seeing this, Ling Lan felt that she could not keep her dad, this king of destruction, here any longer in order to save her villa from further catastrophe, so she said, "Father, the assessments begin tomorrow. You had better go back earlier and rest." Ling Xiao was touched. His daughter was really too considerate, fearing that he would become tired. In any case, he would not admit that his daughter was sick of him and wanted him out of her house. Though he was touched, Ling Xiao could not bear leaving his daughter so quickly. He was just about to say that he was not at all tired when Ling Lan suddenly lifted a brow and sent an icy look straight at her father, saying, "Don't you think so too, my father?" In particular, the two words, "my father," was greatly emphasized, pretty much squeezed out from between clenched teeth. Those phoenix eyes filled with an air of desolation, the subtle warning in her words, that demeanor and tone, was exactly alike when Lan Luophome was warning him. And so, Ling Xiao succumbed to tragedy, because he just God***men had no resistance at all to this kind of tone and demeanor. In the end, Ling Xiao could only leave Ling Lan's villa with a bellyful of resentment and reluctance. Of course, when he left, he did not forget to remind his daughter to report to the assessment point bright and early tomorrow. For a week from now, all of Ling Lan's time had been claimed by this shameless dad, Ling Xiao, and he seemed rather comfortable ordering his daughter around. After they had sent Ling Xiao off, Ling Lan let out a silent breath. Finally, this great bundle of trouble, her dad was gone. When she turned around to see those countless pairs of starry eyes, Ling Lan's headache became worse. It turned out that her troubles were just beginning. She still had to settle these 5 obviously overexcited and curious little followers before her eyes. At this thought, Ling Lan could not help but sigh long and loud. Other dads helped their daughters settle problems, so why was it that when it came to her, she as a daughter had to clean up the messes her dad made? As expected, she was not a winner in life in this world. She was not a global sweetheart, a female lead showered with the love of the masses. This was why her life was so tragic, filled with trials and tribulations. After Ling Xiao and the 2 bodyguards left Ling Lan's villa, they very quickly arrived at the nearest hover car stop, and waited for the next hover car to come. At this time, one of the bodyguards suddenly spoke up, "Sir, young Sir Lan is very strong." It was the one who had been closely watching Ling Lan and the others from his position in the corner of the hall all the while. "Don't call him young Sir Lan. Just Ling Lan will do," replied Ling Xiao with a subtle smile. "In future, he will be a soldier just like you all. At that time, the both of you will be his senior officers." "Yes, sir," said the 2 bodyguards in unison. Respect shone from their eyes. General Ling Xiao was just this sort of person, treating every single soldier objectively without caring about their personal statuses. Soon, the hover car arrived, and the bodyguards opened the door to the back seat, and Ling Xiao boarded the car and sat down. Then, the bodyguards split up. One sat at the back with Ling Xiao while the other sat in the front and swiftly entered the address of their lodgings in the military academy. And the hover car sped off. Seated inside the hover car, Ling Xiao still maintained that typical trademark smiling face of his, but the bodyguards by his side could clearly sense his unusually excellent mood. Ling Xiao was indeed very happy, because today's meeting had proven that Ling Lan's disguise was impeccable. After living with Qi Long and the other boys for so long, they had still not discovered that she was a girl. Just this ability alone would make it much harder for any outsiders to discover Ling Lan's secret. This caused a worry which had been weighing on him all this while to disappear. She only needed to endure for 4 years and it would all be over. When she reached her 5th year, he would definitely enlist his daughter into his army division and protect her from close quarters, and then provide her with a life that would truly belong to her. Ling Xiao mentally clenched a fist and made a promise to himself. Outside the regiment commander's office of Leitang headquarters, Lin Jidong suppressed his urge to flee and forced himself to press the doorbell. "Who is it?" A cold voice came from within. It was the voice of the current regiment commander of the Leitang Mecha clan, Xiao Ting. "Regiment commander, it is I, Lin Jidong." Lin Jidong sucked in a breath and stated in a still relatively steady voice. "Come in." At the same time that Xiao Lin's voice rang out, the room's door slid to the left. The first thing that came into Lin Jidong's sight was a well-built youth with a stern and frosty expression seated on the sofa on the right. He was Xiao Ting. Meanwhile, on a sofa to his side, another youth was seated. His expression was sinister and he was clearly a little younger than Xiao Ting, and he was currently looking at Lin Jidong with a wide smile. In fact, this person was actually seated in a position which was even more easily noticeable by anyone entering the room. However, Xiao Ting's aura was too powerful, unable to be ignored, which was why the first person Lin Jidong saw was Xiao Ting. Seeing the other youth, Lin Jidong's expression changed slightly, but he quickly recovered and forced himself to stay calm and walked through the doorway. As intelligent as he was, by now he had already realized that this youth must have come one step earlier to tattle to Regiment Commander Xiao. It looked like he would not be able to overcome this matter easily. Sit. Xiao Ting casually pointed at the sofa across from him, signaling Lin Jidong to sit down and speak. Lin Jidong sat down carefully, as if in the presence of a great enemy. This behavior of his made a mocking smirk appear on the corner of the other youth's lips. I heard Lin say that, a month ago, you initiated a wagered arena battle and lost. Right then, two deep furrows had appeared on the stern-faced youth's brow. It was clear to see how bad his mood was. Lin Jidong bowed his head, deeply ashamed. I am sorry, Regiment Commander. I was careless. The youth who had tattled was Xiao Ting's younger brother, Xiao Lin. Lin Jidong knew that no matter how he tried to explain, it would not stand up against one word from the regiment commander's own blood brother. The regiment commander most certainly had already formed his opinions beforehand, so he might as well admit the fault honestly. The regiment commander might be merciful this way. Xiao Ting said nothing. His right arm resting on the arm of the sofa, his index finger and middle finger were rubbing vigorously against his thumb. This was a habitual motion of his while in thought. Xiao Ting's silence made Lin Jidong even more afraid to say anything. He could only watch silently as he waited for Xiao Ting's decision. Freshman. Xiao Ting seemed to be inquiring, but also seemed to be talking to himself. Yeah, it's that bunch of arrogant freshmen. Even creating a new cadet regiment. Who knows whether in their second year, after entering Mecha piloting, this new cadet regiment will still be standing. Xiao Lin butted in with a face full of anger. He cast a cutting glare at Lin Jidong across from them and said resentfully, and our vice-regiment commander Lin, before fully understanding the other's true strength, impulsively suggested a wagered arena fight, losing all our Leitang's face, even helping to boost the new cadet regiment's reputation. Lin Jidong could only bend his head even lower, hunching into himself. Even if he knew Xiao Lin was saying all this because Xiao Lin was dissatisfied with his position, and so was intentionally mocking him, there was nothing untrue in what the other said. On this matter, his responsibility was indeed the greatest. His tactical error had caused Leitang's reputation to be greatly impacted, if not for the fact that the Tenji incident had coincidentally occurred right after, drawing away the attention of the entire school. Leitang's situation would have been much worse than how it was now. Jidong, so hastily rushing into a wagered arena fight and submitting a wager to fully absorb the other side into our Leitang, was there some special reason behind this? Xiao Ting stopped the motions of his fingers, peering intently at Lin Jidong as he asked. Lin Jidong looked up in astonishment. He had not expected Regiment Commander Xiao Ting to be willing to hear his explanations. This made Lin Jidong feel extremely grateful, his loyalty to Xiao Ting increasing by a level higher. He nodded solemnly and said, yes, there is one very important reason. I believe that taking in the new cadet regiment would push the power of our faction one step further. Even if we don't take in those punks, our Leitang will still be the #1 faction in the academy. Xiao Lin did not believe Lin Jidong's words at all, feeling that he was just making excuses. Lin Jidong seemed about to say something but stopped. Seeing this, Xiao Ting said, just speak if you have something to say. Lin is my younger brother, he will not spread what we say here lightly. Hearing this, Xiao Lin sent a glare in Lin Jidong's direction, believing that Lin Jidong was certainly doing this on purpose, trying to get his elder brother to think that he was unreliable. Lin Jidong knew that this time, Xiao Lin had truly been offended. Still, Lin Jidong could do nothing about it, who asked Xiao Lin to find him disagreeable. Till today, he did not know why this was so. Although Lin Jidong felt that Xiao Lin was untrustworthy with secrets, since the regiment commander had spoken, Lin Jidong could not continue to hedge. He passed a document he always kept on him over to Xiao Ting, and indicated for him to take a look. Xiao Ting flipped it open casually, and then he abruptly sat up straight, the expression on his face becoming grim and focused. Meanwhile, from the moment his brother had flipped open the first page, Xiao Lin had scampered over to peek at the document as well, and when he saw the grading of excellent and good attached to row after row of names, he too was dumbfounded. Xiao Ting snapped the file closed and asked sternly, "Is this document true?" Lin Jidong nodded heavily. "I retrieved it from the S-tier partition of the Academy mainframe. There can be no error." Xiao Ting stood up, pacing back and forth a few times before turning his head to ask, "Who else knows of this information?" Lin Jidong replied, "All the other vice-regiment commanders of Lei Tang know, but I've already told them clearly from the start that this information stays with us few. All of the documents were destroyed after they looked at it." "Good, well done." Xiao Ting shouted abruptly, a slight smile finally appearing on his austere face. He paced back and forth animatedly a few times in the room, involuntarily clenching his fists in his excitement and said, "Their joining would not only advance our Lei Tang by a step, it might even allow us to become the true rulers of the entire military academy." Xiao Ting's words made Lin Jidong excited as well. Worked up, he smiled and said, "Yes, that's what I thought back then, which was why I wanted to take in all these freshmen in one go before the other factions discovered this info." At this point, Lin Jidong's smile vanished, his excitement and adrenaline fading, leaving behind only endless regret. "Unfortunately, in the end, I messed up. I did not fully understand the depth of the new cadet regiment's strength, thus helping them increase their reputation instead." Lin Jidong's words made Xiao Ting's high spirits settle down as well. After some careful consideration, his mood turned up once more and he said, "No, the wagered fight this time did not turn out too terrible. Although Lei Tang's reputation has been damaged somewhat, the other side's wager has also given us another chance to integrate them into our ranks in the future." Lin Jidong raised his head in confused shock, unsure why Regiment Commander Xiao Ting would say this. Was he just trying to console him? "No, this is not consolation," said Xiao Ting, sensing Lin Jidong's confusion. "Didn't we promise to help the new cadet regiment fend off all harassment from the other factions for 2 years? This means that, in these 2 years' time, the new cadet regiment will still be right under our watch and will not be consolidated into any of the other factions. This wager gives us an excuse to pull the new cadet regiment under our wings, preventing any of the other factions from coveting them. Once the 2 years are up, that will be the chance for us, Lei Tang, to try our hand again." Xiao Ting's eyes were filled with fire. Just the information in this document alone was worth Lei Tang spending 2 years' time to wait and plan. Just thinking about how he would have a chance to accomplish such a great undertaking, Xiao Ting's face was flushed with vigor and excitement. Finally, he forcefully suppressed the emotional upheaval in his heart and turned to look at Xiao Lin, whose head was spinning in confusion from the other two's conversation, and warned the other, "Lin, everything that you've heard or seen today, not one word can be leaked to the outside. Otherwise, don't blame me for skinning your hide." The unforgiving cold glint in Xiao Ting's eyes scared Xiao Lin so much that he shuddered, emphatically shaking his head and saying, "Never, never, I would never." Xiao Lin did not dare to disobey. He knew well that his elder brother was an absolutely ruthless person when the occasion called for it, so he would truly do what he dared to threaten. He really did not want to be skinned alive by his brother. But 2 years later, when you, regiment commander, enter an army division for your practical training, if the new cadet regiment produces another 1 or 2 genius mecha operators, I fear that our odds of winning a wagered fight will not be very high still. Having lost once, Lin Jidong had become extremely cautious. Without Xiao Ting holding the fort, he still felt that it was rather risky. At these words, Xiao Lin said angrily, "Don't worry. 2 years from now, I'll definitely be able to take on the heavy responsibilities of my elder brother and make Lei Tang even bigger and better." Xiao Lin had always considered himself to be the next regiment commander of Lei Tang, so Lin Jidong's words had once again pricked and irritated him. Yes, he disliked Lin Jidong so much because the other did not take him seriously, thinking he was an incapable fool, but his mecha skills were clearly not bad, able to place him within the top 5 in his class. Xiao Lin had never considered the fact that his mecha class was not a special class, merely a regular class. Lin, shut up. Xiao Ting, who had always been gentle and courteous with his own younger brother, instantly berated the other angrily when he heard such foolish and self-deluded words coming from Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin heard Xiao Ting's angry roar and glared back with an expression of stubborn indignation. However, his eyes were already turning red, a wounded sort of feeling expressed by his gaze. Seeing Xiao Lin like this caused Xiao Ting to sigh helplessly. Mecha piloting is not as simple as you imagine it to be. When you advance to intermediate mecha warrior level, I'll bring you with me to a clan battle and let you properly experience the depths of mecha piloting. He was the reason why Xiao Lin, who did not have much talent in the way of mecha piloting, had refused to listen to the advice of their family and had stubbornly insisted to apply for the mecha piloting specialization in the first academy. Although his ability qualified him for the regular mecha class, in the long run, it was impossible for him to develop to Xiao Ting's level. Still, Xiao Ting knew that Xiao Lin had not given up. He worked very hard. When no one was looking, he had always been training hard in his mecha control. Xiao Lin was willing to use hard work to compensate for his lack of talent. This made Xiao Ting unable to say anything discouraging, only able to sigh in the end. Lin Jidong wisely sidestepped this matter between the two Xiao brothers, pretending that he knew nothing. After comforting Xiao Lin, Xiao Ting turned his head to say to Lin Jidong, "Don't worry. We have to spend 6 years in the military academy. Even if we go off for practical training in an army division, we will still be military academy students and can still fight on behalf of Leingia." Lin Jidong lifted his head in pleasant surprise. "Regiment commander, you're saying that?" "Yes, 2 years later, I will return once more with my mecha battle squad and host this wagered fight. After subduing the new cadet regiment, in his final year, he would utterly conquer the entire military academy and accomplish his grand goal of complete domination." Sheer naked ambition flashed through Xiao Ting's eyes. Meanwhile, in the upcoming 2 years, the new cadet regiment would constantly be on Xiao Ting's mind, always within the sphere of his attention. In Li Lanfeng's villa, 3 uninvited guests were there once again, and their expressions were extremely solemn. These 3 were Zhao Jun, Han Yu, and Wei Ji. Seated in the living room flipping through video data, Li Lanfeng saw them drop in suddenly for a visit and stared at them in confusion. He asked, "Why are your expressions so horrible? What has happened?" Zhao Jun's face was dark as he said, "According to the latest news, the Thunder King has come out of closed-door meditation." Li Lanfeng's finger jerked to a stop in the middle of swiping across the screen, then resumed its motion without any fuss. He asked, "He advanced?" Han Yu sneered and said, "Yes, he has become the first genius mecha operator in our school who managed to advance to ace operator in his 4th year. Everyone is saying that he will be the next General Ling Xiao. This is a good thing. When the time comes for us to apply for enlistment with the divisions, it won't be like this year where the divisions are being perfunctory, only sending some small fry to handle things," Li Lanfeng replied nonchalantly. "Li Lanfeng, stop looking at that." Han Yu blocked the screen in Li Lanfeng's hands with a palm. Peering at Li Lanfeng, he said, "Don't you know what this means?" Li Lanfeng regretfully set the miniature display in his hands aside, lifted his head, and said, "I know. The Thunder King's ascension to ace mecha operator means that he has truly become the number 1 within the military academy. We are no longer able to threaten his top position. Not just that. I'm also worried that he'll take the opportunity to dominate the entire school, perhaps even merging all the factions of the school together to become the true king of the military academy," said Wei Ji with a frown. His initial calm and unruffled air had completely disappeared at this moment. It was clear to see how great a blow the ascension of the Thunder King was to him. "He won't. He has just advanced to ace, his realm isn't stable yet. The Thunder King will not act against us so quickly." After some thought, Li Lanfeng outright denied this possibility. "There will come a day when his realm will settle. We all know that the Thunder King has wanted to be the military academy's true king for a very long time," said Han Yu worriedly. "King, is it?" This querying tone of Li Lanfeng was airy, and a chill seemed to envelop the other 3, only for the sensation to vanish in the very next second. Startled, they stared at Li Lanfeng. He still had a smile on his face, and the warm air around his body had not shifted for even a moment. It was as if that brief sense of cold had just been their imagination. If we want to stop him from becoming the king of the academy, we can only become even stronger. Li Lanfeng did not seem to sense the other three's shock, directly offering his own opinion. Although we have all advanced to special class operator, aside from Zhao Jun, Wei Ji and I are both newbie special class operators. Being able to stabilize this realm is already not easy, not to mention raising our level further. Probably only Zhao Jun has hope of advancing to ace operator, right? Han Yu turned to look at the hulking physique of Zhao Jun with a hopeful expression, hoping that he would be able to hear some good news from him. Zhao Jun shook his head. I've not sensed the possibility of advancing to ace operator. For the near future, I can only solidify my own abilities as a special class mecha operator. Zhao Jun's words made disappointment emerge on Han Yu's and Wei Ji's faces. An ace operator who had stabilized his realm would be able to easily handle up to 5 or 6 special class operators. Even if their Wuji Mecha clan sent out a team of special class operators to gang up on him, they would be no match for the Thunder King. Furthermore, the Thunder King had other strong and powerful teammates by his side as well, and those people were also special class operators themselves. I never said that becoming stronger meant advancing to ace operator level. That's something that depends on serendipity which cannot be forced. Following their discussion, Li Lanfeng could tell that they had misunderstood his meaning, so he quickly spoke up to clarify. If we cannot advance to ace operator level, then how do we become stronger? Han Yu's face instantly became grim and dark. He really hated this demeanor of Li Lanfeng's, which seemed to say he had everything under control, as if indirectly showing them up as idiots. But it just so happened that they currently could not separate themselves from Li Lanfeng's strategic planning. Every time they sought out Li Lanfeng, Han Yu always felt as if his face as regiment commander was smacked thoroughly by Li Lanfeng. Since we cannot beat him individually, we can only obtain victory through numbers. Li Lanfeng did not seem to sense Han Yu's displeasure, still composed as he calmly stated his recommendation. Numbers. Leitang is the number 1 faction in our school, and it also has the most members among all the factions. What numbers will we use to obtain victory? Hearing what Li Lanfeng had to say, Han Yu's face turned even darker. Was this Li Lanfeng messing around with him? Leitang is indeed the faction with the greatest numbers in our school. None of our other factions can match up to it. But what if we combine 2 factions together? Or perhaps even 3 or 4 factions? Li Lanfeng felt that the current situation did not allow for units to battle individually anymore. It was time for the factions to work together to bring down Leitang. Li Lanfeng's words made Han Yu's and Wei Ji's eyes light up. Even as Han Yu was moved by the proposition, he could not help but hesitate a little. Who knows if Tenji and Doha Central would be willing to collaborate? If their 3 factions joined forces, even though the Thunder King had advanced to ace operator, Leitang still would not be able to eat them all. If we want the Doha faction to work with us, I do have a plan. Right now, Tenji is at their lowest. If both your factions challenge them at the same time, I believe that our rankings will go up a little. Once we become the second faction and gain Doha as an ally, we can work with some other factions. Even without Tenji, that will not affect our going up against Leitang. Li Lanfeng dutifully outlined his plan to Han Yu. As for whether Wuji could climb over that necessary step, that would depend on whether Han Yu had enough resolution as a leader. Han Yu's complexion was shifting rapidly, his eyes met Wei Ji's and there was an exchange of opinions. Li Lanfeng's recommendation had perfectly scratched the itch nestled deep within Han Yu's heart. He did not dare to oppose Leitang, but he had been eyeing Tianji's number 2 position for all this time. And now, with Li Lanfeng's reminder, he realized that it was truly a great opportunity to snatch the position of second. He was moved. Finally, Han Yu stood up abruptly and slammed a heavy fist onto the tea table before him. Through clenched teeth, he said, "Let's do it." Having found some direction, Han Yu and Wei Ji quickly said goodbye to Li Lanfeng, while Zhao Jun planned to stay back for a while longer. According to him, Han Yu and Wei Ji were going to busy themselves planning and arranging this matter, and these were things he hated the most, so they should leave him out of it. As long as they told him the time and place of the operation once they were done discussing, that would do. Han Yu and Wei Ji did not force him, for they knew Zhao Jun was a fierce brute who was all brawn and little brain. And besides, they were indeed returning to look for the top ranks of the Wuji Mecha clan to discuss things, such as how to best use this chance to join forces with Doha and push Tenji off its pedestal to obtain the number 2 position in one go. As such, Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng, as external collaborators, were indeed rather unsuitable to be present at their meeting with the upper ranks of Wuji. Zhao Jun walked the two out of Li Lanfeng's villa and then returned to the living room. He peered intently at Li Lanfeng for several seconds and then asked, "You're really that nice?" Knowing how black-bellied Li Lanfeng was so far and how he liked to entrap others, Zhao Jun just did not believe Li Lanfeng would be so generous this time and give out such a good suggestion freely. Li Lanfeng stretched leisurely, cast an accusatory glance back at Zhao Jun, and said, "I've always been very nice, okay?" He definitely would not admit that he was a black-bellied fellow. Always? Zhao Jun's lips twitched. These words were just too fake. Fine, I do indeed have some small ulterior motive. I want to know, when the Thunder King is still unable to become the true king of the military academy after advancing to ace operator level, will he be angry enough to vomit blood? Admittedly Lanfeng with a laugh. He too felt that his previous words were too far off the mark. Lanfeng, do you hate the Thunder King very much? After a beat of silence, Zhao Jun suddenly spoke up to ask. Li Lanfeng's smile stiffened as he turned back to ask incredulously, "Zhao Jun, why would you think that?" Frankly, whether or not the Thunder King manages to consolidate all the factions in the school has nothing at all to do with us. We might be collaborators with Wuji today, but we might not be tomorrow. We have had no issues in contention at all with the Thunder King, but every scheme of yours seems to be setting up roadblocks in the Thunder King's path to becoming king. I can't help but suspect your motives. Zhao Jun was very frank. He, like Li Lanfeng, was from a third-rate planet. It could be said that qualifying for the first men's military academy was definitely a 1 in a million chance. Therefore, besides them, no one else from their respective planets had managed to get in. This caused them to feel like they did not belong to any of the factions. Many times, Zhao Jun felt as if Li Lanfeng was just playing with the world around him. With deft and skillful manipulations, he would incite conflicts between several large factions, like just now, especially hopeful that they would actually break out into a great fight. Zhao Jun's words made Li Lanfeng laugh once more. I have no grudge against the Thunder King, but just imagine this, the Thunder King has everything within his grasp, but because of us small fishes from third-rate planets, his path to domination becomes riddled with difficulties and challenges, so much so that he will not succeed. Don't you think that's very interesting? You. Zhao Jun gaped at Li Lanfeng in shock. He had never known that Li Lanfeng was holding such thoughts. I only want to prove that even if we come from third-rate planets, we can still stir up a storm of bloody trouble within this military academy. Even though I am still weak and vulnerable right now, I can still prevent that person from becoming king. The smiling Li Lanfeng adeptly secreted his true thoughts deep within his heart. There were some secrets that should never be shared. Zhao Jun could only shake his head in resignation at those words. All right, your words are convincing. I would also like to see if that Thunder King can overcome all the difficulties to climb to the pinnacle of the school. Watching the show and whatnot were the things he most liked to do. Even though Li Lanfeng still had a smile on his face, there was an emptiness in his eyes, along with endless coldness. I have another question. If we plan to ally with other factions to go against the Thunder King, why do you want Wuji to go challenge Tenji? That's obviously against your original plan. Zhao Jun very quickly came up with another question. He was not at all as simple-minded as Han Yu and the others thought he was. The things he needed to know, he picked up on them much better than Han Yu and the others would. Compared to the Thunder King, you hate Tenji even more. Knowing Li Lanfeng too well, Zhao Jun stated his conclusion with conviction. So, even if the timing is inappropriate, you still egged on Han Yu and the others to act against Tenji. Why is that? Have you not heard about the horrific incident which happened a few days ago? Hearing Zhao Jun ask this question, Li Lanfeng's smile finally disappeared. The murder of Shermingi. That was the first thing that sprang to Zhao Jun's mind. Since Tenji had such a shameless and despicable vice-regiment commander, it's about time they paid the price, said Li Lanfeng coldly. At this moment, he no longer had any trace of warmth around him. It was clear to see how deep his hatred of this sort of thing ran too. The enlistment assessments at the military academy officially commenced. Almost all of the attention of the cadets were drawn by this major assessment. As the leader of his assessment team, Ling Xiao had to be present for the first day at least. This made Ling Lan feel as if her time was her own again. These past few days, Ling Xiao had made Ling Lan bring him all around the school, his excuse being that he wanted to understand the conditions of his daughter's campus. Regarding this, Ling Lan was extremely disdainful of Ling Xiao. Could it be that when her dad was giving this reason, he had completely forgotten that he himself had graduated from this very school 20 years ago? Of course, Ling Lan understood inside that this was just her dad finding opportunities to get closer to her. After all, having been absent for 16 years, whether it was Ling Xiao himself or Ling Lan, they both needed this kind of opportunity. Thus, Ling Lan may have been disdainful of his lame excuse, but she still gladly accepted this task and accompanied her dad around the campus for the past few days. It should be said that the effect was still pretty good. At the very least, the two of them were no longer like they were before, awkwardly silent in each other's presence. Now, they could at least find a few topics to discuss. However, having obtained half a day of free time, after eating lunch, Ling Lan was once again summoned by her dad's incessant pestering one. Apparently, after showing his face for courtesy's sake, Ling Xiao had excused himself and then came running back. Arriving at the place Ling Xiao was staying, Ling Lan saw Ling Xiao standing at the doorway, casual and nonchalant, and then she looked back outside where the sun was blazing brightly at the zenith of the sky, and instantly felt that going out at this time was really not a good idea. Seeing Ling Lan frown as she looked outside, Ling Xiao glanced over as well, and then scratched his nose a little embarrassedly. It looks like it's rather hot now. With his mind filled with the thought of seeing his daughter again, things like the weather were not something Ling Xiao had considered. Why don't we just rest for a bit inside? Ling Xiao's temporary quarters was also a villa, and it was one that was even more luxurious than Ling Lan's. Although Ling Lan was not afraid of the heat, she too did not want to go out and be roasted by the intense noon sun for no reason, so she gladly agreed. However, after she and Ling Xiao finished drinking their third pot of iced red tea, she began to think that it was rather silly for her and her dad to just keep drinking tea in silence like this. Ling Xiao seemed to have also noticed this, and this made Ling Xiao rather dejected. Over the past few days, he had already explored all the topics they could talk about, and now, he truly did not know what else to say. Was he really going to just go over all the questions he had asked in the past few days all over again? Would this cause his daughter to run away because she really could not take it anymore? Or perhaps she would blow her top and just send a fist flying at him. Seeing the ice in his daughter's eyes, Ling Xiao believed that it was far more likely for Ling Lan to dash away. How could he willingly to let this hard-won opportunity to hang out with his daughter slip away like this? Ling Xiao began to think hard. What exactly could he ask her? A 16-year-old girl should already be at the age when romantic passions begin to blossom. Should he ask Ling Lan whether she has anyone she likes or perhaps admires recently too? Just as Ling Xiao was struggling with indecision, the long silent Ling Lan who had been stroking her teacup finally spoke up. "Father, do you have any virtual network login pods here?" Ling Xiao was startled, but he quickly replied, "Yes, on the third floor." In order to properly accommodate the assessment officers of the divisions, all their accommodations have been installed with virtual world login pods. This made it very convenient for the officers to log on to the virtual world during their spare time. Ling Lan placed her teacup back on the tea table, lifted her head to peer intently at Ling Xiao, and said, "Father, since you're free this afternoon, come with me to explore Mecha World." Go to Mecha World? Ling Xiao thought about it. Ever since he had ascended to God-class operator, he had not been there for a very long time, almost about to forget the youthful days he had spent there. He too had once been an obsessed member of Mecha World. His heart moved as his interest was piqued. Of course, most importantly, this was a personal invite from his darling daughter. Even if he had never ever been to Mecha World, he would still want to go take a look now. Alright, Ling Xiao happily agreed. And so the father-daughter pair swiftly went up to the third floor and laid down in 2 virtual login pods. Right before Ling Lan entered her pod, she did not forget to tell Ling Xiao that her username in Mecha World was Ling Tian First String. Ling Tian First String. Ling Xiao stared at the closed hatch of the login pod beside his, and smiled contemplatively. Meanwhile, at this time in Mecha World, in a sealed private mecha combat room, 2 mecha were in the middle of an intense spar. One was a standard Federation advanced mecha, its body painted with traditional blue and white. Other than being equipped with some weapons of personal preference, almost no modifications had been done to it. In contrast, the other mecha was extremely unique in both form and color. It was distinctly different from the blue, white, silver, or red basic colors of standard mecha, instead colored black, which was rather infrequently used within the Federation 3. The mecha's entire outer frame, when compared to the other standard advanced mecha, was obviously much taller and bulkier. Just its 4 limbs alone were twice the size of the other mechas, not to mention its equipped weapons, which all belonged to the higher tier of cold weapons. With just one glance, one could tell that this mecha was most definitely a close combat type. Anyone familiar with Mecha World would know that this type of unique mecha was certainly a special class mecha, and those who could operate them must certainly be special class mecha masters. Generally speaking, when an advanced mecha warrior encountered a special class operator, the combat would end in a one-sided win. In other words, the special class operator would definitely obtain the final victory, while the number of moves it would take would all depend on how great the gap was between the 2 combatants' skills. However, this fight was rather different. Although overall, it seemed like the advanced mecha warrior was indeed always at a disadvantage, they were only disadvantaged. The fight was not a clear one-way landslide. Several times, there were indeed precarious situations where the advanced mecha operator was being suppressed by endless blows, almost unable to catch their breath, but in the end, the advanced mecha warrior still managed to push through. And so, the fight became a fight of endurance. In the end, what they were competing on was neither their mecha control skills, nor was it the capabilities of their mecha, but rather the stamina of the operators. The 2 mecha clashed once more in mid-air, causing a loud noise of collision. In close combat, the advanced mecha was obviously at a disadvantage. This could be seen from the distance the 2 needed once they sprang apart to land. After the attack this time, the 2 mecha did not continue to grapple with one another, instead facing off from a distance. Huff huff huff. Due to the absence of outsiders, the 2 mecha had opened their public comms, and intense panting could be heard coming from the comm channels. D*mit, Li Lan Feng, you freak. The first to recover from panting was the black mecha, who could not help but swear as soon as he caught his breath. The speaker was none other than Zhao Jun, who had already advanced to special class mecha. Hee hee. Chuckled Li Lan Feng weakly. The gap between levels was not so easily made up. He could make it so Zhao Jun could not defeat him, but that was already the extent of his abilities. This outcome made him rather dejected. He was not at all pleased by this outcome, which would already be greatly astounding by anyone else's standards. Wasn't I, almost, defeated, by you, a few times, back there? Still panting heavily, Li Lan Feng spoke in fits and spurts. In terms of stamina recovery, he was no match for Zhao Jun and his type of physical constitution. Tisk, didn't you manage to push through? Just like an unkillable cockroach, grumbled Zhao Jun. Fighting with Li Lan Feng was always a frustrating matter for him. He kept having the sense that he could defeat the other, but he would always fall short by just that one breath. Quite a few times, the victory at hand would just graze by him narrowly. The disgruntlement he felt was no less than Li Lan Feng's. How the heck did you train? Able to resist my special class operator attacks just as an advanced mecha operator. If you advance to special class operator, what am I supposed to do? Zhao Jun felt that his position as number 1 mecha expert was being threatened. It looked like he would have to train harder now, so as to prevent himself from being out of a job once Li Lan Feng advanced. Zhao Jun was very rational. Ever since he had discovered how aberrant Li Lan Feng was, he had been determined to stick with Li Lan Feng. His brain was actually pretty good, but after being showed up many times by Li Lan Feng, he did not want to waste the mental effort anymore, so he had set himself The role of supreme thug, no, make that supreme fighter. But now, he found that this goal was actually pretty tough to realize as well. Don't worry, there's still quite a block of time before I advance to special class operator level. By that time, I reckon you would already have touched upon the gates to ace operator level. Li Lanfeng had finally recovered enough to speak in proper sentences again. So, you'll still be able to lord over me by a head. You'll be fine, consoled Li Lanfeng with a smile. Are you comforting me or mocking me? Zhao Jun muttered back, discontent. Right then, a bright red system notice startled everyone, as well as interrupted the conversation between the two. Heavyweight news. The great top-class mecha elite, Belief, has graced the mecha world with his presence. Does his coming herald the successive appearance of other top-level elites? It can be predicted that the mecha world will once again bear witness to great waves. Belief. Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng shouted almost in unison. This name was just too familiar. This was the name of God-class operator Ling Zhao's mecha. Despite not knowing what Ling Zhao's name in the mecha world was, the moment this name was linked to a top-class elite, they could not help but suspect whether this person was Ling Xiao himself. It has to be fake, right? How could General Ling Xiao have time to come to mecha world? Zhao Jun's face was filled with disbelief and he was the first to voice a denial. They were well aware that General Ling Xiao was currently establishing the 23rd Division, as busy as could be. Even if he had time, he would not come to Mecha World, this sort of virtual world where youths made up the majority. If he wanted to find a PK partner, he would more likely go to a virtual simulation mecha battle stadium specially set up for the Federation military, where only military officers in service could enter. I don't know, but these top-class elites are basically all old beasts from 10 or so years ago or perhaps even decades before that. It could just very well be him. In contrast to Zhao Jun's disbelief, Li Lanfeng did not outright reject the possibility. Perhaps General Ling Xiao had been seized by whimsy and had decided to come back and indulge the nostalgia for his younger days. Who knows? Leaving aside Zhao Jun's and Li Lanfeng's uncertainty, everyone else in the mecha world had also been struck dumb by this heavyweight news. It could be said that the entirety of the initially raucous virtual world descended into a long moment of silence, while there were even some mecha operators who lost their lives 5 to the monsters they were battling due to the distraction. However, all of this was not a problem. Very soon, the mecha world was swept up in commotion once more. People all turned to the companions beside them and asked, who in the world was this top-class elite, Belief? Several of those with quicker minds immediately logged onto the official website of Mecha World to look up information on Belief. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. This was because the information of top-class elites could only be accessed by elites of the same level. All they obtained from their search was the response that their strength level was not high enough, hence they did not have enough clearance. Thus, they could not glean any clues from the website. Ling Lan was oblivious to the things happening within Mecha World because this news had been announced a second before Ling Lan logged in, so she just so coincidentally missed this alert. If Ling Lan had known about it, she definitely would not bring her dad gallivanting all across the town. Very swiftly, Ling Lan received a friend request from Belief. Seeing that familiar name, Ling Lan could not help but sweat drop. How much did her dad love this name really? After she accepted, the other party instantly sent over a private chat request. When Ling Lan accepted it, she heard her dad's warm voice coming through, "Ling Lan, where are you?" Ling Lan immediately told her dad her location. When she had logged off previously, she had been outside hunting monsters. Not because she wanted to collect any points from the monsters, but because in her mission to advanced Mecha Warrior, she needed some items which would drop from these monsters. The route Ling Lan was taking was different from other people. She never ever looked for monsters to level up, instead mostly choosing to enter the arena fights for cross-level challenges to gain a large amount of experience points in one go. This was also why Ling Lan had been able to earn enough points to advanced Mecha Warrior in such a short amount of time. Of course, Ling Lan's personal mecha control skills were already high enough in terms of standards, allowing her to bring out the greatest combat power of the mecha. She piloted, which was why she could take this shortcut. If she had been like Qi Long and the others who had started from zero, she would have had to take her time and accumulate the fruits of hard practice. Thus, Qi Long and the others had spent a full 3 years to train up from trainee mecha to advanced mecha warrior. Meanwhile, at Ling Lan's speed, it would not be long before she caught up to Qi Long and the others. However, Ling Lan was planning to pause once she hit advanced mecha warrior level, because she wanted to lead Qi Long and the others personally at that point. Through verbal teachings, self-modeling, and sparring with them using mecha, she wanted to push them into mastering all the control skills of advanced mecha warriors so that they would be able to transition smoothly into the realm of special class operator. Well aware of the importance of foundational controls, Ling Lan did not want her companions to fall into the common pitfall of neglecting those skills. Once they had all successfully mastered those, at that time, it would finally be time for her to let them spread their wings and fly freely. This was because once one entered special class operator level, one's mecha piloting would begin to display one's individual style and character. No one else would be able to help with the development of these control skills, one could only rely on oneself to contemplate and seek insight. This was also the true reason why special class operators were also called mecha masters, while advanced mecha operators could only be called mecha warriors. However, entering special class operator level was still only the first step. Only by advancing into ace operator status could one prove that one's personal control style had matured and become complete enough to be considered a distinct style of its own. Many mecha masters had ended up being stuck at this level. Many people would only be able to be half-ass special class operators for their entire lives, unable to push through to find a place among the ranks of those who held true strength, ace mecha masters. It had to be said that Ling Xiao had left mecha world almost 20 years ago, so he had to be rather unfamiliar with this mecha world which had been updated countless times since then. Whatever the case, Ling Lan had to eliminate the monsters in the area she was in a whole 26 times before she saw Ling Xiao's mecha landing beside her, fashionably late. Ling Lan herself did not really care how long she had to wait. After all, she was still trying to get the mission item she needed to drop, so this was not a waste of her time. Still, when she saw Ling Xiao's mecha, her initially calm heart became unsettled, the corners of her eyes twitching noticeably. Damn *T, just how much of a show-off could her dad be? Did he really not know how much attention operating such a bright and gleaming mecha, almost bright enough to make her blind, over would bring? Ling Lan sensed motion in the distance. It looked like her father's pretty mecha had drawn some attention. Ling Lan did not know that she had only guessed part of it. A greater reason was that this was a relatively low-level hunting ground. For such a high-end mecha to appear here was definitely unusual, thus, everyone could only think, could the person operating that mecha be that top-class elite? Belief, mentioned in the system announcement. Regardless of whether he was or not, they would not let go of any bit of possibility. Therefore, everyone who saw this mecha all headed after the mecha in the direction it was flying in, chasing after it. The fact that no one had chased up to Ling Lan's location was all thanks to how much the speed of Ling Xiao's mecha outstripped that of all of the mecha here. Ling Xiao's mecha was indeed extremely perfect. It was neither a standard mecha nor a modified mecha, but a mecha listed by Mecha World as a top-class redemption reward, an imperial mecha. This was the only top-class mecha the people playing Mecha World could use points to redeem. As for the rumored god-class mecha, it could only be obtained by completing a mission. And that mission had already been confirmed by the majority of people to be humanly impossible. The entire mecha was uniformly white-silver in color, its form streamlined and elegant. Any equipment and structural design that could influence its speed had been discarded, leaving only those equipment and weapons which were necessary. It could be said to be a very extreme type of mecha. These kinds of speed-type mecha were generally built for long-range attacks. Ling Lan saw 2 long and thin particle beam long-barreled guns slung on its back, and knew her guess was not wrong. However, Ling Lan's gaze was then drawn by the 2 sword hilts sticking out at the mecha's waist. Based on the direction the hilts were facing, one could tell that they were not the general swords used by mecha. They were very likely short swords similar to high-frequency blades, but since the mecha already had the standard equipped high-frequency blades on it, Ling Lan could not understand why. It would have more short swords with almost the same function equipped. Ling Lan very honestly voiced the doubts in her mind, and Ling Xiao laughed and replied, this is the frightening aspect of this mecha. Everyone assumes that it's a long-range attack type mecha and so are usually on guard against long-range attacks, neglecting its ability to close in swiftly. Ling Lan's eyes lit up. Father, you mean that, this mecha is an all-round mecha which is proficient at both long-range and close-range? Ling Lan's offensive maneuvers were inclined towards close-range combat, but the designs of close-range combat mecha were typically very bulky and heavy. This clashed somewhat with Ling Lan's need for speed, and furthermore, Ling Lan was still a girl at heart, so she much preferred light, graceful, and elegant mecha over those great, hulking, towering types. This was why when she heard that this pretty mecha was also strong in close-range combat, her heart was moved. Yes, because it's extraordinarily fast, it can switch freely between close-range and long-range attacks, flustering the opponent. This is its strength, but also its weakness at the same time. Seeing that Ling Lan had great interest in this mecha, Ling Xiao began introducing it in more detail. It requires its operator to satisfy 3 conditions. Otherwise, even if one has this mecha, they would be unable to use this mecha to its full capacity. What 3 conditions? Ling Lan was listening very carefully. Although she could not possess this mecha which she coveted right now, this did not prevent her from making this mecha her future goal. For things she needed to pay attention to, Ling Lan would take them extremely seriously. 1. The operator's reflexes must be exceedingly quick to be able to keep up with the speed of the mecha itself. 2. The operator's hand speed must reach a frighteningly high rate, otherwise they will not be able to execute any sequence of action transitions during high-speed movements. 3. The demand on the operator's physical condition is high. It should be known that executing action transitions at high speeds puts 3 to 4 times the burden on the body than piloting a mecha at regular speeds. Without a strong and stout physique, one can never operate this mecha well. Otherwise, the operator would become injured simply by making a few moves, to say nothing of operating this mecha into battle. Ling Xiao listed out each of the requirements to pilot this mecha, when in fact, he really wanted to say outright, "Oh daughter, this mecha is not destined for you." A girl's body was just inherently weaker, unable to reach that level of toughness required even with stringent training. Ling Lan only nodded after hearing all this, though of course she did not forget to ask what little Four, who was within a little black room, thought about these conditions. Why was little Four in a little black room? Well, this had to be explained from the beginning. Every time they met with Ling Xiao, little Four just could not keep his composure. Therefore, whenever little Four regressed into a mindless fan, Ling Lan would shut him up in a small black room for a while so he could calm down. Of course, if little Four behaved well, he would be let out again. Today, little Four had once again lost control when Ling Lan had been drinking iced red tea with Ling Xiao in stilted silence. That was why he was currently stuck inside that small black room, waiting for Ling Lan to show mercy again. Little Four was just being bored out of his mind in the little black room when he heard Ling Lan's question. He instantly patted his little chest and guaranteed that as long as he, little Four, was around, his boss could have as tough a body as she wished. She could control whatever, or anything else she wanted. Little Four's answer made Ling Lan relax. She secretly said obtaining this mecha as the goal she would accomplish within the next few years. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao thought his daughter had understood his intentions and received his counsel, and so relaxed as well. Ling Xiao did not know that Ling Lan had indeed listened to him, but her choice was completely contrary to what Ling Xiao was hoping for. Of course, Ling Xiao was not the type to take things for granted. He was about to personally ask what Ling Lan thought when he suddenly heard some commotion coming from a distance. He could even vaguely hear someone saying, "Is it over there?" This made Ling Xiao hold back on what he had intended to say, turning to look in the direction of the noise with a troubled expression, uncertain what was going on. Ling Lan had also heard the voices and figured things out instantly. She said to her father, "Not good. Let's run." "Huh? Run?" Ling Xiao did not know why they had to run, but seeing that his daughter had already activated her mecha and was swiftly running towards a dense forest in the distance, he dared not tarry, chasing after her quickly. They had just dashed into the forest and concealed themselves when quite a number of mecha showed up in the initially endlessly empty grass fields. These were the people who had been attracted by Ling Xiao's mecha and had rushed here in pursuit. It's not here either. Looks like this isn't the spot. Everyone saw the empty fields before them and turned to leave despondently. Even if there was the possibility of hiding in the dense forest ahead, everyone had naturally overlooked this avenue of thought. This was because they subconsciously believed that no one would do so and seek death. It should be known that the savage beasts in that dense forest were several times stronger than the savage beasts in the plains. Even if it were a special class operator going in, they would be coming out horizontally 3. Right then, they had all forgotten that the one they were seeking was a top-class elite. How could he be afraid of these savage beasts? It could only be said that these people were fooled by their own preconceptions. They were all low-level mecha operators, even special-class operators were existences that they had to look up to, so it was very likely that they just could not comprehend what a top-class elite truly meant. Ling Xiao and Ling Lan hid in the forest, coolly watching batch after batch of mecha come and go. Even though they had to hide in the forest for up to an hour, there was not one trace of impatience on their faces. It could be seen that both father and daughter had extraordinarily strong patience. Ling Xiao glanced at the completely still Ling Lan in her mecha by his side and just knew that his daughter was extremely calm. The feeling called pride reared up in his heart once more. Just this patience alone was not something an ordinary person could possess. Following the passage of time, their patch of grass finally regained its initial peace and quiet. Only then did Ling Lan move her mecha, and she could not help but say, "Father, you should keep a lower profile. Why don't you change to a slightly more common mecha?" She did not want to keep hiding here in this dense forest, unable to go out. Ling Xiao was silent for a beat, then sighed and said, "This is already my worst mecha." In his virtual mecha hold, all the other mecha were even higher level than this one. One of them was even the so-called God-class mecha he had obtained by completing that horrific mission, while several others were exclusive special editions specially gifted to him by the mecha world after he had created a few Imperial-level skills in the game. These were all representations of his personal identity. The moment he piloted those mecha out, just the Fire Phoenix logo on their chests alone would allow others to guess who he was. Ling Lan was utterly speechless. The two of them once again descended into wordless silence. But then, right at that moment, Ling Lan's heart clenched, a sense of danger suddenly rushing into her. Without thinking, Ling Lan chose to leap up and dodge instantly. When she turned around, she saw Ling Xiao, who had initially been standing immobile beside her, slowly in the middle of resheathing the two short blades of his mecha back at his waist. Meanwhile, on the ground beneath his mecha, two extremely ferocious-looking forest savage beasts were laid out. Seeing this, Ling Lan's heart was shaken. When she had sensed a threat earlier, she could only choose to evade. But Ling Xiao had been able to easily finish off these ambushing savage beasts coming from behind him. From the two bodies laying on the ground, she could clearly see that there was only one point of fatal injury on them. In other words, Ling Xiao had instantly drawn his swords, both swords stabbing out to kill one savage beast each in the blink of an eye. This may seem like a simple thing, but to do it was certainly not easy. A savage beast's life force was extremely formidable. Even if one struck a fatal weakness directly, their powerful vitality would still allow these savage beasts a chance to carry out a final counterattack. This was precisely why many people did not dare to attack these type of savage beasts at close range. However, all of this was no problem at all when it came to Ling Xiao. With clean and efficient moves, he had eliminated all danger. When you strike their vital points, you must instantly sever their nerves and disable their reflexes in one go. This way, the savage beast's ability to counterattack will be destroyed. However, this kind of ability requires tens of thousands times of training before you will be able to do it. It cannot be rushed. Ling Xiao knew what Ling Lan was bothered about and so spoke up to explain. Ling Lan nodded at his words. Her eyes shone vibrantly, because she had discovered that her father Ling Xiao was most likely the best instructor in this world to mentor her in mecha control. Though instructor number 3 in the learning space was indeed very strong in terms of mecha control, because the world she lived in now was still different from the world the instructors had come from, there were still some aspects which Ling Lan found rather difficult while learning from him. It should be said that the control methods Ling Lan was learning were modified from the control methods of their world, based off the results of instructor number 3's analysis of this world's mecha. Despite being very high level, those methods could not achieve true 100% compatibility. However, Ling Xiao was different. He was one of the top mecha operators in this world to begin with, and all the control methods he had learned were the accumulated results of this world over thousands of years. It should be said that Ling Xiao's control skills were the most appropriate for the mecha presently being used by the Federation, and he would be able to let Ling Lan truly understand the mecha of this world. Ling Lan was rather frustrated at this time. Why had she not realized this over these past few days? Actually wasting so many days for no good reason. Knowing that her dad's time was precious, Ling Lan decided that she could not continue wasting it any further, so she said to Ling Xiao seriously. "Father, you should be free these few days, right?" Ling Lan's eyes were sparkling brilliantly, her eyes shining with boundless hope. Could it be that his daughter had acknowledged his fatherly love? Ling Xiao was overjoyed. Did this mean that his daughter was willing to accept him now and call him Daddy affectionately? He quickly nodded repeatedly, "Yes, I'm extremely free." "Then instruct me a little on mecha controls." Ling Lan's subsequent words made Ling Xiao's mood plummet from the heights of heaven straight down into hell. He was greatly depressed, tears all over his face inside. "Oh daughter, Daddy came all this way to come into the military academy undercover, just so I could establish a deep and meaningful father-daughter relationship with you, not so I could PK with you and be your instructor." But facing that bright-eyed gaze of Ling Lan's, Ling Xiao just could not say anything to refuse. He could only nod and say, "Okay." Hearing Ling Xiao agree, Ling Lan's lips quirked up instantly. Even though Ling Xiao could not see his daughter's expression, for some reason, he just felt that his daughter was in a great mood. He could only smile wryly and console himself that he had finally done something that made his daughter happy, that all his efforts had not been for nothing. An excited Ling Lan was completely an action-oriented Ling Lan. Without saying anything more, she led her dad back to the city closest to them, Clear Wind City, running all the way. They came to the Mecha combat hall at the city center, and found an empty private room and requested entry for a spar. Her entire mind filled with thoughts of learning from Ling Xiao, Ling Lan did not notice that when she and Ling Xiao had entered Clear Wind City, they had been noticed by those sharp-eyed people at the city gates. It could not be helped, Ling Xiao's mecha was just too unique, there was no way to conceal it. Some people were even quicker, instantly taking photos of the two of them flying across the city and uploading them onto the official website. The title of the post was naturally Top Class Elite, Belief, Cited. This news caused a commotion instantly, the post scoring several billion hits within just a few minutes. When someone pointed out that the gleaming and eye-catching mecha in the photograph was the top imperial mecha in the mecha world, the entire mecha world was rocked to the core. For context, imperial operators were very difficult to see in the mecha world now. These top-class masters were now all old men who had become famous a decade or even a few decades ago. They were all basically already living reclusively, rarely sighted. There was even a time when many people questioned whether there were any imperial operators existing at all within the mecha world. And this time, this photograph proved that the imperial operators of rumor truly did exist in mecha world, and one had finally appeared. Everyone was worked up, especially since the post stated very clearly that the photo was taken at Clear Wind City. Having found some direction, the mecha operators all flocked towards Clear Wind City. Fortunately, Ling Lan and Ling Xiao were both moving extraordinarily fast, not meandering inside the city for long. They had directly headed straight into the combat room of the Mecha combat hall to fight, thus dodging this crisis, not being trapped by the mecha operators who had rushed over because of the news and jammed up the city. Nevertheless, the small little Clear Wind City had turned into a choked-up hive of activity within the course of several minutes. Those outside could not get in, while those inside could not get out either, causing the entire city to become unbearably congested. Inside their own private combat room, when Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng saw the news about the top-class elite, Belief, descending upon Mecha world, they no longer had the mood to continue sparring. They too wanted to see what the top-class elite, Belief, was like, and so were preparing to go outside and try their luck. They had just left the private room on their end when Zhao Jun received a text message from a member of his team. Zhao Jun instantly stopped moving after he glanced at the message, prompting Li Lanfeng to ask him curiously, "Why'd you stop?" Zhao Jun smiled wryly and said, it looks like we can't get out anymore. Ah. Taken aback, Li Lanfeng immediately used his communicator to check, and after finding out about the situation, he too smiled bitterly and said, who would have expected that, belief, would actually be at Clear Wind City. I really don't know if we're lucky or unlucky. Lucky, because they were in the same city, unlucky, because they were trapped within the combat hall, unable to go out. We just weren't destined to meet that elite, said Zhao Jun regretfully, since we can't go out, why don't we have another spar? He had no intention of going out to crowd with the people outside. Li Lanfeng naturally agreed and said, that's fine. Obtaining Li Lanfeng's agreement, Zhao Jun bent his head over his communicator, connecting to the AI of the Mecha combat hall as he said, let's just go back to our previous room, 817. Even as he spoke, he keyed in the number 817, and without even noticing the alert tagged to the room, he clicked to enter. Seeing Zhao Jun's entire mecha suddenly disappear before his eyes, Li Lanfeng shook his head helplessly. Knowing that the impatient Zhao Jun must have already gone ahead to room 817, he quickly connected to the Mecha Combat Hall's AI as well and selected room 817 too, then chose to enter. Li Lanfeng unintentionally saw that the number of the people in the room was 3, What was happening? The next second, Li Lanfeng had entered room 817. In a corner of the room, he saw that familiar black-colored special class mecha of Zhao Jun's. Not only that, on the stage in the middle of the room, two mecha were facing off against one another. One was an extremely common standard intermediate mecha, while the other was an extremely dazzling and beautiful mecha. With just one glance, Li Lanfeng could tell that this was the rumored top-class imperial mecha. What in the world is this? Li Lanfeng was stunned by this scene before his eyes, and quickly sent a private message to Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun very quickly responded with a message of his own, Shu, don't make a sound. That Imperial Mecha's operator is most likely, belief. Let's observe quietly. Don't let them discover us and kick us out. Zhao Jun worked hard to shrink in on his own mecha. Right then, he truly wished that his mecha could instantly become tiny, best if it could become a speck of dust, invisible to the naked eye. Li Lanfeng saw Zhao Jun's actions and sweat dropped profusely. This fellow, did he not know that no matter how much he tried to hunch in on himself, these two hulking mecha they were piloting just had no way of becoming any bit smaller. This series of actions by Zhao Jun only made him even more conspicuous. Do you know those two mecha? Ling Xiao had long noticed these two mecha that had entered behind them, and he turned to ask Ling Lan about them. Ling Lan shook her head and said, no, should we kick them out? Even though she had left messages for her companions, asking them to come to room 817 of Clear Wind City to observe the mecha fight between her and Ling Xiao, Qi Long and the others had soon responded with news that the entire traffic of Clear Wind City was already paralyzed. They just had no way of getting there. For this reason, Qi Long was so frustrated he could almost bang his head into a wall, while Luo Lang was actually tearing up. The others were not reacting that much better either. After all, this was a mecha instructional fight from a god-class operator. How lucky did they have to be to witness that? But now they had to watch helplessly as this great fortune slipped right through their fingers, unable to do anything about it. Ling Lan could only placate and comfort them, promising that they would still have opportunities in the future. At that time, she would definitely inform them beforehand to enter the combat room in advance so they could observe. Only then did these bunch of mournful brats subside. It was precisely because of that Ling Lan had not set a passcode on their room at the very first moment to restrict outsiders from entering. By the time she had settled her companions, two strangers had already entered the private room. Ling Xiao was nonchalant about it. No need. Since they have already come here, it can be considered that they're fated to see us. Besides, they don't know us. Let them watch a little, and if they gain some insight, that's their fortune. Ling Xiao was not someone who would stick to the beaten track one, otherwise he would not often invite others to PK with him at the military-exclusive combat fields. The stronger the Federation Mecha Masters were, the gladder Ling Xiao would be. He was a pure-minded military man. Since, father, you have said so, then let them stay. Ling Lan agreed with her dad's mindset. The mecha operators in Mecha World came from all the various star systems of the whole Federation. No one could tell who another was, or which planet they came from. If those spectators could gain something from this fight, it would indeed be a kindness on their part. Ling Lan recalled the first time she had entered Mecha World and met that cheetah mecha. They had not known each other, but had had a startlingly amazing rapport. During that time, if not for the others' constant companionship and their mutual encouragement and supervision, perhaps she might not have been able to endure through that period of dry and monotonous foundational training. Ling Lan cherished this sort of heaven-given serendipity, and so did not want to stand in the way of it. Since her father was not opposed, Ling Lan decided to just let them watch. Of course, the prerequisite being that they knew their limits and did not disturb her and her father. On the stage, the two mecha that had been standing around casually began to shift. The intermediate mecha suddenly raised its hand to draw the long weapon from its back and got into an attacking stance, while the imperial mecha remained still and unmoving as before. At this point, Zhao Jun could not help commenting surreptitiously, "Lan Feng, this match is probably going to end in one move. The gap between the strength of the two is just too wide. The intermediate mecha will definitely be unable to withstand an attack from the imperial mecha." "It won't end like that," Li Lanfeng responded confidently. "Ah. Why not?" Zhao Jun was boggled. Just think, which imperial operator would have the free time to PK an intermediate mecha operator? I'm guessing that the latter is just a disciple of the imperial operator, which is why the former would come to instruct him a little, Li Lanfeng analyzed. In this match, the imperial operator will definitely control his strength, perhaps even sealing away some advanced control skills and killing moves. In other words, this is an instructional fight. Zhao Jun's eyes brightened. Instructional fights were not only extremely useful to the one fighting, spectators would also learn quite a bit. However, Zhao Jun began worrying once more, carefully asking, "Lan Feng, do you think they'll chase us out?" After all, this type of instructional fight is usually related to some sect legacies and secrets. Li Lanfeng glared exasperatedly at Zhao Jun. "You've only now noticed this point. Still, it's been so long. Since they have not kicked us out, they are likely to have tacitly agreed to our presence here." "Ah. Really?" Li Lanfeng's words made Zhao Jun ecstatic. "Yes, of course, they could also have mistaken us for people they know, but that possibility is almost zero, so it can be excluded." Li Lanfeng knew well that it was indeed possible to conceal one's ID in Mecha World so that name cards would have to be exchanged before one's name would be revealed. However, this feature was ineffective against top-class masters like Imperial operators. That was a sign of respect and distinction Mecha World afforded to Imperial operators. Thus, it was obvious that the other must know that the two of them were strangers. "I believe that, they have chosen not to kick us because they intend to give us a chance." Li Lanfeng felt that this was the likeliest possibility. Many top-class masters believed very strongly in fate and serendipity. Perhaps the other felt that he and Zhao Jun stumbling into this room was fated, and so left them alone. "That's great." Zhao Jun clenched his fists, exhilarated. Li Lanfeng's words moved him greatly. If he could learn anything at all from this imperial operator, he would never ever forget this fated kindness for the rest of his life. "Our luck today is truly incredible," said Li Lanfeng with a sigh. Perhaps his destiny was not going to be as tragic as he had thought. Would this be the turning point of his life? "Oh, they're starting," cried Zhao Jun, instantly calling Li Lanfeng back from his scattered musings. On the stage, the two mecha divided by a great disparity in strength finally clashed for the first time. Facing her unfathomable father Ling Xiao, Ling Lan chose to take the initiative and attack. She just did not have the confidence that she would be able to withstand her dad's powerful attacks, so she decided to take the advantage of striking first. Ling Lan could be seen to control her mecha to sprint forwards like a gust of wind, striking out towards Ling Xiao's mecha. When she was about 3 meters away, Regretless, which had been hanging low, was abruptly lifted up into a diagonal slash, drawing a streak of cold light through the air. This was a mid-range attack. While Ling Lan had been waiting, she had already considered things thoroughly. The only close-range weapons on her father's mecha were his short swords, so he did not have a long cold weapon like Regretless to fight against her. This undoubtedly gave Ling Lan a slight upper hand in terms of weapons, and this was also her only advantage. Not bad. Seeing his daughter choose to execute a mid-range attack with her long weapon, Ling Xiao unstintingly gave praise. Against such a formidable opponent like himself, with no chance of winning, Ling Lan could still identify and use her greatest advantage to strike out against a weakness of his. This was undoubtedly a testament to Ling Lan's level-headedness and strategic mind. However, Ling Xiao was a god-class operator after all. Moreover, he was operating a formidable imperial mecha, both in terms of control skills and plain mecha advantage. His strength exceeded Ling Lan's by too much. The counterplan Ling Lan had worked so hard to execute simply would not work against Ling Xiao. With an elegant slide step, Ling Xiao operated his mecha to twist to one side, dodging the streak of savage light. At the same time, the arms of his mecha folded firmly over the gleaming blade, actually performing an empty-handed weapon grab with his mecha. Even though Ling Lan's attack was already so fast that it was almost impossible to catch with one's eyes, for Ling Xiao, it was still a little slow. He easily caught Ling Lan's Regretless between his palms. "Ling Lan, this move won't work against me," said Ling Xiao with a smile. "You'll need to come up with something else." "Father, don't get too careless now." The right arm of Ling Lan's mecha suddenly shook and pulled back, and Ling Xiao felt that long sword between his mecha's palms slipping away like a slippery fish, escaping from his tight clasp. Ling Xiao's heart jolted and he instantly dashed back, once again pulling a distance away from Ling Lan. He stared curiously at Regretless in Ling Lan's hands and could not help but ask, "This weapon is very unique. What are its attributes?" This particular quality which let it escape was something even Ling Xiao had never seen before. "Its special attributes are high tensile strength and sharpness," replied Ling Lan. Ling Xiao immediately opened up his mecha's palm, and an extremely faint line could be seen on it. This made even Ling Lan too exclaim in awe, for it should be known that the outer shell of an imperial mecha was so strong that even the Federation's strongest beam saber would not be able to leave a mark on it. Who would have expected this Regretless to be able to do so? "This weapon is very powerful," lauded Ling Xiao. "This is the work of one of the seniors in the academy. As long as I keep it well, even when I upgrade to Ace Mecha, it'll still be useful." Ling Lan was indeed very fond of Regretless. Her introduction of it clearly carried a trace of pride. "Once that senior of yours grows up and reworks this weapon 2 or 3 times, perhaps you might be able to use it for even longer," exclaimed Ling Xiao. "It can still be reworked 2 or 3 times. Ling Lan was overwhelmed with curiosity. She had thought that all weapons were forged to completion in one go. Of course. That's why a mature mecha battle clan must have an outstanding mechanic. They can help a battle clan's combat power rise vertically. Of course, once one reached imperial level and above, all this talk was just passing clouds. Aren't mecha battle clans all made up of people from the mecha piloting specialization?" Ling Xiao's words confused Ling Lan. She had truly thought that mecha battle clans were organizations built by a group of people who specialized in mecha piloting. "Of course not," Ling Xiao replied, astounded. Could it be that Ling Lan did not know about this? However, after a beat, Ling Xiao figured it out. Generally, it was the father's job to teach about all this, but he had been missing for 16 years, and since coming back, he had been bogged down with various official duties. Thus, he had not had any chances to communicate properly with his daughter, much less even think about teaching her all this. Of course, if the student's father was not a mecha operator, hence not allowing them to receive such instruction from their father, when they advanced to the 2nd year of school, there would be mecha instructors who would guide students in building their own battle clans or in choosing one to join. At that time, Ling Lan too would have learned about the composition of a battle clan. However, right now, Ling Lan was still a first year, so she had yet to have a chance to learn any of this. At this thought, Ling Xiao apologized and said, "This is all my fault, not instructing you in these things in time." At the heart of it, it was still his own dereliction of duty as a father. In fact, the members of a mecha battle clan are not solely from the mecha piloting specialization. It can encompass many specializations, it all depends on what route your battle clan wants to take. Generally speaking, a battle clan needs 3 types of mecha warriors: close range, comprehensive, and long-range, along with logistics and support units, which includes a repairman, a doctor, and a quartermaster, etc. Thus, at minimum, a battle clan requires 6 people. However, this type of small battle clan is inadequate to support the logistics component in the clan for long, so now, a developed mecha battle clan needs at least 12 people, 8 mecha warriors and 4 support personnel. Ling Xiao continued to explain, with 2 warriors for each support personnel, a mecha battle clan will be able to continue running smoothly. Each person in the clan will be able to benefit and grow without any wastage. Support personnel required warriors to provide for them, otherwise they would not be able to procure any resources to improve their abilities. This was why smaller battle clans were gradually being eliminated. Of course, a battle clan could also abandon logistics and support, but this type of battle clan would definitely be unable to compete with other clans which had better allocation of roles, so their elimination was also inevitable in the long run. In other words, if I want to lead my companions further, I need to make sure to allocate my members' roles within the battle clan in the most logical and perfect way. Ling Lan scrunched up her brow. It looked like she had taken things too much for granted. At this time, Ling Lan finally figured out some things she had always found puzzling before, why Lin Zhongqing and Han Jijian had chosen to apply for other specializations in the military academy even though their mecha control standards were not much lower than Xia Yi's, Luo Lang's, or the others. In Mecha world, they were all already at the level of advanced mecha warrior. It turned out that they were already familiar with the composition of a battle clan, and so had made their choice early on for the sake of the future of their battle clan. In contrast, as the boss, she had been rather muddled and clueless till now. Though she had known subconsciously that they had done it for the team, she had not understood their motives as deeply as she did now. This is absolutely necessary. For example, that senior who made this weapon for you would be a great candidate. You should know that for a person to create such an outstanding weapon, he must have reached the pinnacle in terms of his mastery of materials. He is most definitely a prodigy in engineering and modification. He'll be able to help you greatly by increasing your battle clan strength by 1-fold or even more, replied Ling Xiao. If he hasn't joined any other battle clan yet, I recommend you act quickly. This kind of prodigy is a truly rare and lucky find. I'll have to think well on this. Regarding the composition of their battle clan, Ling Lan still wanted to check in with Qi Long and the others first. After all, even if she wanted to expand the team and take in new people, Ling Lan still hoped to receive their agreement. Right then, Ling Lan could not help but think of that dux of the military medical research specialization, Liu. At first, she had only felt that the other's medical skills were amazing, which had moved her to establish a good relationship with him in hopes that if her team members were injured in future, they would have a trustworthy doctor to rely on. Now, from the looks of it, she needed to change her strategy and redraw her plans. Ling Lan also recalled that the students studying to become military doctors typically would not join any battle clans, strictly holding on to a neutral stance. She reckoned that this dux, Liu, would also be the same. Ling Lan decided that no matter what, she must manipulate, force. Wait, that's not right either, snatch him for her clan. Ling Lan silently clenched her fists tightly. She could not let this type of prodigy slip away just like that from her hands. Liu, who had initially been not really all that important in Ling Lan's mind, had all of a sudden become Ling Lan's top priority target. Right then, Liu, who was still immersed in medical research in the Military Medical Research Center, did not know that his future had already been decided for him by Ling Lan without him being the wiser. Let us take a moment of silence to mourn for him. If you really want to establish a battle clan, you indeed need to think well on this. When Ling Xiao had mentioned the first half of his sentence, he could already feel the endless cold air seeping out from within Ling Lan's mecha, and he smiled wryly. It was probably impossible for his daughter to cast aside those few little companions who had grown up alongside her. At this moment, Ling Xiao did not know whether to be proud or sad. His daughter, who should have been a bundle of adorableness to be cosseted in the palms of his hands, had now become so cold, stern, and domineering, her boss aura even more formidable and fearsome than his had been while he had been thriving in the military academy back in his time. Say, had his wife really given birth to a daughter? Ling Xiao was suddenly uncertain. He had the impulse to immediately contact his wife to confirm, back then, had she really given birth to a girl? Could it be that his wife had wanted a girl so much that she had forcefully decided to treat their son as a daughter? This notion was quickly dispelled by Ling Xiao because it was an absolutely impossible scenario. He was really too stupid to even consider it, certain to be chased out of the bedroom by his wife for half a year if he asked her. Of course, there are two ways the members of a battle clan can join. One way is for them to be permanent members. These people must have gone through some testing and have earned your trust. And then there are some talents who may not be so reliable, who you can choose to sign on into your clan. Temporarily. For example, you could take in some battle clan members temporarily, just for these few years at the academy, and once you all graduate, the contract automatically ends. Ling Xiao shoved aside all those messy thoughts in his mind, continuing on with the previous topic and listing the rest of the key information about battle clans. Aside from a few necessary permanent members, a typical battle clan is primarily made up of contracted members, because no one can guarantee that in future, there won't be better team members who come along. One more thing, permanent team members who are not united in spirit, who do not trust each other unconditionally, may very well choose differently when the time comes to choose their army division in the future. This would not create much difficulty for those team members themselves, but for the battle clan leader, the departure of a permanent member could be devastating. This would indicate that this team leader does not possess great leadership abilities and may also have problems with his judgment of character. In the army divisions, this would significantly impact that leader's future progress. Of course, this point won't influence you much. As long as you think they're alright, just take in whoever you want. You don't have to worry. Ling Lan would definitely be in Ling Xiao's army division in the future. As long as she did not commit any major fault, ascending the rank step by step would certainly be no issue. Besides, Ling Xiao and Lan Luofeng were already in tacit agreement, they would gradually weaken the presence of the male Ling Lan, not allowing her to stand out too much in the division. Therefore, even if her battle clan really split apart in future, there would not be much impact on Ling Lan's future. A battle clan usually only stabilizes properly after the clan has entered an army division. That's why the clan leader who organized the clan would mostly choose to have temporary contracts with the members, waiting to properly establish the battle clan after he has chosen and entered an army division. Ling Xiao went through all the important parts of building a battle clan. Ling Lan nodded pensively, and then Ling Xiao asked, "Right, are the specializations of all those companions of yours in mecha piloting?" Lin Zhongqing chose logistics, Han Jijian chose starship command, while Qi Long, Luo Lang and Xie chose the same as me, mecha piloting. Ling Lan responded to Ling Xiao's question by listing out all the specializations of her companions. Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled at this response. Inside, he was happy for his daughter's sake. These little fellows had truly been aiming for the perfect establishment of a battle clan. Are Qi Long, Luo Lang and Xie particularly strong in terms of combat ability? And are their awakened innate talents more suited to mecha piloting? Yes, compared to Lin Zhongqing and Han Jijian, it is indeed so, Ling Lan nodded and said. Pleased, Ling Xiao nodded and said, from the looks of it, your battle clan is still lacking a strategic advisor, a doctor, and an engineer mechanic. High-level engineer mechanics are generally in high demand. If you can't find a particularly exceptional one, I recommend you look for a skilled mecha repairman. That would be more useful than an average engineer mechanic. The extra slots you have on your team can be filled with several other strong mecha operators. There's no need to look for a strategic advisor. That's Han Jijian's secondary specialization. He was already exceptionally gifted in that area, only choosing starship command for the future of the battle clan. Ling Lan conveyed the situation with Han Jijian to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao found himself speechless. He really had no words to describe how lucky Ling Lan was. Actually having such an exceptional prodigy among the companions she grew up with, able to take on two roles. This way, the battle clan would have one less support member to provide for, and the pressure would be much less. It could be said that in comparison to other similar 12-man battle clans, Ling Lan's battle clan would definitely be much stronger because of this too. Ling Lan, you need to cherish these companions well. They're really very good, said Ling Xiao seriously. Since the members were giving their all to contribute to the formation of the battle clan, as the clan leader, Ling Lan needed to live up to their contributions. Ling Lan's lips quirked up at these words, and she nodded solemnly and said, "Don't worry, father, they are the most important friends of my life. I will definitely treasure them." That said, Ling Lan's gaze narrowed in contemplation, silently considering a candidate for the engineer-mechanic of her team. No matter what, getting to know, no Mecha unrepaired, in Mecha world was indeed a stroke of luck, plus the other was also from the first men's military academy, he was truly the most suitable candidate. At first, she had only thought to establish a good connection with the other, but now, this idea of taking him in was indeed a good one. It would resolve the problem of finding an extremely important support member for her battle clan. Right then, no Mecha unrepaired, who was in the Sun Creed City Library engrossed in researching all sorts of blueprints and reference materials, felt a sudden chill go through his body. He lifted his head warily, silently observing the other fellow aficionados in the library who were similarly bent over their own blueprints and diagrams in focused study. After all, he had offended the Thunder King before, who knew whether the other would send people to trouble him here in Sun Creed City. He looked left and he looked right, however, no matter how he looked, he could see nothing strange. Could it be that he was too tired lately, thus messing up his sense of perception? No Mecha unrepaired, decided to finish up with the diagram he was studying and then take a good rest so that he could avoid this sort of paranoia messing with his productivity. At this thought, Ling Lan involuntarily turned her head to glance at the two people watching the fight. Could these two people also be serendipitous acquaintances for her? Ling Lan's mind stirred, and she turned to ask Ling Xiao, "Father, what are the IDs of those two Mecha? Why do you ask for their IDs? Has something happened?" Ling Xiao frowned. He had allowed those two to spectate because he wanted to show them a kindness, but he did not want them to distract his daughter from learning. "No, I'm just wondering whether they could be a fated connection for me. They could turn out to be a member of my battle clan in future," said Ling Lan coolly. "Fated meetings are not so easy to come by, perhaps they should pay some price for this." Is this his daughter? Isn't this too sly and cunning?" Ling Xiao could not help but glance at those two innocent Mecha who were still clueless about what was happening. In his heart, however, he firmly gave his daughter 32 thumbs ups 3D*MN, as expected of a daughter of mine, definitely. Never taking a loss if she can help it. The black Mecha is called, Forge the Future, 4, while the advanced Mecha is called, Self-Defined Destiny, 5. Ling Xiao revealed their IDs to his daughter without any hesitation, using action to show his support for his daughter's decision. Seeing the two Mecha on the stage stop fighting to turn and look at them one after the other, Li Lanfeng and Zhao Jun felt their hearts skip a beat. Was the other side about to kick them out now? In his Mecha's cockpit, Zhao Jun even began to pray with his palms held together, "Oh God, please no." In the midst of Li Lanfeng's and Zhao Jun's worrying, the two Mecha on the stage turned back in silent unison, and then the intermediate Mecha suddenly leapt backwards, pulling away once more from the Imperial Mecha to put some distance between them. It looked like a new fight was about to begin. That scared me. I thought we were really about to get kicked out of here. Only then did Zhao Jun lower his palms with the sense of relief of a survivor, exclaiming to Li Lanfeng with some lingering fear. "For some reason, I still feel somewhat uneasy." Li Lanfeng did not know why, but a strong sense of danger was spreading within his heart. What's wrong? Could it be that they truly intend to kick us out? Zhao Jun, who had relaxed, was once again anxious as he asked with a look of concern. "No, since they have yet to kick us out, I doubt they would do that after this. However, I have a hunch that we might have to pay a huge price if we continue observing." Li Lanfeng's voice was extremely soft, seemingly talking to himself. He was unable to come up with a reason at the moment as to why he had that hunch. "Even if we have to pay a price, are you willing to abandon this opportunity?" Zhao Jun did not believe Li Lanfeng was willing to take the initiative and leave. "Of course not. Even if I have to pay a huge price, I will still stay and observe." Li Lanfeng replied decisively and smiled bitterly afterwards. Being a number 1 elite family, the Li family naturally had a few imperial operators serving them. However, no matter if it was his current identity or his other unpresentable identity, he did not have the right to obtain pointers from those people. He was thus unable to reject the temptation before him, especially because he wanted to become a winner who could dictate his own destiny, and that was why he was all the more unable to reject this opportunity. Therefore, why should we think about the future? What we should do now, is to grasp the opportunity to observe and study what's before us. Zhao Jun smiled, being of the same mind. You're right. Li Lanfeng laughed soundlessly and started to reflect on his mentality of overthinking things. It was just that this bad habit had been ingrained in him from a young age and was impossible to correct even if he wanted to. Thinking of this, Li Lanfeng sighed softly and appeared at a loss. Quick, take a look, the intermediate mecha is moving. Zhao Jun's shout suddenly sounded beside his ears. Luckily they were using their private comms, or else, with Zhao Jun making such a big disturbance, they would have definitely been chased out by the room's owner. Li Lanfeng hurriedly curbed his thoughts and focused on the arena. The intermediate mecha had indeed moved, but it did not choose to attack immediately. Instead, it hopped around the Imperial operator by the edge of the arena at high speed. Its speed increased to the point where the mecha's silhouette turned blurry. How is this possible? This shadow slide step is a technique only an advanced mecha warrior would know. Looking at this scene, Zhao Jun cried out in disbelieving surprise. Li Lanfeng's expression instantly stiffened. Could it be that the operator of this intermediate mecha was an advanced mecha warrior? There were numerous techniques that could only be executed with a compatible mecha, just like the shadow slide step, which was an exclusive technique of an advanced mecha. Did an intermediate mecha have the capability of allowing the operator to execute such a technique? For some reason, the rabbit mecha of that time surfaced in Li Lanfeng's mind at this moment. It had clearly been a trainee mecha, yet the other party had executed many movements which exceeded the limit of a trainee mecha, pushing the mecha to its extreme limits. Wait, it was to the extent of even exceeding the limit. Could it be that this intermediate mecha operator was another outstanding aberrant operator? No, it's impossible, the rabbit mecha operator is unique and unmatched. Li Lanfeng shook his head and expelled the thoughts in his mind. He would never admit that someone could be mentioned on equal terms with the rabbit in his heart. Just as both spectators were bewildered, the intermediate mecha finally launched another attack after circling several times around the arena. The shadow slide step was simultaneously an evasion and confusion technique that would cause illusions to appear before the opponent. An afterimage of the mecha would be displayed through the external recording device, and although this would only cause several seconds of delay, it could perhaps lead to an important turning point to obtain victory during a high-speed mecha fight. Therefore, by the time Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng could see the attacking movement of the intermediate mecha clearly, it had already appeared behind the imperial mecha, and the sharp, shiny, black tangdao in its right hand chopped down, making a sound of tearing through air. This showed that the attack was both powerful and fierce, but while facing this attack the imperial mecha did not move in the slightest. Even though Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng knew that it was impossible for the attack to land, seeing the intermediate mecha's tangdao about to chop down on the imperial mecha's shoulder made them involuntarily cry out, "Ah," in alarm as the mecha was so close to danger. With a resounding bang, the imperial operator merely leaned slightly to the side and, raising his right hand, stopped the tangdao that was about to strike the shoulder of his mecha. So it turned out that the beam shield on the imperial mecha had quietly activated while the tangdao had struck the beam shield, which generated a powerful rebound and directly sent the intermediate mecha bouncing backwards into the air. Both of them were under the impression that the intermediate mecha would retreat after having made an ineffective attack, but it suddenly rallied itself and renewed its onslaught. After the intermediate mecha was sent away by the rebound, its originally silent engine abruptly exploded with noise. And using its thrusters as opposing force, it directly neutralized the powerful rebound force. The mecha's engine ceased once again after neutralizing the rebound force. Having maintained its position, the intermediate mecha suddenly began to rotate rapidly like a spinning top before following up by launching a fierce kick towards the imperial mecha below it. Whirlwind garrote. Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng once again cried out in surprise as this was another advanced level technique exclusive to advanced mecha warriors. Seemingly having anticipated this move, the Imperial operator once again easily broke through the move. The operator was only seen to decisively raise both arms of his mecha, easily grasping firm hold of the intermediate mecha's powerful kick from among the flurry of afterimages of the spinning leg. There was a loud bang as the intermediate mecha was firmly smashed onto the ground and slid out several meters. The instant it was smashed onto the ground, even Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng, who were standing at the edge spectating the fight, could feel an intense vibration from where they stood. This terrifying impact caused their expressions to faintly change, believing that the advanced mecha warrior who had received the brunt of this force would not be feeling any better than what they imagined. Both of them were under the impression that the intermediate mecha would halt all its movements. Even if its body was sturdy, usually one would choose to lie down on the ground to recover their conditions for a few seconds upon receiving such a powerful blow. Unexpectedly, while the mecha was sliding out several meters and had yet to stop, it moved once again as its right hand suddenly slammed the ground, and using the rebound force, the entire mecha soared into the air. At the same time, the mecha's engine turned on again, and this time round, it took advantage of its speed to fiercely pounce towards the Imperial mecha in a flash. The cold weapon in its hand carried the momentum of a violent storm as it chopped towards the Imperial mecha. Seeing the intermediate mecha dashing around the Imperial mecha, no one could guess at the intermediate mecha's direction of movement. This type of irregular movement style caused Zhao Jun's and Li Lanfeng's countenance to change once again. Currently, they were certain that the operator controlling the intermediate mecha was absolutely not an intermediate mecha warrior as they had previously believed, and was undoubtedly an advanced mecha warrior. Reason being, this type of irregular movement style required the execution of numerous hand movements at a frightening speed in an instant. It was definitely not something an intermediate mecha warrior could accomplish. Li Lanfeng could not help but think to himself, that if he were to operate this intermediate mecha, could he accomplish those practically non-stop hand movements like the other party could? Considering the limitations of the intermediate mecha, Li Lanfeng realized that it would be very difficult. Perhaps he might be able to accomplish it, but it would not be possible to perform it so brilliantly and smoothly and at the same time with such ease like the other. Did this mean that the other party's control skills were better than his? Thinking of this, Li Lanfeng felt faintly disappointed inside. Genius operators had appeared around him one after another. With his average control talent, would he truly be able to change his fate as he challenged heaven's will? Hey, talent is indeed important, but foundations and hard work are of more importance than talent. If you were to train all levels of foundational controls to perfection, I believe that you will not be inferior compared to those geniuses. The words left behind by that rabbit mecha surfaced once again in Li Lanfeng's heart, and he was suddenly jolted to his senses. That's right, maybe he was lacking in talent, but he would continue working hard and practice every foundational control skill until they became part of his instinct. Although the difficulty increased with each level, he had never forgotten the warning words of advice the rabbit had given him, and this had always been his psychological pillar. Rest assured, I will not be defeated by those geniuses. I will be more hard-working than them, and when we meet, I hope I will no longer be looking up at you. Li Lanfeng secretly clenched his fists as his confidence, which had received a setback due to the intermediate mecha, once again recovered. He could lose to his rabbit friend, but he could not lose to others. Even if the intermediate mecha warrior before him had an aberrant talent in control, it could not cause his confidence to crumble. He would never lose to the other party. On the arena, the sounds of fighting had never stopped, and at times the rhythm of those sounds even seemed as if they were well planned and methodically arranged. Even though the battle was somewhat indistinct from Zhao Jun's and Li Lanfeng's perspective, they knew that the Imperial operator had without a doubt intercepted all the advanced mecha warriors' irregular attacks. Just like that, the intermediate mecha continued to launch fierce attacks for approximately 1 minute. Although it might not seem long, Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng understood that during this 1 minute, the hand speed of the intermediate mecha operator had been in a state of high speed. Even Zhao Jun, who was classified as a special class operator, could not help but tremble internally, hands starting to throb in pain as he imagined himself being the one doing the operating. These movements had high requirements of an operator's hand speed, and for an ordinary intermediate mecha to execute those high-level techniques, it would require the operator's control skills to match. Therefore, Zhao Jun even suspected that the operator's hands were currently cramped and had become numb. When the intermediate mecha landed, Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng could not help but breathe out, thinking that they should be able to relax and rest for a moment now. Unexpectedly, the intermediate mecha had just landed when it once again moved and executed a shadow slide step, the exclusive technique of advanced mecha, while dashing towards the imperial mecha. What the F***ck, does he never get tired? Zhao Jun could not help but curse. Could it be that the operator of the intermediate mecha was a robot? What if the other party's true level is at mecha master level? Li Lanfeng replied unperturbedly. From the control skills displayed by the intermediate mecha, Li Lanfeng did not think that the other party's real skills were only that of an advanced mecha warrior. He even believed that, perhaps, the other party might have already reached the level of a special class operator, or even possibly the level of an ace operator. Although these conjectures caused discomfort in Li Lanfeng's heart and made him feel that the huge difference between them would be difficult to make up for, he would not disregard the other party's strength due to this. It couldn't be. Zhao Jun replied in astonishment. When fighting against an imperial operator, even if it was just a guidance match, it was undoubtedly an insult towards that operator by using an intermediate mecha to take up the challenge. Perhaps there might be a deeper meaning to it. Li Lanfeng touched his chin and started pondering. What deeper meaning? Zhao Jun asked in puzzlement. Could using a lesser mecha to execute advanced level techniques help in comprehending those advanced level techniques? Li Lanfeng had indeed overthought things. He would always come up with some reasonings to convince himself, just like now. He decided to go redeem an intermediate mecha again after he finished spectating the fight, and experiment using advanced level techniques on that mecha to see if it would be of help in improving his control over advanced techniques. Based on Li Lanfeng's current strength and hand speed, he had already achieved the standard to advance to special class operator level. The reason he had yet to advance was that he felt there were some fundamental movements that he was unable to execute exactly as he willed. He had always borne in mind the words that the rabbit mecha had consoled him with, so without perfecting those techniques, he was unable to convince himself to enter the next level. He had originally assumed that this problem was due to insufficient practice, but from the current situation, he felt that perhaps it might be because of his lack of thorough understanding and that it was time to change and try another method. At this moment, Ling Lan was unaware that her execution of techniques surpassing her level had caused Li Lanfeng, who was spectating the fight, to have a different train of thought, hence opening up a different type of training method. This fortuitous misconception gave him new insight towards foundational control. Ling Lan, are you still not aware that there's a problem with your control? Just as Ling Lan executed a shadow slide step to continue attacking Ling Xiao, her father's indifferent voice suddenly sounded out in the cockpit. Ling Xiao's voice had always contained indulgence and acknowledgement, yet his current tone actually contained a hint of coldness and reproach. Hearing his words, Ling Lan was alarmed, but her attack was already a knocked arrow that had to be released. Ling Xiao's counterattack was efficient this time. He launched a palm strike which, with a snapping sound, struck the crook of the arm of the mecha that Ling Lan was operating. It directly destroyed the mecha arm's control system, which basically meant that the right hand of Ling Lan's mecha had been crippled. With a clang, the cold weapon Ruthless in Ling Lan's hand dropped to the ground. The right hand which had lost control obviously did not have any means of holding on to that heavy weapon, and so the weapon was naturally dropped. Ling Lan immediately leaped backwards, increasing the distance between them, and quietly stood stationary while starting to decipher the meaning of Ling Xiao's questioning words. Ling Lan, after launching attacks for so long, haven't you noticed your problem? Ling Xiao's voice once again rang out in the cockpit, asking the same question. Is there a problem? Ling Lan pondered aloud. Indeed, she had not noticed any problems with her own control. Although executing advanced level techniques which were distinctive to advanced mecha on an intermediate mecha was quite strenuous, she had undoubtedly increased the combat power of the mecha several times over. Otherwise, based on an intermediate mecha's capability, it would have been impossible to exchange blows with an imperial mecha for such an extended period of time and she would have long been knocked down. Are you thinking that you've increased the mecha's combat power? Ling Xiao could make out Ling Lan's thoughts at a glance and so bluntly asked her. Yes, Ling Lan replied honestly. But are things really what you believe them to be? Ling Xiao's questioning stunned Ling Lan. Using higher level techniques would of course allow a mecha's power to be greater. Or was she mistaken? What's the current damage level of your mecha? Ling Xiao sighed and could not help but rub at his brow. As a father, he had lacked severely in fulfilling his obligations. If Ling Lan had not proposed to have him guide her in mecha piloting, he would not have known that his daughter's understanding of mecha piloting would have actually entered a diverged route. It seemed like there were too many things he had to learn to become a competent father. However, it was not serious as it was not considered too late for him to have realized this. Ling Xiao took a glance at the silent intermediate mecha displayed on his screen and felt certain. As long as Ling Lan realized her mistake, her control skills were bound to improve. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao could not help but feel proud once again. Take a look, this is my, Ling Xiao's daughter. Even though she's a female, she has still managed to inherit my exceptional control talent, and she'll definitely be the best female mecha master. Ling Xiao had high hopes for Ling Lan and believed that she would inevitably become an ace mecha master. Of course, under his wholehearted nurturing, it was not impossible for her to become the #1 imperial operator in the Federation. Thinking of this possibility, Ling Xiao could not help but tremble. Despite being a god-class operator, he was still so moved at the thought of possibly witnessing his daughter ascending to the pinnacle that he could not be calm. Alright, please forgive a father's feelings. Even if Ling Xiao was a god-class operator, at this moment, he was still an ordinary father who dearly loved his daughter. Upon hearing Ling Xiao's words, Ling Lan did not delay in asking Little Four, who was currently in control of the mecha, about the mecha's condition. Little Four replied that although he had tried his utmost to maintain the mecha's balance, its current damage level was already at 32.77% due to Ling Lan overextending the mecha by repeatedly executing advanced level techniques. That was to say, if Ling Lan were to continue fighting in this manner, the mecha would only be able to sustain itself for another 3 minutes before it would completely fall apart. Damage level is at 32.77%. Ling Lan had not expected that the mecha's damage level would be so high. She somewhat dejectedly relayed this answer to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao quirked his brows, somewhat surprised. He had assumed that, with Ling Lan frantically overextending the mecha, the damage level was sure to be more than 40%. Unexpectedly, it was only slightly over 30%. It seemed like his daughter normally took great care of her mecha and made sure that every function of the mecha was adjusted to near optimum levels, thus being able to keep the damage level this low. Ling Xiao was very satisfied by this. Only a mecha operator who truly cherished their mecha would be able to understand the significance of a mecha to an operator, and thus be able to bring out the true potential of the mecha without restraint. Without him having to bring this to her attention, his own daughter had been able to naturally comprehend this aspect. This proved that his daughter was a natural-born, outstanding mecha operator. Ling Xiao, who was filled with appreciation for his daughter at this moment, was not aware that his daughter was absolutely not as great as he imagined. The mecha's low damage rate was completely due to Ling Lan's cheat, the omnipotent Little Four, who had done his utmost in preserving and maintaining the mecha. However, Little Four was exclusively Ling Lan's and could be considered as part of Ling Lan's ability, so Ling Xiao could not be considered to have been joyous for nothing. According to this damage rate, you'll only be able to continue for another 3 minutes. Do you perhaps think you can defeat me during those 3 minutes? Even though Ling Xiao was very satisfied with his daughter, his tone was still cold. At this moment, he was not playing the role of a gentle father but a strict teacher. Since a problem with Ling Lan's mecha piloting had surfaced, then Ling Xiao needed to let Ling Lan understand her problem and keep it in mind. No, I've never thought so. Even if father were to abandon your defenses and stand there like a sandbag for me to attack as I wish for 3 minutes, I would still be unable to defeat you. Ling Lan was clear about the difference in strength between her and Ling Xiao. She had merely had the extravagant hope of landing an attack on him once, only now did Ling Lan realize that her wish was actually so insignificant. From the start, she had been so oppressed by her father's powerful aura that she was somewhat breathless. I was only hoping to let father witness the techniques I have mastered. Of course, were it possible, I very much wished to land a strike on you. Ling Lan honestly revealed her own thoughts. Do you think you can achieve that? Ling Xiao snorted and used the tip of his mecha's toe to point at his current position. Ling Lan subconsciously looked over, and what she saw caused Ling Lan to be transfixed. Her expression, which had still been quite calm and collected, suddenly froze. "Have you understood?" Ling Xiao asked coldly. "Yes, I was too egotistical," replied Ling Lan with a bitter smile. She saw that despite all her advanced attacks that she had racked her brains to think up, it had all been insignificant to her father Ling Xiao. Because from the start, the feet of Ling Xiao's mecha had never moved, he had stood there all along. Currently, he was still standing in the same spot and even his feet had not lifted once. "It's not a problem wanting to win, but the problem lies in you. After executing those ineffective advanced level techniques, why did you obstinately persist in using them? You clearly knew that if you were to repeatedly execute those techniques, not only would it be a huge burden on yourself, it would be the same for your mecha. Ultimately, there would have been no need for others to defeat you as you would have caused your own defeat. Is this something a qualified mecha operator should do?" Ling Xiao questioned with a grim expression. Ling Xiao's questioning caused Ling Lan to lower her head in shame. He was right, other than having talent and capability, a cool head could not be lacked, as this was related to the decision-making and methods of coping during a battle. A rash action could very well bring about an extreme crisis for a mecha operator and, at the same time, implicate their comrades. Earlier on, she had been too excited, agitated and rash. There had only been one thought in her mind at that moment, and that was to successfully land a strike on her father, as, after all, he was a god-class operator. In the world of mecha, a god-class operator was equivalent to a godlike existence. "You've forgotten something more important. In my legacy, I should have repeatedly emphasized that the foundation is of greatest importance for any techniques." Seeing that Ling Lan understood her own mistake, Ling Xiao sighed gently and his tone softened. "Wasn't I using the foundational controls for advanced mecha?" Ling Lan asked in astonishment. "Were they foundational controls? They should be a set of foundational controls built on other foundational controls, techniques specially developed for advanced mecha. If you were currently using an advanced mecha, I could have just barely agreed with your viewpoint. However, are you using an advanced mecha at this moment?" Ling Xiao once again answered her question with a question. Ling Lan was left speechless by Ling Xiao's questioning and knew now that her viewpoint had been wrong. Perhaps for an advanced mecha, the techniques she had used were more or less the same as foundation controls and not particularly difficult. However, when using an intermediate mecha, they were undoubtedly challenging advanced level techniques and indeed could not be related to foundational controls. Seeing that Ling Lan had come to a realization, Ling Xiao continued, "One more thing. In order for a mecha to display greater combat power, is it only possible by relying on those fancy and intricate moves? Ling Lan, have you ever thought about this question?" Ling Lan was stumped by these words. The higher the difficulty of the mecha controls, the harder it was for the enemy to fight against it. This was the universally accepted standard of the mecha world, but now, Ling Xiao seemed to be suggesting that the truth was not so. Could it be that the entire mecha community was mistaken in their understanding? Or was it her father himself who was mistaken? Ling Lan instantly eliminated the possibility of her father being wrong. If her father was mistaken in his theoretical understanding of mecha, then how in the world had he come by his god-class operator status? Thinking about the fewer than few god-class operators within the Federation, Ling Lan could not help but think, could it be that the official understanding of the mecha community on mecha control was actually wrong, which is why there are so few god-class operators? And my father just happened to understand it correctly, thus breaking the age record to become the youngest god-class operator of the Federation. Considering this possibility, Ling Lan's spirits rallied. Did this mean that she was about to learn the truth of mecha control? No wonder it was said that truth was only accessible to a chosen few one. Seeing the radiant light shining from Ling Lan's eyes, Ling Xiao knew his daughter had figured things out. He continued, "Have you heard of keeping things simple? This phrase can also apply to mecha control. Does it mean that it is actually the simplest controls that have the greatest power?" asked Ling Lan with a quirked brow. Not quite. It should be more like, being able to control a mecha like your own limbs, using the least amount of effort to bring out the greatest efficiency of a mecha. That is what a true mecha operator needs to do. Ling Xiao shared his insights, those special moves which require tremendous effort with equally tremendous power are not unimportant, but they are just unnecessary outside of those life or death moments or some other critical juncture. Using them would just drain and damage your mecha for no reason. If you can use the simplest control methods to deal with an opponent, then why be so wasteful? At first, when he had clambered out of the black hole and had been faced with a sky full of enemies, he could only use grand and domineering top-class techniques to frighten the enemy forces into submission. Reality had forced Ling Xiao to use those majestic moves exclusive to God-class operators, but the associated massive drain had secretly made Ling Xiao wince as well. Even though God-class mecha could replenish their energy from the stars automatically, after those two astoundingly powerful area of effect attacks he had performed, his God-class mecha's energy bank had descended to a point where red warnings had been flashing. Still, as the Federation managed to obtain the ultimate victory in that battle due to this expenditure, Ling Xiao felt that the cost was worth it. However, this kind of operation was only applicable under that sort of critical scenario. If he had been facing a smaller group of enemies instead, Ling Xiao would never have made the same choice. Mind you, for a mecha operator, once their mecha's energy source was completely drained or was destroyed, it would mean certain death. As such, this was not something a good mecha operator should do. A good mecha operator would do their best to protect themselves even as they dealt with the enemy. They would understand that they only had one life. Only by keeping this life would they be able to kill more enemies. A flash of valor, Ling Xiao did not approve, a flare of brilliance, Ling Xiao did not feel it was worth it. Only by extending one's life could one be considered a good mecha operator, though deserters naturally did not count. Thus, Ling Lan's fixation with chasing after grand and powerful controls had let Ling Xiao see Ling Lan's problem. This was a common issue with the Federation mecha operators. Everyone felt that only the most powerful moves could represent the strength of a mecha operator, when in truth, this thinking was wrong. On the battlefield, the warriors who could survive till the end were often those mecha operators who seemed average in strength but had solid foundations. In the end, they would grow to become even stronger. Meanwhile, those prodigious mecha operators who caused others to be in awe of them, despite possessing countless grand and elaborate moves, would often die young on the battlefield. Chasing the problem to its roots, every single case could be chalked down to depletion of energy or mecha breakdown, which led them to be struck down by their enemies to sleep forevermore among the stars. Ling Xiao's words made Ling Lan begin to contemplate deeply. Indeed, regardless of how strong the enemy was, preserving oneself was the most crucial thing. Seeking a moment of valor and glory completely went against Ling Lan's original intentions. Ling Lan had only wanted to continue living on freely and safely. She did not want to let herself become a hero whose name would be carved on some memorial monument. Enlightened, Ling Lan said solemnly to her father, "I understand now. From now on, I will change my fighting style. Thank you, father, for your guidance." Mecha controls which would let her continue living on was what she truly needed, as well as being the most worthy of her time. Although her father had only said such a simple few sentences, those words had obviously included the insight Ling Xiao had gained over his 33 years of operating mecha, and so was extremely valuable. From them, Ling Lan could feel Ling Xiao's abundant fatherly love. This made Ling Lan feel extremely moved deep inside, but used to being cold and aloof, she just could not make herself do anything overly warm in response and thus could only sum up her emotions in a simple statement of thanks. "Alright, since you understand now, then show me your foundational controls properly. I hope you won't disappoint me too much." Ling Xiao naturally could feel Ling Lan's gratitude. He had a slight smile on his lips, but his tone was still stern and grim. At this moment, in order to ensure his daughter would continue to live on safely, he chose to be a strict teacher and not a kind father. "Yes, father." Even as Ling Lan replied, she decisively used an advanced mecha repair kit on her mecha. After the repairs were done, the mecha's screen displayed that it was back at 100%. Even the right arm's control system which had been wrecked by Ling Xiao was restored to normal. Clenching and unclenching the mecha's right hand, Ling Lan found that there was no problem at all with its functioning. Ling Lan was extremely pleased. Fortunately, this place was the mecha world. Mecha were able to be repaired and adjusted to optimum condition in a short period of time without wasting time which could be spent on sparring. If this had been the real world, to repair a mecha and restore it to full fighting power would require quite a few hours, no matter how skillful the repair master was. Even as Ling Lan sighed internally over how convenient the mecha world was, she controlled her mecha to pick Ruthless up from the ground and slung it back over her back. Then, she assumed the most simple and unbelievably familiar stance everyone who used mecha would know. The spectating Li Lanfeng and Zhao Jun saw the intermediate mecha suddenly change its initial attack style. Its complex and dazzling advanced mecha skills and techniques were suddenly replaced with simplicity. Lanfeng, isn't this the basic assessment stance before entering mecha world? Zhao Jun stared at this stance which seemed so distant in memory and yet was so memorable, and could not help but ask dubiously. Li Lanfeng responded affirmatively, yes, it is. The basic assessment moves were the mecha operation movements he was most familiar with. That was the set of moves he had trained to proficiency alongside the rabbit mecha. There had even been many times when the two had challenged each other to see who could complete it faster and better. Who knew that many years after that, these basic assessment moves which could hardly be seen in mecha world would appear right here before his eyes. This scene brought him back to that time, when he had been secretly watching the rabbit mecha train. While Li Lanfeng was lost in his memories, the intermediate mecha moved. It used the most basic out-toed sprinting art. This was a type of high-speed sprinting method for mecha which was also extremely stable, a basic control movement that was able to support the body in executing any type of attack. However, in the later stages, after obtaining the better crisscross sprinting method as well as the more advanced Z-shaped body flash art, almost all the mecha operators would scorn the out-toed sprinting art for looking crude and ungainly. Moreover, its speed and evasion ability was also no better than the other two types of sprinting control skills, and so this most basic out-toed sprinting art was set aside. Later on, with the appearance of even more advanced skills like the figure 8 spin, phantom light stream, gamma whirl, light and shadow skim, and other high-speed flight evasion arts, this most basic out-toed sprinting art became utterly extinct among the advanced mecha warriors. Impossible, how can his speed be that fast? Zhao Jun suddenly shouted in shock, startling Li Lanfeng from his reverie. Li Lanfeng's eyes focused as he looked over, and sure enough, even though that intermediate mecha was using the most basic of basics, the out-toed sprint, that speed was no lesser than what they could achieve using the crisscrossed sprint or the Z-shaped body flash art at present. It could even be said that the other was one level higher. This was another reason why Zhao Jun would exclaim in such surprise. He's attacking now. It's the simplest bash attack. The intermediate mecha that had been running circles around the Imperial Mecha Master suddenly drew close to the other, both fists efficiently striking out at the other's head without any bit of subterfuge. Using such a simple attack, how could he land a hit, said Zhao Jun irritably. The other could obviously execute much more complex attacks, so why didn't he do so instead of using this type of attack method which was clearly not going to work? Sure enough, the Imperial Mecha lifted an arm and blocked the intermediate mecha's fists. But right then, the intermediate mecha's fists retracted the moment they touched the other, and immediately after, its feet kicked off the ground and swung powerfully at the other. It looked like that blatant dual fist attack was actually just a feint. The true finishing move of the intermediate mecha was from its feet. This is the basic stomping art. Hells, what exactly is he trying to do? Zhao Jun could not help but wrap his arms around his head and wail. He wanted to see an instructional fight, not watch as an intermediate mecha displayed the basic assessment moves one after the other. Could that even be considered a real attack? Li Lanfeng, who had originally been responding to everything Zhao Jun said, was unusually quiet at this time. Within his cockpit, his expression was one of intense shock, filled with disbelief. This is the rabbit mecha's most habitual attack move. It's also something he created. Whenever he had something he couldn't resolve, he would default to using this move. Across the distance of 7 years, this familiar move emerged once more before his eyes. Even as it made him emotional, he was filled with shock and doubt. Ling Xiao was rather taken aback by this unexpected kick of Ling Lan's because this stomping art was not an attack technique. Instead, it was a type of basic movement skill which worked together with the out-toed sprint to help shift directions and speed. Ever since the out-toed sprint fell out of favor, this stomping art had also been forgotten by the mecha operators. Ling Xiao did not find it surprising that Ling Lan would use the stomping art, but the fact that Ling Lan had actually made some improvements to it and integrated it into her attack did surprise him. He was even greatly pleased by it. This meant that his daughter's mastery of the basic controls had already reached an apex, otherwise she could not have evolved these basic moves so naturally into attack techniques. It looked like Ling Lan had taken his legacy to heart. She had learned the foundations extremely well, securing them solidly. Not bad. Ling Xiao did not hold back on giving his daughter praise, even as both his hands rose to meet Ling Lan's feet. There was a loud boom. Due to the collision this time, the intermediate mecha was sent flying back. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao's body actually wavered slightly as well due to the astounding power behind this stomping art. This is no ordinary stomping art. Ling Xiao was stunned. Could it be that his daughter had added some special technique into this stomping art? Before Ling Xiao's astonishment could fade, something even more surprising occurred. The intermediate mecha actually flew backwards at a greater speed than that which it had used to attack Ling Xiao. In the air, Ling Lan flipped her body without trying to control the mecha, letting it careen as it would towards the walls of the private room. He's going to hit the wall. Despite being extremely dissatisfied with how the intermediate mecha was using basic assessment moves to fight, when he saw the other leave his mecha alone to let it just hurtle towards a wall at high speed, Zhao Jun was instantly yelling out in concern. Only Ling Xiao and Li Lanfeng had a gleam of light run through their eyes at the same time, though the meaning behind each gleam was vastly different. Ling Xiao believed his daughter was not that weak. He believed that his daughter would not really crash into the wall. On the other hand, the name of a skill which belonged solely to the rabbit mecha he knew had floated into Li Lanfeng's mind, Rabbit Sky Leap. Oftentimes when it had seemed like the situation was completely out of control at high speeds, the rabbit mecha would use this move to turn things around. Sure enough, just as the intermediate mecha was about to slam into the wall, Ling Lan, who had long been prepared, operated the mecha's two strong and powerful legs to kick out forcefully at the wall. There was a loud boom, and the entire room suddenly began to shake violently, almost sending the spectating Zhao Jun's and Li Lanfeng's mecha tumbling off their feet. Meanwhile, following this push off the wall, the intermediate mecha used this surge of rebound force to send its body shooting like lightning towards the imperial mecha standing in the middle of the stage. Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng reacted quickly to steady their mecha. Once they were stable once more, they turned their eyes towards the stage again and saw the intermediate mecha zipping around like lightning back and forth across the private room. Clang! 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 The powerful sounds of collision reverberated like the wild rain of a thunderstorm within the combat room. The two mechas sparred, one as quick as lightning, its movements almost untrackable, while the other was as steady as Mount Taiwan, taking moves as they came. Unmoving as a mountain too. This is just the stomp technique, countless applications of the stomp technique. Zhao Jun peered closely for several 10 or so seconds, then felt his eyes were somewhat raw, with even a trace of pain. He could not help but raise his hands to rub at his eyes. It turned out that the speed of the intermediate mecha had already exceeded the capacity of Zhao Jun's motion vision. Having stared intently at the screen all this time, he was now feeling rather overwhelmed. Yes, it's the stomp technique. But this was no ordinary stomp technique, otherwise that imperial mecha would not have surreptitiously shifted its original stance. In contrast to Zhao Jun's carelessness, the conscientious Li Lanfeng had caught the shift. The imperial mecha, who had initially been standing straight with its legs together, had now spread its legs, and its knees were slightly bent. This was the specific stance of a mecha stabilizing its lower body. It was clear to see that the intermediate mecha's stomp technique was dealing significant impact to the imperial operator, causing the other to have no choice but to use this most stable stance while defending. And the only one who could utilize the stomp technique so proficiently, in Li Lanfeng's memory, was the rabbit mecha and no other. Could it be that the rabbit he had searched for in these 7 long years was this intermediate mecha warrior before his eyes right now? 3. But based on the rabbit mecha's strength, he should not have remained stuck at intermediate mecha level. One question in Li Lanfeng's heart seemed to have been answered now, but this answer merely spawned even more questions. Just as Zhao Jun was kneading at his eyes and while Li Lan Feng was plagued with questions, the intermediate mecha, who had been moving at high speeds all this while, suddenly dropped to land at a corner of the stage after one more violent clash with the Imperial mecha. Due to its sudden stop from a high speed, the mecha was sent sliding forwards 5 meters or so before it found firm footing. Perhaps extremely used to this type of abrupt stop from high speeds, though the intermediate mecha slid for about 5 meters, its upper body did not waver at all. This proved that this amount of slide was within the intermediate mecha's calculations. Li Lan Feng and Zhao Jun shared a look, unsure why the intermediate mecha had suddenly chosen to stop its attack when the situation was looking so optimistic. An idea sparked through Li Lan Feng's mind. He remembered the rabbit mecha saying once that this type of high-speed stomping actually put a great burden on mecha. Trainee mecha would not be able to withstand it for long. Could it be that it was the same for intermediate mecha? Seeing this, Ling Xiao stood up from his defensive stance and said to Ling Lan with a smile, "Looks like you understand now." "Yes, thank you, father, for your guidance," replied Ling Lan gratefully. That combination of moves she had just performed was so familiar to her they were embedded in her marrow, it was no effort at all to execute, perhaps even casual and easy. Still, whether in terms of speed or attack power, that set of moves had not been any weaker than any of the other advanced techniques she had used previously. In fact, they could even be considered better, because she still had energy to spare in her controls, unlike before when even as she drained herself, her mecha was forced to operate over its capacity, damaging its lifespan. This also made Ling Lan realize on a profound level what Ling Xiao's words meant. Having understood, she stopped her attack, because she had already obtained what she wanted from this instructional fight. Mission complete, it would be a waste of time to continue fighting. Ling Lan's words made Ling Xiao's smile deepen. Ling Xiao knew very well that Ling Lan had achieved true understanding, once again proving that his daughter's learning ability was absolutely superior to others. Your stomp technique should have been integrated with some other special technique. How did you think of it? Ling Xiao was extremely curious. Mind you, those who had only begun to learn mecha control would just rotely follow instructions to complete the training exercises. Normally, they would never even think of combining or improvising on any of these controls. Ling Lan's ability to do so undoubtedly surprised Ling Xiao greatly, because even he had not been able to do so when he had been younger. By coincidence. Back when I first started learning mecha control, I met someone else who had also just begun learning mecha control. The other was a control genius, able to execute each move to utter perfection. His results were very good, I was no match for him at first. This made me determined. Things he could do, what was stopping me from doing them too? So I thought hard on how to increase my mecha's speed, and worked hard to perfect my transitions between all types of actions. Without knowing it, I applied a leg technique from physical skills to my mecha control, and discovered that it actually produced a certain effect. And so, I began to experiment. Hiding part of the truth, Ling Lan told her father the story of her meeting with the leopard mecha 4 back then. As Ling Lan was telling the story, she realized that a large part of her proficiency with the basic assessment controls should definitely be credited to the leopard mecha. The other's companionship had undoubtedly made that dry and routine training time of her life become considerably more interesting. Upon closer examination, of all the basic controls Ling Lan knew now, this set of basic assessment controls was the one Ling Lan was most adept and comfortable with. This was why when Ling Xiao had insisted for Ling Lan to use basic controls, she had chosen this set without thinking. Reality proved that this was the set that had seeped into her bones, the set which had become part of her basic instinct, the set of basic controls that she had truly mastered. Understanding all this, Ling Xiao prepared to go offline. Although he did not care much about the enlistment assessment results of the military academy, as the head of the division's assessment delegation, he should still at least show his face and ask cursorily about the results at the end of every day. Otherwise, the administrators of the school might misunderstand and assume that the 23rd Division did not care at all about the 1st Men's Military Academy. In order to successfully accept his daughter into the 23rd Division later on, he needed to maintain a good relationship with the school no matter what. After saying goodbye to his daughter, Ling Xiao instantly logged off from the private room. The next time he went online, his mecha would automatically appear within the main hall of the mecha combat hall. If Ling Lan required instruction again later, he would not have to spend the effort finding his way here anymore. Seeing the Imperial mecha vanish, Li Lanfeng knew the pair was about to leave. Impulsively, he rushed forwards and connected to his general comms to say, "Hello, can you please wait a moment?" Ling Lan was just about to go offline. Hearing this, she paused and raised her head to look towards the advanced mecha who had spoken. Seeing the intermediate mecha looking at him silently, Li Lanfeng hesitated for a moment, but then asked resolutely, because he did not want to miss another chance, "May I ask, 7 years ago, were you at the capital city of Planet Azure?" Planet Azure? The capital city? Ling Lan's face was filled with confusion. 7 years ago, she had indeed let Little Four secretly bring her out into the virtual world, but back then, the place she had asked Little Four to bring her to had been the capital city of Doha. Boss. I forgot to tell you. Back when you asked me to take you to the capital, I accidentally chose Planet Azure. Little Four, who had been drawn out by the advanced mecha warrior's question, revealed his blunder to Ling Lan. At these words, Ling Lan instantly had her guard up. How could he know that I was at Planet Azure 7 years ago? Could it be that I was exposed somewhere? Little Four became agitated by this supposition. That's right, back then, he and Boss had been undercover, so how could someone else have discovered this? Little Four quickly scanned the other's spiritual power. Li Lanfeng frowned lightly. He had sensed some strange disturbance in his surroundings, but could not say for certain what it was. Cautious and vigilant, he immediately wrapped up his spiritual power with his spectre ability. Regardless of whether he was being paranoid, Li Lanfeng's first reflex was still to choose and protect himself. Ah, what a familiar energy signature. Little Four sensed Li Lanfeng's spectre power and instantly exclaimed in shock. He swiftly dashed back into Ling Lan's mind space and rummaged through his memory bank of energy signatures, comparing them to the energy he had sensed. Soon, he had dug up the long-buried information of the leopard mecha, that is, the spectre whom they had met back then. "Boss, we've bumped into an old acquaintance," replied Little Four excitedly. Because Ling Lan had forbidden him from taking the initiative to venture out and test the spiritual power of others, Little Four had not noticed anything before this even though Li Lanfeng had already been standing there for a long while. Of course, this was also because Little Four had been busy helping Ling Lan control her mecha at the time, with no mind to spare. "Who?" asked Ling Lan, brow lifted in curiosity. "It's that leopard mecha. That spectre who watched the mecha fight with us." Little Four responded enthusiastically. "So it's him." Ling Lan was floored. She had just been telling her father about him, and now he actually showed up. It appeared that she and this leopard were truly tied by fate.